Chapter 1. Gaining the Bloodline of the Ancient Saiyans. Hud, hud, hud. The sounds of battle echoed fiercely. With a cry, Gano was sent flying by Ki Blast. Damn that King Vegeta! Wasn't it said that this mission posed no challenge? Why are the natives here so formidable? As Gano evaded the onslaught of the natives, he pondered his predicament. Indeed, Gano felt a profound sense of frustration. Others who traversed dimensions often possessed golden fingers or systems, yet he had arrived empty-handed. Moreover, upon his birth, his battle power was a mere zero, a fact that astonished even the Saiyan king, Vegeta. Typically, Saiyans are endowed with some modicum of battle power at birth, yet Gano was devoid of any. Even the lowest-ranking warriors boasted some level of strength. Observing Gano in the incubation chamber, King Vegeta furrowed his brow and instructed the attendants, "Dispose of this Saiyan who can't even be classified as a low-class warrior." Such occurrences were commonplace on planet Vegeta. Any low-class warrior, without parents, was heartlessly discarded. To many Saiyans, familial bonds were but ephemeral illusions. Just as the attendants prepared to cast Gano aside, a figure entered the incubation room, proclaiming, "My king, please allow me to take Gano. I wish to raise him." King Vegeta regarded the intruder and replied, "Boom, have you truly considered this? As an elite warrior, why would you wish to nurture one who barely qualifies as a low-class warrior?" Boom responded, "Your Majesty, if not for Gano's parents, I might not have returned. They afforded us another chance at life. I cannot stand idly by while Gano is discarded." Gano's parents, alongside Boom and others, had embarked on a mission, but out of 5, only 3 returned. In a moment of peril, Gano's parents had sacrificed themselves, detonating their own lives to save Boom and the others. King Vegeta, upon witnessing Boom's resolve, understood the determination behind his request. "Very well, since you are resolute, take Gano with you," he conceded. Overjoyed, Boom expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my king." With a wave of his hand, King Vegeta dismissed him, and Boom approached Gano's incubation pod, lifting it as he exited the room. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Boom found his wife, Tasha, waiting eagerly. "You brought Gano back. How wonderful!" Tasha exclaimed. "The king granted my request," Boom replied. Together, they entered their home, where Boom placed Gano's pod beside a smaller one containing their daughter, Leia. 5 years swiftly passed. In the training chamber, a young boy tirelessly swung his fists, executing kicks and punches in a relentless rhythm. This was young Gano. Sweat drenched his body as he ceased his movements, gradually closing his eyes to attune to his inner state. With a sudden punch to the ground, he bowed his head and shouted, Why can't I sense the key within me? Why does everyone who crosses over possess a golden finger, while I have nothing?" 5 long years had elapsed, during which he had trained incessantly. His physique had grown stronger, yet he still felt no trace of ki within. As Gano lamented, Leia entered and, upon seeing her brother's distress, understood he still could not perceive his ki. She approached him and said, "Brother Gano, I believe you will eventually sense your ki." Gano lifted his gaze to meet Leia's and, donning his signature smile, replied, "It's nothing, Leia. I've grown accustomed to it. Oh, by the way, what brings you to me?" "Father wants you to come home," Leia stated. "All right, I understand." Gano promptly stood and took Leia's hand, guiding her homeward. Upon their return, Gano discerned the expressions on Boom and Tasha's faces, signaling that something significant was about to unfold. "Dad, Mom, you called for me?" Gano inquired. Boom turned to Tasha and said, "Tasha, you should tell Gano." "What is it, Dad, Mom?" "Please, just tell me," Gano urged. Boom began, "The king seeks you." "King Vegeta? For what purpose?" "You see, Gano, now that you are 5, we Saiyans are expected to undertake missions. The king likely wishes for you to embark on one." "I see," Gano replied. "It's all right, Dad, Mom. I shall go to the king." Gano boarded a spaceship and traveled to the planet, only to discover that the natives were far from weak. In fact, they were remarkably powerful adversaries. The ground trembled beneath the continuous rumble. Gano evaded the ki blasts, exclaiming, "You brute! You strike too hard. I came here to fulfill a mission, yet you attack me before I even make a move." The native retorted, "You wretched Saiyan, I shall eradicate you." Across the cosmos, it was widely acknowledged that Saiyans were a brutal race, often referred to as a warrior tribe, employed by the tyrant Frieza. In truth, Frieza kept the Saiyans under his thumb, treating them as mere enforcers, manipulating them at will. Gano was blasted away by another ki attack, seething with fury. "If only I could sense ki. If I could, you wouldn't be so arrogant." The native unleashed a flurry of ki blasts, and Gano, battered, coughed up blood. What a stroke of bad luck. It seems I'm finished. Another massive ki blast struck Gano, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood. It appears today is my last. As an enormous ki blast hurtled towards him, Gano closed his eyes. Just then, a voice resonated. Life-threatening situation detected. System activation initiated. With a beep, the system scanned Gano's body, confirming that he met the requirements. Reward: Ancient Saiyan Bloodline. Gano felt a surge of extraordinary power coursing through him. With a thunderous boom, dust billowed as the ground was excavated by the ki blast. The native laughed triumphantly. "Ha! At last, I have obliterated this detestable Saiyan." As the smoke cleared, a figure slowly ascended. It was Gano, who had finally sensed the presence of ki within him. He felt invincible, capable of obliterating the planet with a single punch. Fixing his gaze on the native, he thought, "Let me test the might of the ancient Saiyan bloodline on you." He extended his hand, conjuring an energy sphere that materialized in his palm. The energy sphere shot forth at blinding speed, disintegrating the native and reducing him to cosmic dust. Chapter 2. Returning to Planet Vegeta. The energy blast engulfed the native, who was instantly transformed into particles of the planet. After vanquishing the native, Gano directed his energy blast towards a distant mountain, obliterating it in a tremendous explosion. Witnessing such devastation, Gano exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the application of ki? How powerful!" He then erupted into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha! At last I can sense ki within me. This overwhelming sensation intoxicates me." Just then, the voice of the system chimed in. "System, host, do not become overly elated. Your current strength remains feeble. This universe is vast, and you are but a speck of dust within it. Do not let pride consume you." Upon hearing the system's admonishment, Gano abruptly halted his laughter. Right. I must not become complacent due to a temporary surge in power. I still have much to strive for. Even now, I cannot contend with King Vegeta, whose battle power stands at 100,000. With the ancient Saiyan bloodline, my strength is merely at 10,000. There remains a significant gap. What exactly is the ancient Saiyan bloodline? He pondered. I know that in Dragon Ball, the most formidable bloodline is the Super Saiyan lineage, which is immensely powerful like Broly, whose ki skyrockets even while he simply rests. I wonder how the ancient Saiyan bloodline compares. The system interjected. Please refrain from comparing the Super Saiyan lineage, a mere inferior bloodline, with the ancient Saiyan bloodline. They are not comparable. The ancient Saiyan bloodline is exceptionally potent. Should the host fully develop this bloodline, you could become the most powerful entity in this world. Upon hearing such news, Gano's heart raced, and he murmured, "To become the most formidable entity in this world, does that not mean that even the supreme ruler of the universe, the king of all, would be no match for me?" "It could be said so," the system replied. "Goodness, is it truly so? The bloodline of the ancient Saiyans is simply too powerful," Gano exclaimed. The system responded, "The host has already fused with the ancient Saiyan bloodline. If there are no further matters, this system will enter slumber. Please do not disturb me unless necessary." Gano inquired, "May I make a small request?" The system replied, "What other queries does the host have?" Gano said, "Could you conceal my aura? I do not wish to draw too much attention." The system acknowledged, "Certainly, that is not an issue. The matter is resolved. Tasks will automatically appear as required, and the system is now entering slumber." Gano felt his aura being concealed within him. "Well then, I shall commence my training," he declared. Gano released his energy, and with a swift motion, he discovered a cave where he temporarily resided. His task was deemed complete, and with time still on his hands, he resolved to hasten his training. Unbeknownst to him, a month slipped by amidst his rigorous training. Gano was currently honing his skills, throwing punches and kicks while seamlessly transitioning his form in midair. Suddenly, he rapidly concentrated an energy sphere in his hand and launched it forth with great speed. With a thunderous boom, the ground was left with a massive crater from the impact of the energy blast. Observing his handiwork, Gano shook his head and remarked, "Still not sufficient. My energy has been steadily increasing over this past month, yet my control over it remains too crude. It seems I must make a trip to Earth. After all, there are masters there who have reached an unparalleled level in their understanding of energy, such as Master Rashi, Karin, and the divine attendant Mr. Popo. Their comprehension of energy is truly profound. The training methods of the Saiyans are excessively straightforward and brutal, lacking finesse in energy manipulation. They favor relentless bombardment, solving conflicts through sheer force, aligning perfectly with their nature. However, such an approach expends considerable stamina, resulting in a limited duration of combat effectiveness. Gano again levitated into the air, unleashing a surge of energy. The wind howled violently, and debris danced chaotically around him as he released his aura. Gauging his power, he estimated his battle strength had reached an astonishing 20,000. Truly remarkable. Within a month, he had achieved this level of strength, thanks to the formidable ancient Saiyan bloodline. With his palm open, he rapidly concentrated power, channeling his energy into his hand. He aimed to test the extent of his ultimate attack. The energy sphere expanded significantly before he compressed it to a minuscule size. Suddenly, he unleashed the energy sphere towards the ground, and with a resounding explosion, the surface of the planet was breached, triggering volcanic eruptions and tumultuous waves. Ah, he mused, it appears I may have gone a bit overboard this time. The planet was punctured to its core by his energy blast. Gano swiftly ascended into his spaceship, fingers flying over the controls as he set a course for planet Vegeta and initiated liftoff, propelling the ship into the cosmos. A mere minute after Gano's departure, the entire planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Watching the destruction unfold, Gano felt a shiver of trepidation. He swallowed hard. The annihilation of the planet was a terrifying spectacle. Given his current strength, survival in the vacuum of space was improbable, yet he had gained a new understanding of his combat prowess. After a week of travel, Gano finally arrived at planet Vegeta. Gazing at the familiar world before him, he was flooded with a mix of emotions, for it was here that his father, mother, and sister resided, a place imbued with familial bonds. Although Saiyans typically lacked such sentiments, Gano's family was an exception. The spaceship finally touched down at the docking station, and upon seeing someone return from a mission, the onlookers were eager to glimpse the individual. As the hatch opened, Gano emerged, and the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced they must be imagining things. They blinked repeatedly to assure themselves they were not mistaken. It was indeed Gano. Who would have thought that this Saiyan, who was barely regarded as a low-level warrior, had returned alive? Saiyans undertaking missions often faced near certain death. Only those with sufficient power could return unscathed, akin to elite warriors or high-ranking fighters who possessed absolute strength to accomplish their tasks flawlessly. Upon learning of their son's return, Gano's parents, Boom and Tasha, were overjoyed and hurriedly prepared a meal in anticipation of his arrival. Before long, Gano's voice resonated, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Boom, Tasha, and his sister Leia rushed out of their home, their faces aglow with smiles as they beheld Gano. The weight of worry that had burdened their hearts finally lifted. Gano approached Boom and Tasha, saying, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Tasha enveloped Gano in a tight embrace, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks as she uttered, "My little Gano has finally returned." Though Gano was not her biological child, years of nurturing had led Boom and Tasha to regard him as their own. "Mom, please don't cry. See, I returned safe and sound. Look at me, I've grown stronger from completing a mission," Gano boasted, flexing his muscles. Upon witnessing her son's display, Tasha laughed heartily. She twirled Gano around, inspecting him from all angles, and exclaimed, "Not a scratch on you. Truly, you are my beloved son." Gino cast his gaze upon Boom and spoke, "Father, I have returned." Boom looked at Gino, placed a hand on his shoulder, and remarked, "Indeed, you have grown stronger and a bit taller." Among men, words are often unnecessary. Sometimes, a mere glance conveys all that is needed. At that moment, a voice interjected, "But I also wish to see Brother Gino." However, upon Gino's return, he dashed into the embrace of our parents, neglecting me, which incited Layla's ire. Hearing her words, Gino promptly approached Layla and said, "Of course, I know that Sister Layla cares for me too. How could I possibly ignore you?" He then revealed a vibrant stone that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Upon seeing the stone in Gino's hand, Layla exclaimed, "What a beautiful stone. Is Brother Gino giving this to me?" Gino nodded. Leia picked up the stone, a smile gracing her face as she declared, "I knew my brother Gino would treat me the best." Upon witnessing Gino successfully placate Leia, Boom and Tasha turned to her and said, "Leia, why don't you invite Brother Gino in for dinner?" "Oh, right. Come on, Brother Gino, since you've returned, Mom has prepared a grand feast for us. Let us hurry." With that, Leia took Gino's hand and led him inside the house. As Boom and Tasha observed the two little ones entering, Tasha remarked, "I truly hope Gino grows up quickly. That way, our Leia can marry him." Boom replied, "You're quite eager, aren't you? Gino is only 5 years old. And you're already thinking about marrying off your daughter." Tasha said, "I have a feeling Gino will become the most formidable warrior among the Saiyans." "Can you sense Gino's energy?" Tasha inquired. Boom responded, "I can feel it. Although it is feeble, there is indeed a presence of energy." Precisely. Gino previously lacked any energy within him, but now that he possesses it, it signifies that he will continue to grow stronger, Tasha explained. Boom interjected, But Gino's energy is still very weak. So what if it is weak? Are you not aware that a Saiyan from our Vegeta planet was once a low-class warrior? Yet through sheer determination, he ascended to become a high-class warrior? Boom stated. You mean Bardock? Tasha asked. Yes, Bardock. This illustrates that, with effort, a low-class warrior can indeed transform into a high-class warrior. We have all witnessed Gino's diligence. Therefore, we must have faith in him. Now, let us hurry inside. Our little Gino must be relishing his meal. Boom and Tasha entered the house, only to be astonished to find that the dishes on the table had been completely devoured. How have these little rascals become such hearty eaters? They wondered. Leia, with a frown, exclaimed, Dad, Mom, do you know? Brother Gino finished an entire table of food. And I didn't even get to eat. What? Gino consumed all the food by himself? Boom and Tasha exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. Brother Gino finished every last bit of it, Leia confirmed. At this moment, Gano placed his hand on his protruding belly and, with a charmingly clumsy demeanor, remarked, I am quite astonished by my increased appetite. Perhaps it is the gas accumulating within me. With the rise in my physical activity, my food intake has naturally escalated. Boomoo and Tasha nodded in agreement, as this seemed to be the sole explanation. Yet, Gano was aware that the true reason lay in his ancient Saiyan lineage. He had not anticipated such an insatiable hunger. During his meal, he had sensed a significant demand for energy within his body, but he had not expected to possess such a voracious appetite. No worries. It's a blessing to have a hearty appetite. I shall prepare another feast, Tasha declared. That day, within the training chamber, two figures engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, white sonic booms erupting continuously, accompanied by the resounding clamor of combat. This was a sparring session between Leia and Gano. Leia felt a surge of frustration. Realizing that her brother Gano had become remarkably powerful after a single mission, now matching her in combat prowess. Previously, she had easily overwhelmed him. Moments later, Leia was sent flying, and Gano swiftly descended to catch her in his arms. Let us cease our battle, brother Gano, after such an extended fight. You have not even taken a breath, Leia said. Gano remarked, such training is hardly enough to leave one breathless. Layla, rendered speechless, cast a sidelong glance at Gano and replied, Brother Gano, how have you become so formidable? At present, I am no match for you. Gano remarked. Perhaps I am a genius. To which Leia retorted, I wouldn't believe you even if you were. Gano had not anticipated that the ancient Saiyan bloodline could be so extraordinary. In the initial stages of training with Leia, he found himself unable to match her prowess. However, as time progressed, his combat skills continually improved, proving that for a Saiyan, enhancing oneself through battle is indeed the most effective means of cultivation. At that moment, Boom entered and announced, Leia, Gano, the king requests your presence at the palace. During their journey, Gano inquired, what could King Vegeta want with us, father? Boom replied, I am uncertain. We shall find out upon our arrival. Upon reaching the palace, they beheld King Vegeta in his elevated position. Boom respectfully stated, Your Majesty, I bring before you Leia and Gano. King Vegeta addressed them, Gano. I have heard that your power level is now comparable to Leia's. Therefore, I entrust this forthcoming task to you both. Gano proclaimed, My lord, please allocate the tasks. You shall embark on the conquest of planet Rad over the span of 5 years. After this period, I expect to witness this celestial body transformed into the dominion of my Saiyans. Gano and Leia replied, Yes, we shall obey the command of our king. Gino's heart swelled with joy. He was finally able to depart from planet Vegeta. Together with Leia, they embarked on their journey aboard a spacecraft, setting their sights on their destination planet. Chapter 4. The Raditz. Gano and Leia embarked on their journey aboard a spaceship, setting their course for the planet Rad. After a fortnight of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. Leia remarked, How absurd that King Vegeta would send us to conquer such a wretched planet. The strongest warrior here possesses a combat power that barely exceeds 2,000. What is there to conquer? She gazed at the data on the planet Rad in her hands. Gano remarked, Since King Vegeta has allotted us 5 years to conquer this planet, it is evident that the pinnacle of combat power here far exceeds 2,000. If it surpasses 2,000, then I shall engage in battle with all my might this time. I have consistently been bested by you during our sparring sessions, and now I must unleash my frustrations. Observing the combative nature of Leia, Gano couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, Saiyans are inherently warriors. Ever since Gano integrated the ancient Saiyan bloodline, he discovered his own inclination towards combat. During his time on planet Vegeta, he often sought out fellow Saiyans of comparable strength to challenge. Initially, he was no match for them, But as time progressed, he grew stronger through these battles, ultimately overpowering them. While Gano relished the thrill of combat, those Saiyans chose not to spar with him any longer. Consequently, he had no choice but to seek Leia as a training partner. With his exceptional learning ability, Gano quickly matched Leia's prowess after only a few rounds of combat, ultimately leading to her defeat at his hands. At long last, the spaceship arrived at Planet Rad, and Gano and Leia opened the hatch. Gano remarked, "Leia, let us conceal our spacecraft before we investigate the conditions of this planet. We must not act recklessly." Leia nodded in agreement, and they discovered a cave in which to hide their vessel. Leia activated the energy detector, producing a series of beeping sounds. Turning to Gano, she said, "Brother Gano, there is a significant energy signature detected, and its combat capability appears formidable. Shall we investigate further?" Gano nodded thoughtfully and then steered their course towards the location indicated by the energy detector. Leia was taken aback to see that Gano could indeed fly, a feat she had not witnessed during their time on planet Vegeta. When Gano arrived on the planet Rad, he ceased to conceal his presence, for there was no longer any necessity to do so. Even if he revealed his combat prowess before Leia, it mattered little, as Leia was his sister, and he had nothing to hide from her. Leia caught up with Gano and said to him, "Brother Gano, you can fly? I had no idea. You never flew when you were on planet Vegeta." Gano remarked, "Leia, I refrained from revealing my presence on planet Vegeta because the King of Vegeta possesses a narrow-minded disposition. He would never permit anyone he perceives as a threat to linger in his vicinity. Thus, I chose to remain concealed." Leia inquired, "Then what is your current combat power?" Gano remarked, "Why not use the energy detector yourself to ascertain the truth?" Leia aimed the energy detector at Gano, and to her astonishment, the numbers on the device ascended incessantly, beeping rhythmically until they halted at 23,000. Leia's throat instinctively constricted as she stammered, "Gee Gano, your combat power is astonishingly high, 23,000. This is simply extraordinary. I never imagined your strength would surpass that of both Dad and Mom. Their combat power barely reaches 20,000, yet you have exceeded it. At merely 5 years old, your prowess is remarkable. In just a few years, will your power not surpass that of King Vegeta? Surpassing King Vegeta is assured. Yet we must not set him as our benchmark. To the true masters, King Vegeta is but a mere speck, akin to Frieza, who could extinguish King Vegeta with the slightest of efforts. Therefore, Leia, we must diligently train. Our fates reside in our own hands, and we cannot allow others to manipulate us at will." Listening to Gano's words, Leia sensed a transformation within her brother. He had become contemplative and profound. "All right, I shall strive to grow stronger alongside you, Gano," she declared. "Yes, let us strengthen ourselves together," Gano replied. They soared towards the site of energy manifestation, only to discover the indigenous inhabitants of this planet engaged in fierce combat. Two creatures resembling long-billed ducks engaged in a ruthless struggle against their own kind, showing no mercy in their attacks. Gano and Leia found a high vantage point to observe the fierce battle, while the two natives remained oblivious to the presence of the two strangers, continuing their relentless combat. Gano remarked, "Leia, let us take a moment to rest and observe the Rad Starins in their battle." Leia responded, "Their combat is indeed ferocious, isn't it? It rivals our own Saiyan ferocity. Do you perceive us Saiyans as so brutal?" he inquired. "We are not devoid of compassion. Observe how their strikes are delivered with lethal intent. They aim to vanquish their adversaries without a hint of mercy." Gano was speaking at that moment. One of the natives conjured an enormous air bubble in his palm, which swiftly eliminated his opponent. Gano cast a fleeting glance at the native and turned to Leia, inquiring, "Shall I take care of this native, or will you?" He urged, "Let us swiftly deal with him and seek out others." Leia promptly replied, "Of course, I shall handle it. Your combat prowess has reached such heights. This opponent hardly piques your interest. Allow me to take charge." "Very well, but do make haste. I sense formidable individuals approaching us," Gano remarked. "Understood. I shall dispatch him at once." In a graceful movement, Leia positioned herself before the native and landed a powerful punch to his abdomen. The native coughed up blood and slowly crumpled to the ground. "Ah, is he truly so fragile? I scarcely exerted myself," Gano observed. "This native possesses a combat strength of merely 300, while yours exceeds 3,000. It is no surprise he could not withstand your blow. Alas, he is too weak. I didn't even have the chance to warm up. Do not fret. Those who provide you with a proper warm-up are on their way." Shortly thereafter, several natives with commendable combat strength appeared before Gano and Leia, each boasting around 2,000 in power. For Leia, this was ample opportunity to engage in a warm-up. The native questioned, Who are you, and why have you come to our planet? Gano proclaimed, we have come to liberate you. What a jest. A mere child, with barely a full set of teeth, dares to utter such grandiose claims. No sooner had he spoken these words than the Raidonian felt as if his very insides had been shattered. Indeed, Gano acted without hesitation, delivering a single punch that silenced the blathering fool for good. Gano gazed at the motionless Raidarian lying on the ground, shook his hand, and remarked, such excessive chatter. I'll leave the remaining few to you. The other Raidarians, witnessing their leader being swiftly dispatched by Gano, turned in terror and fled. Observing this, Leia exclaimed, thinking of escaping? I haven't given my consent yet. She swiftly pursued them, and with a few bursts of energy orbs, she eliminated the remaining foes. Chapter 5. Leia's injury in just a few moves. Leia had dealt with the rest. Gano stated, all right, Leia, it's time we sought out the true antagonist. Yes. Brother Gano, let us hasten. With that, Gano and Leia soared rapidly towards a specific location, their energy detectors indicating a Raidarian with a combat power exceeding 10,000. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Gano gazed down at the land below, where a castle had seemingly been erected. This fortress bore a striking resemblance to the rudimentary dwellings of their Saiyan kin. The inhabitants of this planet certainly know how to indulge themselves, Leia remarked. I suspect that, like a Saiyans, they are ruled by a king. Do you see, Leia? That castle is being guarded, much like our King Vegeta's stronghold. Now that you mention it, it does bear a resemblance. Leia replied. Very well, let us proceed with our task. With that, a sphere of energy materialized in Gano's palm. And just as he was about to hurl it downward, Leia interjected. Your battle power is formidable. If you were to unleash that, I fear there would be nothing left of the people inside. What fun would that be? Allow me to take care of it. All right then, go ahead, Gano acquiesced. Halting his actions, Leia swiftly cast an energy sphere, and with a resounding explosion, the castle below was reduced to mere rubble. Gano and Leia's forms hovered in the air, observing the disheveled individuals emerging from the ruins. These Raidarians, who managed to survive amidst the energy waves, must represent the pinnacle of this planet's fighting prowess. At that moment, the king of the Raidarians erupted from the debris, swiftly soaring before Gano and Leia. His expression contorted with rage, he exclaimed, You two intruders have yet to perish. I believe my guards would have succeeded in ending your lives. Gano remarked, You are overestimating your capabilities. With your meager abilities, do you truly believe you can vanquish us? Do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Very well, since you have not perished yet, I shall personally ensure your demise. Gano remarked, Leia, leave this fellow to me. You should handle the others. Leia replied, No, I must fight him. The rest do not pique my interest. Those worthless individuals are yours to deal with. Just as Gano was about to speak, Leia rushed towards King Rad of the Radstar. Gano hurriedly called out, Leia, be careful. However, Leia and King Rad were already engaged in combat. One of King Rad's attendants attempted to assist, but Gano intercepted him, saying, Do not disturb the battle between them. One of the Rad beings retorted, Who do you think you are? Get out of the way, or we will eliminate you. Gano replied, I quite like that response. This statement left the Rad being before Gano momentarily bewildered. What does that mean? It is quite literal, isn't it? I could simply eliminate you all without needing to say so much. One Rad being burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, did you hear that? This guy actually thinks he can take us down. Hey, are you out of your mind? We said we would eliminate you, yet you think you can reverse it and eliminate us. Gano remarked, Is there an issue? Do not delude yourself. How could a mere child, still unshorn, possibly aspire to vanquish us? It is truly laughable. Oh, why do you persist in assessing others' prowess solely based on their age? I recall the last individual who spoke to me in such a manner has met his demise. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to accept your fate. Gano's form darted forward with astonishing speed, reaching the group of individuals in the blink of an eye. They were left in awe, questioning the moment of his arrival. When Gano's fist had already made contact with their bodies, the force sent several of them hurtling backward, crashing through the wall behind them. Gano seized the opportunity and swiftly approached them, launching several energy blasts directly at their midst. He then soared towards the battlefield where Leia was engaged. Moments later, the sound of explosions echoed as the Raidarians were obliterated in the blast. Having dispatched these foes, Gano caught the attention of the Raidarian king, who momentarily froze in disbelief. Leia, seizing this chance, rapidly ascended above the Raidarian king, clasped her hands together, and delivered a powerful strike that drove him into the ground. To battle me while distracted? Such folly is truly suicidal. She then unleashed a series of mighty waves into the pit. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds reverberated as the Radarian king emerged from the crater. His form shrouded in darkness, clearly indicating that the previous assault had not annihilated him. Leia, panting, remarked, "You still live after all that? You possess quite the tenacity." Enraged, the Radarian king shouted, "You wretches! I shall slay you both. Your insolence is utterly unforgivable." With that, the Radarian king unleashed a surge of power, prompting Gano to urgently call out, "Leia, quickly take cover." Gano swiftly darted towards Leia, who had yet to fully comprehend his words when the formidable attack from Radstar King loomed before her. A colossal fist hurtled towards her with tremendous force. In a moment of urgency, Leia raised her arms in a futile attempt to shield herself from the impending blow, but the might of Radstar King's assault was overwhelming. She was sent flying, crashing through the wall behind her, and blood erupted from her mouth. Radstar King was intent on delivering another strike, but Gano appeared before Leia, effortlessly intercepting the powerful punch with a single hand. Witnessing his attack thwarted so easily, Radstar King began to reconsider his approach. However, Gano would not permit him to escape so easily. With a firm grip, he seized Radstar King's fist, which the latter strained to withdraw, yet Gano remained immovable. "Ah, so you wish to flee after inflicting harm? Allow me to return the favor." Gano clenched Radstar King's fist with his right hand while delivering a fierce blow to the latter's abdomen with his left. The impact forced bile from Radstar King, his eyes bulging in shock as a colorless liquid spilled from his mouth. "Very well, if you can withstand my punch, prepare for what follows." Gano grasped Radstar King's body, driving a knee into him that sent the formidable adversary hurtling through the air. Radstar King's form traced an arc in the sky, blood trailing behind him as he soared. Gano turned to Leia and said, "How about being a bit more cautious? You've suffered for it, haven't you?" Leia grimaced and replied, "This time I was careless. I didn't expect this fellow's power to surge so dramatically. Remember this lesson, Leia, one must not show mercy to adversaries." "Yes, I understand," Leia responded. "All right, let me check if that fellow is truly dead." Gano approached the ailing King Radstar, and with a decisive burst of energy, he sent him straight to the abyss. "Now that it's done, let us see if there are any other natives around." Gano activated the energy scanner, only to find that the planet displayed no signs of energy waves, indicating that he and Leia had successfully completed their mission. Gano approached Leia, lifting her gently into his arms, and said, "You should focus on healing your wounds first. Once you are well, I shall take you to a wonderful place." "Really? Where?" Leia inquired. "To Earth," Gano replied. Chapter 6, Master Rashi. Leia's mind was engulfed in confusion. What kind of planet was Earth? She had never heard of such a celestial body before. Gano remarked, "The Earth is situated in the distant northern Milky Way, at the coordinates of planet 4032 Green 877. This planet is deemed inferior and holds little value, which is why Frieza has not commanded us to conquer it." "Ah, an inferior planet? Then what is our purpose on Earth? Can our strength truly be enhanced on such a world?" "Indeed, Leia, do not underestimate this humble sphere. The martial arts masters residing here have perfected the cultivation of energy to an extraordinary degree. As Saiyans, our training is often too barbaric, and our control over energy lacks the finesse required to reach the pinnacle of mastery, which can be quite exhausting. Thus, we must learn to regulate the energy within us." "Very well. Since you have spoken, Brother Gano, once my injuries are healed, we shall journey to Earth." "Agreed. Focus on your recovery while I procure some sustenance for us." With that, Gano soared into the sky. Before long, he returned, bearing a colossal fish upon his shoulder, quickly setting about preparing it over a fire. Leia, still recuperating, was suddenly drawn out by an enticing aroma. Approaching Gano, she observed him diligently roasting the fish. "Gano, I had no idea you possessed the skill to grill fish. I never witnessed such a talent during our time on planet Vegeta." Gano remarked, "With my parents at home preparing meals, why would I seek to create a commotion?" As he spoke, he tore off a generous piece of fish and approached Leia. "Come, taste the fish I have roasted. This is my inaugural attempt at such a culinary endeavor, and I am uncertain of its flavor." Without a moment's hesitation, Leia opened her mouth wide and took a hearty bite, her hunger overwhelming any reservations. With her mouth filled with fish, she exclaimed, "Delicious. I never anticipated that Brother Gino's roasted fish would be so delightful." Seeing Leia enjoy the meal with such enthusiasm, Gano also tore off a sizable chunk of fish and brought it to his mouth, murmuring, "Not bad, quite tolerable," even as he continued to eat with fervor. In a brief span of time, both Gano and Leia had devoured the colossal fish entirely. The two lay on the ground, their hands resting on their distended bellies. Ah, how satisfying. Aside from battle, it is the joy of good food that brings me pleasure. It seems that Saiyans indeed hold a deep affection for culinary delights. Leia responded. Indeed, to indulge in delectable food is truly a form of enjoyment. No sooner had she spoken than her gentle snores filled the air, observing Leia's evident fatigue. Gano picked her up and carried her into the cave, gently placing her in a resting spot before stepping back outside. Gano gazed at the vast expanse of stars above, murmuring to himself that he must hasten the enhancement of his own prowess, for the adversaries he would face in the future would become increasingly formidable. His current strength barely amounted to a fraction of theirs. Frieza, the androids, Cell, the gods of destruction, and the angels, such a plethora of powerful foes awaited him. Particularly daunting were those of the god of destruction caliber. They were indeed cosmic-level opponents. In the presence of a god of destruction, Frieza appeared as nothing more than a mere insect, subject to their whims and capable of being tormented at will. Gano's mind dwelled on these thoughts, and his hand instinctively clenched into a fist. Very well, let us take action. Diligent cultivation is of utmost importance. Gano reflected on his combat prowess, concluding that today's battle had indeed augmented the energy within him, albeit not to a significant extent. It seems that to truly enhance his fighting capabilities, engaging in battle remains the most effective approach. Gano rose to his feet and commenced his training, delivering powerful punches and kicks with precision. His body twisted and turned, ceaselessly altering the trajectory of his strikes in midair. One moment he unleashed a fist, the next a leg, followed by a knee strike. As he continued, the speed of Gano's movements intensified, creating gusts of wind that swirled around him, stirred by the force of his actions. Gano ceased his training, and the vigorous wind dissipated slowly with his stillness. The noise from Gano's practice roused the slumbering Leia. With sleepy eyes, Leia emerged from the cave and beheld Gano in his meditative state. She addressed him, "Brother Gano, why do you not rest? Are you not weary?" "It's fine. I'm not particularly tired." "Leia, you should return to sleep." Gano replied. "I am already awake," Leia asserted. "Since you're training, it would be unjust for you to have no opponent. Allow me to be your challenger." Before she could finish her sentence, Leia launched an attack towards Gano, her fist aimed squarely at his face. Gano swiftly extended his palm to block her strike. "Not bad. You've even learned to engage in surprise attacks," he remarked. "This is something I learned from you, Brother Gano. What do you think? Have I startled you with my sudden assault?" Leia teased. "You still need to hone your skills." "Little sister, if you intend to scare me," Gano responded, yet his words were cut short as Leia executed a side kick aimed at his waist. Gano swiftly evaded her strike with a deft movement. "Very well. If that's how it is, then I shall retaliate," Gano declared as he swiftly approached Leia, his fist poised to strike. Upon seeing his punch hurtling towards her, Leia quickly raised her arm in defense. However, the force emanating from Gano's blow propelled her backward. Embracing her Saiyan warrior spirit, Leia charged at Gano, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of their clash. White sonic booms erupted in the sky, accompanied by the incessant sounds of combat. After a brief exchange of combat and skillful sparring, Gano and Leia ceased their duel. Gano remarked, "Let us take a break. Today's training shall conclude here. We must prepare for our journey to Earth tomorrow." "Very well, let us rest then," was the reply. The following day, Gano and Leia boarded their spacecraft, locking onto Earth's coordinates, setting forth towards the planet. The voyage from Rad Star to Earth would take 6 months, during which Leia and Gano could enter a state of slumber. Upon their arrival, the spacecraft would awaken them. After 6 months of travel, they finally reached Earth. Upon opening the hatch, Leia and Gano stepped out, gazing at the planet before them. "So this is Earth," Leia exclaimed, activating the energy detector. It registered a power level of 5. Indeed, it is a lesser planet with a combat power of merely 5. "Brother Gano, where did you say the martial arts masters are?" Gano proclaimed, "Follow me." The moment Gano and Leia arrived on Earth, the celestial beings became aware of their presence. Yet they remained uncertain of the intentions that brought them here. Gano and Leia arrived on a small island, where they beheld a bald old man leisurely basking in the sun beneath a parasol. Could this be none other than Master Roshi, the lecherous old sage from Dragon Ball? Master Roshi, sensing Gino's presence, immediately rose to his feet, adopting a wary stance as he detected a formidable aura emanating from Gino. He inquired, "Who are you? And what brings you to my humble abode?" Gino addressed the turtle hermit, stating, "We are the Saiyans from the universe, and we have come here to seek your guidance on how to better harness the energy within us." The turtle hermit replied, "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 7. The cultivation of energy. Noticing the absence of hostility from Gano and Leia, the turtle hermit relaxed his guard. He then said to Gano, "You claim to be a Saiyan from the universe, but I must confess, I have never heard of such a race. We, the inhabitants of Earth, have always resided on this planet and have never ventured into the cosmos. How do you come to know of Earth?" Gano remarked, "This shall remain a secret. Am I to reveal that I am a time traveler, familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball? We harbor no ill intentions upon our arrival on Earth. So I kindly ask Master Roshi to refrain from being overly anxious." In the Celestial Temple, the Supreme Kai, having overheard Gino's words, turned to Popo and inquired, "Popo, are you aware of the cosmos and of the Saiyans?" Popo replied, "I am not privy to such knowledge, Supreme Kai. I am merely your servant, having spent my entire existence on Earth without venturing beyond its confines. It appeared that these two Saiyans bore no malice towards our planet. Should they wish to obliterate it, we would be powerless to intervene, for I sensed an immense power emanating from them." Popo felt it too, muttering his thoughts. "Did you say your purpose in coming to Earth was to better master your energy?" Master Roshi inquired. "Indeed," Gano affirmed. "We have traveled from a distant realm upon hearing that Earthlings primarily cultivate their energy. Individuals of Master Roshi's caliber have attained an unparalleled mastery of it." Gano lavished praise upon Master Roshi. Listening to Gino's commendations, Master Roshi's whiskers perked up with pride. He had not anticipated his reputation in the universe to be so esteemed. That is undoubtedly true. Master Roshi's renown is known far and wide throughout the cosmos. Leia gazed at her brother Gano, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Her brother's ability to weave tales was boundless. Did he not feel the slightest embarrassment? Gano seemed to sense Leia's gaze, and after clearing his throat, he addressed Master Roshi. "Master Roshi, please teach us the art of energy cultivation." Master Roshi replied, "Very well. Since you have traveled great distances to reach Earth, it would be remiss to send you away empty-handed. Furthermore, refrain from calling me Master Roshi. My name is Wutian. You may address me as Teacher Wutian." "All right, Teacher Wutian. Let us commence our energy cultivation," Leia exclaimed. She turned to Gano and said, "Brother Gano, do you think this old man is truly capable? His combat prowess does not even match ours." "Leia, do not speak thoughtlessly. One's worth cannot be measured solely by combat strength. As a master of his caliber, Teacher Wutian is more than capable of guiding us in our energy training. Let us not indulge in such folly." Gano respectfully addressed Master Wutian, saying, "Master Wutian, my sister is somewhat lacking in etiquette. Please forgive her." Wutian chuckled, "No worries, no worries. Your sister truly embodies a genuine spirit." Turning to Leia, he continued, "Indeed, young lady, the energy within you and your brother surpasses mine significantly. However, your mastery of this energy is rather rudimentary." Leia retorted, "You speak so highly of yourself. Why not demonstrate your skills, old man? We Saiyans only revere true strength. Mere words won't suffice." Wutian replied, "How shall I prove it to you, young lady? You mentioned our use of energy being too crude. Let us engage in a contest. If you can best me in a beam clash, I shall concede that you possess genuine prowess. What do you say?" Leia protested, "Don't be ridiculous. Your energy is far too strong. What if you injure Master Wutian?" Wutian reassured her, "It's quite all right. It's merely a clash of energy beams. While my energy may not be as robust as yours, my control over it is quite assured. Come now, young lady." Leia extended her palm, conjuring an energy sphere in her hand, while Wutian joined his hands in a prayer position, unleashing his signature technique, the Kamehameha wave. The two energy beams collided, causing the waters surrounding the Turtle Hermit's island to erupt violently. As the clash continued, Leia found herself at a disadvantage. Wutian unleashed another attack. The Kamehameha struck Leia directly, sending her hurtling away into the sea. Gano swiftly flew to where Leia had fallen, while Wutian calmly stated, "Do not worry. The young lady is unharmed. I exercise great restraint in my actions." Sure enough, moments later, a figure emerged from the water. Leia reappeared beside Master Wutian, bowing slightly and conceding, "Old man, I honor my word. You have won, and I yield." Wutian nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, let us commence our training. You two should sit here. Focus your minds and attune yourselves to the energy within. Allow it to flow through your bodies gradually. This way, during combat, you will be able to harness your internal energy, leading to a reduced expenditure of stamina." Gano and Leia commenced their training under Master Roshi, and a month has passed since then. On this day, amidst the serene surroundings of the island, two figures swiftly darted about, the sounds of combat echoing through the air. It was Leia and Gano engaged in a fierce duel, having perfected their mastery of internal energy over the course of their training. Above the island, Master Wutian observed their sparring, the intermittent thuds of their clashes resonating through the atmosphere, while the ocean churned below. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the sea's surface at an alarming speed, nearly colliding with Master Roshi. It was Leia, propelled away by Gino's forceful strike, who then approached her. Leia, catching her breath, addressed Gino, saying, "Brother Gino, let us cease our sparring. You have triumphed every time. It has become rather dull." Gino remarked, "Leia, you must continue to strive diligently." Over the course of a month of training, Gino's energy had surged to an impressive 100,000, while Leia's growth was even more remarkable, soaring from 3,000 to 90,000. Such a significant enhancement in combat prowess left Gino feeling quite envious. Gino often exclaims, "Leia, how is it that your combat prowess has increased so rapidly? Truly, you are an elite warrior." To which she responds with a chuckle, "Indeed, I feel that with a bit more diligent training, I could surpass my brother Gino." Gino remarked, "Then you must strive diligently." "Indeed, I shall exert myself, brother Gino," replied Leia. At that moment, Wu Tian addressed Gino, saying, "Gino, I have never encountered geniuses like you. In merely a month, you have mastered your energy to such an extent that I find myself envious of your innate talent." Leia interjected, "Old man, this is not something you can covet. We Saiyans continuously evolve through combat, to grow through battle. Your race is truly born for conflict," he acknowledged. "You are correct. We Saiyans are known throughout the cosmos as a warrior race. No wonder, I find I have little left to teach you. You may take your leave." Gino expressed his gratitude, saying, "Teacher Wu Tian, thank you for your guidance. Until we meet again." With that, he soared into the sky. "Old man, I'm leaving too. Farewell." Leia followed suit, vanishing from Wu Tian's sight. Chapter 8. The training of immortal Carlin. Gino bid farewell to Master Wu Tian and soared directly towards the dwelling of the immortal Carlin, closely followed by Leia. At that moment, Carlin was also observing Gino and Leia. Upon noticing their approach, he scratched his head with his feline paw, repeatedly muttering, "Do not come here. Do not come here." To his surprise, with a swift whoosh, Gino and Leia had already arrived before him. Gino greeted, "Greetings, Master Karen. I believe you are aware of my purpose for coming here." Master Karen, leaning on his cane and proudly displaying his ample belly, replied, "Indeed. I know why you are here. I have seen it in the water mirror. That lad, Wu Tian, seems to be training you well, yet there are still imperfections. Truly, one mountain cannot help but rise above another." In Master Karen's eyes, Wu Tian's methods of cultivation were far from flawless. "Then, I humbly request your guidance, Master Karen. Guidance is not beyond my capacity, but I have conditions," he stated. Upon hearing this, Leia became incensed and retorted, "You little feline, how dare you impose conditions upon us?" Master Karen bristled at being referred to as a cat and snapped back, "I am Master Karen, not some cat. If you do not wish to learn, I shall not stop you." "Such a feisty little cat," Gino interjected quickly. "Leia, show some respect. What are your conditions?" he inquired. "There are no special conditions. Merely that I am out of salmon. If you can procure some salmon for me, I shall teach you." Before Master Karen could finish his sentence, Gino had already vanished. He swiftly flew to an unknown lake, casually unleashed an energy blast, and with a resounding thud, the surface of the lake was teeming with various fish. Without a second thought, he produced a bag and collected all the fish within. His form darted back toward Karen Tower. Master Karen was still observing through the water mirror when Gino reappeared, burdened with a hefty sack of fish. Master Karen remarked, "While others use energy blasts to vanquish foes, you utilize them to catch fish. You truly are a peculiar one. Isn't this efficient?" Gino replied, handing the bag to Master Karen, who quickly opened it, extracted a fish, and devoured it with great relish. Indeed, cats do have a fondness for fish. After finishing his meal, Master Karen declared, "Seeing your sincerity, I shall teach you." He produced a small bell from his robes and hung it on his cane, saying to Gino, "If you can snatch this bell without it ringing, then you shall succeed." Leia interjected, "I expected some extraordinary training. Is this all?" "Watch me," Master Karen replied. "Then you may go first." Leia immediately released her energy and swiftly darted toward Master Karen. Just as she was about to seize the bell, Master Karen slightly tilted his body, evading Leia's attack with ease. Gino observed keenly from the side, noting that the amplitude of Carlin's movements was minimal, thus the bell remained silent. Carlin remarked, "Although your energy is vast, the moment you make a move, I can discern your intended attack. A true master can perceive their opponent's trajectory through their actions. Therefore, you still have much to learn. With determination, Leia retorted, I refuse to believe that. Let us go again. Very well. Bring it on, Carlin replied. After several attempts, Leia failed to strike the bell, ultimately exhausting her strength and collapsing onto the ground. Noticing her fatigue, Carlin asked, do you still consider this to be simple? Gasping for breath, Leia responded, no. It is anything but simple. At this moment, Gano stepped forward and addressed Master Karen, saying, allow me to give it a try. Master Karen gazed at Gano and responded, very well, then you may proceed. Gano closed his eyes, immersing himself in a state of profound relaxation. Suddenly, he opened them and found himself standing before Master Karen. With a swift motion, he extended his finger and snatched the bell, yet it rang out. This unexpected maneuver startled Master Karen. It was astonishing for a novice to seize the bell on the first attempt. Although the ringing signified he had not succeeded, it was nonetheless an impressive feat. Master Karen regained his composure and remarked, but you have taken the bell. The sound means you have not passed. Come, let us proceed. Gano tossed the bell back to Master Karen. The training resumed, and as Leia observed Gano closely, she noticed he had minimized his energy output. In contrast, she had maximized hers, allowing Master Karen to anticipate her movements. It became clear to her now. Master Karen grew increasingly alarmed. This young man was becoming faster with each attempt, his movements lighter and more agile. He mused that in a few days, Gano would effortlessly grasp the bell from his hand. Acknowledging the progress, Master Karen declared, that will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow. Gano, our dinner has vanished. Please go prepare a meal for us. Upon hearing this, Gano understood. It turned out that a craving for fish had arisen. I wondered why the training had ceased. Without uttering a word, Gano soared towards the ground. In no time, he returned with a bag full of fish. Without a care, the immortal Carlin plunged headfirst into the bag, initiating his dining ritual. Thus, 5 days passed. During this time, Gano and Leia had become adept at stealthily snatching the bell from Carlin's grasp, all without a sound. Carlin gazed at these two peculiar beings, utterly speechless. Where did these creatures come from, mastering the art of breath control with such ease? All right, he finally conceded. You two have graduated. There is nothing more for me to teach you. You may take your leave. Gano expressed his gratitude, saying, Master Carlin, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you for your kindness over the past few days. This is a gift I offer to you. Gano produced an impressively large bag, filled to the brim with fish. Upon witnessing this abundance of sustenance, Master Carlin's appetite surged dramatically. Without hesitation, he leaped into the bag of fish and remarked, You clever lad, it appears you possess quite the thoughtfulness. Very well, I shall accept this bounty. Gano remarked, Master Carlin, I find the little beans in your jar quite delightful. Might you spare me a few? Master Carlin, absorbed in his thoughts regarding the fish, waved his hand dismissively and replied, Certainly, take as many as you wish. These are merely trivial creations of mine, not of significant value. Not of significant value? Yet these are life-saving celestial beings, exclaimed Gano. If you claim they hold little worth, then I shall humbly accept your generosity. Very well, I shall proceed to take some, said Gano. Yes, take them away. Do not hesitate. Master Carlin encouraged. Gano, without a hint of hesitation, poured dozens of cans of celestial beans into his cloth bag. Once prepared, he bid farewell to Master Karen. In an instant, Gano soared rapidly into the sky, his destination unmistakably the Celestial Palace. This revelation startled Master Karen. The young lad was indeed aware of the Celestial Palace. However, it should be fine. He merely seeks to enhance his own strength. Subsequently, Master Karen resumed his enjoyment of the delectable fish. Chapter 9. Bobo's training. Gano and Leia arrived at the Celestial Temple, where the celestial deity and Bobo had long been awaiting their arrival. The celestial deity spoke. Welcome, distant guests, to my Earth. I am the celestial deity of this realm. How may I assist you? Gano cast his gaze and beheld an extraterrestrial being with emerald green skin, adorned with two antenna-like appendages atop its head. Standing before them was a stoic figure, characterized by a prominent nose and thick lips, enveloped in a cloak of obsidian skin. Gano immediately spoke. I sincerely apologize for the interruption. We have journeyed from afar to Earth with the sole purpose of mastering the art of its energy. We humbly seek your guidance. O divine being, it is of no consequence. Our Earth is exceptionally hospitable, though this does not extend to those who harbor animosity towards it, the divine being replied. Rest assured, O divine being, we come solely to learn, not to invade, Gano reassured. Indeed, I am well aware that should you possess hostile intentions, our warriors of Earth would not remain indifferent, even if we are not their match, the divine being stated. This I fully comprehend. The warriors of Earth do not greet invaders with kindness. Then let us commence our training, Gano declared. Bobo, I entrust their training to you, the divine being said, addressing Mr. Bobo nearby. Very well, divine being, I shall dedicate myself to their instruction, Bobo replied. Indeed, I have faith in you, Bobo. The divine being leaned upon his staff and entered his celestial hall. Bobo turned to Gano and said, Follow me, both of you. They arrived at a vast, open space. Bobo addressed Gano and Leia. You have already been taught the cultivation of energy by Wutian and Carlin, so I shall not repeat that. What I wish to impart to you is but one thing, the art of perfect combat. Upon hearing the prospect of combat, a gleam of excitement shone in the eyes of Gano and Leia. Mr. Bobo, does combat not correlate with the magnitude of one's energy? Leia inquired, surprisingly taking the initiative to seek knowledge. Bobo responded, the quantity of energy within the body does relate to combat, but it is not connected to the techniques of fighting. How about this? You both attack me together. You will truly understand. Exchanging glances, Leia and Gano launched their assault on Bobo. Leia unleashed her energy to its fullest extent, causing the entire celestial hall to tremble. Once the energy was released, she charged towards Bobo. In a swift motion, Leia aimed a punch at Bobo's face. Just as her fist neared Bobo's cheek, he deftly turned his head aside, evading Leia's strike. Gano observed Leia's aggressive onslaught. Indeed, Saiyans tend to favor violence as a means of resolution. In stark contrast to Leia, Gano adopted a demeanor that was markedly different. He minimized his own presence and advanced towards Bobo. However, rather than confronting Bobo head-on, Gano deftly maneuvered to the side, delivering a powerful punch as he approached. Gano's attack range was remarkably limited, yet the force behind it was immense. With a single punch unleashed, Bobo initially attempted to evade, but realizing escape was futile. He resorted to using his arm to shield himself from Gano's onslaught. The moment Bobo's arm met Gano's fist, an overwhelming power surged from Gano's blow, propelling Bobo forcefully backward, causing his body to topple over. Gano, seizing the opportunity, swiftly advanced to strike from behind Bobo, intending to deliver another punch. However, Bobo deftly countered by slapping Gano's fist with his palm, allowing his body to land gracefully on the ground. Subsequently, Bobo launched an attack on Gano. In a flash, Bobo's speed was astonishing, and he soon stood before Gano, who was momentarily taken aback. Bobo's fist connected forcefully with Gano's abdomen, causing Gano's eyes to widen in shock as a colorless liquid erupted from his mouth. Gano's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the grand entrance of the Temple of the Gods, which fell with a thunderous crash. Having vanquished Gano, Bobo then swiftly moved behind Leia, delivering a powerful kick that sent her flying as well. Emerging from the rubble, Gano rubbed his aching abdomen and remarked, Ouch, that really hurts. Mr. Bobo is indeed formidable. I have never endured such an attack since my training began. Truly, there are always greater heights to aspire to. Leia also emerged from the debris, exclaiming, Oh dear, Mr. Bobo is undeniably powerful. We have both suffered a significant defeat at his hands. Bobo then inquired, So what will it be? Care for another round? Gano and Leia replied simultaneously, Of course we have come. With a rival like Mr. Bobo, we could not have wished for more. Mr. Bobo took note. We can now launch our attack. Mr. Bobo nodded subtly. Gano and Leia launched their assault against Mr. Popo, their synergy remarkable. Initially, they found themselves repeatedly sent flying by Popo's relentless attacks. However, their tenacity shone through as they bravely charged back at Popo after each setback. As this cycle continued, the frequency with which Gano and Leia were knocked away steadily diminished. Gano and Leia were continuously learning and growing amidst their fierce battle. This rigorous training regimen persisted for over an hour, until finally, exhausted, they were vanquished by Mr. Bobo. Throughout the course of this prolonged confrontation, Gano and Leia's stamina rapidly diminished, while Mr. Bobo remained unfazed, his visage betraying no sign of exertion, though, admittedly, his dark complexion rendered any flush imperceptible. Mr. Bobo then declared, Well then, let us conclude today's training. Reflect on our battle and discern what insights you have garnered. I must prepare a meal for the deity now. Excuse me. With that, he strode directly into the divine hall. As they watched Mr. Bobo's figure fade from sight, Leia, panting, remarked, Gano, I never anticipated that such a formidable expert could emerge from such a seemingly lowly planet. Gano remarked, so how about it? This time, did I make the right choice? Not only was it the right choice, it was an absolute windfall, Layla responded. Gano remarked, Laya, I firmly believe that upon completing Mr. Bobo's training, our combat prowess will escalate significantly. The following day, Gano, Laya, and Bobo continued their training. Bobo skillfully deflected their assaults and stated, in battle, one must strive to inflict maximum damage with minimal effort. The essence of combat lies in being as unrestrained as the wind and as swift as lightning. Upon hearing these words, Gano promptly composed himself, closing his eyes. Observing Gano's demeanor, Laya seemed to comprehend his intentions and followed suit. Shutting her eyes as well, Bobo, gazing at their expressions, unexpectedly wore a smile upon his typically impassive face. Fortunately, at that moment, Gano and Laya remained with their eyes closed. Had they opened them, they would have been astonished by Bobo's rare smile. Bobo chose not to disturb them, standing quietly before them. Chapter 10. A surge in combat power after a moment of serene stillness. Gano and Laya simultaneously opened their eyes. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that their auras had grown increasingly substantial. Gano said, Mr. Popo, I am ready to make my move. So am I, Layla replied. Very well, come forth. Popo beckoned to them. Gano and Laya instantly launched their assault, arriving before Bobo in the blink of an eye. Without any superfluous movements, they unleashed a direct punch aimed at Bobo's face. Unbeknownst to Bobo, it seemed as though these two had experienced a revelation. Their speed and the ferocity of their strikes elevated to an entirely new echelon. In response, Bobo swiftly retaliated with a barrage of punches, resulting in a fierce collision of fists. At the very moment their fists met, the surrounding air trembled violently. Thus, Gano, Laya, and Bobo became enmeshed in a tumultuous battle, the air reverberating with the incessant sound of their clashes, while white sound waves flickered around them. The intensity of the combat caused the entire celestial hall to quiver. The celestial being emerged from the hall, aghast at the fearsome spectacle before him, cold sweat involuntarily trickling down his green cheeks. He murmured, if these two harbor any hostility towards Earth, then our planet is truly doomed. Thankfully, they do not appear to be here to conquer it. The battle raged on, with Bobo continuously fending off Gano and Laya's attacks, while simultaneously imparting guidance. Gano, that punch was utterly unnecessary. You waste your energy in vain. Laya, what are you doing? Your strikes lack speed. Quicken your pace. Your force is insufficient. Apply more power. Your movements are too exaggerated, and your evasion lacks swiftness. Under such tutelage, Gano and Laya's prowess burgeoned rapidly over the span of a month. On one fateful day, as they sparred with Bobo, a minor miscalculation on Bobo's part allowed Gano and Laya to send him soaring through the air. This marked the first occasion since their training began that they had managed to overpower Bobo. Bobo flew backward with great speed, and at a critical moment, the celestial being intervened, pointing towards Bobo. From behind him appeared a star-shaped shield, cushioning his flight. Bobo regained his footing and respectfully addressed the celestial being. Thank you, celestial being. No need for such formalities. It is only right, came the reply. Subsequently, Bobo approached Gano and Laya, stating, I no longer possess anything further to teach you. My task is complete. Gano and Laya expressed their gratitude to Popo. The deity remarked, you two are truly prodigious. Within merely a month's time, you have triumphed over Mr. Popo. It is indeed a cause for celebration. Gano remarked, this is a commendation from Mr. Bobo. The celestial being responded, you are too modest. Genius is indeed genius. The humans of Earth lack the profound insight that you possess, and your combat prowess is truly formidable. Now that you have completed your training, are you not preparing to return to your own planet? Yes, we intend to return, they replied, but before we depart, we have one final request, which we hope the celestial being will grant. Speak, what is it? I am aware that within the celestial palace lies a place where 1 year's training equates to merely a day outside. Upon hearing this, Laya exclaimed, is such a place truly existent? It sounds like a wondrous realm. Her gaze turned towards the celestial being. The celestial being was taken aback, surprised that she was aware of the spirit time room. Indeed, such a place exists. It is called the spirit time room. Training there yields remarkable results. Bobo, take these two to the spirit time room, commanded the celestial being. Certainly, celestial being. Please, follow me, Bobo replied. After expressing their gratitude to the deity, Gano and Laya followed Bobo into the chamber of spirit time. They entered the temple and approached a door. Bobo opened it and addressed Gano and Leia, saying, "You may enter. Remember, you can only remain inside for 2 years, which equates to merely 2 days in the outside world. Should you exceed this time, you will be trapped forever. Do you understand?" Leia hastily inquired, "But what will we eat?" "There is an ample supply of water and food sufficient for your 2-year stay. Now please step inside." Gano and Leia stepped directly into the time chamber. They proceeded down the corridor until they arrived at the inner sanctum of the chamber. Upon entering, Leia remarked, "It is rather warm in here. The atmosphere feels so tedious." Gano remarked, "Indeed, true strength is forged in solitude and loneliness. Layla, we must seize the moment. We have but 2 years. Very well, let us commence our training." Gano and Leia suddenly erupted with fury, causing the entire spirit time chamber to tremble. After a moment, the chamber regained its stability. Gano and Leia commenced their training, employing all the techniques they had acquired during this period. Their fierce exchanges stirred the air within the hyperbolic time chamber, causing the atmosphere to circulate with increasing intensity. Outside, the Supreme Being addressed Bobo, inquiring, "Bobo, what level of strength do you believe Gano will attain upon emerging from the time chamber?" Bobo replied, "I am uncertain, Supreme Being, but I sense that Gano's power will become exceedingly formidable." In the blink of an eye, 2 days had nearly elapsed in the external world, while Bobo and the Supreme Being awaited Gano and Leia at the entrance of the time chamber. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Gano and Leia stepped out. As they emerged, the Supreme Being noted a peculiar absence of energy emanating from them, and only Bobo's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to its usual composure. The Supreme Being approached Gano, akin to a curious child, and scrutinized both him and Leia. "What is amiss, Supreme Being? Is something wrong?" Gano inquired. "Indeed, something is profoundly amiss. Where is the energy that you and Leia possessed? I cannot perceive its presence." Gano remarked, "This is the manifestation of energy, akin to the transformation from gas to liquid. Now, the energy within both Layla and me permeates every cell in our bodies. Once we commence battle, it will be instinctively harnessed. Is it truly so formidable? I never anticipated energy could be utilized in such a manner," Layla responded. The deity interjected, "Gano, you are indeed a genius. I wonder how much your strength has evolved." "Oh, it seems the deity intends to test us. Layla, showcase the fruits of our training." "Certainly. Deity, brace yourself for the impact of my energy." With that, Layla began to unleash her power. Atu? The entire divine hall, nay, the entire western city trembled under the force of her energy. Sweat poured down the deity's forehead. During her 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, Layla had cultivated her combat prowess to a remarkable 50,000. Afterward, she retracted her energy. The deity then turned his gaze towards Gano, who said, "I believe I shall refrain for now, deity. Brother Gano, why not give it a try and allow the deity to witness your progress?" Layla encouraged. Upon hearing Layla's words, the deity fervently nodded in agreement towards Gano. "Very well. Just ensure you keep your distance, deity." The deity swiftly retreated within the confines of the divine hall. Gano commenced the oration, and with a mighty exhalation, the air surrounding him surged to envelop the entire sky, transforming the atmosphere into a tumultuous spectacle of shifting winds and dark, ominous clouds. Gano has diligently cultivated his powers within the confines of the time chamber for 2 years, elevating his combat prowess to an impressive 2 million. The rapid escalation of his strength has even stirred envy in Leia. Chapter 11. Dr. Brisfo. The aura emanating from Gano resonated throughout the entire planet, causing it to tremble. The wise turtle hermit on the island sensed this powerful energy and remarked, "I never imagined that Gano could reach such heights. Alas, it seems I must devote myself to training with renewed vigor." Meanwhile, below the temple, Master Karen was jolted by Gano's immense presence, tumbling over in astonishment. He muttered, "This is simply overwhelming. Is he even human?" In the heavenly palace, the celestial god observed Gano's formidable form, his entire being quaking in disbelief. Is this the result of training in the hyperbolic time chamber? He thought, swallowing hard before exclaiming, "This is utterly astonishing. Ever since Genu's combat power surpassed the threshold of 1 million, the energy within him has been surging uncontrollably, even without deliberate cultivation. The energy within him continues to rise incessantly. Could this be the remarkable strength of the ancient Saiyan bloodline?" Gano retracted his imposing aura as the celestial being gradually emerged from behind the temple. Had the temple not shielded him from the brunt of Gano's overwhelming presence, the celestial being felt he might have been swept away by the sheer force of Gano's eruption. Approaching Gano, the celestial being remarked, I did not anticipate that your strength would ascend to such formidable heights. It is indeed a considerable source of pressure. Gano chuckled and said, the deity exaggerates. In this vast universe, I am but a minuscule speck of dust, hardly worthy of mention. True power lies in those who can obliterate a planet with a mere flick of their finger. My current strength is hardly noteworthy. The deity, astonished, inquired, is that true? Are there such formidable beings in the universe? Indeed, Gano replied, thus my mission is to continually strengthen myself, for that is of utmost importance. It seems that we must also cultivate a group of practitioners here on Earth. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, we shall be left vulnerable to the whims of fate. Well then, deity, my companion Leia and I have fulfilled our mission on Earth. It is time for us to return to our own planet. Let us part ways here. Ah, you were leaving for your planet so soon? Very well. I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Farewell, deity, Mr. Bobo. The deity bid them goodbye, and Mr. Bobo, still in a daze, merely nodded in response. Gano and Leia soared into the sky, this time arriving at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, the future abode of the world's wealthiest individual, Bulma. Gano and Leia soared through the skies, gazing down at the structures below, diligently searching for the emblem of the capsule company. Suddenly, Gano spotted an elliptical building. Could it possibly be Dr. Brisk's capsule company? Gano and Leia had just arrived and were about to enter when they were halted by the security guard at the entrance. The guard inquired, may I ask who you're looking for? We seek Dr. Brisk, Gano replied. Could you kindly inform him of our presence? Do you have an appointment? The guard asked. Dr. Brisk is quite occupied, and meetings require prior arrangements. I apologize, but we do not have an appointment. Please let him know that distant relatives have come to visit Dr. Brisk, Gano implored. Very well, please wait here for a moment while I notify him, the guard responded. Before long, a figure emerged behind the guard, an elderly gentleman adorned with spectacles, a hint of white beard, and clad in a white coat, exuding a warm and gentle aura. Dr. Brisk gazed at Gano and Leia, remarking, I do not seem to recall having relatives such as you. Additionally, you bear no resemblance to us. You possess tails. While we do not, it is inconceivable that I could have such kin. Gano stated, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gano, and this is Leia. We fabricated the story of being your family merely to meet you. I hope you can forgive us. The security guard responded, how could you deceive me? This is utterly despicable. Gano chuckled warmly, my dear young friend, I sincerely apologize. Our only intention was to meet Dr. Brisford, which led us to this rather desperate measure. What brings you to seek me? Inquired Dr. Brisford. I wish for Dr. Brisford to equip our spacecraft with a gravity system, specifically by installing a gravity chamber within the ship for our training purposes. Upon hearing the mention of a spacecraft, Dr. Brisford's excitement was palpable. A spacecraft? Where is it? Please, lead me to it. I have yet to behold a spacecraft. Very well, Dr. Brisford, please take my hand, and I shall guide you to the location of our vessel. Layla, kindly wait here for a moment. As soon as Gano placed his hand upon Layla's, he soared into the air, swiftly heading towards his ship. The security personnel, witnessing this astonishing feat, felt their throats constrict in disbelief, murmuring, how can one fly? What manner of creature is this? Layla responded, is flying not quite ordinary? The people of our planet can all fly, you know, but we can do more than just fly. She exclaimed, directing her finger to conjure a beam of light, which materialized a gaping pit before the security officer, from which dark smoke billowed forth. Faced with such a display, the officer was utterly petrified, collapsing to the ground in terror. At that moment, Gano returned, carrying the spacecraft. And upon seeing Layla's antics, he hurriedly exclaimed, Layla, not again. Come here at once. Gano approached the security guard and said, please do not take offense. My sister simply enjoys having fun, but we harbor no intention of causing you any harm. Gano assisted the security guard to his feet, swiftly calming his agitated emotions. Gano set down the spacecraft, and Dr. Brisk emerged from within, his face alight with excitement. So this is the spacecraft? Indeed. It is entirely different from the technology we possess on Earth. Gano inquired, is it possible to install a gravity chamber? Dr. Brisk's finger rested thoughtfully on his chin for a moment before he replied, yes, but I will require some time. Very well, that is not an issue, Gano responded. However, I would like to offer Dr. Brisk a suggestion. Could you possibly invent a retractable device? For instance, if the spaceship is excessively large, you could install a mechanism that, with the press of a button, would reduce the ship to the size of a capsule. What do you think of my idea? That's a splendid notion. I have been contemplating similar concepts. It seems we share a common vision. Nevertheless, our primary focus should be on the creation of your gravity chamber. Thus, Gano and Leia took residence at Dr. Brisk's home, during which time Gano also encountered the future indispensable protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma. However, at this point, Bulma was merely an infant of a few months. After a day's training, Gano and Leia would amuse Bulma, providing considerable relief to Mrs. Brisk. One day, Mrs. Brisk remarked, "Gano, your gravity chamber is complete. My husband requests your presence at the company." "So soon?" "Very well, I understand, Mrs. Brisk. I apologize for the inconvenience over the past few days. Farewell. Do take good care of little Bulma." "Indeed, I shall." With that, Leia and Gano set off directly towards Dr. Brisk's company. Chapter 12. Leia's complaints. Gano and Leia arrived at Dr. Brisk's company, where they found Dr. Brisk diligently inspecting the spacecraft. Upon noticing Gino's presence, Dr. Brisk promptly exclaimed, "Gano, I have completed your gravity chamber. Come and take a look." Gano remarked, "Indeed. It is astonishing that the most distinguished scientist on Earth has managed to construct the gravity chamber so swiftly. I anticipated a longer wait." Dr. Brisk responded, "Please, do not jest. As a scientist of this planet, I pale in comparison to the premier intellects of the cosmos. However, do take a look at the gravity chamber." "Very well, I shall examine the gravity chamber," Gano stated as he entered the spacecraft, where an expansive gravity chamber unfolded before his eyes. Dr. Brisk continued, "This is the activation mechanism. Currently, the maximum gravity is set to 200 times that of Earth's gravitational pull. This is the extent to which I can elevate the gravity, constrained by terrestrial technological limitations. Here lies the bathing area, and here is the music room, along with the dining hall where you may dine after your training sessions. This encompasses the entirety of the gravity chamber's configuration. Do you find anything else you wish to add?" "Nothing more is required. This is already splendid. I am quite satisfied with the gravity chamber." "Thank you, Dr. Brisk. It is I who should express my gratitude. For you have introduced me to the technological advancements of the universe, and I have learned a great deal about science and technology aboard your spacecraft. This is the essence of mutual benefit." Gano remarked, "In that case, we shall take our leave. We have lingered on Earth for quite some time, and now it is time to depart. Farewell, Dr. Brisk." "Well then, farewell. I anticipated your departure. However, Gano, will you return to Earth in the future?" "Indeed, Dr. Brisk. I shall visit Earth frequently in times to come." Gano and Leia entered the spacecraft, sealing the hatch behind them. They waved farewell to Dr. Brisk and pressed the ignition button, causing the vessel to swiftly transform into a streak of light, soaring into the cosmos. As they departed, Dr. Brisk retreated into his laboratory, determined to invent a universal adhesive capsule. In the celestial temple, the deity addressed Bobo, inquiring, "Bobo, do you believe Gano will safeguard our Earth in the future?" Bobo replied, "O Divine One, I cannot say for certain, but I do know that Gano possesses a noble heart." Upon hearing this, the deity nodded thoughtfully. Within the spacecraft, Leia inquired, "Brother Gano, where shall we venture next?" Gano responded, "Our forthcoming destination for training is planet Namek. Set the coordinates accordingly. On Namek, we shall experience a rapid enhancement of our combat prowess." Leia remarked, "I shall also train in the gravity chamber. What about you?" Gano replied, "Naturally. I shall join you in our training endeavors. Then let us proceed together." She exclaimed. Gano and Leia entered the gravity chamber together. Gano exclaimed, "Let's start with a gravity level 20 times greater." As he activated the gravity device, both Gano and Leia felt as though a colossal mountain had been placed upon them. After a while, Gano acclimated to the intense gravitational pressure, yet Leia still struggled to adapt. Gano began to walk within the gravity chamber, and after a while, he transitioned into a run, followed by unleashing punches and kicks as he diligently trained in the enhanced environment. Observing Gino's extraordinary physique, Leia remarked, "What a peculiar being. He has adapted to 20 times the gravity so swiftly." Meanwhile, Leia struggled to acclimate to the same level of gravity, despite her persistent efforts. She ultimately succumbed to its overwhelming force. Gano approached her, gently assisting her to her feet, and said, "Leia, why don't you step outside for now? Once I complete my training, you may re-enter to continue yours. Begin with a gravity setting of 15 times. Once you have adjusted to that, you can attempt 20 times. Do not rush, as haste may lead to injury." Leia contemplated his words for a moment before responding, "Very well. I must admit, I cannot bear this 20-fold gravity at present. However, I shall soon catch up to your pace." Gano remarked, "I am well aware that my sister Leia will soon catch up with me. After all, she is an elite warrior. As for me, I barely qualify as a low-level fighter. You will undoubtedly surpass me. I have always believed in your strength. He urged, now hurry outside. If the gravity continues to press down on you, I fear your body might not endure it. Come, let me assist you. Leia, with a hint of pride, retorted, Humph. I can walk out on my own. If I cannot withstand this little pressure, how could I ever hope to surpass you? Indeed, Leia is the best, Gano replied. That goes without saying. Now, focus on your training. I shall take my leave, he concluded, as Leia stepped out of the gravity training chamber. Gano began to unleash his energy, causing the entire room to tremble. Leia, feeling Gano's aura, instinctively took a step back, astonished by his overwhelming presence. How had she not noticed how formidable her brother had become? Little did she realize. The Gano before her was no longer the same boy who could not even sense energy. He was now a Saiyan endowed with the bloodline of ancient warriors. Gano relentlessly poured his sweat within the gravity chamber, where the space was now filled with the afterimages of his fists and kicks. He continued to throw punches and execute kicks until the very last drop of his energy was depleted. Then, he approached the control panel to deactivate the gravity release mechanism. The moment gravity dissipated, Gano's body staggered abruptly, nearly causing him to collapse onto the floor. Everything feels so light now, he murmured. Sensing the energy within him, he realized it had multiplied exponentially. To his astonishment, his combat power had surged to an astounding 4.5 million. Is this the terrifying potential of the ancient Saiyan bloodline? He pondered. The greater the pressure, the faster the energy grows, and the stronger the fighting power becomes. It seems I'll need a larger gravity chamber in the future. As the gravity chamber was unveiled, Leia immediately stepped inside, determined not to allow the gap between herself and Gano to widen. Thus, Gano and Leia engaged in relentless training within the confines of the gravity chamber, gradually acclimatizing to the increasing gravity levels, 20 times, 30 times, and even 50 times. On this particular day, the chamber echoed with the sounds of their fierce sparring. The rhythmic thuds of punches and kicks reverberated throughout the space. Suddenly, with a powerful strike, Gano sent Leia flying across the room. Leia quickly exclaimed, No more, no more. You always win, Gano. This is becoming rather dull. Gano approached Leia and inquired, Leia, what is your current base battle power? Why do you want to know that? She replied, Reveal your base battle power, and I shall help you become even stronger than I am. What do you say? Are you interested? Humph, brother Gano is trying to deceive me again, Leia retorted. This time I am truly not deceiving you. Quickly tell me your base battle power, Gano insisted. Leia responded, My current base battle power is 3 million. Yet no matter how hard I strive, it seems to be stuck at this point. Precisely, Leia. I intend to transform you into a Super Saiyan. However, while you have attained the necessary base battle power, it is still insufficient. You must exert even more effort. What is a Super Saiyan? Is this transformation truly remarkable? She asked. Indeed, transforming into a Super Saiyan will elevate your battle power to over 100 million. Such incredible power. I want to transform. Let us continue our training. Chapter 13. Arrival at Namek. Ever since Gano enlightened Leia about the Super Saiyan, she has been relentlessly motivated, training fervently every day and frequently seeking Gano for sparring sessions. To be honest, Gano regretted disclosing the existence of the Super Saiyan to her. Had he known it would lead to this, he might have chosen to remain silent. This predicament proved quite challenging for Gano, as he could no longer focus on his own training. Nevertheless, it was not without merit. Daily sparring with Leia allowed his own battle power to steadily increase, albeit at a somewhat sluggish pace. Yet, the continual growth of his strength filled Gano's heart with immense joy. Gano and Leia have acclimated to an astonishing gravity of 50 times that of Earth, rendering this gravity chamber devoid of any challenge for them. Now, they have set the gravity to its maximum, and within this environment, they can engage in continuous combat with ease, as if traversing solid ground. After adapting to the 50-fold gravity, Leia's combat power has surged to 6 million, while Gano's has escalated to 12 million. This disparity leaves Leia feeling somewhat discontented. However, the mere thought of her potential transformation into a Super Saiyan fills her heart with delight. Gano was also curious as to why Leia, with a battle power of 3 million, could not transform. On that day, the system's voice echoed, signaling its awakening due to the host's distress. Pray tell, what troubles you? Dear host, it was truly a fortuitous occurrence. System, I wish to inquire, does not a Super Saiyan attain transformation upon reaching a battle power of 3 million? Yet Leia remains unable to do so. The system replied, although Leia's battle power has indeed reached 3 million, The S-class cells within her have yet to undergo transformation. What are S-class cells? Is there a connection between a Saiyans transformation into a Super Saiyan and these S-class cells? Certainly, the system explained. When a Saiyan's power reaches 3 million, if their S-class cells saturate their body, a singular opportunity is required for transformation into a Super Saiyan. An opportunity, you say? Oh, I understand now. It is rage. Rage is a crucial catalyst for a Saiyan's transformation. And what is the current status of Leia's S-class cells? The system responded. Leia's S-class cells have reached 70% of her body. She requires an additional 30% to transform into a Super Saiyan. Very well, may I boldly inquire if, possessing the bloodline of ancient Saiyans, I can also transform into a Super Saiyan? Indeed. At this revelation, Gano leapt with joy. But the subsequent words from the system doused his excitement. While the bloodline of ancient Saiyans allows for transformation into a Super Saiyan, it is referred to as an ancient Super Saiyan. To achieve this transformation, your foundational battle power must reach 100 million. Upon hearing this, Gano's expression fell. The requirement for 100 million foundational battle power was indeed daunting. The transformations of ancient Saiyans are categorized into levels. Ancient Super Saiyan Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, Level 6, and the stabilized Ancient Super Saiyan Level 7. By the time you reach the stabilized Ancient Super Saiyan form, you shall have become one of the pinnacle figures in this world. That is promising news. Once I attain the stabilized Ancient Super Saiyan form, I shall be able to challenge the Omni King. Thus, dear host, you must exert yourself. I shall now enter slumber. Please refrain from disturbing me unless necessary. To his surprise, the system exhibited a rather temperamental demeanor. What are you saying, host? I am not yet asleep. Ah, then do rest swiftly. I shall not intrude further, Gano conceded. The system fell silent, indicating that his journey was still long and arduous. He had much ground to cover. With over 80 million battle power still needed to reach the coveted 100 million, he needed to enhance his foundational strength promptly. After more than half a year of travel, the spaceship finally landed on Namek. Upon Gano's arrival, the inhabitants of Namek sensed his presence, as they too could perceive energy. As the hatch opened, Gano and Leia stepped out of the spacecraft, greeted by verdant homes, lush trees, and the green-skinned Namekians. Indeed, the environment nurtures its denizens. No wonder Piccolo is a green fellow. Gano and Leia emerged from the spacecraft, their bodies floating as they absorbed the beauty surrounding them. Leia remarked, "This planet is exquisite. If only our Saiyan home were here as well. We Saiyans are ill-suited for such a picturesque realm. You know well our penchant for conflict. Living on a planet like this, we would surely bring about its destruction." Gano replied, "Indeed, Saiyans are inherently combative. Just look at the inhabitants here. Each face radiates with the joy of happiness, as if they are free from worries. The Namekians cherish peace. They never initiate aggression against other planets and treat their kin with utmost kindness." "You speak as if we Saiyans are malevolent," Leia countered. "We are merely warriors. Every mission is assigned by King Vegeta, and we cannot refuse. Hence, we invade other planets. We are not inherently evil. Yet, throughout the cosmos, the Saiyans are notorious," Gano noted. Just as Leia was about to respond, a figure resembling a deity approached her and inquired, "Who are you? And what brings you to our Namek?" Gano spoke. "We have come to seek an audience with your esteemed elder. Please convey our request." The response was swift. "Our elder is not someone you can simply meet at will. You should leave at once." Just then, another individual emerged and addressed Gano. "Esteemed guest from afar, our elder has summoned you." "What are you doing, Nara?" Gano bowed and said, "Thank you." The Namekian replied, "It is the Grand Elder who sent me to find you. Please follow me." "Ah, so the Grand Elder is aware of my arrival. The Grand Elder is truly omnipotent," Nailu remarked. Gano and Leia followed Neru to a grand green edifice, where the Great Elder awaited within. "Please, enter." Gano and Leia stepped inside, where they beheld a towering Namekian seated within. His immense form occupied 2/3 of the room. Gano spoke, "I apologize for disturbing the Elder." The Elder replied, "Visitors from afar. What brings you here?" Gano continued, "I wish for the Elder to help me unlock my potential, if you would be so gracious." "Very well," the Elder responded. "Approach and stand before me." Gano pushed Leia before the Grand Elder and said, "Please, Grand Elder, awaken my sister's potential." The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Leia positioned herself in front of the Grand Elder, who placed his large hand upon her head. In a short while, Leia's aura began to surge. When her combat power reached 10 million, the Grand Elder removed his hand from her crown. He declared, her potential has been awakened. Now, allow me to awaken yours. I appreciate your assistance, Grand Elder, Gano replied. Chapter 14. Shenlong Barunja. Gano approached the Grand Elder, who placed his hand upon Gano's head. However, after 5 minutes, there was not a semblance of an increase in Gano's power. Sweat began to bead on the Grand Elder's brow, and eventually, he withdrew his hand. The Grand Elder addressed Gano, saying, your potential is exceedingly vast. I am unable to awaken it within you. Is that so? Gano had anticipated this outcome, surmising that his immense potential rendered the Grand Elder incapable of unlocking it. His suspicions were confirmed. Yet, the subsequent words offered him a glimmer of hope. While I cannot ignite your potential, the dragon can. He continued, the dragon of our Namek can awaken your latent abilities. Is that truly so? That is splendid news. Gano exclaimed. At that moment, Neru interjected, Grand Elder, the dragon is the guardian of Namek. It should not be summoned unless absolutely necessary. I am aware of what is required. You shall proceed as instructed, the Grand Elder replied resolutely. Seeing the Grand Elder's determination, Neru bowed respectfully and said, very well, I shall gather the Dragon Balls and summon the dragon. After a short while, Neru returned to the Grand Elder's chamber, announcing, Grand Elder, the Dragon Balls have been collected. We are ready to summon the dragon. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. As Gano and Leia exited the Grand Elder's residence, they beheld a glass sphere, the size of a human head, colored in a vibrant orange, adorned with 1 to 7 stars shimmering upon its surface. So this is the Dragon Ball, Leia remarked in astonishment. Gano, for the first time, gazed upon the Dragon Balls, having not encountered them on Earth. He was taken aback to discover them on Namek. The experience was far more visually striking than the Dragon Balls he had previously seen on screen in his past life. Nalu turned to Gano and declared, I shall summon the eternal dragon. Speaking in the Namekian tongue, Nalu uttered incantations that echoed in the air. In an instant, a brilliant light ascended, shrouding the sky in darkness while lightning crackled above, heralding the arrival of the dragon. A majestic dragon, embodying both Eastern and Western elements, materialized in the skies over Namek. Nalu informed Gano, you may make 3 wishes. Gano, astonished, inquired, can I truly make 3 wishes? Nalu assured him, indeed. The mighty Purunga grants 3 wishes. Very well, for my first wish, I desire to unlock the latent potential within me. Nalu whispered to Purunga, who surveyed Gano with a piercing gaze. In that moment, a glimmer flashed in the dragon's eyes, and Gano felt an incredible surge of energy swell within him, until his combat power reached an astounding base level of 100 million, at which point the energy ceased to rise. Once Purunga had awakened the potential within Gano, the dragon uttered a few words to Nalu before transforming into 7 streaks of light that dispersed into the surrounding sky. This left Gano bewildered. Had he not been promised 3 wishes? Why had the dragon vanished after granting just 1? Nalu approached Gano and explained. The eternal dragon revealed that your potential is exceedingly vast. He only managed to unlock a fraction of it. However, this minuscule release consumed the energy required for all 3 wishes, prompting Purunga to depart in a flurry of light. Understanding dawned upon Gano. Oh, so that is why the dragon disappeared after granting 1 wish. Well, although my full potential remains untapped, I have nonetheless gained something. My energy has increased, and for that, I am content. Let us return to the Grand Elder's abode. Gano and his companions entered the dwelling of the Grand Elder. Gano respectfully clasped his hands together and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grand Elder, for utilizing the divine dragon to awaken my latent potential. The Grand Elder replied, I regret to inform you that I was unable to fully unlock your potential. That is already commendable, Grand Elder. Cultivation must be a gradual journey, not an instantaneous accomplishment. Gano responded. The Grand Elder remarked, you possess a remarkable sense of perspective. Grand Elder, we have intrusively arrived on Namek, and you have rendered us immense assistance. In the future, should you require aid, both Leia and I will undoubtedly respond to your call, Gano assured. The Grand Elder stated, I have but one request. When Namek faces a dire crisis, you may come here to assist us in overcoming the peril. Rest assured, Grand Elder. I, Gano, am a man of my word. When the time comes, I shall certainly help you navigate through the challenges. Gano inquired, but how shall I establish contact with you? How can I ascertain when our Namek star reaches its most critical moment? I can impart to you a unique means of communication, came the reply, no matter how distant. As long as our Namek star is in peril, I shall contact you at the earliest opportunity. This is a distinctive method of communication exclusive to our Namek star, known only to the Grand Elder. Lean in closer, and I shall reveal it to you. Gano approached the Grand Elder, his form rising gracefully as he neared the Elder's lips. The Grand Elder uttered a few words to Gano, who nodded in understanding before returning to his designated place. Very well, in that case, L.A. and I shall take our leave. Should any matters arise on Namek, please inform me at your earliest convenience, he asserted. The Grand Elder acknowledged Gano with a nod and turned to Nairu, instructing, Nairu, see our guests off. Of course, Nairu replied. He accompanied Gano and L.A. to the location of their spacecraft, and then addressed Gano. Please ensure that you honor your promise. Gano said, Nairu, rest assured. I shall uphold my promise, and you must devote yourself to your training as well. I hope that by then, you will be able to contribute to your Namekian kin. Nairu replied, fighting for my planet is an obligation I cannot shirk. I will strive diligently in my training. Indeed, I know you will, Gano affirmed. Well then, we shall take our leave. I hope that when we next meet, your strength will astonish me. Gano and Leia stepped into the spacecraft, activated its systems. And in an instant, the vessel transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Nairu approached the Grand Elder and inquired, Grand Elder, why do you exert yourself so tirelessly to assist them? The Grand Elder replied, Nairu, as the Grand Elder, I possess certain unique perceptions. I sense that at some moment in the future, a calamity will befall Namek, and in that time, a savior will emerge to guide us through our tribulations. This savior is none other than Gano and his companions. Nairu asked, how can you be so sure? The Grand Elder shook his head, pondering, my memories are vague. Yet I am certain that this individual must be a Saiyan. Have you not noticed? Gano and Leia are Saiyans. The Saiyans, Nairu retorted. Those notorious for their invasions of other planets. Why then do you choose to assist them? Do you not see? The Grand Elder responded. That Gano and Leia are unlike other Saiyans? Their hearts are pure, devoid of the bloodlust and malice that characterize their kin. This is why I choose to aid them. Meanwhile, within the confines of the spacecraft, Gano and Leia engaged in conversation. Leia asked, Brother Gano, where shall we journey next? Our next destination is the planet Adrat. Very well, set the course for Adrat. Let us embark. Chapter 15. Ankara Gano and Leia embarked on their journey aboard the spacecraft, setting their sights on the next celestial body. During their voyage, Leia's curiosity ignited as she turned to Gano and inquired, Dear Brother Gano, what whispered secrets did the Grand Elder of Namek share with you? Why is it so shrouded in mystery? Gano remarked, since it is a secret whisper, it cannot be disclosed to you. If you choose not to share, then I have no desire to listen, retorted Leia. Yet her curiosity compelled her to incessantly pester Gano, urging him to reveal what the Elder of Namek had imparted to him. When direct approaches proved futile, she resorted to more subtle tactics. Brother Gano, will you not confide in me? I assure you, your secret shall remain safe with me. Will you not? Gano could no longer endure Leia's persistent coaxing. He turned to her and said, all right, I shall tell you. Is that satisfactory? Please refrain from shaking my arm any longer. Oh, really? Very well, then I shall cease. Gano truly finds himself at a loss with his sister. The Grand Elder of Namek advised me to journey to the planet Adrat to learn a particular secret technique. This technique enables one to instantaneously traverse to another location, which is why I must set our spacecraft's coordinates to the planet Adrat. What is the name of this technique? It is known as instant transmission. For instance, if you can sense the energy of anyone on Earth while on planet Vegeta, you can instantly transport yourself there. Wow, is it really that powerful? I want to learn this technique, Lyra exclaimed. Mastery of this technique relies on innate talent. It is not something one can simply decide to learn, Gano replied. I refuse to believe that. With my intelligence, I am certain I can master this technique. Very well, then I wish you success in learning instant transmission, dear sister. As the spacecraft continued its flight, Gano and Lyra suddenly sensed an immense and malevolent energy. Gano inquired, Leia, have you sensed it? Indeed, I have sensed it, she replied. This presence is immense and profoundly malevolent. While I find our Saiyan essence to harbor a certain wickedness, it is accompanied by a fierceness that distinguishes it from this aura. This is unadulterated evil. She pondered for a moment, and then, in unison, Gano and Leia exclaimed, It is the aura of the demon clan. Yes, precisely. This is the essence of pure demonhood. I recall my father mentioning that the presence of demons is exceedingly malevolent, and each demon possesses extraordinary strength. Brother Gano, look quickly. A spacecraft is approaching us. Gano gazed out through the cabin window of the spaceship, and indeed, a colossal spacecraft was soaring toward them. Gano remarked, No worries. Let us continue our voyage. It would be wise for them not to provoke us. Should they do so, we shall not hold back. Leia nodded in agreement. However, events often unfold unexpectedly, and at that moment, the system's voice echoed. Beep. Detection of demonic presence. The host must eliminate all demons aboard this vessel. Reward. Soul-devouring technique. What is the soul-devouring technique? Gano inquired. The system elucidated. The soul-devouring technique allows the host to consume all forms of energy, demonic essence, malevolent force, divine power, destructive energy, and more. By absorbing these energies, you can enhance your foundational combat prowess and swiftly master the transformation into the ancient Super Saiyan form. Is it truly so formidable? Gano exclaimed. Very well. If that is the case, there is no need for evasion. Leia, steer our ship directly towards the demon vessel. Ah? Why approach them? Did they not agree to leave us be? Would it not be simpler to simply depart? I have my reasons, Gano replied. All right. I too shall join in the fray. Leia piloted the ship, swiftly closing in on the demon vessel. Meanwhile, aboard the demon ship, a report was made to the general. Sir, we have detected a vessel approaching our demon ship. Ah, given this circumstance. It has been many years since our kind has roamed the North Galaxy without anyone daring to intercept our ships. I shall see who possesses the audacity to challenge my ship, the Ankura. This demon, known as Ankura, was a subordinate of Slag, the king of Slag Star, a great force in the cosmos. Slag, a Namekian, had been sent to Slag Star by his parents at a young age. Upon his birth, he exhibited immense strength coupled with a wicked heart. After arriving on Slag Star, he unified the planet through his formidable combat prowess and declared himself king, proclaiming himself the emperor of the universe. Slag was exceedingly malevolent. After unifying Slag Star, he treated his subordinates with brutality, executing those who erred in the slightest. Ankura was one of Slag's subordinates. Opening the hatch, Ankura shouted towards Gano and his companions, Who are you to dare obstruct my divine ship? Ankura? Do you wish to meet your end? Depart at once, or I shall reduce you to ashes. Upon hearing this, Gano replied, Such bravado. Come, Leia. Let us witness this demon who threatens to obliterate us. Gano opened the hatch and gazed at Angira across from him, remarking, You may not be tall in stature, but your audacity is quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, Angira was instantly enraged and retorted, Our demon clan has roamed the northern galaxy with impunity for many years. Even the Frieza force shows us deference. How dare you speak to us with such disrespect? If that is the case, you might as well prepare for death. With that, Angira unleashed an energy blast directed at Gano. Without hesitation, Gano positioned himself in front of Leia, extending a hand to effortlessly block Angira's attack, which startled Angira. Subsequently, Gano applied pressure with his fingers, causing Angira's energy blast to implode. Realizing that someone capable of so easily shattering his attack was undoubtedly far more powerful, Angira began to reconsider his stance. Gano observed Ankura's movements and remarked, You dare to assault me and yet wish to depart? There is no way you shall escape. Gano swiftly approached Ankira, delivering a punch that pierced through Ankira's very being, resulting in his demise. Witnessing the annihilation of their commander, Ankira's subordinates trembled as they stammered, Why you? You have slain General Ankira. King Shrag will not let you escape unscathed. Yes, the very same Shrag who proclaims himself the Cosmic Emperor. Yet, what of Shrag? If he provokes me, even if he is a Cosmic Emperor, I shall bring about his downfall. Leia, I entrust the remaining matters to you. Once again, you leave the trivial minions to me. Very well. Let me handle them. Gano returned to his spacecraft. Brother Gano, I have devised my own unique attack technique. Behold, as I demonstrated for you. With that, Leia soared into the air, arms outstretched, exclaiming, Starburst obliteration. Two colossal shockwaves emanated from her hands, obliterating the demon's spaceship into cosmic dust. On Slag Star, within the Slag Palace, a report was made to King Slag. The star signal of the Ankira spaceship has vanished. Oh, is that so? It seems it has been eradicated. Can we pinpoint the location of its disappearance? An aide replied, Yes, we can. Very well, I shall go personally. Prepare the ship for departure. Chapter 16, Mastering Esoteric Techniques. Having dispatched the Ankira, Gano was rewarded with the soul-devouring technique from the system. Since acquiring this technique, Gano's cultivation has progressed exponentially, advancing at an astonishing pace. Gano continuously trained within the gravity chamber. When his stamina was depleted, he would employ the devouring spirit technique, ceaselessly absorbing the energy of the universe. Regardless of its nature, Gano accepted it all without discrimination. After a month of travel, Gano and Leia finally arrived at the planet Yardrat. As they opened the hatch, both took a deep breath of the fresh air. Wow, how refreshing. The air here is so pure, Gano remarked. During our voyage through space, the air we breathed was particularly foul, and in the vacuum, survival was impossible. That's why we come to Yardrat, to see if there are any secret techniques that allow one to survive in such conditions. Agreed, Leia replied. But it all depends on whether Yardrat possesses such esoteric arts. Gano and Leia were still engaged in conversation when a being from Adrat Star approached them. He spoke to them, "Are you the Saiyans from the cosmos? Have you come to learn the secrets of our Adrat Star?" Leia whispered to Gano, "Brother Gano. How does he know our purpose for coming here?" "I have no idea," Gano replied. Gano and Leia remained in a state of astonishment when the Yadraletian inquired, "Why don't you speak up?" Gano pondered. Since that is the case, it would be far better to openly acknowledge it. "Indeed, there is no mistake. We have come here to learn the arcane arts of your planet." "Very well, then follow me." What is this situation? Is it truly going so smoothly?" Gano and Leia did not ponder much and simply followed the Adralians, unaware of their destination. As they proceeded, they arrived at a square, symmetrical structure. The Adralian remarked, "Please wait here for a moment. The sage shall arrive shortly." Gano clasped his hands and said, "I apologize for the trouble." Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with a goat-like beard approached Gano and Leia. The old man spoke, "You are Leia, and you are Gano, am I correct?" This revelation astonished both Gano and Leia, for they had yet to utter a word, and yet this sage could instantly call forth their names. "Do not be alarmed. This is a form of ancient wisdom from the planet Adrat, capable of foreseeing certain events. Indeed, it appears that the mystical arts of Adrat are truly wondrous." The bearded sage continued, "I am a sage of the Adrat planet, and I can guide you to the ancestral grounds of my people to learn our sacred arts." Gano remarked, "O wise one, we are strangers to you. Why do you not inquire why we should be taken to learn the secrets of your people? Are you not concerned that we may harbor ill intentions? Did I not mention that I possess the ability to foresee certain events, albeit in a vague manner? Nevertheless, such occurrences are destined to transpire. Should you be malevolent, I would discern it instantly. Yet what I perceive is that the savior of our planet resides among the two of you, though I cannot ascertain precisely who it is. You claim we shall save your world in the future? Indeed, that is my prophecy. Are you not apprehensive that your prediction may prove erroneous? The mystical arts of our planet, Adalat, are infallible. Have you not journeyed to Namek and encountered its esteemed elder? Furthermore, did you not vanquish the demons you encountered along the way?" Gano and Leia exchanged a glance, for the sage's words held no semblance of deviation. "Is this also your prophecy?" Gano inquired. The sage nodded in affirmation. "Very well. We shall believe you. Now, would you kindly lead us to your ancestral land?" The sage responded, "Please, follow me." Gano and Leia followed the sage into a cave, where the sage declared, "This is our ancestral ground. I hope you may discover the secret arts that suit you." Gano and Leia respectfully expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, wise one. Please continue with your tasks. I shall not intrude." With that, the wise one departed from the ancestral grounds. Gano gazed at the intricate patterns adorning the walls of the cave and remarked, "This must be the arcane art of the planet Yadarat. Leia, let us hasten our training. Indeed, let us commence our practice without delay. I can hardly contain my anticipation." Gano and Leia embarked on a quest to discover their own unique mystical arts. Gano unearthed 3 techniques: the tortoise breath technique, the profound gravity technique, and his long-desired instant teleportation. The tortoise breath technique, once mastered, would enable him to survive in the vacuum of space, an invaluable means of self-preservation. In the face of formidable foes, should he find himself outmatched, he could retreat into the void, where most races in the universe cannot endure. However, certain species, such as the frost demons, possess the ability to thrive in such inhospitable conditions. The profound gravity technique, on the other hand, acts as a natural gravity chamber. After perfecting this technique, Gano would no longer require a gravity chamber for his training. He could impose gravitational forces upon himself at will. Moreover, this technique could be utilized against others. For instance, during a battle, when an adversary charges at him, he could instantly apply gravitational pressure, causing them to lose their balance, thus providing Gano the opportunity to strike. And so, Gano and Leia commenced their training in these mystical arts. Gano recalled that Sun Wukong took 2 years to master the art of instantaneous movement. He pondered how long it might take him to learn the 3 secret techniques. The training commenced, and as time flowed ceaselessly, 2 years swiftly passed. On this day, Gano opened his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, found himself in a different location on the planet Adralat. In another instant, he was transported to an unknown celestial body. Indeed, the speed of instantaneous movement was remarkable. After 2 years of diligent effort, he had finally mastered all 3 secret techniques. Truly, perseverance yields its rewards. Gano gazed upon the unfamiliar planet. Realizing that mastering instant teleportation required further practice, he decided to sense Leia's aura, and in a swift motion, Gano vanished with a whoosh. On Adrat Star, Leia was engaged in sparring with its warriors. As she unleashed a powerful punch, poised to strike her opponent, Gano unexpectedly materialized before her. Yet, she could not retract her force in time. A resounding thud echoed as Leia opened her eyes to find her fist firmly clasped in Gano's palm. Gino remarked, "What? Even my brother Gino does not recognize me?" Leia responded, "Who could have anticipated your sudden appearance in our training ground? Indeed, it seems that I have yet to master the art of teleportation fully." At that moment, the sage approached Gino and said, "You are already quite the prodigy. In just 2 years, you have mastered 3 secret arts from my home planet of Adratra. This is truly impressive. As the fastest among us Adratrans typically learn only 2 secret arts in the same span." Wow, so my brother Gino has learned 3 secret arts? I have only managed to learn 1. No wonder. I always wondered why my brother dedicated so much time to his training. It turns out he has mastered 3 secret arts. Gano addressed the sage, saying, "You are overly flattering me." The sage replied, "This is not flattery. It is merely a statement of fact." Chapter 17. The Fruit of the Spirit. Leia interjected, "What are you two engaged in? Have you ever considered the feelings of someone who has mastered but a single secret art? This is truly excessive." Gano hastily exclaimed, all right, dear Leia. Please do not be upset. I shall refrain from speaking further." He then turned to the sage and inquired, "You mentioned that your planet will soon face a catastrophe. Might I ask what kind of disaster it is?" The sage spoke of an invasion, though the identity of the aggressor remained unknown. They spoke of a race that sought to exterminate the inhabitants of the planet Adrat, driving them to extinction. Subsequently, they planted a tree upon Adrat, a tree that swiftly absorbed all the energy from their world. Just as the planet teetered on the brink of annihilation, a savior emerged. At this juncture, the sage's gaze bore into Leia and Gano with an intensity that sent shivers down their spines. Gino thought to himself, "Do not gaze at me in such a manner, for it evokes memories of the homosexual encounters prior to my journey through time." Their glances towards one another were precisely like this. Gino hastily cleared his throat and declared, "Wise one, if that is the case, I shall eliminate this hidden peril for you. I still require some time to cultivate here. Once I master the art of instantaneous movement, I shall depart with Leia to confront those who threaten your world." "Very well, then hasten to your training," replied the wise one. Another 6 months passed, and Gino had thoroughly mastered instantaneous movement. Over the course of these 2 years, his combat prowess had surged to an alarming level, reaching a staggering 500 million. If Gino's estimations were correct, it would not be long before he transformed into an ancient Super Saiyan of the 1st level. Leia's combat strength had also risen to 50 million. Upon inquiring with the system, he learned that Leia's S-class cells were on the verge of saturating her entire being. It would only take a moment of fury for her to ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. Indeed, this was a moment of double happiness. Gino and Leia bid farewell to the inhabitants of Adrat and the sages, embarking on a quest to seek out the invaders threatening the planet. Gano and Leia sat within their spacecraft. When Leia inquired, "Brother Gano, how shall we locate those invaders? This universe is vast. We cannot possibly search one planet at a time." As Leia continued her musings, Gano sensed a nearby planet where a fierce battle was underway. The intensity of the energy indicated that 2 formidable opponents were engaged in combat. Leia urged the spacecraft to approach the planet, exclaiming, "There are beings fighting. Let us witness the spectacle." Upon hearing of the conflict, Leia's spirit soared, and she hastily piloted the ship towards the planet. Soon, they landed, and Gano and Leia made their way towards the site of the battle. Upon arrival, they beheld 2 cosmic beings locked in a fierce struggle. No, it was more akin to a brutal clash, each strike executed with lethal precision, designed to vanquish the opponent in one decisive blow. Gano recognized a familiar energy emanating from one of the combatants. Leia remarked, "Why does the aura of that frog-like creature resemble that of the demon clan we encountered previously?" Gino remarked, "How familiar this aura feels. It turns out to be the demon clan? Truly, an unfortunate encounter." He inquired, "So, will it be your turn to strike or mine?" "Certainly. It shall be I who takes action. Last time, it was you who initiated. This time, I shall take the lead, replied Leia. Very well. Proceed, she encouraged. Leia then called out to the two combatants engulfed in their fierce battle. Cease your fighting. Do you not see we have guests? Both warriors halted simultaneously, turning their attention towards Leia. They had been so engrossed in their clash that they failed to notice the presence of others. Their keen focus rendered them oblivious to Gano and Leia, who had mastered the art of controlling their internal energy to perfection through their studies on Earth, leaving no trace of their presence detectable. The frog-like creature sneered. Who dares to meddle in the affairs of my esteemed Lord Gish? Depart at once, or I shall reduce you to mere dust. Gano remarked. Why is it that all members of the demon race exhibit such a singular disposition, readily turning others into cosmic dust, reducing them to mere refuse? I recall that the last individual to utter such words has already met their demise. Was it Ankira? Did you all slay Ankira? Indeed, it was that demon named Ankira, who spoke too much and thus fell by my hand. Ah, so it is indeed you. It appears that not only may I acquire the spiritual fruit, but I can also avenge Ankira. If I return with your heads to present to King Shrag, he will surely bestow upon me generous rewards. Alas, another one who prattles endlessly, interjected Leia. Hasten and eliminate him. My ears are growing weary from his incessant chatter. Leia stepped forward and declared, I had intended to toy with you for a while longer, but it seems time is of the essence. Are you prepared to meet your end? The frogman laughed heartily. You claim you can bring about my demise? What a grand jest. A being devoid of combat prowess dares to threaten my life. Gano shook his head, realizing that the energy detector of the Frieza force was a double-edged sword. The frogman continued to laugh heartily, but his mirth was abruptly silenced as Leia's fist struck him fiercely in the abdomen, causing him to spit blood and be hurled backwards. As the frogman's body continued to fly back, Leia swiftly maneuvered behind him, unleashing a powerful energy blast that obliterated him from the surface of the planet. Having vanquished the foe, Leia turned her gaze toward the native and inquired, the individual earlier mentioned something about spiritual fruits. What exactly are these spiritual fruits? Trembling, the native responded, Are you also here to seize the spiritual fruits? He understood all too well that anyone capable of dispatching a powerful being like Kishu with a single blow must possess extraordinary strength. Otherwise, how could they have so effortlessly annihilated a general under Shrag's command? Gano approached the indigenous individual and inquired, We do not seek to seize the spiritual fruit. We merely wish to understand why Kishu covets it. Upon hearing these words, the native exhaled with slight relief and replied, The spiritual fruit enhances one's divinity, aiding individuals in their cultivation and enabling them to achieve remarkable progress within a single day. Kishu's desire for the spiritual fruit is purely for the purpose of cultivation. Indeed, our planet possesses but this solitary spiritual fruit, which remains in its nascent form, a mere seed. This seed can only flourish optimally on our planet. If it were to be planted elsewhere, it would swiftly absorb the entire energy of that world, rendering it desolate and ultimately leading it to ruin. At this revelation, Gano recalled the sage's words regarding a great tree that had consumed all the energy of the planet Adrat, which he surmised was connected to this very seed of spiritual fruit. In that instant when Leia vanquished Kishu, Slag's subordinates reported Kishu's demise, prompting Slag to urge his men to hasten their efforts as his ship surged towards the planet where Gano resided at full speed. Gano wished to inquire about the matter of the mental fruit seed when a formidable aura suddenly enveloped the entire planet, indicating that Shrag had arrived. Since the principal had come, it was time to take a look. Hey, make sure you secure the mental fruit seed. Do not let it fall into Shrag's hands. The native nodded eagerly and swiftly darted away with the mental fruit seed. Gano and Leia also soared towards the direction of Shrag. Chapter 18. Leia's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan in an instant. A colossal spaceship descended before Gano and Leia. One by one, the demon tribe members poured out of the spacecraft, racing towards Leia and Gano at breakneck speed. As the number of demons increased, Leia and Gano found themselves encircled. Each demon wore a menacing expression, as if they intended to devour Gano and Leia whole. Gano observed their expressions and turned to Leia, saying, Leia, look at them. They appear as though we owe them a debt. Yet, it seems we have no such obligations recently, do we? Leia replied, Indeed, we do not owe anyone money. However, we do owe a debt of gratitude, which must be repaid. Gano responded, I understand that, but surely it has nothing to do with them. As Leia and Gano continued their discourse, a multitude of demons suddenly knelt toward the spaceship, indicating the arrival of their master. In unison, the demonic assembly proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Dark Lord." Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the spacecraft, and upon seeing this individual, Leia's jaw dropped in astonishment. While Gano remained relatively unfazed, Leia exclaimed, "Isn't that a being from Namek?" "Indeed, it is a Namekian," he confirmed, "but for reasons unknown, this Namekian has become extraordinarily malevolent, devoid of the kindness, warmth, and gentleness typically associated with his kind." At that moment, Shrag spoke, "Are you the two miscreants who have slain my demon general?" His nostrils flared with arrogance, exuding an air of superiority. Gano observed Shrag's arrogant demeanor and retorted sharply, "Those two worthless individuals can be referred to as generals? You must be jesting. It's enough to make me lose my teeth in laughter." Shrag, noticing that Gano was unfazed by his presence, erupted into laughter himself. His fury quickly ignited, and he declared, "Very well, very well. How dare you mock me, you little rascal? Prepare yourself, for I shall be the one to bring your downfall." Gano declared, "If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Why all this superfluous chatter?" Leia retorted, "Are we to fight or not? If you choose the latter, then swiftly return whence you came. Do not squander our time here. Such audacious little brats. You shall meet with a most dire fate." Gano remarked, "Leia, do you choose the Demon King or the little imp?" Without hesitation, she declared, "Of course, the Demon King. I am eager to witness the capabilities of one who dares to claim the title of Cosmic Emperor." With that, she lunged toward Shrag. In an instant, Leia materialized before Shrag and delivered a formidable punch. Caught off guard, Shrag was struck squarely in the face, sent hurtling backward and crashing through a mountain peak. System notification, defeated Shrag. Reward, 0.1 seconds of flash time skill. Why is the task notification appearing now? I was planning to eliminate Shrag. She lamented. It seems I cannot go all out after all. Very well, let Leia hone her skills. Leia and Shrag were already embroiled in combat. Observing the lesser foes around him, Gano clenched his fists and mused, though I cannot fully unleash my power, I can still warm up. At that moment, 3 demons appeared before Gano, addressing him with urgency. "Since King Shrag has found a contender, you shall be our opponent." Gano gazed at the 3 individuals before him. They were significantly more formidable than the other demons, and it was reasonable to conclude that they were the so-called demon generals. Gano proclaimed, "Who are you? If you wish to challenge me, state your names. I do not slay nameless wretches beneath my fists." The youth was indeed audacious. "Listen well. We are 3 of the 5 great demon generals serving under King Slag. 2 of our comrades have already fallen at your hands. Knowing that 2 of your number have perished, why do you 3 still seek your demise?" The youth retorted, "Do not be too arrogant. We are not the same as those 2 inept fools. Our combat prowess far surpasses theirs. Can you not perceive this?" Gano meticulously sensed the strength of the 3 before him. Indeed, they were more formidable than the previous 2 demons. However, to Gano, they were all the same. "Listen well. Boy," one of them proclaimed, "I am Doladebo, I am Giku, and I am Big Eye. You shall be vanquished by us, the 3 great demon generals." Gano pointed at one of them and inquired, "You are Giku. Then who is Gizho?" "Gizho is my brother," Giku replied, "but that worthless one was slain by you. So let it be. Those who lack skill deserve to perish." Gino's gaze shifted towards another individual, and indeed, their eyes were remarkably large. No wonder they were dubbed Big Eyes. Gano stretched languidly and addressed them, "I have come to know your names. It is time for you to meet the King of Hell." Before his words could fully escape his lips, Gano acted decisively, vanishing to appear behind Giku. He delivered a powerful punch, proclaiming, "You are correct. Those who lack skill ought to be eliminated. Therefore, it is your time to perish." Gino's fist pierced through Giku's body with astonishing force, leaving Giku no time to react before he was felled by Gano. Gano then approached Doladebo, delivering a fierce kick. Doladebo hastily raised his arm to block the onslaught, yet Gino's might was beyond his capacity to withstand. A resounding crack echoed as Doladebo's arm was shattered by the blow. With his defenses broken, Doladebo was left vulnerable. Gano propelled his knee upward with tremendous strength, launching Doladebo away. Doladebo's body collided with a towering peak, crumbling it, before he spat blood, convulsed, and succumbed to death. Seeing Gano's overwhelming power, the large-eyed creature attempted to flee. However, Gano pursued relentlessly. unleashing a powerful shockwave that reduced the large-eyed creature to mere fragments. Having vanquished the three formidable demon generals, the remaining lesser demons were swept away by a single wave from Gano. Gano's gaze shifted towards the direction where Leia and Slag were engaged in combat. Leia was struggling immensely, while Slag gradually adapted to her attacks. Slag began to retaliate, launching a powerful energy sphere directly at Leia. She managed to swat the sphere away with a swift motion, yet it was merely a feint. Slag swiftly appeared before her, combining his fists and legs in an assault that left Leia momentarily bewildered. As Slag continued his relentless barrage, Leia felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. With a swift kick, she created some distance between them, her anger boiling over. "Damn it, you truly are infuriating," she exclaimed, her voice rising in fury. I am absolutely furious with you." In a sudden surge of energy, Leia's hair began to stand on end, gradually transforming into a golden hue. She continued to unleash her pent-up energy, declaring, "This is utterly unforgivable." With a powerful burst, her hair and eyebrows turned golden, her eyes shifting to a light green, radiating a golden aura that enveloped her entirely. At last, she had achieved her Super Saiyan form. Her countenance hardened as she addressed Slag. "Your time has come." Unaware of the true power of a Super Saiyan, Slag retorted, "Don't think that just because you've transformed, you can defeat me. Take this." He lunged at Leia, but in an instant, he found himself hurtling backwards. Leia's rapid strike had sent Slag flying, leaving him dazed and bewildered. He hadn't even comprehended her attack. Meanwhile, Gano observed the scene with clarity. Witnessing Leia's swift movement as she had seamlessly appeared before Slag, delivering a decisive blow to his abdomen before returning to her original position, causing Slag to crash into the mountainside. "This is impossible. How has she become so powerful?" Slag seethed, staring at Leia, who was now enveloped in a dazzling golden aura that instilled a sense of dread within him. "I refuse to believe this," he thought, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Leia. All of them struck her, culminating in his ultimate move, the super energy wave, aimed directly at her. Clouds of dust and smoke erupted around her. Let us see you remain arrogant now. You must be finished." As the smoke cleared, Leia stood resolutely, showing no signs of injury. Her golden aura intensified as she addressed Slag. "If your attacks are merely this weak, then you may as well meet your end." At this moment, genuine fear gripped Slag. If his ultimate move couldn't defeat her, what was he to do? Suddenly, he spotted Gano, and an idea struck him. He dashed behind Gano, swiftly subduing him, gripping his neck tightly, and called out to Leia, "Your companion is now in my grasp. You would do well to behave." Leia, witnessing Slag's audacity towards Gano, wore a look of amusement. In truth, when Slag had approached, Gano had been contemplating attacking him, but he refrained. Remembering his mission, to defeat Slag, not to kill him. He was curious to see how Slag would act when cornered, only to find himself used as leverage. Looking at Leia's expression, Slag taunted, "What is that expression? Your companion is in my hands. I advise you to be compliant." Leia replied, "Then go ahead and kill him." At this, Gano's face darkened. "Leia, I am your brother. Your brother is in the enemy's grasp, and instead of trying to save me, you're encouraging him to kill me? Is this how a sister behaves?" Upon learning that Gano was Leia's brother, Slag felt emboldened. "So, you're that little girl's brother? It seems I've captured the right person. Little girl, you should think carefully. This is your brother. Don't act rashly, or I may just end his life with a mere twitch of my finger." Leia, reveling in the unfolding drama, urged, "Then hurry up and do it. Finish off that guy in your grasp, and let us continue our fight. I'm not done yet. I want to let it end like this. Hurry up." Slag, taken aback by Leia's nonchalance towards Gano's fate, remarked, "Is this your sister? How can she show no concern for your life, urging me to finish you off?" Gano remarked, "Her? She may not be my biological sister, yet she is akin to one. Do you understand why she remains unconcerned about my safety and even urges you to hasten my demise?" "I do not know," Slag replied. "Well, allow me to provide you with the answer. It is because my power is formidable as well." No sooner had he spoken than Gano erupted in fury, an overwhelming aura instantly propelling Slag away. The breath of Gano sent Slag soaring through the air. Gano swiftly pivoted and, in a flash, arrived before Slag, whose body had yet to regain its balance. Before Slag could steady himself, Gano's fist came crashing down towards him. Gano was well aware of his strength as he delivered a powerful punch to Schlag's face, causing it to contort under the force of the blow. With a cry, Shrag was sent flying once more. As Shrag's body soared backwards, Gano closely pursued him, relentlessly raining down blows while chiding. How can you be so foolish as to threaten me? I can't believe you even thought of that. Gano's form darted beneath Shrag's body, sweeping a leg that sent Shrag hurtling into the vastness of space. Gano proclaimed, "This strike serves as a lesson for you." Swiftly, he reappeared atop Shrag, his hands clasped together, delivering a hammering blow that drove Shrag back toward the ground, adding, "This punch is to remind you to use your intellect when undertaking tasks." Subsequently, Gano descended to the earth, unleashing a wave of energy toward Shrag, whose anguished cries echoed as he was engulfed by Gano's energy blast. Layla, reverting from her Super Saiyan form, approached Gano and inquired, "Brother Gano, you aren't going to eliminate this fellow just yet, are you?" "I haven't had my fill of fun." Gano reassured, "Rest assured, this maneuver will not claim Shrag's life, but it shall certainly leave him gravely injured." "Ah, that suffices. Opponents of such caliber are rare to encounter, and we must savor this encounter," he continued. "Indeed, that is precisely my intention," Gano replied. "It seems we are of one mind." Shrag's body was launched into the vastness of space by Gano's overwhelming force, yet the Namekian possessed the ability to regenerate. With the last remnants of his strength, Shrag propelled himself towards his home planet, vowing fiercely, "I shall return for vengeance." Leah, sensing Shrag's energy dissipating into the distance, turned to Gano and inquired, "Brother Gano, shall we pursue Shrag?" "No need, Leah. Do you not understand? One cannot completely exhaust the resources in a single endeavor. We must take our time to reap the rewards gradually. Otherwise, this little lamb will lose its value. When the wool has regrown, we shall return." Such an approach is far more enjoyable, is it not? Indeed, Brother Gano possesses foresight. Gano addressed Leia, saying, "Leia, what do you think of the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Isn't it remarkably powerful?" Leia replied, "While the transformation into a Super Saiyan is indeed formidable, it is excessively taxing on one's stamina. If one were to transform into a Super Saiyan, it is imperative to conclude the battle swiftly, otherwise, depleting one's energy could lead to peril. Indeed, this is an inherent drawback of the Super Saiyan form. How I wish this limitation could be remedied. Brother Gano, do you know what secret technique I have learned on the planet Adrat?" "What? Does it pertain to physical strength?" Gano inquired, gazing at Leia. "Indeed, it is related to physical endurance. This technique allows me to triple my stamina. It is called the breathing technique. Through a unique form of respiration, my physical capacity is threefold compared to others." "That's impressive." "Hee. Leia, how about you teach me this technique, and in return, I will share the 3 secret techniques I have acquired?" Leia replied, "Sure." At that moment, the system issued a reward. System reward, 0, 1 second flash time skill. "Please accept, host." "Accept," Gano silently affirmed. A distinctive energy flowed into Gano's body, and he felt a newfound understanding of time. So this is the flash time skill? Chapter 20, The Harvest of Spiritual Fruit Seeds. Gano, having received the power of flash time, yearned to experience the might it bestowed. Gano addressed Leah, saying, "Leah, transform into a Super Saiyan. I wish to test your strength." Leah replied, "Brother Gano, if I transform into a Super Saiyan, you will no longer be my match. My base combat power stands at 50 million, and when I transform into a Super Saiyan, my battle power increases by 50-fold, reaching to 5 billion. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Gano nodded and said to Leia, "Leia, although you have transformed into a Super Saiyan, I may not necessarily be defeated by you. If it comes to it, let us put it to the test." Leia, with her stubborn temperament ignited, replied, "A test it shall be. I fear not. But should you find yourself on the receiving end of my blows, do not complain afterward." Gano retorted, "What do you take your brother Gano for? If I were to lose, I would openly admit it. I would never grumble. Come at me then." Leia declared, "All right, behold my power." In an instant, a golden aura erupted from Leia, her hair and brows transforming to a radiant gold, while her eyes gleamed a light green. "Brother Gano, I am ready to strike. Are you prepared?" "I have been ready for a long time." In the blink of an eye, Leia stood before Gano, her fist launched toward him. To her astonishment, her fist passed through Gano as if he were but a mere illusion. "It is a phantasm," Leia exclaimed, realizing she had not made contact. She struck again. Yet once more her fist traversed Gano's form without inflicting any damage. Leia's gaze darted around, relentlessly searching for Gano, sensing his energy permeating the air around her. But her attacks had yet to land a single blow. Gano launched an assault, delivering a powerful punch that struck directly at Leia's abdomen, causing her to stagger momentarily. Seizing the opportunity presented by this attack, Leia retaliated with a punch aimed at Gano, yet her efforts proved futile once again. As Leia attuned herself to her surroundings, she was suddenly caught off guard by a sweeping kick that landed squarely on her calf. This unexpected blow left her reeling, and shortly thereafter, she found herself under attack again, with strikes to her abdomen, waist, chin, and arms, while her own attempts to counter were consistently thwarted. In her frustration, Leia pondered, "Why continue? No matter how hard I try, I cannot land a blow on Brother Gano. It feels like nothing more than a waste of energy." Gano approached Leia and said, "Leia, what do you think? A brother is still a brother. Although your combat prowess surpasses mine, if you cannot land a hit on me, it is akin to striking a sponge with a hammer, utterly futile. Brother Gano, every time I strike, I seem to hit only your illusion. How can I explain this? In truth, you have struck me, but it is merely my projection in this dimension that you have encountered. My true self resides in another realm. This is a technique known as time flash, which allows me to store time and launch attacks from a different dimension. It can also freeze time for a mere 0.1 seconds. Consider this. For a master, even 0.1 seconds can be sufficient to vanquish an opponent. Wow, that is incredible. Will you teach me, Brother Gano? Oh, I cannot impart this knowledge. One must possess a certain understanding of time to cultivate this skill. Has Sister Leia ever delved into the nature of time? In reality, Gano was fabricating this tale to deceive Leia. He certainly could not disclose that it was a reward from the system. To comprehend time? That is too profound. I shall not pursue it further, but you must teach me those 3 secret techniques, Brother Gano. Very well, no problem. If you teach me your breathing technique, I shall teach you instant movement, gravity technique, and return to breath. All right, let us begin, Leia declared. As Gano was about to instruct Leia in the art of teleportation, a native of the planet approached him and said, "You have saved our world. Therefore, I bestow upon you this seed of the spiritual fruit." Gano inquired, "Did you not claim that this was the final spiritual fruit? Why then offer it to me?" The native responded, "In light of your efforts to save our planet, this gesture is but a trifle. With the planet gone, what use is there for the seeds of spiritual fruit? These seeds require the energy of the planet to flourish. So what purpose do they serve in my possession?" The native explained, "These seeds possess the remarkable ability to absorb not only the energy of the planet, but also malefic aura and vital essence. As long as there is an ample supply of energy, they can grow rapidly into towering trees, ultimately bearing spiritual fruits. At that time, you may consume the fruits for cultivation, ensuring eternal youth and enhancing your divinity." Gano inquired, "What do you mean by divinity? To be honest, I am uncertain myself. According to legend, the essence of the spiritual fruit is derived from the blood of a deity that fell from grace, which accounts for its formidable potency. Well then, since you have stated this, it confirms that the seed of the spiritual fruit is indeed a treasure. I shall accept it. Now, we shall take our leave." The natives escorted Gano away from their planet. As Gano sat in the spacecraft, he gazed at the seed of the spiritual fruit in his hand, contemplating for quite some time. It appeared that the perils of the planet Adrat were now a thing of the past. However, the question lingered, on which planet should this seed be planted? Leia observed Gano, who seemed deep in thought, and addressed him, "Brother Gano, are you pondering over which planet would be suitable for the seed of the spiritual fruit?" Indeed, while this seed is said to be a valuable asset, it is also a malevolent one. Its growth is contingent upon siphoning immense energy, and any planet that falls under its influence is destined for destruction. Leia replied, "Did not that individual mention earlier that the seed could also absorb dark energy? Brother Gano, have you forgotten about our little lamb? His planet would serve as the perfect cultivation ground." Gano smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Of course. How could I have forgotten about little fat sheep? His planet is perfectly suited for cultivating the seeds of spiritual fruits. I was indeed overthinking." Leia remarked, "Brother Gano, considering the time we've spent on our mission along with our training, it has surely been 3 years, hasn't it? Vegeta granted us 5 years, leaving us with 2 years remaining. Where shall we train during these 2 years?" Gano remarked, "There is no need to seek out special planets for cultivation. We can now practice anywhere and at any time. As long as you master the 3 secret techniques I will teach you, we can find any planet around planet Vegeta for our training. Is it truly that remarkable? It seems that Brother Gino's techniques are indeed formidable. Your techniques are not to be underestimated either," she replied. "Now, Leia, set the spacecraft to autopilot." I will impart my 3 secret techniques to you, and in turn, you shall teach me your breathing technique. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Once the spacecraft was prepared, Gano and Leia commenced their training in the secret arts. The journey from their current planet to planet Vegeta would take nearly a year, providing ample time for their cultivation. Gano imparted the secrets of instantaneous teleportation and the nuances of the Turtle School's breathing technique to Leia, who in turn shared the unique aspects of her own breathing method with Gano. The two, undoubtedly prodigies, swiftly mastered the cultivation techniques of these esoteric arts. As their spacecraft journeyed towards planet Vegeta, Gano and Leia diligently practiced their skills aboard, experiencing the sensation that time fleetingly slipped away in an instant. A year later, a vessel entered the orbit of planet Vegeta. Chapter 21, Kinship. Gano and Leia returned to planet Vegeta ahead of schedule, astounding the entire Saiyan population. They were the earliest team to complete their mission, accomplishing in 4 years what others struggled to achieve in 5. This remarkable feat shattered the long-standing records of Saiyan missions. The previous record was held by Leia's father's squad, which included her parents and the warrior Bardock. Bardock, originally a high-ranking warrior, was integrated into Boom's elite team following the demise of Gano's parents during their mission. Under Boom's tutelage, Bardock swiftly advanced, showcasing potential that surpassed even Boom and other elite warriors, leaving them in awe. Leia's parents had completed their mission in 4 years and 8 months, a time frame that had already astonished King Vegeta. However, Gano and his companions managed to surpass that record, accomplishing their task in a mere 4 years, eliciting widespread astonishment. Gano and Leia arrived at the mission registration point, informing the Saiyan in charge that they had successfully completed their task. Following this, they soared back to their home. As they swiftly darted past on planet Vegeta, those Saiyans who had once looked down upon Gano murmured to themselves, astonished. They had not anticipated that after undertaking 2 missions, Gano could now sense energy, and judging by his speed, his combat power must be formidable. Yet, who could fathom that Gano had ascended to heights they could only dream of, perceiving them as mere ants beneath the gaze of an elephant? Gano and Leia swiftly returned home, their bodies gradually descending. Gano and Leia shouted in unison, "Mom, Dad, we have returned from our mission. We have successfully completed it. Come out and see us." Boom and Tasha responded and made their way to the door, having heard voices calling for them. However, they were uncertain if it was truly their children. After listening intently for a moment, Tasha remarked, "Boom, I can hear Gano and Leia's voices. Can you hear them too?" Boom replied, "Have you lost your mind yearning for our son and daughter? They are still on their mission. How could they return so soon? I believe you are imagining things." "No, listen closely. It is indeed Gano and Leia," she insisted. Boom set down what he was holding and perked up his ears to listen carefully. Indeed, there were voices calling for them. "You are right. It is Gano and Leia's voices. You are not mistaken. Hurry, let us go outside and see." Boom and Tasha hurried to the door, where they beheld Gano and Leia standing together, grinning at them. Boom exclaimed, "Is it truly Gano and Leia? Surely I am not seeing things." "No, you are not mistaken. It is indeed Gano and Leia. They have come back." Gano exclaimed, "Father, Mother, your beloved son and daughter have returned, yet you leave us standing at the door." Layla chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. You do not even believe your own children have come back. Are you truly our most loving parents?" Upon hearing these words, Boom and Tasha were certain this could only be their son and daughter, for these 2 little rascals often spoke to them in such a manner. Tasha nudged Boom. "Did you not hear what our children said? Hurry and let them in. What are you standing around for?" "Oh, right. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. I did not expect Gano and Layla to return from their mission so swiftly," Boom replied. He approached Gano, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then turned to Layla, examining her carefully as well. "It appears both of you are unscathed. It seems your mission was a resounding success," he remarked. "Of course," Layla declared. "I am the daughter of an elite warrior." Boom burst into hearty laughter at this, exclaiming, "Well said. My daughter is indeed the most formidable." Tasha then stood beside Boom and pinched his waist sharply, causing him to grimace and his face to contort in an unspoken expression of discomfort. "What are you boasting about?" Tasha retorted. "Why are our son and daughter left standing here? Quickly, let them inside." Gano and Leia exchanged secret smiles upon witnessing Boom's expression. Boom remarked, "Dear, please let go quickly. Before the children, it is inappropriate to behave this way. Can you at least allow me, as the head of the family, to show concern for our son and daughter? Now that I have expressed my concern, shall we proceed indoors?" Tasha interjected, very well, let us hurry inside. If we do not, your mother may become quite upset. Gino exclaimed, Dad, how could that be? Mom has such a gentle temperament. How could she ever lose her temper? Isn't that right, Mom? Tasha, catching Gino's gaze, instantly revealed a maternal smile and replied, Yes, yes, my little Gino is absolutely correct. My temper is the best. How could I possibly be irritable? Leia chimed in, Mom, are you happy that Gino and I are back? Of course, I am overjoyed. Your swift return from your tasks has truly astonished me. Now, let us enter the house, and shortly, you can recount all the events that have transpired over the past few years. All right, let us go inside. Once we are settled, I will gradually share with you and Dad everything that Gino and I have experienced throughout these years. Gino and others entered the room, and Leia, unable to contain her excitement, began recounting all the events of the past few years to Boom and Tasha. As she spoke of the perils they faced, Boom and Tasha's hearts tightened with concern. Only when the danger had subsided did they finally relax. When Leia shared amusing anecdotes, her gestures were animated, painting vivid pictures of her experiences, revealing a delightful side of their daughter that Boom and Tasha had not fully appreciated before. As she recounted the epic battle against Slag, her countenance transformed into one of pride, almost as if to say, Look how formidable I am. Hurry, praise me, dear parents. Boom and Tasha's faces reflected disbelief. Their daughter could actually have vanquished Slag, the Demon King renowned alongside Frieza. Boom remarked, Leia, are you speaking the truth? Of course it is true. If you doubt me, you may ask Brother Gino. Boom and Tasha turned their gaze toward Gino, who affirmed, Indeed, Leia drove Slag away. This implies that Leia's strength surpasses that of a king. Boom stated. Leia corrected him, saying, It's not merely greater than that of a king. In my eyes, the king has become insignificant. Gino immediately echoed Leia's words, affirming their truth. The sound of a throat clearing resonated, as Boom and Tasha were left utterly astonished by the unfolding events. How had Leia and her companions undergone such remarkable training over the years? What had transformed them into such formidable individuals? Gano, perceiving the expressions of his parents, gently inquired, No matter how much Leia and I change, will we always remain your children? Indeed, Gano speaks the truth. Gano and Leia will forever be our daughters, Bum responded. Now that my brother and sister are hungry, dear parents, shall you not prepare a splendid feast for us? How could I have forgotten this? Quickly now, let us go and prepare a meal for Gano and Leia, Bum hastily replied. Observing his parents enter the kitchen, Gano remarked, There truly is no place like home. It possesses a warmth that is irreplaceable. Chapter 22. The first encounter with the god of destruction, Beerus. After a short while, Bum and Tasha emerged with an array of delectable dishes. Gazing at the bountiful spread before them, Gano declared, Mother, Father, Leia, and I shall begin our feast. Do eat promptly. All of this has been prepared for you and Leia. Should it prove insufficient, we have more in store, came the encouraging reply. Gano and Leia devoured their meal with great enthusiasm, while Tasha looked at her children, her heart brimming with joy. Her son and daughter had grown up, their strength now formidable. She truly felt proud of them. Tasha remarked, Gano, you must have been quite exhausted from your missions these past few years. Gino remarked, It's going quite well. I am not too fatigued. Leia and I reached our destination in a remarkably brief span and accomplished our task swiftly. Subsequently, Leia and I embarked on a journey across various planets. While we term it a journey, it is, in essence, a profound practice. We engaged in relentless training, encountering peculiar individuals and strange occurrences, all of which facilitated growth for both Leia and myself. Indeed, I have matured. I have grown taller and my physique has become robust. Considering the passage of time, you are already 10 years old this year, Tasha stated. Mom, why do you only mention that Brother Gino has grown? Leia has grown as well. Yes, indeed. My Leia has grown taller and is becoming increasingly beautiful, she replied. That's more like it, Leia chimed in. Before continuing to stuff her mouth with food, Gino was incessantly devouring the food on the table. However, Tasha's next statement nearly caused him to spit out the morsel he had just taken. Tasha remarked, Gino, you are now 10 years old. Leia is also 10 this year. Isn't she? Yes. What of it, mother? I recall I am a few months older than Leia. Gino continued to eat. Tasha responded, Then why not marry Leia? Upon hearing this, Gino choked on a bite, promptly thumping his chest with his fist. Tasha handed him a glass of water, and he quickly gulped it down. Feeling much better, Gino exclaimed, Mother, we are only 10 years old. Isn't it too early to consider marriage? Tasha replied, early? I was only 12 when I married your father. You and Leia are merely 2 years ahead of us. Gino remarked, but we are still children. How can we possibly marry? Moreover, if I marry, will Leia and I have children? We are merely children ourselves. How could we possibly care for a child? Tasha responded, you rascal, do you not wish to marry Leia? You two have grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Look, Leia has no objections, yet you have a plethora of excuses. Gino cast a glance at Leia, only to observe her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Leia, aware of Gino's gaze, hastily shielded her cheeks with a large bowl. From a tender age, Leia had known that Gino was not born of their parents. He was the son of their parents' comrade, who had sacrificed his life to save them. Gino was the sole surviving child. Consequently, Leia's parents had brought him home, raising him as their own. As time passed, they recognized Gino as a remarkable child, and gradually, Leia's parents embraced him as their son. Thus, Leia felt it was permissible for her to marry her elder brother, Gino. Boom. Perceiving Gino's embarrassment, remarked to Tasha, Gino is indeed correct. He and Leia are still quite young. How could they possibly contemplate marriage at such an age? Moreover, as Saiyans, we must report any marriage to the king. It cannot be so casually declared. Let us revisit this conversation when Gino and Leia have matured a few years. Gino remarked, how about this, Mom? When Leia and I turn 18, we shall wed. What do you think? Upon hearing Gino's words, Tasha responded, very well, then. When you and Leia reach the age of 18, you shall marry. Just remember, you must not go back on your word. Gino remarked, I assure you, I shall not resort to trickery. Tasha turned to Leia and inquired, Leia, your brother Gino has promised to marry you when you turn 18. What are your thoughts on this? Leia's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, yet she nodded in agreement. Very well, since Leia consents, I have nothing further to add. Please continue your meal. Your father and I shall step outside to discuss a few matters. With that, the room was left with only Gino and Leia, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Once two amiable individuals, they now found themselves at a loss for words. Finally, Leia broke the silence, saying, Gino, dear brother, please do not take Mother's playful words too seriously. The notion of our marriage can indeed be approached gradually. At this point, Leia's voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Gino remarked, Leia, now that I have spoken these words, I shall undoubtedly honor my promise. There is no need for you to feel so bashful. After all, we have been childhood friends, inseparable since our youth. Is that not so? Leia replied. Who is feeling bashful? Clearly, it is you who is embarrassed, not I. Well, I shall not engage you further. I am off to the commercial street. After years of wandering, I long for the local delicacies. Then let us go together. Gino suggested. Very well, let us proceed. Upon uttering these words, Gino grasped Leia's hand. Initially, Leia resisted slightly, yet Gino's grip firmly held her delicate hand. What is the matter? Did you not say you were not embarrassed? Why are you hesitant to even hold hands? Who said I was embarrassed? If we are to hold hands, then let us do so without fear. It is indeed peculiar. When two familiar souls have yet to shatter that final barrier, everything feels perfectly comfortable, free of awkwardness and embarrassment. Yet, the moment that barrier is breached, an unexpected chasm emerges between them, a palpable distance that is acutely evident in the dynamic between Gino and Leia. Gino and Leia arrived at the bustling commercial street of Planet Vegeta, where numerous stalls offered a variety of delectable snacks. Upon their arrival, Leia eagerly released Gino's hand and dashed towards a snack stall, enthusiastically ordering an array of her favorite treats. Gino approached Leia and inquired, Are you certain you can consume all of that? Of course. I am quite the foodie, Leia replied with a grin, as she indulged in the prepared snacks. Continuously stuffing them into her mouth, it fell upon Gino to handle the payments. Indeed, it seemed that men excelled in this area without any formal training. Leia playfully extracted a string of snacks and thrust them into Gino's mouth. As he mumbled something in response, he removed the food from his mouth and exclaimed, What if you unexpectedly choke me? Haha. Brother Gino, you can't possibly choke. Gino wished to express something further, but as he followed Leia's form with his gaze, he beheld a silhouette that rendered his words utterly unutterable. This was dire. How could this individual have arrived on planet Vegeta? Leia, noticing the change in Gino's expression, turned to follow his line of sight and discovered a gaunt figure clad in the garb of an Egyptian pharaoh standing not far from them. Gino silently pondered. One must not provoke this esteemed deity. After all, he is none other than Beerus, the god of destruction from the 7th universe. Chapter 23, The Gluttonous Beerus. Gino thought to himself, Yet oftentimes reality diverges from one's expectations. After Beerus finished his snack, he turned to leave, but the stall owner interjected, "You haven't paid yet. How can you eat and not settle the bill?" Beerus replied, "I never pay for my meals. Why should I be expected to do so now?" Naturally, one must pay for their food. Without payment, departure is not an option. I must inform you, we Saiyans are not easily intimidated. So it would be wise not to provoke us. "Ah, so Saiyans are indeed formidable," Beerus remarked. The stall owner was about to retort, but Gano hastily approached him and stated, "I shall cover the expenses for this esteemed visitor." Gano produced the money and handed it to the stall owner. Upon seeing Gino's payment, the stall owner fell silent. Gano turned to look at Beerus and, with a slight bow, said, "You are a traveler from afar, are you not? Welcome to our Saiyan planet." Beerus replied, "You are quite the courteous one. I appreciate your kind words. Is there anything I can assist you with?" He continued, "I have nearly completed my business on this planet and will be departing shortly." Upon hearing that Beerus was about to leave, Gano, quick-witted, exclaimed, "It is a pity that a guest from afar is leaving so soon without having savored the exquisite delicacies our planet has to offer. What a shame indeed." Hearing about the delicious food, Beerus instantly perked up and said, "Where is this food? Take me there at once. I must taste if it is as delightful as you claim." Gano said, "Please follow me." This was the first time Leia had witnessed Gano exhibit such courtesy towards a stranger. Given Leia's understanding of Gano, it could only mean one of two things. Either her own abilities were lacking, or the strength of the individual before them was overwhelmingly formidable, so much so that even a combined effort from Gano and herself would be insufficient to challenge him. Gano welcomed Beerus into his home and said, "Esteemed guest, to savor the exquisite delicacies, I kindly ask for your patience for just a moment. I shall personally prepare a culinary masterpiece for you, allowing you to witness every intricate detail of the dish." Beerus replied, "Very well. I can wait a little longer for the delightful cuisine, but please do not take too long." Gano responded, "Rest assured, I shall return shortly." Gano approached Leia and earnestly advised her, "Do not provoke this individual, understand? When our parents return, be sure to treat him with utmost courtesy. Remember my words. As for his identity, I shall reveal it to you once I have completed my tasks." Leia gazed at Gano, noting the unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face, and nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, Gano activated his teleportation, vanishing before Beerus's eyes. Observing Gano's sudden disappearance, Beerus's gaze flickered momentarily, yet it was merely a fleeting reaction. He mused aloud, "What an intriguing young fellow." Leia approached Beerus and politely suggested, "Dear guest, please have some water while you wait. My brother shall return shortly." Beerus replied, "I never anticipated encountering you two youngsters on planet Vegeta. Your strength is quite formidable, albeit confined to the science of your world." Leia was taken aback, astonished that he could discern the prowess of both her and Gano at a mere glance. It seemed her brother's warnings were indeed accurate. This being was not to be trifled with. She hastily responded, "The strength of my brother and I is utterly insignificant before you." Beerus acknowledged her words, stating, "That is indeed the truth. However, the two of you should be able to withstand the force of a single finger." The thought that a mere finger could vanquish them left Leia pondering the extent of his power. Just as she was about to speak, Gano returned. He approached Beerus and said, "Esteemed guest, please step outside. I will prepare a feast for you." Following Gano outside, Beerus beheld a dinosaur that Gano had slain and brought back. Gano Zichi severed the tail of a dinosaur and addressed Leia, saying, "Leia, prepare the fire for the barbecue." Upon hearing the word, Beerus inquired, "Barbecue? What is a barbecue?" Gano remarked, "This is a culinary technique I have devised myself. The guest shall be served shortly." Leia prepared the torches while Gano sliced the dinosaur's tail into thin pieces, subsequently skewering the meat with iron rods. As the grilling commenced, Gano rotated the skewers, generously sprinkling an array of spices. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Beerus, enticed by the savory scent, felt his mouth water involuntarily and inquired of Gano, "How long until we can partake?" Gano remarked, "It will be ready shortly." Once the meat was perfectly grilled, he presented it to Beerus, cautioning, "It's quite hot. Please take your time." Beerus, undeterred, took a hearty bite, only to quickly spit it out, clearly having scalded himself. He promptly stuck out his tongue, fanning it with his hand to cool it down. In that moment, Gano offered Beerus a glass of cool water, advising, "You should savor it slowly. Allow me to demonstrate." Gano held the freshly grilled skewers, exhaled gently, and then tore a piece off to savor it. Beerus, imitating him, took his first bite of the roasted meat, and a look of satisfaction instantly graced his face. Upon observing Beerus's expression, Gano felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as he could bring satisfaction and joy to this deity, that was all that mattered. Gano remarked, "Take your time, there is still plenty here." Before Beerus could finish the succulent morsel in his mouth, he exclaimed, "Indeed, this is a delightful dish. You, my friend, possess quite the talent." To his surprise, among the combative Saiyans, there existed one who was adept at the culinary arts. "You flatter me," he replied humbly. Before long, as Beerus continued to indulge in the feast, a voice interrupted, saying, "Lord Beerus, you sent me to find King Vegeta, yet here you are, enjoying this banquet all by yourself. This is not the behavior befitting a god of destruction." Beerus responded to the newcomer, "It was this young lad who brought me here to savor such delicacies. King Vegeta is truly unforgivable. It is outrageous that on his planet, there exists such a culinary master, and he remains oblivious to it. It is a travesty that I had not had the pleasure of such exquisite cuisine before encountering him." Gano gazed at the newcomer, who was strikingly handsome and possessed an extraordinary aura. Could this be none other than Whis, the attendant and overseer of the god of destruction, Beerus? Whis turned his attention to Gano and spoke, "Greetings, I am Whis, the angelic attendant to the god of destruction, Beerus." Gano promptly returned the greeting, saying, "Greetings. I am Gano, and this is Leia. Since this extraordinary angel has also graced us with her presence, let us indulge in the delights of exquisite cuisine together. Oh my, this little one certainly has a way with words. I shall not hold back then. Come, Mr. Weiss." Gano presented Vis with a skewer of roasted meat, which Vis consumed with remarkable elegance, exuding an air of gentlemanly sophistication. "Ah, how delectable!" he exclaimed. "Gano, your mastery in roasting is truly unparalleled. Might you impart your skills to me?" "Of course," Gano replied. "Come, allow me to teach you. First, do this, then proceed with that, and subsequently follow this step." Thus, through the collaborative efforts of the four, the colossal dinosaur was transformed into skewers of meat, leaving Beerus and Vis with slightly protruding bellies. Beerus remarked, "What a culinary delight. It is truly unforgettable." Chapter 24, Bardock's prophecy. Upon hearing this, Gano hastily replied, "As long as you are satisfied." However, Beerus shifted his tone and remarked, "What a pity. You will no longer be able to savor such exquisite delicacies." "Why is that?" Gano inquired. "Because I am going to destroy planet Vegeta," Beerus stated. Upon hearing this, Gano and Leia's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that all their efforts had been in vain. Gano, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, "May I ask why you intend to annihilate planet Vegeta?" "Oh, that?" replied Beerus. "It is because your King Vegeta has offended me. I demanded the most comfortable pillow in the universe, yet he reserved it for himself and offered me the second best. Such an act is a grave disrespect to a deity, and thus I resolved to obliterate planet Vegeta. However, your recent performance has greatly pleased me, particularly your barbecue, which was utterly satisfying. Consequently, I find myself reluctant to destroy your planet. Alas, what a dilemma this presents." Beerus lamented, cradling his head in his hands. "Hey, Whis, devise a solution that satisfies both parties." Whis replied, "That is ultimately Lord Beerus's decision. I am powerless to influence his thoughts." At that moment, Gano interjected, "Esteemed lords, I propose a compromise. Would you care to hear it?" "Quickly, do share," urged Beerus. Gano remarked, "Very well. Since King Vegeta has shown disrespect towards Lord Beerus, we have no objection to Lord Beerus destroying planet Vegeta. However, may I request to take a few individuals away from this planet before its destruction? It is said that Saiyans lack familial bonds, yet it seems you hold some attachments. I am agreeable to this. Take as many as you wish. But King Vegeta and planet Vegeta must face annihilation. I assure you, I will only take those who are dear to me. My gratitude to Lord Beerus is profound." "Agreed. I shall grant you 1 month. After that time, planet Vegeta will be obliterated." With that, Whis and Beerus transformed into a streak of light and departed. Once the god of destruction had finally left, Gano exhaled in relief, realizing that planet Vegeta could not escape its grim fate. Leia inquired, "Brother Gano, what is a god of destruction? Are they powerful?" Gano replied, "Leia, a god of destruction is the pinnacle of combat prowess in this universe. To them, our planet Vegeta is insignificant. With a mere flick of their finger, they could reduce our world to ashes. Such power! How audacious of that wretched King Vegeta to provoke a god of destruction. It is tantamount to courting death, and now our planet faces annihilation as well. Enough, Leia. Our parents should return shortly. We must await their arrival to convey this dire news." Yes, indeed. Before long, Boom and Tasha returned, accompanied by two Saiyans. Upon seeing Gano and Leia, Boom approached and introduced them, saying, "This is Uncle Bardock, and this is Aunt Jine. The child Aunt Jine is holding is named Kakarot." Gano mused to himself, the child of destiny has finally made their appearance. Gano and Leia hurriedly greeted Bardock and Jine, saying, "Hello, Uncle Bardock. Hello, Aunt Jine." Bardock replied, "Boom, so these are your daughter and son? Indeed, they are exceptional." After the pleasantries, Boom remarked, "We need to discuss the upcoming mission. Gano, Leia, you two go play for a while." Gano wished to speak, yet no words escaped his lips. Boom and the others retreated indoors to deliberate on their mission. As night fell, Bardock and Jine took their leave. Gano and Leia approached Boom and Tasha, but before Gano could utter a word, Boom interjected, "Gano, Leia, we are about to embark on our mission. You shall prepare your own meals for the next few days." Gano remarked, "You shall likely return in a few days." "In 3 days, we shall be back," came the reply. "Very well, upon your return, I have something to share with you." "All right, we shall discuss it when we return." With that, Boom and Tasha set off. Leia then said, "Brother Gano, Lord Beerus has granted us merely a month. How can you still allow our parents to embark on their mission?" Gano remarked, "It is nothing to worry about, merely 3 days. During this time, we can accomplish certain tasks. Leia, please investigate whether a Saiyan named Broly is to be exiled by King Vegeta." "Very well, I shall do so," Leia replied. And with that, she vanished, demonstrating her increasing proficiency in instant transmission. 1 hour later, Leia reappeared before Gano and informed him, "Indeed, there is a young Saiyan named Broly who was born alongside Kakarot in the same incubation chamber. However, their combat powers are vastly different. Broly's battle power at birth was 10,000, while Kakarot's was merely 5. Upon witnessing Broly's extraordinary potential, King Vegeta resolved to exile him. His father, Paragus, sought an audience with King Vegeta regarding this matter, but in a fit of rage, the king exiled Paragus as well. It is truly foolish. How pitiful it is to cling to one's throne when death looms so close. Leia, utilize instant transmission to locate a planet near our Vegeta and secure a place for Broly and his father, Gano instructed. "Understood, I shall proceed," Leia responded. And in an instant, she disappeared. 3 days later, Bu returned, but Bardock was injured, having fallen victim to the Phantom Fist. Upon arriving back on Vegeta, he went straight home. That evening, Gano and Leia informed Bu and Tasha about the god of destruction Beerus's intention to obliterate Vegeta. Both were taken aback by this revelation. Bu questioned, "Is it truly possible to annihilate the entire planet of Vegeta?" Gano remarked, "Father, do not underestimate the power of the destroyer. With merely a snap of his fingers, he could reduce our planet Vegeta to cosmic dust. Such formidable strength. Must we truly abandon planet Vegeta? It is our home. We must depart, mother and father. You may inform those you trust, and we shall leave together, but the news must not leak. Those willing to leave may accompany us, while those unwilling may remain. We shall not force anyone to go. However, it is imperative to remember that it is only those you trust." That individual stated unequivocally that King Vegeta and planet Vegeta must meet their demise. Tasha nodded and said, "Very well. I shall rally those whom your father and I deem trustworthy." With a nod of agreement, Gano acknowledged her resolve. The following day, Bardock arrived at their doorstep and addressed Boom. "I sense that Frieza is about to strike against us. Let us unite to confront him. Uncle Bardock, we are no match for Frieza, and he is merely executing the orders of another to obliterate our planet Vegeta. Thus, this situation is beyond our control." Bardock retorted, "As Saiyans, how can we flee without a fight? I, for one, am resolved to battle to the very end." With that declaration, Bardock departed. Chapter 25. The Zafirians. A month swiftly elapsed, and on this day, Gano and Leia employed instantaneous movement to transfer the willing Saiyans to a nearby planet adjacent to planet Vegeta. Before long, they witnessed the cosmic tyrant Frieza approaching with his formidable army. As they beheld the imposing procession, the Saiyans on Gano's planet found themselves repeatedly swallowing in trepidation. The overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza extinguished their fighting spirit. As Gano led the group away, he destroyed Frieza's tracking devices, ensuring that Frieza would be unable to locate them. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed an enormous energy sphere hurtling towards planet Vegeta. Observing this, Gano turned to Leia and said, "Leia, go rescue Aunt Jine. I will save Uncle Bardock." With that, both vanished from sight. In truth, Gano had no intention of rescuing Bardock. For him, only Boom, Tasha, and Leia held any significance. The fate of the other Saiyans mattered little to him. However, as Frieza's colossal energy sphere approached planet Vegeta, the system issued him a mission. System, ding. The parents of the destined child in the Dragon Ball world are about to perish. Mission initiated. Objective, save the parents of the destined child. Reward, divine instant transmission. Divine instant transmission, does that refer to Jebit Goddess technique? System, indeed, and it allows for an even greater range of movement. Provided the host possesses a map of the Dragon Ball world, they can teleport to any location simply by focusing their thoughts there. Incredible. If I had maps marking all 12 universes, could I then teleport anywhere within them? System, that is correct. Very well. Then I am determined to save the parents of the destined child. On planet Vegeta, Bardock gazed at the massive energy sphere descending upon his home. He suddenly unleashed all the energy within him, reaching his maximum power, but alas, his strength was insufficient. The energy sphere pressed down on him, propelling him toward planet Vegeta at an alarming speed. Just as Bardock was about to be engulfed by the energy sphere, a hand lifted the enormous orb, preventing its descent. Gano embraced Bardock's waist and, with a swift instant transmission, whisked them both away from the sphere's destructive range. Goku transported Bardock to the planet where the fleeing Saiyans currently resided. Moments later, Leia, accompanied by Jine, arrived on the same planet. Bardock and Jine found safety. However, planet Vegeta was reduced to mere fireworks by Frieza's energy waves. At the instant Bardock and Jine were rescued, the system's rewards had already been dispatched. System, rewards have been distributed. Please accept them, host. Gano mused inwardly, embracing the reward. A peculiar sensation coursed through his body. He realized that he had acquired the divine ability of instantaneous movement. With a mere thought, Gano found himself on Earth. With another, he transported to Namek. Then he ventured to Adralat, only to reappear before everyone. Moments ago, they had been bewildered by his sudden disappearance, and now he stood before them once more. Witnessing Gino's abrupt vanishings and reappearances, the onlookers were filled with a sense of wonder at his extraordinary skill. Yet, such an ability was not something that could be learned. It was a gift bestowed by the gods. At the moment of Gano's appearance, Bardock stepped before him and said, "You possess the power to save planet Vegeta. Why do you turn a blind eye?" Gino's attitude towards Bardock is distinctly displeased. Although you are the father of the child of destiny, in the realm of Dragon Ball, it is evident that only those with formidable strength possess the authority to speak. Clearly, Bardock has not yet attained such power. Gano remarked, "Bardock, my courtesy towards you stems from your status as a comrade of my parents. Were it anyone else speaking to me in such a manner, I dare say that individual would have vanished from my sight long ago. Moreover, I consider it folly to pursue the unattainable. You, Bardock, are fully aware that collectively, we Saiyans are no match for Frieza, yet you insist on confronting him head-on. Do you perceive this as bravery? It is, in fact, sheer foolishness. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. As long as we Saiyans draw breath, we shall have our chance for vengeance. Furthermore, you must understand that the destruction of planet Vegeta was orchestrated by the god of destruction. Frieza, fearing us Saiyans, seized this opportunity to annihilate our home. The king of Vegeta offended the god of destruction. Do you think one can so casually defy divine will? Even Frieza must crawl like a dog before the god of destruction. Do you truly believe my current power can withstand such a deity? The god of destruction. What does that entail? Rhea interjected. The god of destruction is the mightiest being in this universe. Frieza may be formidable, yet a mere flick of the god of destruction's finger could obliterate him, Gano remarked. The fact that I could bring forth so many Saiyans this time is solely due to the mercy of the god of destruction. Otherwise, do you truly believe we would be standing here unscathed? Therefore, refrain from showcasing your ignorance as a testament to your greatness. I must inform you that the universe is vast, filled with formidable beings, and we remain exceedingly weak. Thus, we must conserve our strength. Bardock found himself at a loss for words in response to Gino's statement. Jean stepped forward and said, Bardock, Gano has acted out of goodwill to save us. Had it not been for him, we would have long been obliterated by Frieza's energy blasts. Bu added, indeed, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. With so many of us here, where shall we establish our new home? Gano remarked, you shall reside on this planet for a while. Leia and I will explore other star systems to ascertain if there are suitable planets for our Saiyan kin. Very well, go forth and seek, replied Boom. We shall remain here for the time being. Father, rest assured. I shall return promptly, he assured. Gano lifted Leia and utilized his extraordinary ability of instantaneous teleportation. They arrived on a distant planet, and as they surveyed their surroundings, Gano remarked, "The oxygen levels are insufficient. This world is unsuitable for Saiyan habitation." Leia nodded in agreement. Acknowledging his observation, Gano arrived on yet another planet, still feeling discontent. They searched, one by one, for a world suitable for habitation. On this day, they stumbled upon a planet abundant in oxygen, lush with greenery, and adorned with flourishing trees. Could this not be the ideal sanctuary? "Leia, let this be the place," Gano exclaimed. Leia gazed upon the verdant orb, feeling equally pleased. "Indeed, this shall be our planet." At that moment, an indigenous inhabitant approached them and inquired, "Who are you? And what brings you to our Zephyr planet?" "So, this is the Zephyr planet? Then you must be Zephyrians, I presume," Gano thought, observing the Zephyrian, who stood shorter than himself. "Indeed, this is our home, and we kindly ask you to leave," the Zephyrian responded. Chapter 26. Dr. Likey Gano addressed the Zephyrians, inquiring whether they possessed a king and requesting that their sovereign be summoned for a conversation. The Zephyrians replied, "We do not have a king. We are renowned for our technological advancements, and thus, the most esteemed individual on our planet is Dr. Likey." Gano then requested that they inform Dr. Likey, stating, "The Cosmic Wanderer wishes to meet with Dr. Likey." Perceiving no malice in Gino's demeanor, the Zephyrians proceeded to relay the message to Dr. Likey. Meanwhile, Leia remarked, "Brother Gano, why engage in such trivial discourse? As Saiyans, we desire a planet. We could simply take action and seize it, annihilating these Zephyrians in the process." Gano remarked, "Leia, ever since you awakened as a Super Saiyan, you have become increasingly belligerent. Why must you resort to violence at the slightest provocation? One must learn to conduct oneself with civility." Upon hearing this, Leia shot Gano a glance that seemed to convey, "Comprehend this through my expression. If Saiyans were to embody civility, would they still be Saiyans?" Gano, taken aback, questioned her demeanor. "Is my assertion not correct?" Leia responded, "We Saiyans are inherently combative. If you expect us to adopt a more civilized demeanor, then it follows that every being in the universe would also become civilized." What else did Gano wish to express? At that moment, a bespectacled man with a slight mustache approached Gano and remarked, "You are a wanderer of the cosmos. Does it not appear so?" Gano thought to himself, "This fellow truly deserves to be regarded as the wisest individual from the planet Zephyr." As he instantly perceived that Gano and Leia did not resemble cosmic wanderers, Gano remarked, "Our planet has been ravaged by a great malevolent force from the cosmos. The survivors among us are now homeless. My sister and I possess a modicum of strength, which we have harnessed to seek a new abode for our people. We explored numerous locations, and this planet emerged as a viable option. It possesses an abundance of oxygen, sufficient to sustain our families, thus we have arrived here." "Is that so?" Dr. Likey responded thoughtfully. "Then, may I inquire how many of you remain alive? Our own Zephyr population is quite limited as well. Could we coexist on this planet? Truly? That would be splendid. Thank you immensely. By the way, what is your name?" "Oh, I am called Dr. Likey." Yes. Thank you, Dr. Likey. We shall now proceed to bring our remaining kin over. Indeed, please go and fetch them." "All right, thank you ever so much." Gano and Leia utilized instantaneous teleportation to depart from the planet ZVF. As they took their leave, an individual beside Dr. Likey addressed him, "Doctor, are we truly bringing these outsiders to coexist with us ZVF people?" "Certainly not," he replied. "I can sense an intense energy fluctuation emanating from these two extraterrestrials. My current experiment has reached a pivotal juncture, requiring potent cells for its success. Our powerful ZVF citizens can no longer furnish me with the experimental data I seek. Just as fortune would have it, these two have arrived, presenting the finest gift imaginable." Dr. Likey's laughter was malevolent, causing an involuntary shudder in the ZVF individual nearby, who recognized the madness within Likey. For the sake of his ambitions, he was willing to conduct live experiments on his own kind, resulting in a diminishing ZVF population. Dr. Likey instructed the others, when they arrive, ensure they are treated well, using the most potent sedatives. They must be rendered unconscious to facilitate my vivisection. "Yes, Dr. Likey," came the compliance. He then entered his laboratory, advancing towards the inner chamber. He opened the glass window and called out to those within, "Leica, you claim my experiments cannot succeed, yet today, two beings from the cosmos have arrived, brimming with formidable energy. If I can transform them into living specimens, I shall undoubtedly create the mightiest warriors. Then, we ZVF shall reign supreme over the universe." Leica, Dr. Likey's elder brother and a distinguished scientist, had opposed the notion of vivisection from the outset. Laika implored, Leaky, cease this madness. It is not too late to stop. Abandon the delusion of becoming the overlord of the galaxy. No, I am on the brink of success. I cannot possibly relent. As long as those two extraterrestrials return to our planet, I will achieve my goal. My dear brother, witness as I ascend to become the sovereign of the galaxy. With maniacal laughter, Dr. Leaky exited the laboratory. Gano and Leia remained on the planet Zephyr, yet Leaky was incapable of harnessing the essence of Chi, nor could he perceive its existence. When Gano swiftly departed, he was under the impression that they had left Zephyr. Upon the arrival of Dr. Leaky, both Gano and Leia sensed a malevolent aura emanating from him. This was a profound impression for them, as the little lamb they had reared also bore an evil presence. Though it paled in comparison to that of Leaky, akin to the vast difference between heaven and earth. Gano and Leia floated high above the planet Zephyr, where the words exchanged between Dr. Leaky and the Zephyrians were distinctly audible to them. Leia exclaimed, "This scoundrel is utterly detestable, attempting to use us Saiyans for his experiments. Just watch as I obliterate him." Gano hastily grasped Leia's arm and declared, "Capture the thief, capture the thief. Capture the woman and the duo. Is he not intent on using us for his experiments? Then let us seize him to establish our dominance. If we wish to thrive on this planet, it must unequivocally become the domain of the Saiyans, with the Zephyrians relegated to servitude. Should they refuse to cooperate, we shall eradicate them." It became evident that Brother Gano had long since devised his plan, all while speaking with such righteous fervor about being civilized. Let us hasten to retrieve our parents. With that, Gano led Leia directly to the temporary residence of Boom and Tasha on their planet. "Father, Mother, we have returned." Upon hearing Gino's voice, all the Saiyans emerged from their tents. Boom approached Gano and remarked, "We have found a suitable planet for our habitation." Gano nodded and addressed everyone, saying, "Listen to me. Upon our arrival on this planet, we are all to perform a play. What is this about, needing to act?" Gano elucidated the situation regarding the Zephyrians and expressed his own sentiments. Once everyone comprehended his message, they turned to Gano and declared, "Very well, we shall proceed as such. If we are to be subjected to experimentation, there shall be a price to pay." With that, they all joined hands and formed a circle, as Gano proclaimed, "I shall guide you to our new homeland." In the blink of an eye, all the Saiyans arrived on the planet Zephyr. "What a beautiful planet. It surpasses our Vegeta by far," many Saiyans remarked, captivated by the splendid scenery. Just then, a Zephyrian approached Gano and his companions, stating, "On behalf of the esteemed doctor, we welcome you and offer our hospitality." Chapter 27. A calculated maneuver. Upon hearing the Zephyrians' words, Gano addressed all the Saiyans. "Since we are visiting this planet for the first time, it is only fitting that we adhere to their customs. Would you not agree? Indeed, we must respect their regulations." The Saiyans responded in unison, their voices blending together in agreement. Gano addressed the individual before him, "Please, lead the way. May I ask your name?" "Me? I am called Aesop. Just refer to me as Aesop." "Aesop, what a splendid name. Now, Aesop, could you enlighten me about the population of your kind, the Zephyrians?" "The Zephyrians are renowned for our technological prowess, which unfortunately renders our combat capabilities rather feeble. Consequently, we frequently fall prey to cosmic pirates, resulting in a significant decline in our numbers. We are perpetually relocating our planets, and only upon our arrival in the northern galaxy have we enjoyed a semblance of stability for a few years. Curiously, even in the absence of pirate attacks, our population continues to dwindle, leaving us with merely a few thousand Zephyrians. Do these few thousand individuals possess knowledge of science and technology? Indeed, every Zephyrian is subjected to scientific education from birth until adulthood. Hence, on our planet, all Zephyrians are versed in scientific principles, albeit to varying degrees of proficiency. "Is it true that the most knowledgeable scientist among you is Dr. Leaky?" Gano inquired. "Not quite. The most erudite scientist on our planet is Dr. Leika, the elder brother of Dr. Leaky. He is our preeminent scientist. Dr. Leaky holds the second position, yet Dr. Leika has been absent for several years, and his whereabouts remain a mystery." Upon hearing this, Gano felt a stir within, realizing that another eminent scientist existed. He suspected that there was indeed a significant presence on this planet, concealed within Dr. Leaky's laboratory. "Leia, I need you to attend to a particular task." Gano approached Leia and whispered a few words to her, after which she nodded and vanished into thin air. This sudden disappearance startled ISO. Witnessing a person evaporate before their eyes left even the scientifically inclined in astonishment. ISO exclaimed, What just happened to that person? Oh, you mean her? She had some urgent matters to attend to. Now, let us hasten to our meal. We are all quite famished after our arduous journey. Very well, follow me. ISO responded. Upon reaching the dining area, everyone beheld a table measuring 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width, laden with an abundance of food. Indeed, Saiyans are known for their hearty appetites as well as their combative nature. Many found themselves involuntarily swallowing in anticipation. ISO declared, "This feast has been prepared for you all. Please indulge to your heart's content. We truly appreciate your generosity, ISO. It is no trouble at all, it is my duty. Please, enjoy your meal." Everyone's gaze fell upon Gano. Ever since he had rescued them, his shadow had indelibly etched itself into their hearts. Unbeknownst to them, they had subconsciously begun to regard Gano as the new king of the Saiyans. Gano noticed that everyone was staring at him and hurriedly exclaimed, "Why are you all just looking? Hurry and eat. With so many delectable dishes before us, it would be a shame to let them go to waste. Let's indulge ourselves." Upon hearing Gano's words, everyone lunged towards the table like ravenous wolves, immediately using their hands to devour the food. Aesop, witnessing the savagery of this group, instinctively turned his head away in disapproval. Gano gazed at ISO, addressing him, "Everyone is quite famished. I hope you do not take offense." "Not at all. It is entirely understandable. It seems you have truly gone many days without sustenance," ISO replied. "Indeed, it has been several days. If it were not for your generous hospitality, we would still be adrift in the cosmos. It has not been easy for any of us, has it? Please, eat first. I shall prepare more dishes for you, as this hardly seems sufficient." "That would be much appreciated," Gano responded gratefully. "There is no need for such formality. From now on, we are family," ISO declared before departing the scene. It appears that ISO remains unaware of Likey's ambitions. At that moment, Boom approached Gano, a large drumstick stuffed in his mouth, and murmured, "Gano, is it time? Shall we pretend to faint?" Gano remarked, "Father, there's no rush. We should eat first. Only then can we perform, right?" Indeed, he chuckled, as he seized a roasted piglet and began to gnaw on it. After a while, Aesop returned, instructing the chef to bring forth an array of dishes. The affluent gentleman turned to Gano and said, "You all enjoy your meal. I shall summon Dr. Likey." "Very well, off you go." As Aesop left, Leia reappeared and addressed Gano, saying, "Brother Gano, you were correct. In Dr. Likey's laboratory, there exists an individual. That person is likely Dr. Likey's brother, Laika. He has been confined within the laboratory by Likey." Gano sensed the approach of someone from a kilometer away and turned to Leia, saying, "Leia, go rescue Laika. Likey will be here soon. You can seize the opportunity to save Laika." "All right, I shall go at once." In a swift motion, Leia vanished without a trace. Gano addressed the assembly, stating, "All right, everyone has eaten sufficiently. It's time for the performance. All of you, fall down and remember to embrace the sensation of being entranced." One by one, they staggered and collapsed to the ground, with Gano joining them in this act. Shortly thereafter, Likey arrived at the scene. Izuo, upon witnessing the multitude sprawled on the ground, turned to Likey and remarked, "I left them in good condition. Why is everyone now lying here?" "I shall investigate." Likey replied, "There's no need for that. I have rendered them all unconscious. How could they possibly rise?" "What? You have incapacitated them? When did this happen? Wait, what is your purpose in doing this?" Likey dismissed his concerns, instructing, "Zila, take these individuals to my laboratory." "Your laboratory? Likey, are you conducting experiments on the living? Did not Laika prohibit such practices?" Izuo exclaimed, "What do you understand? This is a sacrifice for science. Experiments require specimens, do they not? How else could I achieve success?" "Enough of this nonsense, Izuo. Were it not for your position as my brother's assistant, I would have already transformed you into a living specimen." "What? Could it be that the dwindling numbers of our Zypher people are a consequence of your experiments on the living?" Likey responded, "To dedicate oneself to science is their honor. You should feel proud of them. You madman. Your actions will lead our Zypher people to annihilation. Do you comprehend this, Likey?" "Indeed, Izuo speaks the truth. You deserve condemnation for your ambition that seeks to harm your own kind. Truly unforgivable. How could this be? How could you awaken so swiftly? The potion I administered is potent enough to keep a dinosaur unconscious for a week. With such ineptitude, do you truly believe you could ensnare me? You are delusional," Gano retorted. "Then how did you manage to remain conscious? How else could I catch you red-handed? To think you would use us Saiyans for your experiments. You clearly underestimate our ferocity." Chapter 28. Saiyan planted upon hearing Gano declare himself a Saiyan. Likey's countenance shifted to one of unease. He had always kept abreast of external news and was well aware that Saiyans were known for their brutality and combativeness. Across the cosmos, they were referred to as a warrior race. So, you are a Saiyan? What a miscalculation. Were you not eradicated by Frieza? How is it that there are still so many Saiyans? Naturally, our strength has only grown. Haha, splendid. I relish the prospect of powerful Saiyans. This will enable me to create the most perfect warriors. Since Gano's awakening, the Saiyans who had been lying on the ground began to rise one by one, though they had initially wished to indulge in their antics a while longer. Gano beheld Dr. Loki's demeanor and mistakenly presumed him to be deranged. Are you not aware of the situation? It is you who are surrounded by us, not the other way around, he remarked. Dr. Loki replied, since you Saiyans are known as a race of warriors, allow me to witness the extent of your prowess in battle. With that, he produced a remote control. Initially intending to fashion you into living specimens before refining my creation, but it appears that is no longer necessary. Upon pressing a button, Gano sensed an immense energy emanating from the planet Zafel, a presence reminiscent of the aura exuded by Shrek. Suddenly, a helmeted alien materialized swiftly beside Dr. Loki. Gently caressing the cosmic wanderer, Dr. Loki proclaimed, my darling, you need not restrain yourself any longer. Unleash your full potential for slaughter. Do you see? That group of Saiyans is your target. Gano remarked, I see you are quite fearless. It seems you have a backup plan. Dr. Loki replied, this is my creation, though the technology is not yet fully refined. Thus, I cannot control it flawlessly, but it suffices to deal with you Saiyans. Rinyu, eliminate them. With a press of a button on the remote control in his hand, the creature, referred to as Rinyu by Dr. Loki, charged towards Gano and his companions. Just as Gano was about to make his move, Bardock intervened, addressing Gano, I was in the wrong last time. Allow me this opportunity. I shall defeat this foe. Gano, perceiving the fervent battle spirit gleaming in Bardock's eyes, addressed him, if it is delectable, then I shall entrust it to you. Gano swiftly sidestepped, and Bardock charged directly towards Rinyu. At the moment of their collision, a series of ripples erupted from their center, with energy continuously radiating outward. Dr. Loki was forcefully propelled away by this immense surge. Gano, with quick reflexes, caught Dr. Loki just in time. Dr. Loki expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. But upon turning to see Gano, his face instantly flushed a deep shade of purple. Gano pressed one hand against Dr. Loki, addressing him with confidence. Observe closely. We Saiyans grow ever stronger in battle. Your creation is but a slightly formidable ant in our eyes. Bardock engaged Rinyu with a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Rinyu in a state of disarray. With a powerful kick, Bardock sent Rinyu flying into the depths of the forest. Rinyu's body soared backward, colliding with numerous towering trees before finally halting his momentum. It's impossible. How could he be so powerful? I am the mightiest warrior, the greatest creation of Dr. Loki. I cannot afford to fail. Rinyu gasped, his energy surging beyond its previous limits. Sensing this shift, Bardock refused to be outdone, unleashing his own formidable energy in response. Rinyu launched an energy sphere toward Bardock, who swiftly swatted it aside and darted towards Rinyu, declaring, that's not how you utilize an energy sphere. Allow me to demonstrate. Bardock's form flickered rapidly, appearing directly before Rinyu, delivering a powerful shockwave. The tremendous force shattered Rinyu's helmet, propelling his body into the cosmos. Then allow me to send you off with this move. Bardock clasped his hands together, gathering an immense amount of energy, and unleashed a colossal shockwave toward Rinyu. Behold my ultra-large energy cannon. The energy wave surged toward Rinyu, who let out a final scream before succumbing to silence, obliterated by the shockwave as it shot into the vastness of space. Having vanquished Dr. Loki's creation, Bardock approached Gano and proclaimed, I have dealt with him. I trust one have not brought disgrace upon the Saiyan race. Gano remarked, excellent, very Saiyan. You should first recuperate your strength. I will have a thorough discussion with Dr. Loki. At this moment, Dr. Loki was utterly numbed, unable to comprehend that his most cherished creation was so easily vanquished. Dr. Loki, let us engage in a meaningful conversation now. The voice of Gano pulled Dr. Loki back into the realm of reality. Since you wish to conduct vivisection experiments on our Saiyans, it implies that your laboratory is teeming with numerous specimens, is it not? Come, lead us to behold this spectacle. Dr. Loki trembled as he replied, perhaps it would be better not to see. The things in my laboratory are yet to be assembled. In that case, we must see them all the more. By the way, ISO, notify all the Zephyrians on Zypher Planet to witness the creations of your esteemed Dr. Likey. Oh. ISO initially contemplated dismissing the idea, yet upon meeting Gano's gaze, he found himself unable to voice his reservations. Very well, I shall proceed at once. Gano, with one hand grasping Dr. Likey, strode towards the laboratory. A throng of Saiyans trailed behind him, their curiosity piqued about the peculiar creations of the scientist. Upon arriving at the threshold of Dr. Likey's laboratory, Gano unleashed a powerful energy blast, obliterating the door. The first figures to come into view were Leia and Laika, standing at the entrance. Numerous Zephyrians greeted Dr. Laika, but as they beheld his haggard visage, their gazes darkened with indignation. At that moment, Leia supported Dr. Laika as they approached Gano, addressing him. Dr. Laika is famished, and the grotesque experiments conducted by Dr. Likey daily have severely affected his mental state. Yes, ISO, allow Dr. Laika to rest. ISO hurried over to assist Dr. Laika, but the scene before him ignited a fierce rage within him. He beheld his comrades dismembered, one of whom was Dr. Likey's own son, their bodies connected to oxygen machines. ISO erupted, Likey, you monster. You cannot even spare your own son. Are you even human? He charged at Likey, delivering furious blows. Likey shielded his head with his arm and retorted, I am willing to sacrifice my own son for the sake of science. Yet you all refuse to let your kin contribute to this noble endeavor. ISO continued to pummel Likey, exclaiming, Science, is it? Sacrifice, you say? I'll make you beast. Live this nightmare as a subject of your own grotesque experiments. Alas, there is no redemption for Likey. Gano unleashed a powerful blast that obliterated all living subjects of the experiments. With a single punch, he dispatched Dr. Likey. Addressing everyone present, he declared, I do not oppose your scientific endeavors, but experiments on living beings are intolerable. Henceforth, the Zephyrians shall serve us, and the planet Zephyr shall be renamed Saya. Chapter 29, The New King of the Saiyans. Gano declared, from this moment forth, the planet Zephyr shall be renamed Saiyan Planet. We Saiyans are the new sovereigns of this realm. We shall show no mercy to the cosmic pirates who dare to invade our territory. Our foremost duty in the presence of these marauders is to eliminate them without hesitation. Therefore, rest assured, with our presence, the cosmic pirates shall be deterred from oppressing the Zephyrians. Henceforth, the Zephyrians shall be our allies. You shall provide scientific advancements, and we shall offer our formidable protection. Gano turned to Laika and inquired, Dr. Laika, do you find my arrangements suitable? Do you have anything further to add? Laika replied, No, nothing at all. Your organization is quite impeccable. Laika, still reeling from the earlier scene, recognized Gano's formidable power. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Gano could effortlessly obliterate all of Laika's experimental samples. The sheer strength displayed by Gano left Laika astonished. Every directive he issued was beyond question, and the previous display was merely an assertion of his dominance. Thus, Laika submitted entirely to Gano's will, supporting whatever he proposed. Laika contemplated that, in truth, this arrangement could be beneficial. The Saiyans possessed the might to safeguard the defenseless Zephyrians, while the Zephyrians, in turn, possessed the scientific knowledge that Gano and his cohort required. It seemed to be a mutually beneficial alliance. Very well, since Dr. Laika has no further comments. Let us host a celebratory event on planet Saiyan today. Consider it the inaugural collaboration between the Saiyans and the Zephyrians. I believe that is an excellent idea, Laika responded. Then let us all prepare. Tonight, we shall indulge in a splendid feast. Everyone is invited to eat and revel to their heart's content. The Saiyans present erupted with joy, leaping in excitement. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, they had not enjoyed a proper meal. The Saiyans had two great passions, the first being combat, and the second, the joy of dining. As the sky gradually darkened, they kindled a bonfire, and the Saiyans and Zephyrians joined together in song and dance, encircling the fire while joy radiated from every face. Gano and Leia sat together, indulging in a hearty meal. Gano remarked, Leia, you see, Saiyans can indeed be quite benevolent. Can't we? Our desires are rather simple. We seek sustenance, shelter, and a harmonious existence together. Is that not wonderful? Why must there be conflict and strife? Leia responded, within the very essence of Saiyans lies an inherent warrior instinct, something immutable. Have you not noticed? When you engage in battle, you become reckless, as if possessed, fully embodying the Saiyans' combative nature. Is that so? How come I was oblivious to this? Gano questioned. Surprising, indeed. I vividly recall your encounters with Mr. Bobo back on Earth. You were so recklessly fervent, even when he inflicted severe injuries upon you. It seemed you were entirely unfazed, charging at him until you were utterly exhausted. Yet, after each grievous wound, you would swiftly recover, and your power would surge significantly. Did you not perceive this? Leia inquired. Really? I have no recollection of such things. At that time, all I desired was to master the techniques of attack and energy manipulation without regard for my own well-being. Perhaps, as you say, it is indeed the Saiyans warrior genes at play. Regardless, during my sparring sessions with Mr. Bobo, I experienced an inexplicable exhilaration. Even when he wounded me, it was a blend of pain and pleasure. Thus, one could argue that the Saiyans' combative spirit is deeply ingrained. If Saiyans were not warriors at heart, would they still be considered Saiyans? Gano, with a large piece of dinosaur meat stuffed in his mouth, struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. All that Leia could discern was Gano's remark. Perhaps, as you say, if Saiyans are not combative, then they cease to be Saiyans. As Leia and Gano continued their conversation, Bardock approached Gano and said, I owe you an apology. Over the past few days, I have reflected deeply, and you are right. Only by surviving can we seize the chance for vengeance. Have you still been dwelling on this matter? I had long since forgotten it. Let us henceforth refrain from mentioning it. Our current mission is to strengthen ourselves, to the point where no one can dictate our fate. Indeed, we must become immensely powerful. Powerful enough to confront all adversaries, even the god of destruction. Bardock continued, to defeat the god of destruction is a distant ambition. Let us first focus on vanquishing Frieza. Our primary objective now is to overcome Frieza, to earn his respect for us Saiyans. Rest assured, I will eventually defeat Frieza, Bardock declared. Then you must train diligently. Defeating Frieza will not be an easy feat, but all things are achievable with determination. If we are resolute, we shall undoubtedly conquer Frieza. After concluding their conversation, Bardock departed. Making his way towards his wife, Jine, engaged in conversation with her. At this moment, Gano's parents approached him, saying, Gano, you have now become the leader of our Saiyan people, thus you are the new king of the Saiyans. Yes, indeed. Your father and I have consulted all the surviving Saiyans, and they unanimously support your ascension as our new king. Please, stop this, Mom and Dad. What qualifications do I have to be the king of the Saiyans? Why not? The Saiyans revere strength. The former King Vegeta was the pinnacle of our combat capabilities, which is why he was our king. Your fighting power far surpasses that of King Vegeta, and you have rescued so many Saiyans. We support your claim to kingship, so do not decline. As they spoke, Boom and Tasha bowed to Gano in homage, startling him, just as he was about to assist his parents. All the Saiyans gathered behind them, simultaneously bowing to Gano, proclaiming, we pay our respects to our king. Leia also stepped forward, declaring, we pay our respects to our king. Witnessing this, Dr. Laika joined the assembly, addressing Gano, the planet Saiyan indeed requires a leader, and that leader can only be you. I, Laika, bow to the Saiyan king. I, ISO, bow to the Saiyan king. All the Zephyrians chanted in unison, we bow to the king of planet Saiyan. Gano mused to himself, it seems that whether one desires it or not, one must ascend to the throne. This reminds me of a tale from my past life, which I believe was titled The Dawning of the Yellow Robe. Gano declared, since you all hold me in such high regard, I shall assume the role of king of the Saiyan planet. There is no need for excessive formality. Please rise. Upon hearing Gano's acceptance of the kingship, everyone stood tall. Chapter 30. Establishing the Gravity Chamber. Gano observed that everyone had risen to their feet and addressed the assembly. Since you have chosen me to be your king, I shall establish a few regulations. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Firstly, Saiyans must not arbitrarily bully the Zephyrians. Secondly, Saiyans battles must not cause damage to the dwellings. Thirdly, Zephyrians are to utilize scientific technologies judiciously and not misuse them. These rules must be remembered by all. Any transgressor shall face punishment. We shall uphold the king's regulations, the crowd replied in unison. Very well, you may return now. You have all worked diligently today. Rest early. Dr. Laika, please stay a moment. I have matters to discuss with you. What does the king wish to convey to me? Laika inquired. Gano remarked, Your Highness. Being addressed as Your Highness makes me rather uncomfortable. Perhaps we could settle on a different name? Lycus pondered for a moment before responding. Then let us refer to you as Lord Gano. Very well. Henceforth, that shall be your title. Gano continued, Lycus, I wish for you to harness scientific advancements to construct a gravity chamber, one that is suitable for Saiyan training. Is it feasible with our current technology? Lycus replied, How many gravity chambers does Lord Gano wish to establish? and what gravitational settings are desired. Additionally, what dimensions should they possess, and are there any specific decorative elements required? Gano contemplated for a moment, deciding that the gravity settings for the gravity chamber would be based on the gravitational pull of Earth on planet Saiyan, set at 500 times that of normal gravity. Given the current capabilities of the Saiyans, 500 times the gravity should suffice for their present training needs. As for the spatial requirements, it would primarily accommodate 5 individuals. Furthermore, it would be ideal to have the option of taking a shower after training, followed by the enjoyment of delectable cuisine. Consequently, it would be best if each Saiyan's residence included a gravity chamber. Oh, and since we have just arrived here and are yet to secure housing, let us also include the construction of homes in this endeavor. All right, I understand. Is there anything else you require, Lord Gano? No, that would be sufficient. If Laika encounters any difficulties, she may approach me. Presently, our planet's technology is capable of fulfilling these fundamental constructions. Now, is our technology advanced enough to detect cosmic phenomena? Well, we have not yet reached such heights. But I believe that with ample time, we could develop instruments capable of cosmic detection. Very well, let us proceed with this for now. Laika, our Saiyan planet lacks an infrared system, which would alert us if anyone approached, enabling us to respond swiftly to potential threats. Upon hearing this, Laika exclaimed to Gano, "That is indeed an excellent idea. I shall immediately research such technology to establish an alert system for our Saiyan planet." "Ah, we do not have it yet." "Very well. Then you may commence your research." "All right, I shall take my leave now." "By the way, Lord Gano, is there anything else?" Gano replied, "May I have Izzer assist me? He was previously my aide and is well acquainted with my thoughts and methodologies, facilitating swift implementation." "Certainly, that poses no issue. I will have Izzer assist you." "Thank you, Lord Gano." With that, Laika returned to her home. The following day, Gano summoned all the Saiyans, urging them to aid the Zephyrians. The Zephyrians provided the technology, while the Saiyans contributed their strength. 3 months passed, and the Saiyans' homes were constructed in a remarkably short time. Among them, the most exquisite residence belonged to Gano, the newly appointed Saiyan king. Upon completion of his home, Gano marveled at the efficiency of the Zephyrians, pleasantly surprised by how swiftly the construction was accomplished. Gano approached his residence, gazing upon the remarkably exquisite structure before him. He remarked, "Laika, is this a house or a castle? This is rather extravagant, isn't it? I merely desired a dwelling, yet you have bestowed upon me a castle, which seems unnecessary." Laika responded, "My Lord Gano, as the ruler of planet Saya, your abode must indeed be distinctive. Otherwise, when guests arrive on our planet, how will they discern who leads this realm? A glance reveals that all other houses are identical. How would others perceive our Saya planet? However, with your castle standing out prominently, it immediately signifies your status as our sovereign. For your residence is unparalleled, incomparable to any other." Gano pondered for a moment and addressed Laika, saying, "Laika, I appreciate your efforts." Laika replied, "It is only fitting to devote myself wholeheartedly to Lord Gano." Little did he expect that this old man had now taken to uttering flattery like others. "Lord Gano, I assure you, I mean no flattery. I speak only the truth." "Very well, I shall graciously accept your goodwill. By the way, how is the construction of the gravity chamber for the Saiyans progressing?" "Report to you, Lord Gano, through the collaborative efforts of the Saiyans and the Zephyrians, all residences for the Saiyans on our planet have now been completed. The gravity chamber is 90% finished, with just a little more work required for its completion. Indeed, to have accomplished such a monumental endeavor in a mere 3 months is remarkably swift. However, it is imperative that the remaining gravity chambers be completed promptly. For the survival of planet Saiyan in the cosmos, a formidable military force must be established as a safeguard. Once the gravity chambers are complete, I shall ensure that all Saiyans dedicate themselves to rigorous training. For without consistent training, our strength will wane, and when formidable adversaries approach, we will find ourselves defenseless." Lord Gano stated that he would ensure they expedite the completion of the final gravity chamber, allowing the Saiyans to commence their training at the earliest opportunity. "Lord Gano, please take a moment to explore your residence. I shall not intrude upon you further." Gano waved his hand and said, "You may carry on with your work." Laika bid farewell to Gano and proceeded to complete the construction of his gravity chambers. A month later, all the gravity chambers had been finished. On this day, Gano gathered all the Saiyans together and addressed them. "From this day forth, I shall train you alongside Leia for a duration of 6 months. I hope that during this time, you will fully engage in my training." Upon hearing this, all the Saiyans were filled with excitement. They understood the immense strength of Gano and recognized that it was undoubtedly linked to his training methods. With Gano now set to train them, they believed that if they persevered through these 6 months of training, their own power would undoubtedly grow even greater. Chapter 31. Gano's Training Methods. When Gano mentioned the need to train them, their hearts brimmed with joy, particularly the warrior Bardock, who exhibited the most fervent excitement. Bardock exclaimed, "It is truly marvelous that the king himself will lead our training. So, when shall we commence?" Observing Bardock's expression, Gano mused internally, "Indeed, he is a martial enthusiast utterly devoted to training." In later times, Kakarot too became enamored with martial arts, likely inheriting this advantageous trait from Bardock. Although Bardock was a low-ranking warrior, he gradually ascended to the status of a high-ranking fighter through his relentless efforts. Hence, it is evident that innate talent does not solely determine one's ultimate achievements. It is the persistent endeavor that enables one to ultimately stand at the pinnacle. Gano proclaimed, "The training commences now. Every household possesses a gravity chamber. Return home and enter the gravity chamber, adjusting the gravitational force to 20 times that of normal. Adapting to the gravity within is the first step." Upon hearing this, everyone finally comprehended the reason behind the construction of gravity chambers in each home. It was indeed for this purpose. It seems that the king possesses remarkable foresight. After offering a slight bow to Gano, Bardock hurriedly made his way back home. Observing Bardock's anxious demeanor, Gano shook his head in response. Once all the Saiyans had returned home, Leia appeared beside Gano and remarked, "Brother Gano, the gravitational force on planet Vegeta is 10 times that of Earth. Our previous spacecraft were designed with Earth's gravity in mind, but the current gravity chambers are calibrated to the gravitational force of our home planet. Can they endure such weight?" "No," Gano replied, "but there is one individual who can withstand such gravity." "Oh, who might that be? Is it father or mother?" Gano shook his head. "Could it not be them? Both father and mother are elite warriors. Who else could possibly withstand such intense gravitational pressure?" Gano spoke slowly. "Warrior Bardock." "Bardock? You mean he can withstand the oppressive force of gravity?" "Yes, it is indeed Bardock. Although his current strength is not remarkable, as time progresses, his cultivation speed will accelerate. And who knows, he may even catch up to you." Leia responded, "Impossible. How could Bardock possibly catch up to me? I can transform into a Super Saiyan now. While he still has a long way to go before achieving that. His foundational battle power hasn't even reached the necessary level. How could he possibly surpass me?" Gano cautioned, "Leia, do not be blindly overconfident. Anything is possible. Bardock's pursuit of strength surpasses that of all Saiyans. His fervor is ingrained in his very bones, which is why we must continue to strive diligently. We cannot allow others to surpass us, for where would that leave my dignity as a Saiyan king?" Leia giggled, covering her mouth. "I never knew my brother Gano had moments of fear. Why are you so reluctant to part with the Saiyan throne? I could never covet such trivial matters. My ambition is to become the mightiest warrior in the entire universe. These worldly titles are but fleeting illusions. Once I attain a certain level of strength, I shall relinquish the throne and pursue new heights." Leia replied, "I knew my brother Gano would never be attached to such things. I was merely jesting. Brother Gano, consider this. The majority of individuals cannot withstand the immense pressure of 20 times gravity. Ah, what you say holds true. Bardock has indeed endured the extraordinary force of 20 times gravity." Gano and Leia jointly sensed the presence of Bardock. At that moment, within the confines of Bardock's home, he was drenched in sweat inside the gravity chamber. His body was bent under the immense pressure of gravity, yet he persevered. Bardock's face was flushed crimson as he summoned all his strength to withstand the colossal weight pressing down upon him. Gradually, he straightened his waist, ultimately rising to a standing position. Leia observed Bardock's every effort, realizing that he was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Astonishingly, he withstood such formidable pressure, a feat that reminded her of her own initial experience in gravity training, when she had struggled immensely under the same oppressive force. How remarkable it was that Bardock could adapt to the gravity chamber's demands in such a brief span of time. Brother Gano was not mistaken. Although he could transform into a Super Saiyan now, he could not escape the reality that newcomers could surpass him. He needed to strive harder. Ever since arriving on planet Saya, Leia had scarcely trained. Bardock straightened up and began to walk forward, step by step. As time passed, his pace quickened, culminating in punches and kicks. Gano, sensing Bardock's situation, remarked, "It seems Bardock has adapted to the 20-fold gravity suppression." He then turned to Leia and said, "Leia, while others are training, we should join them. This planet is not conducive for our cultivation. let us venture elsewhere. All right. Since my arrival on planet Saya, I have hardly trained. Brother Gano, let us hasten. With that, Gano and Leia vanished from their spot. They found themselves on a desolate planet, where they immediately activated their gravity techniques. Gano unleashed a gravity suppression of 100 times, while Leia opted for 70 times, unwilling to be overwhelmed and humiliated. As they activated their techniques, the ground beneath them cracked under the immense pressure, unable to withstand such force. The gravity bore down on Gano, who assessed the 100-fold suppression as manageable, ideal for training, and thus commenced his regimen. He began with light jogging and jumping to warm up, subsequently progressing to vigorous strikes. Observing Gano, Leia thought, what a peculiar individual. He can handle such gravity with ease, while 70 times is already quite taxing for me. Indeed, Brother Gano remains formidable. Determined to adapt to the 70-fold gravity, Leia moved forward, leaving deep footprints with each step. This tremendous pressure caused her cells to undergo significant changes, propelling her toward the transformation into a full-powered Super Saiyan Level 1. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day had quietly slipped by. When Gano finally ceased his training, darkness had enveloped the sky. It is evening, time to return. Leia, let us go. Gano turned to find Leia asleep against a large stone, evidently exhausted from the day's exertions. Gano swiftly embraced Leia and utilized instantaneous movement to return to planet Saya. He gently placed Leia onto his bed before departing to seek out Dr. Laika, intent on having the doctor investigate the mystical beings, exploring the possibility of cultivating them through technology. Gano swiftly arrived at Laika's laboratory, where Laika, upon noticing his presence, hurried to him and inquired, Lord Gano, what brings you here at such a late hour? Gano extracted a mystical bean and addressed Dr. Laika, saying, Laika, do you believe this bean can be cultivated through scientific methods? Laika took the bean into his hands, examined it thoughtfully, and replied, I shall certainly endeavor to try. Rest assured, Lord Gano, I will exert my utmost effort. Gano nodded in approval and remarked, I have complete confidence in your capabilities, Laika. Here, allow me to present you with another bean as a reward. This particular bean possesses the extraordinary power to restore vitality, as long as your heart remains unscathed. Consuming it will rejuvenate you, regardless of the severity of your injuries. Is it truly that remarkable? Laika inquired. Indeed, the essence of the bean lies in its remarkable properties, which render it exceedingly precious, Gano affirmed. How fascinating. Lord Gano, I must personally experience its effects to fully comprehend its capabilities, and subsequently, I can cultivate it more effectively based on its medicinal properties. Gano inquired, Are you certain you wish to experience the effects of the magical beans? To which Laika nodded thoughtfully. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request, Gano declared. Laika's mind was bewildered. How could this possibly satisfy her? Just as the thought crossed her mind, she felt a tremendous blow to her abdomen. A spray of crimson erupted forth. It was Gano's doing. His strike so swift that Laika had not perceived it before finding herself grievously wounded. She sensed her vitality rapidly waning. Gano took the mystical bean from Laika's hand and fed it to him, and in an instant, Laika was filled with vigor and vitality. With his body rejuvenated, Laika inquired, Lord Gano, was it you who just attacked me? Gano candidly remarked, Indeed. I merely delivered a gentle punch, yet your frail body succumbed almost fatally. It is a testament to the overwhelming prowess of Lord Gano. How could my diminutive frame possibly withstand such force? However, I did not witness your attack. How is it that I fell? It is quite normal not to perceive the assault. Your strength is insufficient to discern my strikes. The speed of my punches is so extraordinary that they elude the naked eye, Gano explained. How do you feel now? Have you sensed the effects of the divine being? Just moments ago, you were on the brink of death, yet now you are bursting with vitality. This is the power of the divine being. Indeed, Lord Gano, I feel it and have experienced the effects of the divine being. However, might you bestow upon me a few more? Fear not, my lord. I am not coveting the divine beings. My intention is to utilize scientific technology to decompose and analyze the beings, thereby uncovering the principles of their composition. Rest assured, it is merely a handful of divine beings. Experiments necessitate specimens, after all. Here, take them. Gano directly bestowed upon Laika 10 magical beans. I have but one request, to cultivate something with the same wondrous effects as these beans. Very well, I shall bring it to fruition. Rest assured, esteemed Lord Gano. Gano, having conveyed the matter, departed from Laika's laboratory without hesitation. Upon returning to his castle, he observed Layla peacefully slumbering in his bed. Shaking his head, he promptly entered the bathroom to take a shower. It seemed this young lady was indeed exhausted. Perhaps a refreshing wash would do me good as well. Gano, having finished his bath, stealthily made his way into his side chamber, careful not to awaken Leia. He slumbered peacefully until dawn, and upon rising, proceeded directly to freshen up. Emerging from the side chamber, he was surprised to find that Leia was still fast asleep. Gano approached her and gently roused her, saying, Leia, wake up quickly. What time do you think it is? You're still in bed. With sleepy eyes, Leia sat up and gazed at Gano, responding, Brother Gano, it's still early. Isn't it? Can't I rest a little longer? Get up quickly. It is indeed early, but if we wish to become powerful, we must be more diligent than others. If we indulge in laziness, we will surely be surpassed by others. The universe is filled with formidable beings, and we must strive even harder, Gano admonished. Upon hearing the notion of being surpassed, Leia bristled. How could she possibly allow that? Apart from Brother Gano, no other Saiyan could eclipse her. Absolutely not. With urgency, Leia sprang from her bed, hastily freshened up, and approached Gano, declaring, Brother Gano, I refuse to be outdone by anyone. Let us go train right now. Gano and Leia emerged from the castle. Gano sensed the energy of the Saiyans on planet Saya, realizing that their power had significantly escalated. However, what astonished him even more was that Bardock could now withstand the pressure of 30 times gravity. Leia, take a moment to sense Bardock's energy, he urged. Leia closed her eyes and gasped. Bardock is truly impressive. In such a brief span, he has adapted from enduring 20 times gravity to 30 times. It is simply remarkable. What did I tell you? Bardock should not be underestimated. Come, we must commence our training as well. Gano and Leia instantly teleported back to the desolate planet they had initially arrived at, commencing their arduous training. Time passed swiftly. A month elapsed during which Gano and Leia diligently honed their skills on this barren world. At this moment, Leia was enveloped in a golden aura, while opposite her stood the formidable Gano. Although Leia had transformed into a Super Saiyan, the intensity of Gano's energy far surpassed that of Leia's Super Saiyan form. Energy waves erupted, reverberating across the desolate landscape, causing the planet to tremble under the weight of their power. Leia charged towards Gano, swiftly appearing before him. She crouched low and launched an uppercut. Observing her approaching fist, Gano extended a hand to block her attack. Leia, undeterred, relentlessly pressed on. Her barrage of strikes met with Gano's single-handed defense. Realizing her efforts were futile, Leia executed a side kick, prompting Gano to pivot and evade her assault. Next, Leia unleashed an energy blast directed at Gano, who effortlessly swatted it aside, sending it crashing into a distant mountain, shattering it into debris. Behold my technique, Leia proclaimed, her energy surging as she prepared to unleash her ultimate move, the Starburst Annihilation. So you're resorting to your trump card, Gano remarked. Then allow me to showcase the technique I have developed during this time. With swift motions, he gathered energy in both hands, forming two energy spheres. He then declared, Taste my attack, explosive impact. The two spheres merged and surged toward Leia's Starburst Annihilation. However, Leia's technique was obliterated upon contact with Gano's explosive impact. Faced with this overwhelming assault, she stood momentarily stunned. In that critical instant, Gano teleported before Leia, wrapping his arms around her waist, and they vanished from the scene. Chapter 33. The transmission of Super Saiyan Broly. Gano rescued Leia in a moment of peril, and they arrived at a planet not far from the desolate world. The explosive strike of Gano obliterated the desolate planet, transforming it into mere cosmic dust. Beside Gano, Leia gazed at the distant sphere that had erupted into a spectacle of fireworks, her throat involuntarily convulsing. Producing a sound akin to a gulp, this was the sound of Leia swallowing. Gano delivered a sharp flick to Leia's forehead, chiding her, when an attack is imminent, you must know to evade. Do you realize how perilous the situation was? Regaining her composure from Gano's reprimand, Leia responded, Brother Gano, your attack was remarkably fierce. My ultimate move was utterly feeble in the face of your prowess, crumbling at the slightest touch. Let us not digress, Gano interjected. I am addressing the matter of your failure to evade the incoming assault. Do you not possess the ability of instantaneous movement? Under those circumstances, you could have easily utilized it to distance yourself from my attack's range. Leia replied, Brother Gano, I was so taken aback by your strike that I completely overlooked that aspect. I assure you, I shall not repeat this mistake in the future. Gano remarked. You were pondering a future that no longer exists. You know, had I not reacted swiftly just now, you would have been reduced to cosmic dust, much like that distant planet. Observing Gino's irritation, Leia playfully adopted a charming demeanor and said, Gino, dear brother, please do not be angry. I acknowledge my mistake and assure you, I shall never commit such an error again. Oh, wait, there will be no next time, absolutely no next time. Please, do not be upset, all right? As she gently shook Gino's arm, her persistent charm ultimately won him over. Having spent many years together, Leia was well aware of Gino's vulnerabilities, and she adeptly exploited them. Before long, Gino conceded, all right, just stop shaking me. At this rate, my arm will surely come loose. With Gino's anger dissipated, Leia's expression transformed into one of joy. By the way, dear brother, she continued, your recent attack was extraordinarily formidable. In comparison, my efforts seemed utterly insignificant. Your ultimate technique completely overshadowed mine. Truly impressive. Gino remarked, perhaps it is because my energy exceeds yours. The density of my energy sphere's cohesion surpasses that of yours, which is why my ultimate move has triumphed over yours. So that's how it is. Brother Gino, you are truly remarkable. I have always found it puzzling. Despite your aeration being in a normal state, it surpasses even my Super Saiyan aeration. Are you truly defying the heavens? Gino chuckled, remarking, perhaps my innate talent is exceedingly formidable? He could hardly claim to possess the bloodline of ancient Saiyans, with both of his parents being elite Saiyans. His lineage was merely ordinary. Who would believe him if he declared himself a descendant of ancient Saiyans? Yet, there are exceptions, such as the legendary Super Saiyan Broly and the firstborn son of King Vegeta, named Reg. From the moment of his birth, Reg exhibited a staggering battle power of 50,000, startling King Vegeta. However, under Frieza's tyrannical reign, the existence of such a Saiyan was intolerable. Consequently, King Vegeta exiled his son to a remote planet, where Reg lived for decades. Unbeknownst to King Vegeta, his eldest son possessed the essence of an ancient Saiyan bloodline. Reflecting on this, Gino turned to Leia and inquired, Leia, do you recall the planet where I requested you to settle the Paras and his son? The one where they could thrive? Oh, you mean that father and son? I almost forgot. They are on a planet not far from planet Vegeta, a world inhabited by colossal creatures and filled with oxygen. While it may not compare to our Saiyan planet, it is still habitable, and they can certainly survive there. Very well, then take me to that planet at once. Where do you wish to go? Oh, right. You mentioned that rescuing them would serve a greater purpose. You do not intend to train that father and son into formidable warriors, do you? Gino remarked, it is not this father and son duo that piques my interest, but rather that young Saiyan, Broly. As for his father, I harbor no desire to nurture him. My fascination lies solely with Broly. He is the child whose power level was an astounding 10,000 at birth. Naturally, if that were not the case, why would I bother to rescue them? The fate of Paragus is of no concern to me. However, this young lad truly captivates my attention. Very well, since you are so intrigued, I shall take you to him. Leia pointed to her forehead, attuning herself to Broly's energy. Brother Gano, extend your hand to me, and I shall lead you there at once. Gano placed his hand upon Leia's, and in an instant, they vanished from this planet. They arrived on a celestial body whose name eluded them. Gazing upon this new world, Gano remarked, it seems adequate. The survival of two Saiyans poses no challenge. Gino sensed a presence and addressed Leia. Leia, there is an energy over there. Let us proceed in that direction. It must be Broly's aura. Very well. Leia nodded in agreement. In an instant, they arrived at the site where the energy was surging. At that moment, Gino observed a young Saiyan engaged in a fierce battle with a dinosaur. This Saiyan emanated a wild and ferocious aura, seemingly oblivious to the dinosaur's attacks, boldly choosing to confront them head-on. Broly unleashed a green energy wave directed at the dinosaur. As the attack approached, the dinosaur swung its massive tail, effortlessly dispersing Broly's onslaught. Undeterred, Broly advanced toward the dinosaur's tail, gripping it firmly with both hands. With sheer strength, he lifted the dinosaur off the ground and began to spin it around vigorously. After an indeterminate number of rotations, Broly released his grip, sending the dinosaur hurtling forward like a cannonball towards a nearby mountain. The colossal creature crashed into several peaks, toppling them as it staggered, disoriented and dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Broly moved to the dinosaur's underbelly and delivered a powerful punch that pierced through its abdomen. The dinosaur's eyes became vacant as it gradually succumbed to the loss of breath. Having vanquished his foe, Broly hoisted the enormous dinosaur and strode purposefully in a chosen direction. Gino turned to Leia and said, So, Leia, what do you think of this little fellow? Well, he seems quite capable, she replied. At such a young age, he already knows how to harness his intellect in battle. Quite impressive. I interjected, that's not what I meant. Did you notice the aura he exudes during combat? Indeed, I felt it. It radiates a ferocious energy, as if this little creature exists solely for the purpose of destruction. Precisely. If he cannot master the power within him, as he matures, his strength will only amplify, ultimately posing a catastrophe for the universe. Are you suggesting that we train this young one to help him control his inner energy? Yes, that is precisely my intention. Chapter 34. Taming Broly. All right then. Since you have made your decision, let us keep this creature by our side. I believe that aside from you and me, it would be quite a challenge for anyone else to subdue him. Gano declared. All right, let's not hesitate any longer. We shall proceed to Broly's location. Gano and Leia soared towards Broly. Before long, they beheld Broly striding towards his abode, a dinosaur slung over his shoulder. Gano and Leia appeared before Broly, startling him profoundly. Upon seeing them, Broly inquired, "Who are you?" Before attempting to unleash his fury. Observing the situation, Gano summoned the power of his bloodline, emanating an overwhelming pressure that bore down directly upon Broly. The ferocious aura exuded by Broly dissipated into nothingness upon encountering Gano's formidable presence. In an instant, Broly sensed an immense force weighing upon him, feeling as though his very bloodline was being firmly subdued, akin to a subject in the presence of a sovereign. The pressure derived from the bloodline compelled Broly to refrain from further aggression. Gano observed that Broly had calmed down and spoke to him. Do not be anxious. We, like you, are Saiyans. With that, Gano and Leia began to sway their tails. Noticing the movement of their tails, Broly felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. Gano inquired, "So it's Broly, is it? Are there any others on this planet besides you?" Broly replied, "The natives of this world have all been eradicated by me. My father and I once lived together, but on a night of a full moon, I transformed into a great ape. When I regained consciousness, my father had vanished. It seems that in his transformation, Broly lost control of himself and inadvertently killed his own father, Paragus. However, this turn of events may not be entirely regrettable, for Gano had come primarily for Broly, and his father held little significance for him. During full moon nights, all Saiyans would transform into great apes, wreaking havoc. Yet this phenomenon was typically confined to the lower-class warriors. Elite fighters like Lyra, even in their great ape form, maintained a degree of awareness. Broly, however, appeared to be unable to manage the immense energy within him, resulting in a loss of consciousness during his transformation, leading to unrestrained destruction and ultimately, the tragic demise of his father. Then it seems you are alone now, Gano stated. Indeed, Broly affirmed. Well then, come with us. We not only have the means to amplify your strength, but we can also teach you to master the energy within you. What do you say? Consider it. The prospect of perfecting his control over his own energy stirred something within Broly. The vast power he possessed had always been a double-edged sword, transforming him into a relentless killing machine during battles. The chance to attain mastery over his energy was undeniably enticing. You can truly help me gain control over my energy? Broly asked. Absolutely, but only if you stay close to us. This way, we can instruct you at any moment on how to harness your energy, they responded. All right, if you can indeed help me control my energy, then I shall accompany you. You've made a wise choice, Gano remarked. However, you must wait a moment. I had a hard time defeating this formidable foe, and it is my lunch. I am quite famished. Once I have satisfied my hunger, I will join you. Gano gazed at the colossal creature perched upon Broly's shoulder and remarked, In that case, may we join you for a meal? We have yet to dine as well. Broly replied, Very well, let us all partake together. Gano approached Broly, effortlessly lifting the colossal creature resting upon Broly's shoulder with a single hand, and said to him, Let us go? We must hasten. Observing Gano effortlessly handling such a massive being as if it were a mere toy, Broly murmured, How formidable, in his grasp. This enormous entity appears to be as manageable as a plaything. Gano strode forward, carrying a dinosaur, as Leia approached Broly and said, Brother, there is nothing extraordinary about him. It's hardly surprising what happens to him. Your pace in embracing new experiences is a bit sluggish, isn't it? Once you accompany us, you will understand what kind of monster he truly is. The raging energy within you is merely a slight surplus in his eyes. However, compared to his level, your energy surpasses that of the vast majority of Saiyans. After Leia spoke, she also moved forward. Upon reaching Broly's dwelling, Gano discarded the dinosaur and remarked to Broly, It seems there is no place for cooking here. Leia, go gather some branches. We shall feast on roasted meat. Upon hearing Gino's intention to prepare barbecue, Leia promptly replied, "Sure, I'll go right away." In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight, leaving Broly in astonishment. Gino clarified, "Do not be curious. It is merely a secret technique." During their conversation, Leia reappeared before Broly, clutching a large bundle of dry twigs. "Brother Gano, do you see these branches resembling dogs?" Gino gazed at the dry firewood in Leia's hands and remarked, "That will suffice. I shall prepare the fire for roasting the meat." "Very well. I shall ignite the fire at once," she replied. Speaking of roasted meat, Leia's memory of Gino's culinary prowess remained vivid, as even the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, extolled his exceptional grilling skills. Upon hearing this intriguing term, Broly, in a state of bewilderment, asked, "Roasted meat? What is that? Is it delicious?" Leia responded, "Oh, dear Broly, my brother Gino's roasting skills are unparalleled. Even the god of destruction and Whis in this universe have praised his mastery. You, my friend, are quite fortunate. Many Saiyans on our planet have yet to savor my brother's roasted delicacies. Who would have thought that you would receive such a privilege upon your very first encounter? Truly, your luck is remarkable." Amidst Leia and Broly's conversation, Gino had already placed the meat over the flames. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, silencing their dialogue. They hurried to Gino's side, their eyes fixed on the delectable roasted meat, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Gano gazed at Leia and Broly, addressing them with a hint of irritation, "Keep your distance. Your saliva is nearly dripping onto my barbecue. Rest assured, there is enough to share. Today, you both may partake in this feast." The roasted meat prepared by Gano was promptly handed to Leia and Broly, both of whom displayed expressions of contentment as they savored the delicious dish. Gradually, Broly's formidable power level diminished under the relentless consumption of the three voracious appetites. Ultimately, the trio reclined on the ground, their hands resting on their satisfied, distended bellies, gazing up at the sky in a state of sheer bliss. Chapter 35. The first clash between Broly and Bardock after a hearty feast. Gano and his companions departed from the planet. Broly followed closely behind Gano, occasionally glancing back, for he had spent a considerable amount of time here. And the abrupt departure stirred a tinge of reluctance within him. "Come, the place I am taking you to is 100 times better than here. The scenery is enchanting and splendid, a rare gem indeed, and it is where we Saiyans truly reside," Gano assured Broly. "All right, let us go," Broly responded. Looking at Gano and Leia, "Broly, give me your hand." Broly placed his hand in Gano's palm, while Leia effortlessly rested her hand on Gano's shoulder. With a swift motion, Gano activated instant transmission, and they arrived at planet Saya. As Broly acclimated to his new surroundings, they had already reached their destination. Upon witnessing the breathtaking landscape, a smile illuminated Broly's face. After all, he was still a child, brimming with curiosity, eager to explore every nook and cranny. The moment Gano appeared, the Saiyans inhabiting planet Saya sensed the aura emanating from both Gano and Leia. However, Broly's unfamiliar presence instilled a sense of unease among them. The bloodline of a Super Saiyan inherently bore a greater potency than that of ordinary Saiyans, and thus, Broly's arrival exerted an invisible pressure upon all. The first to approach Gano and Leia was Bardock, a prodigy in martial arts. Remarkably, within a short span, his combat power had surged to 100,000, a feat previously unimaginable, equating to that of the former King Vegeta. This achievement was largely attributed to Gano's gravity training. Bardock stood before Gano and declared, "My king, you have returned." Gino nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, all the Saiyans gathered before him, and Gino felt a profound sense of comfort upon witnessing the increase in their power levels. Even his father and mother had seen their battle power rise to 70,000, while his mother's had reached 50,000. He recalled that when they had just departed from planet Vegeta, their power levels barely reached 30,000. Now, they had experienced significant enhancement. Boom approached Gino and offered a slight bow. Gino responded with a symbolic nod, mindful of maintaining decorum in front of all the Saiyans. Boom then inquired, "My king, who is that young man?" As he gestured towards Broly, Gino addressed Boom, saying, "This young man is the son of Paragus." "Father, do you not recall?" Boom replied, "Ah, now I remember. Paragus's son was born with an astonishing base power level of 10,000, which caused King Vegeta considerable concern, ultimately leading to his exile to a remote planet. Is it not true that he was exiled? After all, the Saiyans of planet Vegeta have all witnessed him. There can be no mistake. Indeed, he was exiled, but I arranged for Leia to settle them on an inconspicuous planet. For I recognized the immense potential in this young lad's combat abilities. Boom gazed at Broly and sensed an overwhelming aura of ferocity emanating from him. This young man possesses remarkable strength, surpassing that of all of us, Boom remarked. Gano remarked, this little fellow is known as Broly. His current battle power should be around 100,000. Among you, I estimate that only Bardock could possibly contend with him. Bardock, could it be that after a month of grueling gravity training, his battle power has indeed reached 100,000? Gano remarked, indeed. Bardock's combat power has now reached an astonishing 100,000. I always knew that Bardock was a gifted Saiyan from the very first time we teamed up. In the beginning, his strength was not particularly formidable, but as he undertook more missions, his power surged at an incredible rate. Gradually, Bardock emerged as the primary offensive force of our squad. Who would have thought? He has now surpassed me. It appears I have not exerted myself to the fullest. I must dedicate myself to training, lest this young man and I grow ever further apart in strength. If he continues on this path, he will undoubtedly regard me with arrogance when next we meet. It seems, Father, you too possess a tenacious spirit. Indeed, it is a well-known fact that Saiyans strive for greatness, and I am no exception. Gano raised his voice and addressed all the Saiyans, proclaiming, from now on, Broly shall be considered one of us. We must treat him as family. Is that understood? The Saiyans responded in unison, understood, Your Majesty. At that moment, Bardock gazed intently at Broly, clearly eager to engage in a friendly spar. If that is the case, I shall facilitate this opportunity. Gano said, Broly, come here for a moment. Broly approached Gano and inquired, What is it, brother Gano? Is something the matter? Ever since Broly savored Gino's barbecued delicacies, he had been affectionately addressing him as brother, following the lead of Leia. He found this brotherly figure quite amiable. Gano, indifferent to what Broly chose to call him, felt that any appellation was inconsequential. Broly, how about you engage in a battle with that gentleman? Broly replied, Certainly. However, I struggle to reign in my own power. What if I lose control? Gano said, Broly, remember that the key to controlling power lies within the heart. If your heart believes you can master it, then the strength within your body can be harnessed. All right, I shall give it a try, Broly replied. He then addressed Bardock. Uncle, brother Gano suggested that I engage in a match with you. What do you say we spar a bit? Bardock was eager for the challenge. Encountering an opponent of comparable strength ignited a fervor within him. Let us proceed to the arena, he declared. The inhabitants of planet Saiyan were captivated by the impending clash between Bardock and Broly. In the arena, the two warriors faced each other at a distance. Broly suddenly surged forward, reaching Bardock in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Bardock raised his arm to block, but the sheer force of Broly's blow sent him skidding backward. This kid has potential. Now it's my turn to strike. Bardock also unleashed his energy, closing the gap between them and sweeping a leg towards Broly. Broly raised a hand to deflect Bardock's attack, transforming his hand into a claw to seize Bardock's ankle. With a surge of strength, he sent Bardock flying. Bardock's form traced a shadow through the air. He quickly gathered his energy, choosing not to hold back any longer. His power soared to a staggering 100,000, astonishing the lower-tier Saiyans. Not bad, kid. Now brace yourself, Bardock proclaimed, launching an energy blast towards Broly. As Bardock's energy surged, Broly began to unleash his own. But to his surprise, his power erupted uncontrollably. His eyes turned white, his hair danced wildly, and he charged directly at Bardock, shattering the energy blast with sheer force. Gano, witnessing the situation, swiftly appeared behind Broly and struck him with a precise hand chop, rendering Broly unconscious. Gano remarked, Let us conclude for today. Everyone may disperse. Chapter 36, Gano's Instruction on Controlling Energy. In truth, all were eagerly anticipating the thrilling confrontation between Broly and Bardock. However, with Gano's intervention, there were no objections from the crowd. The others remained oblivious to Broly's inability to master the energy surging within him, thus lacking a sense of urgency. Should Broly succumb to madness, he would be incapable of distinguishing friend from foe, as his mind would be consumed by thoughts of slaughter, believing that only through relentless violence could he unleash the power that resided within him. Gano observed the whiteness in Broly's eyes and recognized that he had succumbed to an uncontrollable fury. Acting swiftly, he intervened to halt Broly's onslaught. Otherwise, Bardock might have faced a fatal encounter with him. Witnessing Gano lift Broly, a sense of despondency washed over Bardock. Perceiving Bardock's expression, Gano addressed him, saying, When Broly learns to master the energy within him, I shall arrange for you both to engage in a contest." Upon hearing this, Bardock's countenance transformed into one of delight. As he replied, "Very well, I shall eagerly await that day." Gano reassured him, "Rest assured, that day will arrive swiftly." Gano cradled Broly as he made his way toward his castle, with Leia trailing closely behind. Upon witnessing Gano and Leia enter the castle, the crowd dispersed, retreating to their respective chambers to resume their training. Gano placed Broly upon his bed and spoke to Leia. "Leia, it seems that Broly will require some time to harness the energy within him. I was too eager in my expectations." Leia replied to Gano, "Brother Gano, Broly is still young. It is understandable that he cannot control his energy just yet. You mustn't be overly anxious. Have you forgotten that we studied the guidance of internal energy on Earth? Perhaps you could apply that method." "Indeed," Gano exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "How could I have overlooked such a technique? During our time on Earth, our energies were also in disarray, yet Master Wutian taught us how to channel our internal energy. After a period of training, our energy flowed seamlessly, and we became quite adept in battle. I can impart this training method to Broly, and not just to him, but to all Saiyans." "Exactly. We can teach all Saiyans to master the cultivation of their energy." Gano remarked, "Leia, I never anticipated your exceptional intelligence. How did I fail to notice it before? I am astonished by your remarkable strength. Back then, you were incapable of sensing energy, yet after undertaking a single mission, energy manifested within you, and you have become extraordinarily powerful. It is truly perplexing. Perhaps my undertaking of the task awakened the latent potential within me," Gano continued. "Is that so?" Leia's gaze fixed intently on Gano, reflecting her skepticism. "Indeed, that mission was perilously dangerous. I sustained severe injuries, as you are aware. Saiyans become increasingly powerful after each encounter with adversity. It was only when I was on the brink of death that I became aware of the energy's presence." Upon hearing that Gano had nearly perished during his last mission, Leia urgently exclaimed, "So, your solo endeavor was that perilous? Let me see if you bear any hidden injuries." "Do not worry, Leia. Although it was hazardous, did I not turn misfortune into fortune?" In truth, when Gano spoke of turning misfortune into fortune, he referred to the acquisition of the ancient Saiyan bloodline's power, a fact unbeknownst to Leia. Indeed, it was only by flirting with death that I became aware of the energy's existence. Gano and Leia were engaged in conversation when Broly awoke. Opening his eyes and clutching his head, "Ah, my head aches terribly," he lamented, shaking his head vigorously. "You're awake, Broly," Gano remarked. Broly turned his gaze towards Gano at the sound of his voice, asking, "Brother Gano, have I lost control again?" "Indeed, you have lost control, but fortunately, you did not commit any grave errors. I managed to intervene in time." Broly, feeling a tinge of despair, questioned, "Am I unable to regulate the energy within me?" "Nonsense. Starting today, I shall teach you how to train and master your energy." "Really? That's wonderful. Let us begin at once, Brother Gano." Gano turned to Leia and said, "Leia, inform everyone to come out for the new training." "All right, I shall do so at once." As soon as Leia's words fell, she vanished from sight. "Get up. Why do you linger in my bed?" Gano remarked while making his way towards the door. Broly hastily rose and followed suit. Gano emerged from his castle and made his way to the training grounds, addressing all the Saiyans. "Today, I shall teach you the cultivation of ki. Although each of you possesses ki within, take a moment to sense it. Is it not chaotic and disordered?" As everyone took a moment to reflect, Bu remarked, "Indeed. While we harbor immense ki, it lacks any semblance of order, existing in utter disarray." "Precisely," Gano continued, "when ki is tumultuous, one's stamina depletes rapidly during combat. As Saiyans, we often glorify violence. Hence, upon encountering an adversary, we instinctively unleash a barrage of energy blasts, engaging in indiscriminate bombardment. Such an approach to battle is utterly futile. Therefore, mastering the flow of ki is of paramount importance. Now, I invite you all to sit cross-legged like me. Tune into the ki within your bodies and allow it to flow gently, from head to toe, from left to right." As the Saiyans followed Gano's guidance, they gradually became attuned to their ki. Over time, their energies stabilized, indicating the effectiveness of this training. Gano observed Broly's condition, noticing that the ferocious energy within him gradually began to stabilize. To attain one's desires, one must exert commensurate effort. Success is not achieved instantaneously. One day, 3 months later, all the Saiyans gathered in the training arena, standing as if they were ordinary individuals. Their auras were reined in, leading one to ponder whether the Saiyans had truly undergone a transformation. Had their combative and tempestuous nature truly dissipated? The once fierce Saiyans now seemed to lack their former brilliance. Gano observed the results with a sense of satisfaction, as it appeared that everyone had developed a newfound understanding of energy. This was particularly evident in Bardock and Broly, whose auras were suppressed to the utmost degree. If one were to measure their power levels with an energy detector, it would register as 0, rendering them weaker than even the most feeble fighters. However, to think in such a manner would be a grave misconception. Gano addressed them, saying, "It appears that everyone has now gained mastery over the energy within their bodies. The next step will be combat training." Upon hearing the words combat training, Broly and Bardock's eyes gleamed with excitement. Combat is something I believe everyone is familiar with. However, your fighting techniques are rather crude. Should you encounter a skilled opponent, your flaws in technique will be glaringly evident, and you could easily be defeated in a single move. Chapter 37. Combat Techniques. Upon hearing that their fighting techniques were flawed, some individuals displayed defiance, asserting, "Your Majesty, we Saiyans have been training since birth. Our combat skills are already quite refined. How can you claim they are riddled with flaws?" Very well. It seems that you do not believe me. Words alone are not sufficient. Bardock, Broly, step forward. As Gano's voice faded, Bardock and Broly stepped forward. Now, I present you with a task. Unleash all your offensive techniques upon Leia. If your attacks prove effective, it will signify that your combat skills have reached a commendable level. Bardock and Broly exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Leia, descend and engage with these two. With that, Leia gracefully leaped onto the training ground, followed closely by Bardock and Broly. "Let my gesture signal the commencement of the match," Gano declared, raising his hand. Instantly, Bardock and Broly surged forward, their energy flaring as they charged at Leia, who stood poised in the center of the arena. Observing their approach, Leia shook her head. She discerned their intentions the moment they unleashed their power. Bardock and Broly hurled powerful punches toward her. As their fists neared, Leia's form shimmered slightly, allowing them to glide past her with a narrow miss. Realizing their strikes had failed, Bardock pivoted swiftly, his fist following suit. Meanwhile, Broly executed a sweeping kick aimed directly at Leia. "That move has potential, but alas, your speed is lacking," Leia remarked. In an instant, she retaliated with rapid punches, the sound of impact resonating as Bardock and Broly were sent hurtling backward. Bardock performed a nimble recovery, regaining his stance and preparing to attack once more. Broly floated in the air, readying his ultimate move. One attacking from the ground and the other from the sky. A commendable strategy, yet devoid of sufficient strength. Making all tactics futile, Leia commented. Before she could finish her thought, she vanished and reappeared above Broly. "Watch out, Broly!" Bardock shouted, but Broly had yet to react. With both hands pressed together, Leia delivered a hammering blow that sent Broly crashing into the earth. Having dispatched Broly, Leia swiftly approached Bardock. Her speed was overwhelming, leaving Bardock unable to defend himself against her elbow strike that landed forcefully in his abdomen, causing him to spit forth a colorless liquid as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Broly emerged from the crater, gasping for breath. Seeing him still standing, Leia remarked, "Indeed, your physique is formidable. You can still rise after receiving my heavy blow. However, in battle, there must be a victor and a vanquished. Like Bardock, you too shall lie down." With a blink, Leia was before Broly, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Recognizing the outcome, Gano called out, "The contest is decided. The results are clear to all. Leia has emerged victorious." The onlooking Saiyans felt a wave of disappointment wash over them as they witnessed their mightiest warrior so easily bested by Leia. Gano, witnessing their expressions, bellowed, "Lift your heads. Look at yourselves. How can you call yourselves elites? You crumble at the slightest setback. Let me tell you. You should consider yourselves fortunate that Broly and Bardock are engaged with Leia. Had they been facing an actual enemy, they would have already become lifeless corpses. My intention in pairing Bardock and Broly against Leia was not merely for your amusement, but to unveil the deficiencies in your combat skills. Saiyans often rely on their formidable strength to vanquish foes. Yet no matter how powerful you may be, if your strikes do not connect, your efforts are in vain." Though Bardock and Broly's assaults were fierce, did you witness any effect on Leia? Clearly, none. They merely expended their energy in futile attempts, their attacks landing nowhere. Such endeavors are exhausting, and when your stamina is depleted, that marks the moment of your demise. Upon hearing Gano's words, a cold sweat broke out on the backs of all the Saiyans. They recognized the truth in his statement. If their attacks proved ineffective, only death awaited them. "Leia, come forth." Gano presented two magical beans to Leia, instructing her to administer them to Bardock and Broly. Upon consumption, the beans revitalized Bardock and Broly, restoring their vigor. Gratefully, Bardock and Broly took their places in the lineup. Gano spoke, "Is there anyone who still claims their combat skills have reached maturity?" A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Well, it appears everyone acknowledges that their martial prowess requires further refinement. Henceforth, combat training shall be our foremost focus. He continued, "Now, allow me to guide you to a particular location." As he instructed, the group joined hands, forming a circle. Following his lead, Gano activated his teleportation ability, transporting them to a desolate planet. The assembly was filled with curiosity, pondering the nature of their new surroundings. Gano declared, "From this moment until the conclusion of the 6-month training period, all of you shall train here, and your adversaries will be none other than myself and Leia. Now, without further ado, let us commence the training." To create an appropriate training environment, Gano invoked a gravity technique, and suddenly, everyone felt an overwhelming increase in gravitational force surrounding them. The sudden pressure caused many to stagger, with only a handful, such as Bardock, Broly, Bu, Tasha, and a few elite warriors, managing to stand firm. My expectation is that under a weight of 100 times normal gravity, each of you must freely execute your attack techniques while also enduring the unexpected assaults from Leia and me. Currently, I have unleashed a pressure of 50 times normal gravity, and it is evident that most of you are not yet accustomed to it. Take a moment to acclimatize before we continue the training. Everyone struggled to move their feet, grappling with the immense challenge of launching attack techniques under such oppressive conditions. Leia remarked, "Brother Gano, do you not think this training is a bit too hasty? They are still adjusting to 50 times normal gravity, and now you expect them to attack us? This is exceedingly difficult." Gano remarked, "To attain strength, one must endure training that is more arduous than that faced by the average person. Fear not, it is merely a weight 50 times greater. After all, did we not progress from 20, 30, and 50 times to the current 100? Rest assured, Saiyans possess the remarkable ability to continually transcend their limits. I firmly believe they can achieve this." Chapter 38. The 6-month training period has concluded. Saiyans grow stronger when faced with formidable challenges. If we can persevere, so too can they, Leia. Training must be devoid of any deceit. Indulging in falsehood today will inevitably lead to regret when confronting adversaries in the future. Indeed, Brother Gano speaks the truth. Training cannot be tainted by pretense. Everyone diligently moved their feet, gradually feeling their pace quicken. Slowly, they discovered they could run and leap with newfound agility. Gano observed the situation and remarked, "It appears they have acclimated to this pressure." Indeed, everyone seemed to have adjusted, and henceforth, pairs would engage in combat training. Leia and I would observe your battles and provide guidance from the sidelines. Each individual found their opponent, and naturally, Bardock sought out Broly. Ever since Broly learned to harness the energy within him, Bardock had frequently challenged him, though he had never emerged victorious. Bardock declared, "Broly, come forth. Our rivalry is far from over." "Very well, let us commence." With that, Bardock and Broly unleashed their energies, charging at each other. They both struck with tremendous force, and with a resounding crash, a powerful shockwave erupted between them, sending the other trainees sprawling. "Can't these two keep it down? How are we supposed to train like this?" One remarked. "Do you not know? When they engage in battle, they become utterly reckless. Though it is merely sparring, they always end up battered and bruised," someone else replied. "Indeed, let us disregard them and continue our training. Where's the king? He is personally overseeing our sessions. We must not squander this opportunity. I firmly believe that after this training, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of elite warriors." Nearby, another scoffed, "As if you could ever become an elite warrior. I shall be the one to achieve that status." "Is that so? If you doubt me, then let us settle this in combat." And thus, yet another battle commenced. Gano observed the situation with great satisfaction. His intent was to inspire a sense of enthusiasm within everyone, thus enabling their fighting spirit to continually flourish. The clash between Bardock and Broly persisted, with the sound of their impacts resonating continuously. The Saiyans relished the visceral thrill of each blow. However, Gano's directive to them was clear. Combat should be straightforward and swift, devoid of superfluous movements. The voice of Gano resonated, inquiring, "Broly, what are you doing? Can't you see the opening on Bardock's left side? Attack his left." Upon hearing Gano's words, Broly altered his attack style, delivering a punch aimed at Bardock's face. Bardock attempted to block Broly's onslaught with his arm, but Broly executed a swift kick, striking Bardock's left side with force. Bardock, unable to defend in time, was sent flying by Broly's powerful leg sweep. Witnessing Bardock propelled away by his own kick, Broly remarked, "Brother Gano is indeed impressive." He spotted Bardock's weakness at a glance. Seizing the moment while Broly was momentarily distracted, Bardock swiftly maneuvered behind him and declared, "You dare to lose focus while fighting me?" With that, he unleashed an elbow strike, propelling Broly forward. Gano hurriedly applauded, exclaiming, "Well done, Bardock. In battle, one must not be distracted. Teach Broly a lesson. Impress upon him that combat demands unwavering focus, with not a hint of leniency." Bardock, observing Broly soaring forward, swiftly intercepted him, positioning himself ahead with hands poised. He declared, "Kamehameha, here it comes." A radiant white energy wave erupted from the palm of Bardock's hand. Noticing Bardock's use of the Kamehameha, Broly resolved to reveal his own prowess. He unleashed a surge of energy, halting his forward momentum, and conjured an energy attack within his palm. Broly proclaimed, "Behold my super wave attack." Instantly, a vibrant green energy wave surged toward Bardock. The two energy waves collided, initiating a fierce standoff as Bardock and Broly relentlessly channeled their inner energy, striving to overpower one another. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, Gano approached the epicenter of the two crashing waves, his form engulfed by the energy. With arms outstretched, he effectively separated the energy waves unleashed by Bardock and Broly. Gano directly employed the technique of soul absorption, devouring the energy waves of Bardock and Broly into his own being. Gano sensed a slight enhancement in his foundational combat power. Witnessing such a maneuver, everyone was left in awe, as the formidable energy assault was effortlessly neutralized. Gano remarked, "Attacking with energy waves is of little significance. My objective is for you to inflict harm upon your adversaries, rather than merely relying on energy blasts or counterattacks. Now, both of you, come forth and strike at me. I recall that since my ascension to kingship, I have yet to engage in combat myself. Allow me to demonstrate a fraction of my prowess. Feel free to attack. I shall point out your deficiencies." With that, Bardock and Broly launched a coordinated assault on Gano, advancing towards him and unleashing a punch. Observing their strikes, Gano commented, "Your speed is inadequate. Your strength is lacking. Let me show you what true power feels like." In a heartbeat, Gino's eyes widened, and in an instant, he unleashed a flurry of blows upon Broly and Bardock. They staggered, their bodies bending under the onslaught, blood spilling from their mouths. In truth, Gano had held back, merely wishing to impart a sense of the weight of genuine attack to Broly and Bardock. At that moment, the only thought echoing in their minds was the overwhelming heaviness of the punches and the sheer strength of Gano. The others stood in bewilderment. How could it be that, despite Gano remaining stationary, Broly and Bardock were grievously injured? The sole explanation was Gano's overwhelming might, as his strikes were executed with such swiftness that they could scarcely perceive his movements. "All right, now let the rest of you come forward to spar with me." Thus, under the relentless training at the hands of Gano, they endured until the appointed day arrived. On that day, everyone stood in solemn formation, awaiting Gano's address. For today marked the conclusion of their training. The 6-month period was at its end. Gano gazed down at the individuals standing below, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Through the rigorous training and guidance imparted by both Gano and Leia, their combat skills and strategic thinking had undergone remarkable advancements. Each person's combat power had surged to an impressive 500,000, a feat they had once deemed inconceivable. Moreover, some had transcended even these heights. Broly's combat power had soared to an astonishing 3,000,000, while Bardock's reached 1,600,000. Yu and Tasha's powers stood at 1,300,000 and 1,100,000, respectively. It appeared that Broly's extraordinary potential had been awakened, elevating his strength from an initial 100,000 to now 3,000,000, an increase that left everyone astounded. I am elated that everyone persevered through this training. This is the essence of the Saiyans. We are a race that continually shatters our limits. With that, I declare the training session a resounding success. Let us all return home. Chapter 39. First Encounter with Frieza's Army. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let us join hands and make our way home. In the blink of an eye, Gano activated instant transmission, and everyone found themselves back on planet Saiyan. The first sensation upon returning to this familiar realm was a delightful lightness in their bodies. The air was refreshingly pure. There truly is no place like home. Gano remarked, "Everyone, let us return and rest. This evening, we shall feast." Upon hearing that they could finally indulge in a hearty meal, the others exclaimed, "Oh, at last we can enjoy a substantial dinner." Throughout these months of training, we have been depleted of energy. Wong provided us with magical beans, which, although beneficial, could not satisfy our hunger like real food. We always felt an emptiness within us. Indeed, I share that sentiment, another responded. Well then, let us hasten back. We shall take a refreshing bath and then rest, preparing ourselves for the grand feast tonight. Leia addressed Gano, saying, "It seems everyone has truly endured a great deal during this time. The first thought upon returning to planet Saya is to indulge in a lavish meal." Gano whispered softly to Leia, "Indeed, I have been yearning for delectable cuisine these past few months. The deprivation has been quite torturous. Yet, one must devote oneself wholeheartedly to cultivation, without wavering in resolve. As a king, it is my duty to set an example." Leia chuckled, covering her mouth. "It seems that you, dear brother Gano, share a passion for food as well. The Saiyans have two great loves, combat and cuisine, and as a Saiyan myself, I am no exception." Gano called out to everyone, urging them to return and rest well, for they would revel together in the evening. The crowd dispersed to their respective abodes, yet only Leia lingered by Gino's side. Turning to her, he inquired, "Leia, why do you not retire for the night? You have worked diligently these past months. It is time for you to rest." Leia replied, "Brother Gano, through my training over these months, I have discovered that my transformations seem different from before." "Oh, is that so? In what way do they differ?" he asked. "I find that transforming now is considerably more challenging, yet the surge of power is incomparably greater than before. Moreover, it feels as though there are ionized particles surrounding my body post-transformation. However, I can only maintain this form for a mere minute." "It appears you have touched upon the threshold of Super Saiyan 2, Gano remarked. "Super Saiyan 2? Is my Super Saiyan transformation merely the first stage?" Leia queried. "Indeed. The transformations of a Super Saiyan are manifold. The most fundamental are Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, and Super Saiyan 3. The subsequent realms are still quite distant given your current strength, so focus on mastering these first three transformations." "Wow, so we Saiyans can continually transform and grow stronger?" Leia exclaimed. "Yes, transformations can be achieved repeatedly, yet each transformation demands considerable time and effort to surpass to the corresponding realm. Leia, you must strive diligently." "Yes, I shall endeavor, brother Gano. Now, I shall return to rest. You two should seize the opportunity to recuperate." "Indeed, I must speak with Laika about a matter." "I will rest once I have finished," Gano replied. "Then I shall take my leave for now." "Until tonight, brother Gano," Leia said as she departed. Once Leia was gone, Gano instantly arrived at Laika's laboratory. Laika was engrossed in her cultivation experiment of the Senza beans, and only ISO noticed Gino's presence. He was about to call out for Dr. Laika when Gano gestured for silence. Understanding the implication of Gino's gesture, ISO promptly fell silent. Gano approached the side of the cultivation area, observing Dr. Laika engrossed in nurturing the celestial beans. At that moment, Laika said, "Isao, please hand me the cultivation jar. I shall place the celestial beans inside. This time, success in their cultivation is assured." Isao brought forth the jar, which Gano took into his hands before passing it to Laika. Dr. Laika gently placed the soil meant for nurturing the celestial beans into the jar, remaining entirely oblivious to Gino's presence. This exemplifies the true spirit of a scientist, to engage wholeheartedly in a task, undistracted by external factors. Dr. Laika, having secured the lid of the cultivation chamber, wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow and lifted his gaze, addressing ISO. "ISO, it is thanks to your assistance that we are able to expedite the cultivation of the magical beans." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Gano standing before him, beaming with delight. Dr. Laika hastily exclaimed, "Your Majesty, when did you return? You should have informed me in advance. I did not come to greet you." "There's no need for that. After all, Dr. Laika, you are the esteemed benefactor of our Saiyan planet. It is remarkable that you have cultivated the magical beans so swiftly." Dr. Laika replied, "It is solely due to your wise leadership, Your Majesty. I dare not take credit for it. Merit is merit, and it cannot be erased by anyone." Gano continued, "I have come to inform you that we have returned from our training and are preparing for a grand celebration this evening. You and all the Sphurians are invited to join us in our revelry." "Thank you, Your Majesty. All of us Sphurians will be there promptly for the banquet. I shall begin preparing the necessary food and utensils for tonight." "Well then, I appreciate your efforts, Dr. Laika. Since you have just returned, you should rest for a while. I will ensure that everyone is notified when the time comes." "Very well, I shall take my leave to rest." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gano vanished from sight. Dr. Laika instructed ISO, let all the Spherians commence preparations for the evening's banquet. Understood. I will relay the message to everyone. As the night sky shimmered with stars, the inhabitants of the Saiyan planet gathered in joyous celebration, united in merriment. Gano observed the radiant expressions on everyone's faces, feeling an unprecedented warmth enveloping him. Suddenly, he sensed a malevolent force approaching planet Saya with alarming speed. All the Saiyans became aware of it, pausing their activities to gaze at the sky. Laika also sensed something amiss and turned to Gano, inquiring, Your Majesty, what is happening? Why has everyone's demeanor turned so grave? Gano declared, Laika, instruct all the civilians to take refuge in the safety caves. Enemies have arrived on our planet. Responding swiftly, Laika organized the civilians into the safety caves, which Gano had specifically established for such perilous situations. All Saiyans, follow me to confront our unexpected guests on our Saiyan planet. Gano led the way towards the northeast. In that very direction, a colossal spacecraft lingered, and should Gano and his companions lay eyes upon it, they would undoubtedly recognize its occupants as members of Frieza's army. Lord Jim, this planet is quite extraordinary, isn't it? If we were to conquer it and subsequently sell it, we could amass a considerable fortune. This endeavor is clandestine. Frieza must remain oblivious, or we shall meet a grim fate, came the reply. Indeed. I shall ensure that my subordinates remain tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper of our plans. Suddenly, a voice wafted through the air, declaring, Have you sought my consent to sell my Saiyan planet? Jim, oblivious to the arrival of Gano and the others, retorted dismissively, Who do you think you are? Does Lord Jim need to consult you for anything? As he turned, he beheld Gano and his companions, his voice trembling as he stammered, You are Saiyans. Chapter 40. The annihilation of Frieza's army. One of Jim's companions interjected, Saiyans? The very same who pride themselves on being a warrior race. Wasn't their planet destroyed by Frieza? How can there still be Saiyans in the universe? Gano remarked, By the grace of Frieza, we Saiyans are not yet extinguished. Yet here you all are, presenting yourselves to me unbidden. Shall I eliminate you, or shall I eliminate you? Haha, merely jesting. You Saiyans are but a pack of dogs under Frieza's dominion. Being dogs, you must possess the awareness befitting your station. Do not presume that liberation from Frieza's grasp grants you the liberty to act as you please. Before the man beside Jim could finish his words, Gano extended his right index finger, and a beam of light pierced directly through his chest. The man collapsed to the ground. Gano, with a finger in his ear, remarked, What a nuisance, all this incessant chatter. Jim, witnessing his capable subordinate effortlessly dispatched by Gano, cast a glance filled with trepidation at Gano, stammering, You have eliminated Gano. How could you possibly have done that? Gano declared, Not only will I eliminate him, but I shall also dispose of you. So, do you have any final words? No, you cannot. I am a formidable aid to Lord Frieza. If I perish, Frieza will not spare you Saiyans, came the reply. Frieza? Am I to fear him? If he truly possesses such might, let him come for me. However, you shall not witness that fate. You may depart in peace. With those words, Gano launched an attack, engulfing Jim in a sphere of energy, sending him to the depths of the underworld. As for the remaining insignificant foes, I leave them to you. They hold no interest for me. Leia responded. These trivial pests are of no consequence. I share your disinterest. Broly, Bardock, you may take the lead. Bardock remarked, I find the Ginyu Force, Frieza's elite squad, worthy of my attention, yet these weaklings are beneath my effort. They are far too feeble. I refuse to squander my time on them. Broly added, Father, Mother, I entrust this task to you. Not a single one of these ruffians shall escape. Boom and Tasha assured, Rest assured, we shall handle it. Boom shouted, Brothers and sisters. During our time on planet Vegeta, these lackeys of Frieza mercilessly oppressed us. Now, empowered to confront them, we shall exact our vengeance. The remaining members of Frieza's army felt a chill of fear as they faced the Saiyans, who radiated an intense murderous intent. One of them stammered, Why you? Please do not approach. We are quite formidable. Boom retorted, Then allow us to witness your prowess. Brothers, charge. All the Saiyans surged towards them, and before long, none of Frieza's forces remained alive. They were obliterated by the Saiyans of planet Vegeta. Leia, go fetch Laika. I wish for him to examine Frieza's fleet, commanded Gano. Very well, I shall do so at once. In a short while, Leia returned with Laika before Gano. Laika exclaimed, My king, I have heard there are spaceships for me to study. Let me see what makes Frieza's vessels remarkable. I aspire to learn from their scientific advancements. It seems that the most exceptional individuals are often the most humble. Although the technology of the Zephyr people is unparalleled in the cosmos, Laika maintains an insatiable thirst for knowledge, feeling no shame in studying the technology of Frieza's army. Gano remarked, "This is their spacecraft. Dr. Laika, I have an idea. Would you consider its feasibility?" Wang encouraged, "Feel free to share any brilliant thoughts you may have." Gano inquired, "Laika, could you possibly detect the movements of their headquarters spacecraft through the Frieza core vessels? I have a significant purpose for this." After a moment of contemplation, Laika responded, "This idea is feasible. I shall modify their spacecraft technology to counteract reconnaissance efforts directed at their headquarters and discern their operational routes." Excellent. Then Dr. Laika, this task is entrusted to you. Upon your completion, I shall introduce you to the concept of a feigned attack. I intend to use Frieza's ship as a guise to engage in some intriguing endeavors. Furthermore, I might as well amplify Frieza's reputation, after all. He claims to be the Emperor of the universe, does he not? I shall make his name resonate even more prominently. Observing Gino's mischievous expression, Leah remarked, "Brother Gano, are you planning to employ Frieza's name for nefarious deeds? What nonsense. To suggest that I am engaged in wrongdoing is absurd. It is merely a legitimate endeavor to enhance the prominence of Frieza's name." Intrigued by the prospect, Laika stated, "How delightful. I shall commence research on Frieza's spacecraft and subsequently install the counter-reconnaissance technology." A month had elapsed since the defeat of Jim and his associates, and on this particular day, Laika exuberantly rushed to Gino's castle to share the good news. "My lord, the modifications to the spacecraft are complete, and the counter-reconnaissance technology has been installed. We are ready to embark. At last, it is done. Let us proceed to investigate." Gano and his companions approached the newly refurbished spacecraft, gazing at its impressive form. Gano remarked, "Laika, you have done an exceptional job with this modification. It exudes an aura of a cosmic emperor's vessel." "Thank you for the compliment, my lord," Laika replied. "Broly, Bardock, Layla, let us board the ship. This time, I shall demonstrate to Frieza just how formidable I truly am." "Laika, you have installed the new counter-surveillance technology. I entrust the piloting of the spacecraft to you." Gano turned to Boom and Tasha and said, "Father, Mother, we entrust the household to you. None of us can venture outside, otherwise it would spell trouble for planet Saya." Boom replied, "Rest assured, you may depart. I understand that your mission this time entails new challenges, undoubtedly fraught with peril. While we may not be able to offer substantial assistance, you can be at ease knowing that the home is in our capable hands." "Very well, then we shall take our leave." Gano addressed Bardock, inquiring whether he wished to inform his family. "No need," Bardock replied. "I have already explained everything to Jine." "Then let us board the ship. Our journey commences." Gano and his companions boarded the spacecraft. Gano remarked, "Laika, we must activate the defense system of the Saiyan planet before we depart." "Fear not, my king. I have already arranged it with ISO. As soon as we leave the Saiyan planet, he will initiate the defense system." "Excellent. Our first destination will be the Shrag planet. Laika, please locate Shrag and prepare for departure." Laika's fingers danced swiftly over the controls, and after a minute, she announced, "King, we have successfully pinpointed the Shrag planet. We are ready to embark. Then let us set sail for our inaugural destination, the Shrag planet." The spacecraft whooshed through the cosmos, leaving a shimmering trail as it sped towards its target. Chapter 41. Arrival at Shrag planet. Brother Gano, you intend to seek out Shrag, correct? "Indeed. Did I not mention this before? One must carefully extract wool for the thrill of it. I suspect our little lamb has matured sufficiently for us to harvest." "Wonderful. I was left unsatisfied last time. I hope Shrag can provide me with more amusement this time. Otherwise, it would be rather tedious, and Shrag, being the demon king of his planet, ought to do better than that. Can he not bring us some enjoyment? We shall find out upon our arrival. Regardless, our mission is to harvest wool. I not only wish to shear Shrag's wool, but also to claim his demonic star. It seems Brother Gano intends to slaughter this lamb and cook it, aiming for total annihilation. In truth, Shrag should have foreseen this day would come." Bardock, overhearing Laika and Gano discussing harvesting wool, became intrigued. He hurried to their side and inquired, "My king, what do you and Laika mean by harvesting wool? Is this pertinent to our mission?" "Of course, it is related. Our wool harvesting is merely a minor interlude. Shrag is but a tool for our amusement this time." Upon hearing the name Shrag, Bardock murmured to himself. Then his eyes widened as he gazed at Gano and Laika. "My king, the Shrag you speak of is the one often mentioned alongside Frieza as a cosmic overlord?" "Indeed, that very Shrag." "Why, Bardock? Is there a concern?" "My king, knowing that Shrag shares the title of cosmic overlord with Frieza indicates his formidable power, likely rivaling or surpassing Frieza's. Frieza merely gestured, obliterating planet Vegeta. The memory of that helplessness is still vivid in my mind. Frieza is immensely powerful. Our current strength pales in comparison to him, let alone to Shrek, who is even mightier. Laika, noticing Bardock's worried expression, reassured him, Bardock, the Frieza of your loomed like an insurmountable peak for us Saiyans, but times have changed. With sufficient strength, Frieza is no longer a source of fear. Upon hearing Laika's words, Bardock's demeanor shifted to one of shock, and he stammered. Could it be that the king's power has surpassed Frieza's? No, you misunderstand. It is not merely surpassing Frieza, but rather that Frieza pales in comparison to Brother Gano. Even if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan, I would still be no match for him. Super Saiyan? What is this Super Saiyan? How shall I explain it? A Super Saiyan is a unique transformation exclusive to us Saiyans. Once we arrive at Shrag Planet, I will demonstrate it for you. At that moment, Broly approached Laika, asking, Sister Laika, is it true that all Saiyans can transform into a Super Saiyan? Gano remarked, it depends on the individual. Only those Saiyans who are relentless in their training, possess inherent talent, and exhibit unwavering perseverance can transform into Super Saiyans. Can I transform into a Super Saiyan? Broly inquired. Of course, you can. Not only can you transform into a Super Saiyan, but your transformation will surpass that of an ordinary Saiyan, Gano assured him. Really? Am I truly that formidable? Broly replied. Somewhat bewildered. Your Majesty, may I also transform into a Super Saiyan? Bardock asked. Indeed, your talent and determination indicate that you possess the potential to achieve Super Saiyan transformation. Gano responded. Very well, during this mission, I shall strive to transform into a Super Saiyan, Bardock declared, clenching his fists tightly to signify his resolve. At that moment, Laika interjected, Your Majesty, in just one day, we shall arrive at the planet Shrek. Would you prefer to rest or? Gano turned to Broly and Bardock, saying, You must decide, shall we rest or? Of course, it is time for training. What need have we for rest? We must seize the moment to cultivate our strength. After all, I am destined to transform into a Super Saiyan, Broly declared. I too must train. If Broly is to ascend to a Super Saiyan, then I cannot afford to lag behind, Bardock asserted. Very well, let us proceed to our training, Gano proclaimed. Laika, activate the gravity chamber, he commanded. Certainly, my lord. With a deft flick of her fingers, Laika initiated the gravity chamber. Gano and his companions stepped into the gravity chamber. Truly, the Saiyans are a warrior race. Eager to resume their training so swiftly, murmured Laika. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day had elapsed in their rigorous practice, and at last, they arrived at the planet Shrek. As the door of the gravity chamber swung open, Bardock and Broly emerged, their garments tattered and faces smeared with dirt, displaying faint bruises. In stark contrast, Gano and Laika appeared immaculate, their complexions flushed and spirits high, indicating that Bardock and Broly had once again been bested by them. Broly remarked, Brother Gano, Sister Laika, your strikes were rather excessive, weren't they? Look at the state I'm in. If you had hit any harder, I would have resembled a pig's head. Bardock nodded in agreement, expressing his strong concurrence with Broly's sentiment. This was merely a spar. Had it been a true battle, you two would have long been reduced to mere specters under the might of me and Brother Gano. I have shown you ample mercy. Sister Laika, your words are so noble, but had I been able to best you, I would have. Broly hesitated. What do you intend to do? Laika's gaze bore into Broly, sending a chill down his spine. Oh, nothing, Sister Laika. How could I dare to oppose you? You possess immense strength and are quite striking. I trust you won't hold my thoughtless words against me, will you? Laika responded, while your description of me is not inaccurate. I happen to be rather meticulous about such matters. You, young man, have crossed the line and dared to voice your discontent. Prepare for retribution. Broly promptly fled. Calling out to Gano, Brother Gano, please intervene. Sister Laika is out for my blood. Before Broly could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the chamber. Ouch. My backside. That hurts. Oh, please, Sister Laika, I realize my mistake. Spare me, or I fear my rear will bloom with bruises. Enough, you two. We have arrived at Shrek. It is time to attend to serious matters. Upon hearing Gino's command, Laika ceased her playful torment of Broly. Very well, consider yourself fortunate this time, she said. Releasing her grip on Broly's arm and moving to stand beside Gano, Gano presented a small pouch of senza beans to Broly and Bardock, saying, These are senza beans. If you sustain severe injuries, as long as you remain alive, a single bean will instantly heal your wounds. I am distributing one pouch to each of you. Take good care of it, for it is a precious lifesaver. Each of you should consume one immediately, for we have work to do. Broly and Bardock consumed a Sinza bean, and their injuries were instantly restored to their former state. Laika, bring the ship closer to the Shrag planet. I have a significant gift to bestow upon them. Chapter 42, The Wrath of Shrag. Hearing Gino's words, Laika maneuvered the ship closer to the Shrag planet. Gino emerged from the spacecraft, extending his right index finger, upon which a terrifying sphere of energy materialized. Observing this spectacle, Bardock remarked, "The king's stance resembles that of Frieza when he annihilated planet Vegeta. He wouldn't dare to obliterate planet Slag, would he? Rest assured, Brother Gino wields his power with discretion. He has no intention of completely destroying planet Slag, as it holds significant value for him." With a slight downward motion of his finger, the colossal energy sphere descended towards planet Slag. The moment the energy orb made contact with the planet, a tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged towards Gino and his spacecraft. Inside the ship, Leia and the others felt the vessel tremble violently under the force of the shockwave. In stark contrast, Gino remained utterly unmoved despite the onslaught of energy. Bardock gazed at Gino's figure, pondering just how formidable is the king's power. He stands resolutely amidst such ferocious winds. Leia commented, "I cannot say for certain, but I know that with my strongest energy attack, Brother Gino could effortlessly shatter it with a mere fist. I believe my energy could easily obliterate an entire planet." Broly, with a grave expression, added, "I sense an immense reservoir of energy within Brother Gino, a power imbued with unparalleled destructive potential. The strength within me pales in comparison to his." The energy blast from Gino annihilated 1/5 of planet Slag's surface, resulting in a fierce surge of energy erupting from the planet, followed by a furious roar. "Who dares to lay hands on my planet Slag?" The planet swiftly hurtled towards Gino, and upon seeing him, Slag exclaimed, "It was you. You have destroyed my planet Slag." Gino replied, "Indeed, you are quite fortunate, for such a formidable assault has not claimed your life. Shrag, I have specifically come to seek you out." Upon hearing Gino directly utter his name, Shrag responded, "You know me, yet I have no recollection of you. Have you truly forgotten so easily? I recall delivering you a thorough beating back in the day. It pains me to see you have forgotten so swiftly." He continued, "It appears I must remind you of the fond memories we shared." As he spoke, Gino unleashed his time flash technique, delivering a flurry of punches in mere moments. Shrag was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the peaks of Shrag's planet, his form embedded within the mountain. "What just transpired? Did Wong just attack?" Shrag exclaimed. Bardock responded, "Indeed, Brother Gino has already made his move. However, our current strength prevents us from discerning the direction and frequency of his strikes. It is possible he has already unleashed dozens of blows." Shrag's body suddenly surged with energy, propelling debris away from him as he charged towards Gino, declaring, "I remember now. You are the companion of that girl radiating golden energy." "Ah, the mighty Shrag has finally recalled," Gino replied. "Humph, should that girl with the golden aura arrive, I might feel apprehensive, but you alone seeking me out is tantamount to courting death. Ever since she injured me last time, I have returned to Shrag's planet, training relentlessly to avenge that blow. My strength has vastly increased, and today I shall reclaim some interest from you." "Oh, it seems your return to your lair has indeed bolstered your prowess," Gino remarked. "However, as fate would have it, the girl you speak of is here with me, Leia. The esteemed King Shrag desires to meet you. One ought to show in due respect." As soon as he finished speaking, Leia, Bardock, and Broly appeared at Gino's side. Upon seeing Leia, Shrag exclaimed, "What brings you to Shrag's planet?" Leia replied, "I heard from Brother Gino that you wished to see me. Here I am, upon my arrival. Should you not feel elated? After all, it was I who inflicted such grievous injuries upon you with a single punch. Your bloodied visage remains vivid in my memory. You. Very well, I concede your strength, but do not forget, this is my domain. I have held sway here for many years. Do you believe I would have survived thus far without means of self-preservation? On Shrag's planet, I am invincible. Even Frieza, upon visiting, could gain no advantage and left in defeat. It seems the esteemed King Shrag is quite confident. Would you care to unveil your secret weapon?" Gino inquired. "Certainly. I would like to witness it." Leia responded eagerly. "Shrag, do hasten to reveal your secret weapon so we may behold it." In truth, Shrag possessed no such weapon. He merely sought to intimidate Gino and his companions. However, Gino was not one to be easily frightened. "I assure you, once my ultimate weapon is unleashed, you shall be reduced to mere ash. You would do well to flee before I unveil it." Gino remarked, "We, the uninitiated, are finally afforded the opportunity to behold King Shrag's ultimate weapon. It would be a disservice to our curiosity to miss such a spectacle, otherwise We might be branded as unsophisticated country bumpkins, which would be quite a disgrace. Indeed, Gano, you speak the truth. King Schlag, please indulge our curiosity. At that moment, Broly uttered a piercing remark that left Gano and the others astonished by his eloquence. Broly said, "Dear Uncle Schlag, are you feeling bashful? Yet, I see no flush upon your cheeks. Perhaps your face is simply too green, glowing so radiantly that sunlight reflects off it. I must say, I have never encountered a face that can emit light. You are truly the first." Gano, Layla, and Bardock could not contain their laughter, bursting forth in joyous mirth. Who would have thought that Broly could jest about someone's appearance? "Broly, you are truly gifted," Layla exclaimed. "What are you all laughing at? I speak only the truth. Is not the old man's face green?" Broly continued. "Look, you should be seething with anger, yet his face remains unchanged, indicating that his skin is rather thick, rendering his fury invisible." Their laughter grew louder, for Broly's reasoning, coupled with his innocuous expression, made it all the more amusing. "How dare you mock me, King Schlag?" roared Schlag, furious and charging towards Broly. Layla swiftly intervened, blocking Schlag's assault. "If you seek battle, then I shall engage you," she declared, and in an instant, she transformed into a Super Saiyan, her aura bursting forth in a golden blaze. Chapter 43. Schlag submits with her formidable transformation. Layla repelled Schlag with ease. Approaching him swiftly, she unleashed her full power, revealing a fierce warrior radiating golden energy, her hair standing on end, eyebrows and hair shimmering in golden hues. Her eyes transformed into a light green, exuding an aura of cold intensity before Broly and Bardock. Upon witnessing Layla's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Broly and Bardock were overwhelmed with excitement. "This is the completed transformation of a Super Saiyan," they exclaimed. "Yes, this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan. You too shall achieve this form, provided your base power is sufficient, your cells transform into S-class cells, and you channel your anger." Schlag's countenance shifted to one of fear as he beheld Layla's overwhelming strength. He recalled the time when Layla first transformed, delivering a single blow that left him grievously wounded, forcing him to recuperate on Schlag's planet for 3 long months. Truly, a single encounter with a snake instills a decade of trepidation towards ropes. In this form, Layla was Schlag's worst nightmare. Yet, Schlag's expression soon regained its composure. Despite Layla's power, he too had diligently trained over the past few months, significantly enhancing his own battle prowess. "You may be powerful, but I, King Schlag, am not so easily subdued. Come forth. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall die fighting." Gano, witnessing Schlag's resolute bravery, interjected, "Layla, you may unleash your strength, but spare the Schlag, he may yet serve a purpose for me." "Very well, since you say so, Gano, I shall indulge myself. Rest assured, I will leave him with a breath," Layla responded. Hearing her words, Broly instinctively recoiled, muttering that Schlag is in for a world of trouble. As Broly spoke, Layla charged at Schlag, swiftly closing the distance between them, her fist aimed directly at his face. With a single punch, the air quivered, rippling under the force of her strike. Upon witnessing Layla's fist hurtling towards him, Schlag immediately sought to flee. "What is happening? Did I not vow to fight to the death? How can this be?" Upon witnessing Schlag's actions, Gano and his companions instantly lowered their heads. Bardock remarked, "Is this truly the same cosmic monarch who stands alongside Frieza in infamy? Why retreat without a fight?" This exemplifies the formidable power of intimidation. In our former state of weakness, such individuals would ruthlessly oppress us. Now, the tables have turned, and our strength has burgeoned to the point where we can trample them at will. Power is paramount. As Schlag attempted to flee, Leia interjected, "You think you can escape before me? My brother Gano promised me a grand time, and if you run away, how can I enjoy myself?" With a swift motion, Leia pointed her fingers at her forehead and instantaneously transported herself before Schlag, startled by her sudden appearance. Schlag wondered about this peculiar technique that allowed her to materialize before him in an instant. In a flurry, Schlag turned to flee, but Leia executed a rapid kick aimed at him, sending Schlag crashing onto his own planet's surface. The ground of Schlag's planet shattered upon impact. Leia certainly put forth significant force with that strike. "It looks painful even to me. I wonder how Schlag is faring," Broly commented. Gano declared, "Let us proceed. We must journey to the planet Schlag, lest we miss the thrilling battle." "Ah, how infuriating. Do you truly regard me, King Schlag, as mere clay?" In an instant, Schlag surged with vigor, rapidly closing the distance to Leia and unleashed a barrage of frenzied attacks. Leia extended her palm, effortlessly deflecting all of Schlag's onslaught. Suddenly, an energy orb materialized in Schlag's hand, which he hurled vehemently toward Leia. With a swift motion, Leia batted the energy orb away and approached Shrag, delivering a sweeping kick. Shrag hastily raised his arm to shield himself, but with a resounding crack, Leia's powerful strike shattered his arm. A cry of anguish escaped Shrag's lips as he instinctively recoiled. Creating distance between them, clutching his left arm, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow from the pain. Yet, Leia would not squander such a prime opportunity. She seized the moment, raining down a flurry of energy orbs upon Shrag. As he evaded her assault, Leia deftly maneuvered behind him, landing a powerful elbow strike against his back. Shrag's body shot forth like a meteor, hurtling away, crashing into a mountain with a thunderous impact that reverberated through the landscape. His momentum carried him through the mountain, continuing his flight until he collided with the surface of the Shrag planet, creating a substantial crater upon landing. Gasping for breath within the pit, Shrag pressed against his injured arm, the agony causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Cursed be this day. This wretch has grown stronger than before. What manner of beast is this? Each encounter leaves me more astounded, and my own strength seems insufficient. Even after rigorous training upon my return to the Shrag planet, I cannot withstand a single blow from her. Leia floated gracefully before Shrag, who looked up and asked, "What do you truly desire? If you intend to end my life, do so swiftly. It would be a merciful release. Yet, to prolong my suffering is a torment far worse than death." Leia replied, "Were it not for my brother Gino's directive to spare your life, you would have met your end already." At that moment, Gino approached Shrag and spoke, "Shrag, I present you with two choices. You may either submit to my authority or face death. I am offering you a measure of mercy. A creature like you ought to descend into the abyss, yet here I stand, granting you a chance for redemption. Should you choose to serve me, your loyalty must be unwavering. Should you opt for death, I shall send you to the underworld this very instant." As he spoke, Gino rapidly coalesced a colossal energy orb in his hand. Shrag, sensing the overwhelming force of annihilation emanating from it, realized that should he choose death, Gino would not hesitate to fulfill that fate. After a moment's contemplation, Shrag chose submission. Life itself held the promise of opportunity, and survival was paramount. He bowed before Gino and proclaimed, "From this day forth, I, Shrag, pledge my fealty to Lord Gino." Chapter 44, The Reward of Zero. 5 seconds of flash time upon witnessing Shrag's submission, Gino remarked, "Since you have chosen to serve me, I shall not be overly stingy." With that, he tossed a mystical bean toward Shrag. Gino remarked, "This is a Sinza bean. It will expedite the healing of your wounds. You should consume it." Shrag gazed at the Sinzu bean in his hand, hesitating for an extended period before he could bring himself to eat it. Observing Shrag's reluctance, Gino cast a cold glance in his direction. Shrag sensed a formidable aura of menace approaching him, following the source of this ominous energy. He noticed Gino's countenance had turned a forbidding shade of ashen. In a hurry, Shrag knelt before Gino, stammering, "My lord Gino, I fear I have been overly cautious. I shall consume this Sinza bean at once." He promptly tossed the bean into his mouth and swallowed it without chewing. Before long, Shrag's severed arm regenerated. And upon witnessing his arm restored to its former state, he exclaimed joyfully, "I am truly healed. It seems you have not deceived me." However, Gino's expression had grown frigid, and he stated, "It appears I have been excessively lenient with you, Shrag. To choose to submit to me entails an unwavering compliance with my commands. Even if I were to instruct you to consume poison, you must do so without a hint of hesitation. Your earlier skepticism has instilled in me a sense of wariness towards you. Thus, I shall demonstrate how I compel the denizens of our Saiyan planet to willingly accept me as their sovereign." As he spoke, Gino swiftly approached Shrag, seizing him by the collar. In an instant, with a tremendous exertion of strength, Shrag felt himself being violently torn asunder, his head forcefully slammed against the ground. The anguished cries of Shrag echoed from the earth. Witnessing this, Broly remarked, "Sister Leia, I believe you have been sufficiently ruthless. However, in comparison to brother Gino, you fall remarkably short." Leia turned her gaze toward Broly and inquired, "What was that you just said?" Broly, sensing her piercing stare, quickly replied, "Nothing. I said nothing." Leia huffed softly before continuing, "Brother Gino is exceedingly gentle with his own, yet he shows no mercy towards his foes. For reasons unknown, Brother Gino has chosen to spare Shrag's life. Nevertheless, to him, Shrag is merely an outsider, and having just pledged allegiance, he now harbors doubts toward his master. Such a traitorous dog warrants a lesson." Gano forcefully slammed Shrag's head against the ground, causing the earth to fracture upon impact. With each violent collision, green blood began to ooze from Shrag's head. Gino hurled Shrag into the air with a swift backhand, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Shrag was incessantly bombarded by energy projectiles, and in an instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped him. Gano charged directly into the mist, waving his hand to disperse the smoke. Gano unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Shrag, the resounding thuds echoing in the air. Shrag's body was propelled backward under Gano's relentless assault. In a stunning display, Gano executed a 360-degree spin, delivering a sweeping kick that connected squarely with Shrag's face, sending him soaring. A green meteor streaked across the sky Shrag's form, before he was violently hurled into the depths of the forest with a resounding crash. Within the forest, the cacophony of sound persisted as Shrag continued to be flung backward, colliding with tree after tree. Ultimately, with a powerful impact, he crashed into the mountainside, causing a landslide. As the dust settled, Shrag's battered figure emerged, barely clinging to consciousness. Leia, Broly, and Bardock flew to Shrag's side. Observing his pitiful state, Leia turned to Gano and inquired, "Gano, brother, he won't perish, will he? Rest assured, though my strikes were forceful, I deliberately aimed to avoid vital areas. Shrag has only sustained superficial injuries. He will recover in a few days. He shall not succumb." "Brother Gano, are you certain that fellow cannot perish? He appears to be hanging by a thread," Broly remarked. "He cannot die. The resilience of those Namekians is remarkable. Do not underestimate him," Gano replied. "If it weren't for the system issuing a new task while Leia was attacking Shrag, I would have had Leia eliminate Shrag long ago. System, ding. Task, ensure Shrag submits to the host. Reward, 0. 5 seconds of flash time. Upon completion, the reward will be automatically dispensed for the host to claim. For a skilled warrior, that 0. 5 seconds could mean the difference between life and death for an adversary, allowing Gano to accept this task with resolve. Gano said, "Broly, Bardock, go and ascertain the number of demon clans residing on this planet. Bring back those who are willing to submit to me, and eradicate those who refuse." At last, he could stretch his limbs. "Brother Gano, I shall depart immediately." Bardock bowed slightly to Gano before soaring off in another direction. This time, Bardock was truly convinced. Against such a formidable adversary as Shrag, he had witnessed the king effortlessly overpowering him. Bardock silently vowed to become as powerful as the king himself. Before long, Broly returned, accompanied by a multitude of demon clans before Gano. A minute later, Bardock too arrived with an abundance of demons in tow. Broly stated, "Brother Gano, these are all the demons on Shrag's planet who are willing to submit to us. Those who refused were swiftly dispatched by my energy blast." Bardock added, "From my end, these are the only ones willing to serve. Those who would not submit have been permanently removed from this world." Gano gazed upon the assembly of demons before him and proclaimed, "From this day forth, I shall be your master. Your king has chosen to serve me, and thus, I have granted you the chance to retain your lives." Gano, holding Schlag, smiled brightly and said, "Am I not right, King Schlag?" Schlag, upon witnessing Gano's smile, perceived that it was Gano who embodied the true essence of the demon race, cold-blooded, merciless, and ruthlessly cunning. In a haste, Schlag wriggled free from Gano's grasp and promptly knelt before him, declaring, "Indeed, I have pledged my allegiance to Lord Gano. From this moment forth, I shall regard your commands as the guiding principle of all my actions. If you direct me eastward, I shall never venture west. If you decree my demise, I shall not cling to life in despair." Upon hearing Schlag's words, Gano inwardly mused, "It seems my earlier assault had a considerable effect. I shall train Schlag diligently from now on." "Excellent, I accept your loyalty." The system's voice echoed, "Ding, the reward has been dispensed. Please receive it, host." Gano contemplated internally, accepting the moment. At last, he possessed the fleeting power of 0. 5 seconds. Chapter 45, The Spirit Fruit Tree. Schlag bowed before Gano in submission, and all the demon clan members prostrated themselves, uttering, "We are willing to serve Lord Gano." "Very well, everyone rise. You have made the right choice. From this day forth, your existence as demons shall come to an end. Now, please board your spacecraft and remain on standby in the cosmos." Schlag addressed Gano, "Lord Gano, does your command for us to wait in our ships in space imply the destruction of Schlag planet?" Gano produced the seed of the spirit fruit, and Schlag involuntarily remarked, "The spirit fruit seed. Ah, it seems you are familiar with the spirit fruit seed. You must certainly know its purpose," Gano replied. "Indeed. If this spirit fruit seed is sown upon a planet, it will swiftly germinate, consuming all the energy of the planet and rapidly maturing into a spirit fruit tree. After a period of 49 days of energy absorption, the spirit fruit tree will bear spirit fruits. It appears you are quite knowledgeable." At that time, your subordinate attempted to seize the spirit fruit seed, presumably intending to capture it for you. But unfortunately, I intercepted him. Do you feel a sense of indignation? Not at all, my Lord Gano, Schlag responded. Very well. I find your Schlag planet quite suitable. It shall serve as the perfect ground for planting the spirit fruit seed. With that, Gano cast the spirit fruit seed into the soil. The seed swiftly burrowed into the earth and began voraciously absorbing the energy of the Schlag planet. Gano could distinctly perceive the energy of the Schlag planet rapidly depleting. Leia, observing the velocity of the energy's dissipation, turned to Gano and said, Brother Gano, the energy is vanishing far too swiftly. We can clearly sense it dwindling on the Schlag planet. Indeed, the sensation is unmistakable, Gano acknowledged. Subsequently, after absorbing a sufficient amount of energy, the spirit fruit seed began to break through the soil, sprouting and commencing its growth. Gano swiftly grasped the situation and addressed the whispering demon soldiers, urging, What are you waiting for? Quickly board your respective spacecraft and stand by in the vastness of space. The demon soldiers immediately understood, scattering in all directions as they boarded their vessels and soared into the cosmos. Gano, Leia, Broly, Bardock, and Shrag floated in astonishment as they observed the astonishing growth rate of the mental fruit seed. The seed was rapidly developing. Its main stem had sprouted and branched out, subsequently unfurling verdant leaves. Buds began to form on the smaller branches, indicating that fruit was imminent. Shrag remarked, Lord Gano, we need only wait 49 days to witness the fruits upon the mental tree. Then let us await these 49 days, replied Gano. During this time, we shall reside on one of the planets surrounding Shrag's home world. Shrag, as the sovereign of the southern galaxy, you are undoubtedly aware of which planets in this vicinity are habitable. Kindly designate one for our repose. In truth, the vast galactic expanse is divided into 4 major galaxies, north, south, east, and west, each ruled by a formidable sovereign. They are Frieza of the northern galaxy, King Cold of the eastern galaxy, Cooler of the western galaxy, and Shrag of the southern galaxy. However, their claims of supremacy are largely self-aggrandizing. Countless galaxies exist throughout the universe. For instance, Shrag's southern galaxy represents merely a minuscule fragment of the entire galactic realm. Shrag, Frieza, King Cold, and Cooler may be regarded as formidable warriors, but they scarcely merit the title of cosmic overlords. Such notions are merely the result of their own hubris. Lord Gano, there exists a planet in proximity to the Slag Star, which is well suited for our respite. That planet is none other than the nearby Peta Star. Very well. Lead the way. We shall journey to Peta Star to rest, and patiently await the maturation of the spiritual fruit. Indeed, Lord Gano, please follow me. Slag proceeded towards his spacecraft, hoping to guide Gano to his own vessel as well. Gano remarked, I possess my own spacecraft. You may lead the way. Upon hearing this, Slag responded, Then, esteemed Gano, please follow my vessel. Gano nodded in agreement. Leia then inquired, Brother Gano, are you not afraid that Slag might flee in his spaceship? Gano remarked, if he were a wise individual, he would not flee. To escape requires strength. Lacking that, he must obediently comply with my commands. Gano's elder brother spoke wisely. If Shrag attempts to flee, I shall swiftly end him. Rest assured, he shall not escape. Let us board the spaceship. As Gano and the others ascended aboard, Laika approached Gano and said, My king, you have returned. Indeed, Laika. Follow the spaceship ahead. We shall journey to Peta Star to rest. We will remain there for over a month before returning. Very well, my king. I shall pilot our vessel in pursuit of the one ahead. Shrag's spaceship led the way, with Gino's vessel trailing closely behind. With Shrag's ship paving the path, their journey was smooth sailing. Nearby cosmic pirates, upon spotting Shrag's ship, instinctively veered away, avoiding any confrontation. Observing this, Gano remarked to Laika and the others, it appears Shrag possesses a modicum of influence in the southern galaxy. Look at the surrounding space pirates. They intended to ambush us, but retreated upon sighting Shrag's spacecraft, unwilling to provoke him. Brother Laika, I fear this is not mere influence, but intimidation. Regardless of whether it is influence or intimidation, possessing formidable strength allows one to navigate the cosmos with ease. Indeed, Bardock asserted, strength is paramount. With sufficient power, one can act as one pleases. Therefore, let us diligently cultivate our abilities. The month passed swiftly, and upon their return to Shrag's planet, Gano beheld the golden fruits adorning the spirit fruit tree. Is this the spirit fruit? Yes, my lord Gano. This is indeed the spirit fruit. Consuming it will rapidly enhance one's combat prowess and grant eternal youth. Oh, eternal youth. So the spirit fruit holds such power. It seems your primary motive for acquiring the spirit fruit seeds was to maintain your youth. Indeed, my Lord Gano, I desire eternal youth. My body has aged considerably. Were it not for the resilient life force of the Namekians, I would have long since perished. Do not worry. Since you have allied with me, I shall resolve this issue for you. Upon hearing this, Shrag immediately knelt in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Lord Gano. There is no need for such formalities. I require a powerful warrior, not an elderly man. Once I conclude my current endeavors, I shall take you to your homeland. My homeland? Where is that? I was raised on Shrag's planet. You shall understand in due time. Gano gazed at the abundant spiritual fruits adorning the tree and stepped forward to pluck one. He inquired, Is it truly permissible to consume this spiritual fruit directly? Indeed, my Lord Gano, came the reply. This spiritual fruit can be consumed as is. Gano opened his mouth and took a bite of the psychic fruit in his hand. At the moment the fruit entered his body, he felt as if he were immersed in the vastness of the ocean. His heart instantly settled into tranquility, his mind became ethereal, and his spirit seemed to solidify more than ever before. His combat prowess also surged, and Gano quickly devoured one psychic fruit after another, feeling an insatiable urge to consume dozens more. This alarmed Shrag, for these fruits contained a substantial amount of psychic energy. Excessive consumption could lead to a mental collapse. Shrag hastily exclaimed, Lord Gano, while the psychic fruit is indeed beneficial, it is advisable to consume only one at a time. Overindulgence could overwhelm the consumer's mind. Upon hearing Shrag's warning, Leia interjected, Why didn't you mention this sooner? Gano, brother, are you all right? Gano consumed numerous spiritual fruits, causing his body to feel weightless, while his mental prowess became increasingly substantial. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the effects these fruits bestowed upon him. His combat strength continued to surge, yet it was accompanied by a sense of insubstantiality. It appeared that while the spiritual fruits could augment one's fighting capabilities, they lacked the solid foundation that comes from personal cultivation. Should one rely solely on these fruits to enhance their combat prowess, even the most formidable strength acquired would ultimately fall to their adversaries. This exemplifies the fate of those whose foundational strength remains unsteady, relying on external forces for their battle might. However, after consuming the spiritual fruits, Gano felt his mental energy becoming increasingly solidified. It was as if his psyche had transcended to a higher plane. Indeed, it was a sensation of elevation, and in comparison to his previous mental capacity, it seemed as though he had ascended to an entirely different dimension. Yes, it was an increase in dimensionality. After Gano experienced the transformation brought about by the spiritual fruit, he opened his eyes. Upon witnessing Gano's awakening, the anxious expression on Leia's face vanished without a trace. Brother Gano, are you all right? Leia inquired. I'm fine. Why does everyone look so concerned? Shrag exclaimed, A miracle. Truly a miracle. It appears that Lord Gano is indeed extraordinary. After consuming such an abundance of spiritual fruits, he remains completely unharmed. One cannot view him through the lens of ordinary perception. Is there a limit to how many spiritual fruits one can consume? My lord, the spiritual fruits are imbued with potent spiritual energy. Excessive consumption could overwhelm the soul of the user. Oh, I see. No wonder my soul feels markedly different from before. It seems to be the effect of the spiritual fruits. With that, Gano gazed at the Shrag planet and remarked to Leia and the others. It seems that the spiritual fruit tree is not something that can be casually cultivated on any planet. Just look at Shrag. It has taken on a desolate hue. This planet has become devoid of vitality. It would be best not to cultivate the spiritual fruit tree. Leia, Broly, Bardock, please gather all the fruits from the tree. Once that is done, I intend to obliterate the Shrag planet. I want this spiritual fruit tree to cease to exist in this world. Shrag hastily responded, My lord, there is truly no need to destroy the spiritual fruit tree. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lord Gano, I have heard of the legends surrounding the spirit fruit tree. This tree is no ordinary entity. It is said to be a divine creation from the celestial realm. However, a great battle once ravaged the heavens, leading to the destruction of the spirit fruit tree. Yet, a single seed fell into the cosmos, where it was serendipitously discovered and subsequently planted by mortals. Little did they know, the seed possessed an insatiable power of consumption, capable of transforming a thriving planet into a desolate wasteland. Nevertheless, the fruits born from this seed have the remarkable ability to enhance the combat prowess of those who partake in them, as well as bolster their mental fortitude, thus earning the name of spirit fruits. I surmise that ordinary planets lack the energy required to sustain the spirit fruit tree, resulting in the tree devouring all available energy and rendering the planet lifeless. So, are you suggesting that if we can locate a suitable planet for cultivating the spirit fruit tree, then the spirit fruits could be harvested indefinitely? Gano inquired. Indeed, Lord Gano. That is precisely the implication, Slag responded. Very well. I shall retain one seed of the spirit fruit. Leia, Broly, Bardock. You are to gather all the spirit fruits and bring them back. In swift coordination, Leia and the others set to work, and before long, all the spirit fruits had been successfully harvested. Gano beheld Leia and her companions as they finished harvesting the spiritual fruits. In an instant, he found himself before the spiritual fruit tree, and in the blink of an eye, a seed of the spiritual fruit appeared in his hand. With the task accomplished, Gano flashed before Leia and her companions, his hand radiating a brilliant light, unleashing a colossal shockwave that obliterated the Shrag planet. While the spiritual fruit tree was reduced to dust amidst the explosion, Gano took a spiritual fruit from Leia's hands and tossed it to Shrag, saying, "This is your reward. Your earlier suggestion was quite commendable." Upon receiving the spiritual fruit from Gano, Shrag immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Gano. No need for thanks. This is well-deserved. I have never been stingy with those loyal to me," Gano replied. "Now, Shrag, do you have any enemies? As the overlord of the Southern Galaxy, I presume you have quite a few adversaries." Shrag pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, Lord Gano, I am the overlord of the Southern Galaxy. However, there are three major powers that I cannot easily displace. Of course, in a one-on-one confrontation, I would emerge victorious, but should I attack any one of them, the other two would undoubtedly come to their aid, which restricts my freedom to act. Which faction do you despise the most?" Gano inquired. "Without a doubt, it is Frieza from the Northern Galaxy. That fiend constantly seeks to provoke me. He is utterly despicable." "Very well, let us launch an assault on Frieza. From this day forth, your legion shall be known as the Saiyan Legion. Your mission is to strike at Frieza's territory. I will provide you with support. If the other two factions come to assist him, we shall handle them, allowing you to unleash your full potential. What do you say?" "Absolutely, Lord Gano. As long as you can fend off the other two factions, I shall deal with Frieza. Then summon all the members of your legion." The Saiyan Legion is officially embarking on its campaign. Chapter 47. Cosmic Pirate Shrag was filled with exhilaration. He was inherently a warlike individual, driven by a desire for conquest, which rendered him exceptionally malevolent. With Gano backing him, he could now freely engage Frieza in battle. With Gano's additional gift of a spiritual fruit, he believed that consuming it would further enhance his strength. "How long will it take to gather the legion?" Gano asked. "Report, Lord Gano." "It will require 3 days to assemble all the legion members," Shrag replied. "Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. Gather the Saiyan Legion members." "Yes, I shall obey." "Go ahead and consume the spiritual fruit. It will greatly benefit you." "Understood, Lord Gano. Let us proceed to planet Peta and await the arrival of the legion members." "That works as well." Shrag shouted, "Everyone, board the ship. We will head to planet Peta to rest. Let us conserve our energy for the days ahead. Once the legion is fully assembled, we shall follow Lord Gano into battle across the cosmos." Cheers erupted among the crew, their excitement palpable. It seemed that Shrag's followers were just as belligerent and conquest-driven as the Saiyans. "Let us board the ship." Leia and the others nodded in agreement. Gano and his companions boarded the spacecraft. Gano addressed Leia, Broly, and Bardock, saying, "You three may now partake of the spirit fruits. Remember to exercise moderation and refrain from overindulgence." Shrag had also mentioned that these spirit fruits exert a substantial impact on the soul. Consuming too many could potentially overwhelm one's spiritual essence. "Understood, Brother Gano," Leia replied. With that, Leia, Broly, and Bardock each took 3 spirit fruits and began their consumption. Gano gazed at the spiritual fruits placed before him by Leia and the others. He took one fruit and approached Laika, stating, "Laika, this spiritual fruit is for you." "What is a spiritual fruit?" Laika inquired, bewildered. "It is a fruit that can enhance your mental power and provide you with some foundational combat strength." Lord Gano, may I use this spiritual fruit for research?" Laika asked tentatively. "Yes, that is your prerogative. However, this particular spiritual fruit is intended for your consumption." As he spoke, another spiritual fruit materialized in Gano's hand. "You should consume this fruit now. I have mentioned that it is for your use." "Understood, Lord Gano. I shall consume this spiritual fruit at once." Moments later, Leia and the other two appeared before Gano. Observing them, he perceived an enhancement in their mental prowess. Brother Gano, Broly exclaimed, after consuming the spiritual fruit, my mind feels ethereal. I sense I can better control the energy within me. Indeed, it is truly invigorating. After consuming the spiritual fruit, my strength has significantly improved. Yet, I find this combat power somewhat lacking. An ephemeral sensation envelopes me, Leia remarked. I share this sentiment. Bardock concurred, echoing Leia's words. Gano remarked that after consuming the mind fruit, it was essential to train and transform this ephemeral combat prowess into one's own. Follow me. You three. We shall train in the gravity chamber. Time passed in the course of their training. 3 days later, the door of the gravity chamber swung open, and Gano along with the others emerged. Except for Gano, Layla and the others appeared disheveled and exhausted. Gano exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. At last, the feeling of insubstantiality had dissipated, and he felt truly at ease. Brother Gano, you truly are extraordinary. Despite the combined efforts of the three of us, you navigated our attacks with remarkable ease and dealt us a severe beating. Even my Super Saiyan 2 transformation, alongside Bardock's Super Saiyan 1 form, proved insufficient against you. Indeed. After consuming the spirit fruit and undergoing rigorous training, Leia has now attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. Nevertheless, her current strength remains inadequate to defeat Gano. Leia, it appears you are not far from achieving the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. I anticipate that after this conquest of the planet, you will attain that form. I share the same sentiment, Leia replied. Your presence is palpable. I too feel that after this conquest, I will be able to transform into a Super Saiyan, Bardock remarked. Yes, I sense your energy as well. Keep striving, I encouraged. It is infuriating that while you all can transform into Super Saiyans, I am left unable to do so, Broly exclaimed in frustration. Gano approached Broly and remarked, Broly, your transformation into a Super Saiyan is rather extraordinary. You are a once-in-a-thousand-years Super Saiyan, the legendary Super Saiyan indeed. If your transformation succeeds, I dare say that even the combined might of Leia and Bardock would not stand a chance against you. Is that true, Brother Gano? Broly inquired. Indeed. The legendary Super Saiyan only manifests once every millennium. Thus, your transformation into a Super Saiyan is not an endeavor to be taken lightly. Patience is key. One must cultivate their skills steadily, as greatness cannot be achieved in an instant. As long as your foundational combat prowess is solid, your transformation will occur naturally. I believe in your words, Brother Gano, Broly replied earnestly. At that moment, Laika approached Gano and said, My king, Shrag is outside the ship and wishes to see you. It appears the Saiyan Legion has gathered, Gano stated. Let us proceed outside. Leia and the others nodded in agreement. As Gano emerged from the spacecraft, Shrag hurriedly approached him and bowed, saying, My lord Gano, the Saiyan Legion has assembled. Shall we commence our march towards the northern galaxy? Gano gazed at the throngs of people and remarked to Shrag, It seems that your dominion over the southern galaxy is not merely a title. You indeed command a formidable legion. Lord Gano, you flatter me. Very well, the Saiyan Legion advances towards the northern galaxy. Just as these words escaped my lips, a person rushed in, reporting, Lord Gano, a band of cosmic pirates is approaching us. Cosmic pirates? Gano turned to Shrag and inquired, Are you not the sovereign of the southern galaxy? Why do these pirates not yield their course upon sighting your vessel? Why do they continue to approach us? Well, Lord Gano, Shrag replied, it is true that among the 4 great galaxies, east, west, south, and north, some cosmic pirates possess strength that surpasses us so-called rulers of the galaxies. Oh, is that so? Come, let us see who dares to steer their spacecraft in our direction. Gano's body floated in the air, swiftly gliding towards the spacecraft of the cosmic pirates, with Leia and others closely trailing behind. Chapter 48, Slaying the Cosmic Pirates at this moment. The crew aboard the pirate ship noticed an individual obstructing their vessel's path. One of the pirates reported to the figure seated on the throne, My Lord Bella. There is a silhouette in front of our spacecraft blocking our way. Oh, someone dares to impede my progress? This is simply courting death. Come, let us investigate, Bella commanded. Yes, my Lord Bella, the pirate replied. Bella rose and approached the ship's glass door, gazing outside to see Gano's form suspended in mid-air, blocking the ship's advance. Following closely behind were Leia and the others. Bella peered beyond Gano and caught sight of Shrag, exclaiming, I wondered who it might be. It is that fool Shrag. Does he seek to end his own life? Why does he not content himself with being the sovereign of the southern galaxy? We cosmic pirates have no desire for his territory, yet he insists on seeking his own demise. Bella ordered, Open the hatch. I wish to see what audacity Shrag possesses to dare obstruct my path. As the hatch opened, Bella soared out of the spacecraft and swiftly approached Gano. He then addressed Shrag. Shrag, do you wish for death? How dare you stand in my way? Bella dismissed Gano entirely, believing only Shrag had the audacity to challenge him. Unbeknownst to him, the individual before him was already the master of Shrag, possessing unfathomable power. Hearing the commotion, Shrag also moved to the forefront and, upon spotting Bella, remarked, "What brings you, you scoundrel, to my southern galaxy instead of remaining in the turbulent realm? Oh, have you gained some courage? Daring to shout at me? I can traverse the turbulent realm as I please. Who dares to interfere with our affairs? Moreover, as cosmic pirates, we can venture anywhere in the universe without fear of obstruction. You are truly a fool to blatantly block my path before my ship. You are like a fly drawn to a swatter, eagerly seeking your own demise." At this, Shrag's temper flared, and he retorted, "Bella, do not presume that your association with the Pirate King grants you the liberty to act recklessly in the universe. I warn you. There are many formidable individuals within the cosmos. Do not find yourself capsized in the gutter, lest you drown. Haha, how utterly preposterous. In this universe, who would dare disregard the Pirate King's authority? Even Frieza, Cooler, and the Frost Demons show deference to the Pirate King. What are you, Shrag, to speak so boldly?" Furious, Shrag declared, "Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess to you, Bella. Prepare yourself." With that, Shrag charged at Bella. "Ah, you have indeed grown bold. Allow me to show you the might of the cosmic pirates today." Bella retorted, unleashing a powerful punch towards Shrag. In an instant, Bella's massive fist approached Shrag, who responded with a swift kick. The collision of fist and foot generated a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward from the epicenter of Bella and Shrag. With a resounding impact, Shrag was sent reeling backward by Bella's punch. Gano remarked, "It seems that Bella possesses considerable strength. No wonder she dares to challenge Shrag." Leia responded, "Indeed. Bella's prowess surpasses that of Shrag. It appears Shrag is no match for her." "That may not be certain," another voice interjected. "Shrag might not have been Bella's equal in the past, but now, having consumed the spirit fruit, his power should have significantly advanced. It may not be effortless, but defeating Bella should certainly be within his reach." Bella, witnessing that her punch had only pushed Shrag back a few meters, found it hard to believe her own eyes. In the past, during Shrag's conquest of the Southern Galaxy, his legion had encountered Bella's team by chance. That day, they engaged in a fierce battle, and Bella effortlessly defeated Shrag, leaving him on the brink of death in mere moments. Had it not been for the Pirate King's urgency, Shrag might have met his end that day. Bella had spared him then, but today, Shrag had withstood her full-force strike without a scratch. It was evident that Shrag's abilities had indeed progressed over the years. Bella stated, "I did not expect this of you, Shrag. During our first encounter, you were no match for me. Now, you can withstand my full-on assault. It seems you have made significant strides in your power. So, how about this? Submit to me, and I shall appoint you as my second in command. In the Bella Legion, you would stand above all but me. What do you say? Consider it." Shrag was taken aback by Bella's attempt to win him over, yet he was acutely aware of her insatiable greed. All gains would fill her own coffers, leaving her subordinates with naught. However, ever since he allied with Gano, although he had not achieved any notable feats, Gano had generously bestowed upon him the precious spirit fruit, albeit just one. Yet, that single fruit had amplified his strength, enabling him to confront Bella. In comparison, remaining with Gano surely promised a brighter future. Shrag bellowed, "Bella, cease your nonsensical proposals. You think I, Shrag, would follow you? Dream on. I am now in service of Lord Gano, so abandon your futile schemes here. Come on, Bella, our battle is far from over." Lord Gano, who is he? The mighty sovereign of the Southern Galaxy has aligned himself with an obscure and nameless individual. Upon hearing this, Shrag retorted, "Bella, the power of Lord Gano exceeds your imagination. Come forth and meet your demise." "Very well," Bella replied, uttering the word good thrice. "It seems you truly seek your end. Permit me to grant your wish." In an instant, Bella's form flickered and she appeared directly before Shrag, launching a sweeping kick aimed at his head. However, before the attack could connect, her ankle was seized by a powerful hand. Despite her efforts to free herself, Bella found herself unable to escape. Looking up at the figure restraining her, "Gano," she demanded. "Who are you, young man, to meddle in my affairs?" Observing Gano, Shrag bowed slightly and addressed him, "Lord Gano." Gano remarked, "I initially intended for you to eliminate this individual, but his arrogance has become intolerable. I shall take matters into my own hands." "Indeed, my Lord Gano," Slarg replied. Stepping aside, Gano gazed at Bella and declared, I am the nameless figure you speak of. Now, I shall be your adversary. Subsequently, he issued commands to Leia and her companions, stating, leave no cosmic pirate unscathed. Upon hearing these words, Leia and her allies swiftly took action. And within a mere quarter of an hour, all the cosmic pirates had been reduced to dust in the vast expanse of the universe, save for Bella. Chapter 49. The arrival of the Pirate King. Bella witnessed her subordinates being rapidly eliminated by Leia and her companions. She yearned to assist them in confronting Leia. Yet Gano would not permit her to pass easily. With a powerful grip, Gano's large hand propelled Bella's body up and down. Gano swung Bella around several times before forcefully hurling her towards planet Peda. With a resounding thud, Bella's form crashed into Peda, creating a deep crater upon impact. Gano gazed into the abyss where Bella resided and addressed her. Bella, rise. I'm aware that you cannot be vanquished so swiftly. As he spoke, the entire pit began to tremble with a profound intensity. With a fierce cry, Bella surged forth from the depths, her combat prowess reaching its zenith in an instant. She confronted Gano, declaring, You wretched fiend, you are utterly unforgivable. You deserve to perish. Thus, embrace your demise. Ah, you truly infuriate me. Prepare yourself. With a swift motion, Bella's fist hurtled toward Gano. In response, he extended his palm. Behold my full force attack. I strike. Yet, all of Bella's relentless blows were effortlessly thwarted by Gano's single hand. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Bella exclaimed in disbelief. It is entirely feasible. Did not Shrag inform you? In this universe, there are countless masters. And before those true experts, I am but a novice. It perplexes me how you cannot even breach my defenses. Yet you claim that you cosmic pirates can traverse the universe at will. Are you merely a frog in a well, dreaming in broad daylight? Upon hearing this, Bella retorted, Young man, do not be overly arrogant. While you may be formidable, you are insignificant before our leader. The very Pirate King you mentioned, Gano replied. Indeed. Our leader is the Pirate King, a veritable powerhouse, she asserted. Very well. If he were to arrive here, I would relish witnessing the might of the Pirate King. Gano said, intrigued. You are unaware, aren't you? Our cosmic pirates have entered the southern galaxy on a mission. We are merely the vanguard. And our leader follows closely behind. After wasting so much time here, he should be arriving shortly, and then it will be your end. Gano paid little heed to Bella's mention of the impending arrival of the Pirate King. Instead, he focused on her assertion that their cosmic marauders had a mission in the southern galaxy this time. Gano promptly inquired, You claim to have a mission. What is it? That is of no concern to you, lad. If you know what is good for you, step aside and allow this king passage. I shall not hold past grievances against you. I demand to know your mission, Bella retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Very well, since you insist. I shall indulge you a little longer. Alas, I find myself disinclined to continue this game. Before Bella could respond, Gano transformed into a mere shadow, and in an instant, his assault was upon her. Bella, witnessing the impending strike, hastily raised her arm in defense. Yet, before she could brace herself, Gano's fist collided with her abdomen. With a sudden gasp, she was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from her mouth, leaving a crimson trail in the air. How is this possible? How could I fail to withstand his onslaught? As Bella's form continued to fly away, Gano had already materialized behind her, delivering a fierce kick that propelled her once more through the air. I offered you a chance, but you squandered it. Now you may meet your demise. Gano's relentless onslaught left Bella utterly defenseless. He struck again from beneath with a knee to her midsection, causing her to cry out as blood gushed forth once more. Her body soared skyward, propelled by Gano's brutal blows. Next, I shall send you to the depths of hell. Gano's hands radiated brilliance as he proclaimed, Behold my technique. Witness my explosive strike. Two golden waves of energy surged forth towards Bella. Observing the impending energy waves, Bella exclaimed, No, I cannot perish. However, Gano's energy waves engulfed her entirely. Bella was reduced to mere dust in that instant. Just as Bella was obliterated by Gano, a formidable aura approached them with great velocity. Leia swiftly positioned herself before Gano and said, Gano, a powerful adversary is approaching. Indeed, I can sense it too. At that moment, Bardock, Broly, and Shrag also arrived at Gano's side. Brother Gano, a formidable presence approaches, Broly remarked. Indeed, our adversary is quite powerful. Shrag, instruct the Saiyan Legion to vacate this area immediately. The newcomer may very well be the Pirate King that Bella mentioned. It would be prudent for others to take cover. Shrag responded, Lord Gano, although our current strength is lacking, none among us will flee. We are not cowards who fear death. Upon hearing Shrag's declaration, Gano replied, I must admit, you possess quite a bit of spirit, don't you? Very well, let us witness just how formidable the pirate king of this universe truly is. Suddenly, an enormous spacecraft materialized before Gano and his companions, emanating an overwhelming aura that bore down upon them. The powerful shockwaves surged towards Gano and the others. Gano emanated a formidable aura in response, and a voice echoed from within the spacecraft, addressing him. It seems you are the one who dispatched Bella. Indeed. That scoundrel met his demise at my hands, the notorious pirate king, is it? Now that you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Haha. How many years has it been since someone sought an audience with me? Others tremble at the mere mention of my name, yet here you are, unafraid and requesting to meet me. Very well. In that case, I shall grant your wish. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Gano and his companions. What captured their attention first was not the figure's appearance, but rather the tail that trailed behind him. Gino and Leia, among others, voiced their thoughts. Saiyans. Ah. You have discerned that I am a Saiyan. Indeed, I am a Saiyan. My name is Dales. I wonder if any of you have heard of my name, Dales. The malevolent Saiyan, he declared. Dales, the malevolent Saiyan? What does that mean, Bardock? Why is there such a formidable Saiyan among us? Bardock explained, he is an anomaly. Born with an exceptionally high power level, exceeding Broly's by 40,000. At that time, planet Vegeta was not yet under the rule of King Vegeta. Thus, Dales survived on planet Vegeta. As time passed, Dales matured, yet he became increasingly belligerent. While Saiyans are known for their combative nature, they are not inherently bloodthirsty. Dales, however, was combative, cruel, and bloodthirsty. He annihilated all indigenous beings during his missions and reveled in their cries of despair. On every conquered planet, Dales would consume the natives as sustenance. Consequently, he was exiled from planet Vegeta. Little did anyone know that the notorious pirate king of the cosmos was Dales. Chapter 50. Gino injured upon hearing this. Dales remarked, it is indeed fortunate that Kes expelled me from planet Vegeta. Without his intervention, how could I have become the feared pirate king I am today? Across the universe, all space pirates fall under my dominion, granting me immense power to roam freely. Even the frost demons are insignificant. Kes is merely a coward, deserving of King Cold's continual reign. In the past, King Kes ruled planet Vegeta, while the planet's sovereign was King Cold, Frieza's father. Ever since my exile from planet Vegeta, I have engaged in relentless slaughter and combat throughout the cosmos. It was only when I arrived in the turbulent realm that I recognized what true strength entailed. Thus, I settled in the turbulent realm, a territory of the powerful, where only the strong can survive. In this way, I spent my days battling in the turbulent realm, where the true strength of a Saiyan lies in embracing their malevolence. My dark heart grew stronger, and my wicked aura intensified, allowing me to quickly establish my dominance in this realm. After 10 years, I emerged as the ruler of the turbulent realm, becoming the dreaded pirate king. Therefore, it is paramount for Saiyans not to suppress their inherent ferocity, but rather to unleash their true power. At this moment, Gino interjected, is this fellow merely regaling us with his chronicles of struggle? I am uncertain, replied Leia. Nevertheless, his eloquence is captivating. Why not lend an ear? Observing Gino and his companions whispering amongst themselves, oblivious to his discourse, Dales was incensed and bellowed, you lot. The king is speaking, and you dare to ignore me? This is utterly unforgivable. His roar interrupted their conversation, prompting Gino to respond. Oh, has he finally concluded? I thought he would speak indefinitely. System ding. Malevolent Saiyan Dales detected. Task, eliminate Dales. Reward, time-space traversal. My goodness, such a formidable reward this time. The system is truly generous. Since the system has assigned the task, it is time to eliminate this individual. Gano remarked, Pirate King, oh no, I should refer to you as Darius. I wish to pose a query. Why have you ventured to the southern galaxy when you could be reigning as a pirate king in the turbulent realm? Surely, you did not embark on this journey merely for a leisurely stroll, did you? Young man, I advise you to speak with a modicum of respect. For while I was wreaking havoc on planet Vegeta, I dare say your mother had not yet conceived you. How audacious of you to address me so informally. I acknowledge your seniority, yet that does not grant you the right to wield your age as a weapon. I ask you again, what compels you to traverse to the southern galaxy? You respond with haughtiness, as if you were a deity of destruction. Deity of destruction? What deity of destruction? Gino remarked. You are utterly oblivious to the god of destruction, Yet you boast that everyone in the universe must give way to you. You ought to take a moment to reflect upon your own insignificance. With your current demeanor, how could you possibly govern the realm of turbulence? Here is a thought. Relinquish your position, and allow me to assume the mantle of the new sovereign of this chaotic domain. Listen here, you fool, he continued. I was inclined to spare your life out of respect for our shared Saiyan heritage, but since you seem so eager to court death, do not blame me for discarding any sense of camaraderie. No, please, I cannot afford to bear the favor of the cosmic pirate king, he replied. Let me enlighten you. Dales, in this universe, the number of powerful beings is as vast as the stars. And the warriors you speak of in the realm of turbulence would falter before a single strike from a god of destruction. The mightiest entity in this cosmos is none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Stop prancing around your little corner of the realm of turbulence. You are merely a frog in a well. Venture into the universe, and you shall truly comprehend its vastness. Do not speak so recklessly. Dales retorted. I, Dales, am the strongest being in this universe. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Pirate King. With that, Dales unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, causing a powerful gust to radiate outward. Gano and his companions braced themselves against the overwhelming force emanating from Dales. Who would have thought this fellow possessed such formidable strength? It's no wonder the system was generous enough to grant me the skill of time-space traversal. Dales's combat power has exceeded 100 billion. At this moment, Gano realized he was far from being Dales's equal. Yet, something felt amiss. With a combat power surpassing 100 billion, Dales should have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Why had he not? Could it be due to his malevolent heart? Regardless of the reason, my mission remains clear. I must eliminate this wicked Saiyan. Gano's current foundational combat power stands at 3 billion, a stark contrast to Darius's staggering 100 billion. However, the yearning within Gano for strength has far surpassed his physical trepidation. Having finally encountered a worthy adversary, how could he possibly feel fear? My body began to pulse with exhilaration. Gano said, Leia, you all should retreat for now. The current Dales is not something you can contend with. Leia and the others were already sweating profusely, especially during Dale's full display of power. Shrag's reaction was particularly pronounced. He stammered, I never expected this fellow to be so formidable. My legs are trembling uncontrollably. Gano observed that Darius was fully prepared for battle, and in an instant, he unleashed his entire aura. With a resounding roar, the energy within Gano erupted like a geyser into the sky. Come on, Darius, let us engage in combat. In a flash, Darius appeared before Gano, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at his face. Gano swiftly activated his time-skipping technique, narrowly evading Darius's blow. Oh, you managed to dodge my attack. It appears you possess some degree of strength after all. Gano was taken aback, not expecting that Dale's punch would surpass the speed of his instant flash technique. It seemed evident that his own strength was still wanting. If only he were a tad more powerful, the effectiveness of the instant flash would be greatly amplified. Having evaded one of my punches, could he possibly escape this onslaught? In the midst of his thoughts, Dales had already reached Gano's rear, delivering a sweeping kick that struck Gano with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, Gano's body slammed into the surface of planet Peta, fracturing the ground and creating a substantial crater before the eyes of Leia and the others. Dust billowed into the air. Upon witnessing Gano being propelled away, Leia hurriedly dashed to his location, anxiously calling out, Gano, are you all right? As the smoke dissipated, Gano emerged before them, yet blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Truly formidable. This was his first encounter with such a powerful adversary, but it was precisely this intensity that made it exhilarating. Chapter 51. Gano's ancient Super Saiyan transformation. Noticing the blood at Gano's lips, Leia immediately expressed her concern. Gano, you're injured. Gano wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and addressed Leia, saying, Leia, it's all right. Although I am injured, my body is beginning to exhilarate. You all step aside. I wish to see just how formidable he truly is. As soon as he finished speaking, Gano glided past Leia and soared toward Darius. Observing Gano's approach, Darius remarked, Kid, are you capable? After enduring my formidable strike, you still managed to stand. I concede I underestimated you. Enough with the idle chatter, Darius. Come, let us engage in a fierce battle. Gano exclaimed, unleashing a surge of energy as he charged toward Darius, initiating his attack with remarkable speed, landing a powerful punch directly on Darius's chin. Darius attempted to block Gano's assault with his arm, yet Gano's fist collided with Darius's jaw with a resounding thud. sending him staggering backward several meters. As Darius pondered this unexpected turn, Gano's relentless assault resumed. He unleashed a barrage of all-encompassing attacks, leaving Darius to fend off the onslaught. Each time Darius sought to intercept Gano's blows, he found himself a step behind, unable to evade the strikes that consistently found their mark. This defensive struggle left Darius quite vexed, prompting him to unleash a surge of energy that forcibly propelled Gano away. "Kid, do not become too complacent," Darius warned as he charged directly at Gano. In response, Gano opted for a head-on confrontation. "Come on, Darius. I have long yearned for such a battle." With that, both warriors surged toward each other, Gano sweeping a leg while Darius retaliated with a powerful punch. The air crackled with the intensity of their clash, resonating with a cacophony of impacts. The arena where Gano and Dales engaged in combat reverberated with the explosive sound of their fists and feet colliding. A luminous white battle aura continuously manifested beneath their feet as they fought. Suddenly, Dales unleashed a spirit energy blast that struck Gano directly. As smoke billowed upward, onlookers presumed Gano had been felled by Dale's attack. However, Gano surged forth from the cloud of smoke, retaliating with a flurry of hundreds of energy blasts directed at Dales. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, boom, boom. Gano employed the Prince strategy, relentlessly launching energy orbs toward the direction of Darius. Gano was well aware that such an attack could not possibly defeat Dales. He declared, "Allow me to employ this technique to vanquish you. Behold my explosive strike." A radiant light emanated from Gano's hands as two formidable waves of energy surged directly towards Dales. Sensing the imminent danger amidst the swirling smoke, Dales waved his hand, dissipating the fog to reveal the immense energy wave unleashed by Gano. Dales extended his hands and intoned, "Supernova shockwave." A dark shockwave surged forth to collide with Gano's energy wave. At the moment of their clash, Leia and the others felt the entire universe tremble. Bardock swallowed hard, involuntarily gulping, exclaiming, "This is the true essence of a showdown between the powerful. It is utterly magnificent, astounding. Is this truly the strength of Lord Gano? Incredible, beyond belief." Shrag stammered, "Indeed, it is impressive. Yet, one day, I too shall attain such power," Broly declared with indignation. "Yes, we too shall become such formidable beings." "No, we shall surpass them," Bardock asserted. The powerful shockwaves continued to radiate outward as Dales and Gano resumed their fierce battle. Bang, bang. Dales struck Gano with an elbow, sending him hurtling backward. However, seasoned by countless battles, Gano bent his legs, thrusting his knee upward to strike Dales in the abdomen. The blow caused Dales to cough up blood, which trickled from the corner of his mouth. The two combatants engaged once more in a fierce exchange, each trading blows with reckless abandon. As time passed, their stamina began to wane. Nevertheless, Gano's endurance far exceeded that of Dales. Owing to his training in the breathing techniques of Adrat Star, a method imparted to him by Leia. After a mutual exchange of punches, they both momentarily distanced themselves. Gasping for breath, Dales remarked, "You truly are a tenacious adversary. Although your combat power is inferior to mine, you manage to hold your ground remarkably well. I find myself rather reluctant to eliminate you." Gano calmly remarked, "If you possess the courage, then come and kill me. Do you truly believe I fear you? Listen well. Darius, while my combat prowess may not rival yours, the one who ultimately falls will undoubtedly be you. How does it feel to be so drained of energy? Although I too have exerted myself, my fatigue pales in comparison to yours, which is why I shall emerge as the victor in the end." Darius, aware of this predicament, refused to surrender so easily. He replied, "Before my strength is entirely depleted, I will ensure your demise. Then come and test your resolve, Darius." During the fierce battle between Gano and Dallas, Gano's combat prowess was continuously on the rise, much to Dallas's chagrin. Initially, Gano was merely on the defensive, enduring the blows. Yet as the conflict wore on, his strength escalated rapidly. Eventually, it reached a point where he seemed to rival Dallas. This was untenable. Dallas realized he needed to conclude the battle swiftly. However, what course of action could he take? His gaze fell upon Leia. Just moments ago, when he had sent Gano flying, this little one had shown the utmost concern for him, indicating that her bond with Gano was anything but ordinary. Gano, sensing Dale's gaze upon him, urgently called out to Leia, "Leia, run swiftly. That scoundrel Dales intends to strike at you." Realizing the danger too late, it was already futile. Dales swiftly positioned himself before Leia, delivering a brutal knee strike that sent her flying. her form tracing a crimson arc through the air before crashing heavily into the surface of planet Peta. Witnessing Dale's assault on Leia, Broly surged forward with intent to retaliate, declaring, "How dare you ambush Sister Leia? I shall annihilate you." With a fierce determination, Broly unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Dale's, joined by Bardock and Shrag in their assault. "You fools are courting death," Dale's taunted, as he effortlessly dispatched Broly, Bardock, and Shrag, sending their bodies hurtling away. Observing Leia's grievous injuries and the wounds sustained by his companions, Gano felt an overwhelming surge of fury. Gano exclaimed to Darius, "You wretched fellow, utterly unforgivable. Drink, ah." The aura of Gano steadily intensified. His hair began to transform into a rich auburn hue, standing upright, while his eyebrows also adopted the same chestnut tint. The energy enveloping Gano shifted to a deep reddish brown, coalescing into a radiant column of light that surged skyward. At this moment, the ancient Super Saiyan transformation of Gano finally manifested. "Is this truly the transformation of the King's Super Saiyan?" Bardock exclaimed. "This must be my brother Gano's Super Saiyan form. The presence of Lord Gano is overwhelmingly powerful." Darls is finished now. Chapter 52. Acquiring the skill of time travel upon witnessing Gano's transformation, coupled with the formidable aura emanating from him, Darls was astonished. As Gano's power had surpassed his own. What is happening? How could he become so powerful? Darls displayed a look of disbelief, repeatedly murmuring, "Why? Why can an ordinary Saiyan unleash such an extraordinary aura? Is this the true potential of a Saiyan? No, I refuse to believe it. I am the mightiest Saiyan. Evil is the essence of our kind." Gano regarded Dales with a disdainful smile. "Dales, are you familiar with the legend of the Super Saiyan? If King Kes has ever recounted this tale to you, then you must comprehend the transformation associated with it. A Super Saiyan is an extraordinary warrior among Saiyans, and it is inconceivable that you could achieve such a transformation. Moreover, the legendary Saiyan is characterized by a golden aura, whereas your aura is a ruddy brown. This is not the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Indeed, the typical transformation of an ordinary Saiyan is marked by a golden blaze. But I am no ordinary being. Individuals of your ilk will forever remain incapable of becoming a Super Saiyan. This transformation requires a Saiyan imbued with a righteous heart. A malevolent creature like you will never attain such a state. Evil is the greatest impediment to a Saiyan's potential. Only righteousness can elevate a Saiyan to greater strength." Dales retorted, "Spare me your pretentious musings. Even if you were to transform into a Super Saiyan, what of it? I, the Pirate King, am the mightiest warrior in this universe." Gano declared, "What utter nonsense. Allow me to demonstrate the formidable power of a Super Saiyan. Darius, today marks your demise. You dared to harm Leia, and thus it is destined that you shall perish here today. Do you truly believe that I, Darius, was raised in fear?" Gano shook his head, his figure flickering as he directly approached Dales. Before Dales could react, Gano's fist had already struck him in the abdomen. An instant wave of excruciating pain coursing through his body. Dales crumpled like a boiled shrimp, a bitter liquid spewing from his mouth. In a flash, Dales was sent flying, and Gano swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his waist that caused Dales's eyes to bulge in shock. The overwhelming assault rendered Dales a mere punching bag, as Gano relentlessly pounded him. Screams of agony erupted from Dales's lips. In the distance, Broly and Bardock watched in distress as Gano mercilessly tormented Dales. Broly exclaimed, "Well done, Brother Gano. Eliminate this scoundrel who dares to harm Sister Leia." Suddenly, he remembered, "Oh right, Sister Leia. In our excitement, we completely forgot about her. She's still trapped in the pit." Bardock and the others quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Shrag urged, "Hurry. We must rescue Lord Gano's wife at once. Otherwise, when Lord Gano finishes with Dales and discovers we neglected his woman, our fate will be no better than Dales's." They swiftly flew to planet Vegeta, locating Leia, who was barely breathing. Seeing her condition, Bardock hastily instructed Broly, quickly retrieve a Senza bean and feed it to Leia. Broly produced a Senza bean from his pouch and approached Leia, saying, "Sister Leia, quickly, eat this bean." Leia slightly parted her lips and swallowed the bean. In an instant, she sprang to her feet, shaking her head as she surveyed Broly and the others, demanding, "Where's Dales? I must teach him a lesson for daring to ambush me." Broly replied, "Sister Leia, you need not intervene, just look to the sky." As Leia lifted her gaze, she was captivated by the sight of a reddish-brown figure soaring above. Gano was still relentlessly pummeling Dales. Watching Gano unleash his fury, Leia's eyes sparkled with admiration. So, Brother Gano, is this formidable? But wait. I've never seen him in this form before. Bardock remarked. This must be the transformation of a Super Saiyan King. The transformation of Brother Gano into a Super Saiyan is truly astonishing. The immense aura erupting from Gano is palpable, even from a considerable distance, exerting a tremendous pressure felt by Leia and the others. At this moment, Broly remarked, Brother Gano is indeed formidable. His current power could easily overpower Dale's. Leia, let us merely observe from the sidelines. Your involvement would be of no assistance, he added. Fear not, Leia, Dale's is destined for demise today. You did not witness Brother Gano's expression earlier. The instant Dale's inflicted harm upon you, Gano was consumed by fury. Suddenly, an overwhelming energy erupted from him, escalating dramatically, resulting in his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Leia, it appears you hold great significance in Brother Gano's heart. Otherwise, how could he react with such intensity upon seeing you harmed? Of course, Brother Gano and I have grown up together as childhood friends. None can compare to our bond. Indeed, indeed, indeed. In Brother Gano's heart, there is only Leia. We are but mere shadows in her presence. Upon hearing these words, Leia sensed something amiss and, upon reflection, swiftly moved to Broly's side, pinching his ear and exclaiming, You little rascal. So you've taken to teasing me now? Broly, feeling the sting in his ear, quickly pleaded, No, Leia. I promise I won't do it again. Please be gentle, or you'll twist my ear off. Upon hearing Broly's pleas for mercy, Leia finally released her grip. At that moment, Bardock, who had been intently observing the battle in the sky, declared, The king is preparing to strike with lethal intent. Dale's is finished. In the celestial arena, Gano held Dale's by the left ankle with a firm grip. With a powerful throw, he hurled Dale's directly into the mountains, where Dale's body crashed through several rocky formations before finally coming to a halt. Blood streamed from Dale's mouth, and several of his teeth had been shattered by Gano's might. Gano declared, I shall now send you to the depths of hell. With a resounding explosion, 2 waves of russet energy surged forth. Darius, witnessing the onslaught of Gano's energy waves, exclaimed, No, I am the Cosmic King, the mightiest of all. How could I possibly be vanquished? The energy waves engulfed Darius, reducing his form to mere fragments. System ding. Host has completed the task. Rewards will be issued automatically. Please accept them. Gano mused to himself, receiving reward. A peculiar sensation coursed through his body as he closed his eyes to fully embrace this newfound power. Is this the force of time and space? What a marvelous feeling. He sensed that he could now merge with any realm within the universe. Gano opened his eyes and beheld delicate threads drifting before him. It appeared to be the subtle energy of time and space. Chapter 53, Gano's Plan. Gano has acquired the skill of time and space traversal, pondering within. Having obtained the ability to traverse time and space, does this mean I can exert control over them? The system responds. As the host, you possess the skill of time and space traversal, and indeed, you can manipulate time and space. However, this capability is predicated upon a formidable strength. With your current power, you can only harness a mere fragment of the forces of time and space. Thus it is. For Gano discovers that he can indeed manipulate the energies of time and space, albeit only slightly. Yet, for him at this moment, this already constitutes a remarkably potent ability. Gano wished to experiment with the power of his space-time. He extended his hand towards Leia and the others, and suddenly, as he clenched his fist, they felt as if an invisible wall was pressing in upon them. In the realm manipulated by Gano, Leia, Broly, Bardock, and Shrag were instantaneously drawn together. Broly exclaimed, What is happening? I feel as though a wall is compressing towards me. Bardock echoed, I experienced the same sensation. A wall is bearing down upon me. Just as they were about to unleash their inner energy to break free from this spatial barrier, the feeling of compression vanished. Gano, suspended in the air, felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Indeed, this power of space-time is not so easily mastered. It consumes an extraordinary amount of mental energy. In just a short while, my mental strength has been severely depleted. Gano hastily retrieved a spirit fruit and ravenously devoured it. He felt a surge of replenished mental energy. Yet it remained insufficient. Without hesitation, he took out dozens of spirit fruits and consumed them in quick succession. As the spatial power dissipated, Leia and the others noticed Gano hovering in the air, perplexed by his sudden production of so many spirit fruits. After consuming several of them, Gano finally felt his mental energy restored. He let out a long sigh of relief, realizing that he was nearly back to full capacity. Indeed, the system was correct. Given his current abilities, he was not yet capable of mastering the forces of time and space. Most crucially, manipulating these powers demanded an immense toll on one's mental energy. He had acted recklessly. Without the replenishment from the spirit fruits, he feared he might have succumbed to folly. However, through his recent manipulation of time and space, Gano discovered that his mental acuity had been refined, becoming more solidified. It seemed prudent that he should practice controlling these powers from time to time, but he must be cautious not to overextend himself. He needed to act within his limits. Gano transformed from his ancient Super Saiyan form back to his ordinary state and approached Laya and the others. He addressed them, saying, "Let us return to planet Saiyan." Laya inquired, "Why the sudden urge to return to planet Saiyan, Brother Gano?" Gano declared, "I believe that with my current strength, I can protect you all in the future. However, after today's events, I have come to realize that there are always stronger individuals, and one mountain surpasses another. Our current power is far too feeble. I must return to planet Saya and enable all Saiyans to transform into Super Saiyans. I aim to establish a formidable legion of Super Saiyans. True strength lies not only in our individual prowess but in the collective might of us all." "But, Brother Gano," Leia interjected, "not every Saiyan possesses the ability to become a Super Saiyan. It requires both talent and effort. I once believed that transforming into a Super Saiyan was solely a matter of innate ability," Gano replied. "However, I have come to understand that as long as we Saiyans harbor a sense of justice, our S-cells will continuously proliferate and grow. Yet, the current Saiyans have become increasingly warlike and ruthless, devoid of any sense of justice, resulting in very few who can achieve the transformation. Leia, our ability to transform into Super Saiyans is partly due to our righteous hearts, which facilitate the rapid growth of our S-cells. Thus, I intend to alter the mindset of the present Saiyans. I have resolved to return to planet Saya and guide all Saiyans in cultivating their inner selves. Schlag, you may continue your reign as the overlord of the Southern Galaxy. However, I must impart one crucial stipulation. You may seize the territories of the other 3 major overlords and engage in battle with them. But I insist that you refrain from the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. You must temper your malevolent inclinations. When the time comes, I will take you to a place to witness how pure evil can transform into righteousness." Schlag replied, "Lord Gano, this experience has made me realize that there are always those beyond us, and there are greater realms beyond our comprehension. I too must calm my mind and devote myself to rigorous training. Let others engage in the cosmic battles. Only a truly powerful individual has the right to speak. I was indeed narrow-minded before. Very well, then, join us on planet Saya for your training. Entrust your legion to those you trust for management," Gano urged. "Understood, Lord Gano." Schlag responded, soaring towards his legion to relay his instructions. System notification. Ding. The host has triggered a hidden mission. Within 1 year, cultivate 50 Saiyans with combat power exceeding 1 million. Reward, 10 doses of S-cell serum. How fortuitous. Cultivating 50 Saiyans with combat power exceeding 1 million within a year presents a formidable challenge for Gano, yet it is not insurmountable. The next task is to nurture extraordinarily powerful Saiyans. Schlag, have all arrangements been made? Schlag approached and replied, "Lord Gano, everything is in order. We are ready to depart." "Excellent. Let us board the spaceship and set forth," Gano concluded. Gano and his companions boarded their spacecraft, with Laika piloting the vessel towards planet Saya. Soon enough, they finally arrived back at their home planet. Gazing upon the familiar sight before him, Gano murmured, "At last, we've returned." "Laika, land directly beside the castle," he instructed. As they approached planet Saya, alarms blared across the entire world. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Unidentified spacecraft approaching planet Saya. Defense systems activated. Offensive measures engaged. Boom and the others were abruptly roused from their training. Every Saiyan warrior took to the skies, converging at the landing site where Gano's ship was descending. Boom declared, "It seems we have a situation. Tasha, take the women and children into the defensive bunkers immediately. This is no place for them." Tasha nodded solemnly. "Be careful," she urged, understanding that this was not the time for recklessness. With a firm nod, Boom turned his attention to the approaching vessel. As the ship drew nearer, he bellowed, "Identify yourselves. State your purpose for coming to planet Saya. Answer now, or our planetary defense systems will open fire." Inside the ship, Gano and his crew heard the warning. "Ah," Gano remarked, "I forgot that Saya's defense grid detects incoming vessels." The upper section of the Gano spacecraft soared into the sky, addressing the Saiyan planet. "I am Gano, the king of the Saiyan planet. Please remain calm." The proclamation resounded, "The king has returned. Our king has returned." The entire Saiyan planet erupted in jubilation. Chapter 54, Super Warriors. Upon hearing Gano's voice, every inhabitant of the Saiyan planet began to cheer, for after many days, their king had returned. Boom exclaimed, quickly. Disable the defense system and allow the king's ship to land. In haste, ISO rushed to the laboratory to deactivate the defense protocols. A colossal spacecraft emerged before the eyes of all. The ship gradually descended beside Gano's castle. As the hatch opened, Gano and his companions stepped out. The moment Gano emerged from the spacecraft, every inhabitant of the Saiyan planet knelt on one knee in reverence. Boom led the way, declaring, "Welcome back, our king." The assembled crowd echoed, "Welcome back, our king." Gano proclaimed, "Everyone, rise." Instantly, all present stood up, their gazes fixed upon Gano, awaiting his address. "The sole purpose of my return is to empower all Saiyans. However, I must forewarn you that this journey may entail some hardships." Boom interjected, "Your Majesty. As long as we can grow stronger, we Saiyans shall endure any challenges that come our way." Indeed, Boom's words resonated with truth. Throughout Gano's absence, Boom had diligently managed the affairs of planet Saiyan, orchestrating everything with remarkable precision. The Sphurans referred to him as Lord Boom, and ultimately, all came to adopt this title for him. In the wake of Gano's departure, it became evident that planet Saiyan required a leader, which led everyone to willingly align themselves with Boom's directives. Yet Boom reminded them, on planet Saiyan, there exists but one king, and that is Gano. "You must refrain from calling me Lord Boom." Nevertheless, as time passed, the people became accustomed to the title, and it became entrenched in their speech. Upon hearing such a title, Gano glanced at Boom, who remarked, "My king, you are the sole monarch among the Saiyans. They are merely shouting in jest, so do not take it to heart." Gano replied, "No, I find it rather pleasing. Since everyone acknowledges you, it indicates that you possess the requisite leadership qualities. I entrust this to you with complete confidence." Gano addressed everyone with a solemn declaration, "From this day forth, whenever I am away on matters of importance, all affairs of the Saiyan planet shall be entrusted entirely to Boom." As Gano made this announcement, Boom was filled with trepidation. Within the Saiyan hierarchy, there exists a clear structure, and although Boom is Gano's adoptive father, Gano regards him with the utmost respect akin to that of a biological parent. However, it is essential to recognize that Gano is the king of the Saiyan planet. His words are commands, and even his father must heed his authority. This boundary is inviolable. In a state of urgency, Boom exclaimed, "Your Majesty, no. You are the king of the Saiyan planet, and all matters here are determined by your will. How could I dare to overstep my bounds?" Gano proclaimed, "I have unwavering faith in your abilities, and so does everyone on planet Saya. Do you not agree, everyone?" "Indeed. We believe in Lord Boom," they responded in unison. "See, this is the voice of the people. Father, you must consent." Boom glanced at Gano, and then at the crowd before stating, "Very well, since all of you have faith in me, I shall shoulder this burden." "That's the spirit." Gano replied, "Now that Lord Boom's matters are settled, I wish to convey the purpose of my return to planet Saya. Firstly, from this moment forth, all Saiyans will undergo a year of rigorous training. Within this year, I intend to significantly enhance everyone's power. I will share the specific training methods with Bardock shortly, and he will instruct you on the practices to follow. Secondly, Boom, I need you to select 50 diligent and exceptional Saiyans. I intend to train these 50 individuals separately, aiming for them to attain a battle power of 1 million within a year." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled, pondering the arduous training required to reach such a formidable power in just a year. Observing their reactions, Gano remarked, "What is this? Is this the spirit of the Saiyans? Is achieving a battle power of 1 million within a year truly impossible? If so, then training would be futile." Boom interjected, "Your Majesty, Saiyans are known for surpassing their limits. Achieving a battle power of 1 million within a year is certainly attainable. I firmly believe that the 50 I select will reach that milestone. Is that not true, everyone? We Saiyans are here to defy impossibilities. There are no limits to our potential, am I right?" "Indeed, Saiyans possess no limits." "Ah, now that is the indomitable spirit of the Saiyans. Next, I shall unveil a sight you have never witnessed before. Observe the true might of the Saiyans. Leia, allow them to witness the transformation into a Super Saiyan." "Certainly. Brother Gano, I have longed to showcase the form of a Super Saiyan, but I held back as you had not permitted my transformation." Gano shook his head and conceded, "Very well, it is my fault. Now, you may transform to your heart's content and allow everyone to behold the spectacle." The onlookers braced themselves to witness the might of the Saiyan. Leia ascended into the air, then unleashed a powerful surge of energy while letting out a resounding cry. "Ha! Adu. Instantly, a tremendous wave of energy erupted around Leia, and with a thunderous boom, the aura surrounding her ignited into a golden blaze. Her hair stood upright, transforming into a brilliant yellow, while her eyebrows followed suit. Leia's demeanor shifted to one of cold intensity, her pupils morphing into a striking light green. The spectators gazed in awe at Leia, suspended in the air, utterly astonished by her transformation. At that moment, her aura radiated with unparalleled strength, making the onlookers feel like mere ants before a colossal elephant. With a mere flick of her finger, she could obliterate them. In truth, if Leia desired to annihilate them, it would be as simple as a gesture. This is the transformation of a Saiyan, the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, Boom whispered repeatedly, before suddenly exclaiming, "Could this be the legendary Saiyan, the Super Saiyan?" Gano remarked, "Indeed, it is the Super Saiyan." Frieza sought to annihilate planet Vegeta, driven not only by the decree of the god of destruction but also by the fear that among us Saiyans, a formidable warrior might emerge, the Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan represents the nightmare of the Frost demon race. Leia's transformation embodies that of the Super Saiyan, symbolizing the strength of our Saiyan heritage. Do you all aspire to attain power akin to that of Leia? At this moment, the enthusiasm of the crowd was entirely ignited by Gano, and everyone shouted in unison. Yes, we too wish to transform into Super Saiyans. Very well, he continued. If you desire to become a Super Saiyan, then everyone must exert their utmost effort. As long as we strive diligently, each one of us has the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 55. The scarcity of healing devices. Gano observed that everyone's emotions had been stirred, and addressed Bardock, saying, "Bardock, the training of everyone is entrusted to you. Shrag, I also have a task for you. Lord Gano, please give your commands. I can arrange for you to teach a lesson to a Saiyan each day, with the sole purpose of demonstrating your formidable strength as Shrag, making them aware that there are greater powers beyond their comprehension. If you execute this task well, I shall personally guide your training, elevating your combat prowess to a new echelon." Upon hearing this, Shrag's eyes sparkled with determination as he promptly replied, "I will certainly accomplish the task entrusted to me by Lord Gano." "Very well, I shall assign the subsequent training tasks to Bardock. Leia, please step forward." Leia reverted to her usual form and approached Gano. "Broly, you two must diligently train. I hope that within this year, the S-class cells within you can reach their full potential." "Understood, Brother Gano. I shall strive to do my best." "Father, please select 50 individuals. I wish to personally train them." "All right, I will choose them immediately. You have just returned, so take some time to rest." "Agreed, let us rest for a while." "Bardock, accompany me to the royal castle. I will discuss their training with you, and this method can also be beneficial for your training." "Yes, my lord." Gano stepped into his royal fortress, accompanied by Bardock, Leia, and Broly. "Shrag, you should join us too." Upon hearing Gano's invitation, Shrag was taken aback, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Gano." He hurriedly made his way towards Gano's castle. The next matter at hand was Bum's selection of candidates. Everyone gazed intently at Bum, hoping to be chosen, for the king's personal guidance was a coveted aspiration among all Saiyans. Bum surveyed the crowd and addressed them. "The king has specific criteria, diligence and excellence. During the king's absence, I have observed your performances closely, so there is no need for competition. I already have someone in mind. As the saying goes, opportunities are reserved for the prepared." Those who failed to train earnestly after Gano's departure now found themselves regretting their lack of effort, while those who had diligently practiced were selected by Bum. 50 individuals were chosen, and Bum reassured the rest, "Do not be disheartened. From this moment on, if you commit to your training, each one of you will have a chance." At that moment, Bardock, Shrag, and Broly emerged, with Broly stating to Bardock, "I shall begin my training now. You can handle their training." "Yes, go ahead and train. I will also focus on my own practice. Just call for me when it's time for me to engage." Shrag replied. Bardock remarked, "Now you can truly unleash your prowess. You can vent your frustrations on these individuals instead of on Leia." "Bardock, what do you take me for?" "I, Shrag, am not that sort of person. Lord Gano entrusted me to assist with their training. How could I repay kindness with malice?" "Rest assured, I shall not act in such a manner," Shrag insisted. Bardock responded, "Let us hope you will not." Within the castle, Leia turned to Gano and said, "Brother Gano, are you not concerned about having Shrag train them? What if he repays kindness with ingratitude? After all, I did give him quite a beating on Shrag's planet." Gano remarked, "Shrag is an astute individual. While his methods may be somewhat severe, he will never resort to lethal measures. Only Shrag can elicit their latent potential in the briefest of times. The Saiyans have grown excessively complacent in their current existence. They require a source of pressure to eradicate their lethargy. Indeed, my brother Gano is correct. There needs to be someone to instill a sense of urgency and diligence within them. Let us not forget that Schlag belongs to the demon race, and his training methods are notoriously brutal, which serves as the perfect crucible for the Saiyans. Thus, Schlag indeed presents himself as an exceptional trainer. And so, the year-long training on planet Saiyan commenced. A few days later, Bardock arrived at Gino's royal fortress. My king, I have begun training them as per your methods. Schlag's approach is quite harsh. After each session, many Saiyans harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him. Were it not for your decree to have Schlag train them, they would likely have rebelled en masse. While such training is effective, it has revealed a significant issue. Many Saiyans are suffering from injuries that remain unhealed, which will hinder their training the following day. Do we not possess healing devices on planet Saiyan? Are they insufficient? My king, our healing devices were procured from the Frieza forest during our conquest of planet Vegeta and other worlds. We have merely a handful, barely exceeding a few dozen. Dr. Rika has indeed increased our inventory to several hundred, yet it remains woefully inadequate for our thousands of Saiyans. This oversight was my fault. Very well. Provide me with a healing device. I shall make a journey to Earth to seek assistance from the scientists there. Earth. The very place where you began to learn to control your energy. Indeed, Earth it is. Quickly, procure a healing device for me. I shall set off for Earth at once, and simultaneously, instruct Dr. Rika to produce more healing devices. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately. Before long, Bardock returned with a healing device, accompanied by Rika. Rika, what brings you here? Were you not instructed to focus on producing healing devices? My king, I overheard Bardock mentioning your intent to visit Earth in search of a scientist. As you know, I have a keen interest in science, and I wish to accompany you to learn about Earth's technological advancements. After a moment of contemplation, Gano remarked, perhaps this time you might engage in a fruitful exchange of insights with Dr. Brisford. Thank you, Wong, replied Laika with a bow. At that moment, Laya and Broly arrived, stating, we too wish to journey to Earth. What purpose do you have in going to Earth? I inquired. I am heading there for serious business. While you seem to neglect your training for such a trip. Brother Gano, I still vividly remember the exquisite delicacies we enjoyed during my first visit to Earth. I long to indulge in those culinary delights once more, Leia expressed. Brother Gano, I too wish to journey to Earth and behold the Chi Master of whom you speak. Very well, let us all embark on this adventure. Bardock, summon your wife. We shall journey to Earth together. Call for Jine, as well. All right, my king. I shall do so at once. Shortly thereafter, Jine arrived, and Gano proclaimed, come, everyone, let us join hands and venture forth to Earth together. In an instant, Gano arrived on Earth. The moment Gano and his companions set foot on the planet, divine beings such as the god of the heavens, Master Karen, and Wutian sensed their formidable presence. Chapter 56, The Inquisitive Bulma. Master Wutian lifted his gaze towards the direction of Gano's arrival and remarked, such a powerful aura. Within it, I detect two presences that feel oddly familiar, yet their identities elude my memory. Gino arrived on Earth, and Broly gazed at the planet before him. Addressing Gino with a tone of disbelief, Brother Gino, the fighting prowess of the inhabitants here is exceedingly feeble. How can such a primitive world possibly harbor the masters of energy cultivation you speak of? Bardock and Jine nodded in agreement, affirming Broly's sentiments. Gino gazed at the expressions of Bardock and Jine, pondering within himself, if you were aware that your son Kakarot commenced his journey from this very place, gradually ascending towards the cosmos to become a formidable master of the seventh universe, what thoughts would cross your minds? Leia remarked, do not underestimate this planet. Although it is deemed a lowly world, the warriors here possess a mastery of key cultivation that far surpasses our own Saiyan expertise. Now, let us proceed to seek out Dr. Briefs. Gino soared towards the largest edifice on Earth, for it was the residence of the world's wealthiest individual, Dr. Brisford. The Universal Capsule Corporation stands as the most colossal enterprise on the planet. The capsules invented by Brisford circulate globally, rapidly amassing his fortune and elevating him to the status of the richest person in the world. Gino instantaneously teleported to West City, where at that moment, Dr. Brisk was at home. Laka arrived at the doorstep of Brisk's residence and noticed the guard lying on the ground. Gino realized that Dr. Brisk was likely in distress. Just as he was about to enter Dr. Brisk's residence, he suddenly heard the doctor's voice emanating from within. What do you want, you ruffians? There is nothing here that you seek. Leave my home at once. Dr. Brisk, interjected Dr. Willow, you are the foremost expert in mechanics on Earth, and your research can empower us mutants. Surrender your findings. That wretched Willow has created monstrous beings like you, Dr. Briss retorted. And what of it? Our current forms represent the true trajectory of human evolution. Behold my physique, endowed with the strength of a tiger, the speed of a leopard, and the talons of an eagle. As he spoke, he swiped at the air before Dr. Briss, effortlessly cleaving the marble in front of him in two. Witness the might of my body. With your mechanical devices, we shall become even more formidable. Seeing the marble so easily torn asunder sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Dr. Briss's forehead. Yet, upon glimpsing his wife and child behind him, he instinctively spread his arms to shield them. It seems you will not heed reason until it is too late. Very well. I shall dispose of you and seek what I desire myself. As he prepared to strike, Gano burst through the door with a powerful punch, swiftly positioning himself before Dr. Briss to act as a shield. As long as I am here, you shall not harm Dr. Briss, he declared resolutely. Upon seeing the figure standing protectively before him, Dr. Briss focused intently and murmured, Gano, is that you? Gano turned to greet Dr. Brisford, saying, Dr. Brisford, it has been years since we last met. How have you been? Upon seeing Gano, Dr. Brisford felt assured of his safety for the day and replied, Gano, it has indeed been a long time. You seem to have grown even more formidable. And what about me? Leia interjected eagerly. Hearing her voice, Dr. Brisford noticed Leia standing at the door, and Mrs. Brisford remarked, Leia, you have come as well. Yes, Mrs. Brisford. How are you all? We are well, though today is not particularly splendid. No worries. We shall take care of these minor nuisances, replied Leia. Observing the camaraderie between Gano and the others, a monstrous figure interjected, Hey, I'm still here. Could you not show me some respect? Is there no dignity for villains? This is a side note. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Be gone and do not impede my tasks. Bardock, hearing this, retorted, How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the king? A grotesque creature that is transformed into a monster for power dares to show such insolence. With a flick of his fingers, a burst of light emanated, and the monster was instantly reduced to dust. Very well, Dr. Brisford. The monster has been dealt with. I have come to seek your assistance today. As the creature was vanquished, a small head peeked out from behind Mrs. Brisford. It was none other than Bulma from the Dragon Ball universe. Leia rushed to Bulma, exclaiming, Little Bulma has grown so much. You recognize me? Bulma asked, pointing to herself. Of course, I do. When you were just a baby, I and Brother Gano used to hold you, Leia replied. I cannot believe how much you've grown over the years. Is that so? This sister and that brother held you when you couldn't even walk, Leia continued. Really? I have no recollection of that, Bulma responded. You were quite young. So it is understandable, Mrs. Brisford chimed in. Turning to Dr. Brisford, she said, My dear, since Gano has matters to discuss with you, let us move to the living room. I will have some refreshments prepared for our guests. Oh, yes. I apologize for my rudeness. Gano, let us proceed to the hall to discuss matters and enjoy a bit of food as well. Absolutely. I came here primarily for the culinary delights of Earth, Leia exclaimed. Gano shook his head, remarking on Leia's insatiable appetite. However, indulging in a feast was indeed delightful. Very well, Dr. Brisford, let us converse in the hall. I shall also introduce you to a few individuals. Upon entering the lounge, everyone casually chose their seats. Before long, an array of exquisite dishes was presented, and Leia, unable to contain her cravings, eagerly anticipated the meal. Gano, observing her enthusiasm, sighed and suggested, Laika, why don't you discuss the treatment device with Dr. Brisford while exchanging ideas? Indeed, replied Wong, Laika is not swayed by culinary delights. His interest lies solely in the realm of science and technology. Approaching Dr. Brisford, Laika introduced himself and engaged in a scientific discourse with him. Meanwhile, Gano and the others had already begun to relish the delectable offerings. Ah, how delightful. Earthly cuisine truly is exquisite, Leia exclaimed, her mouth stuffed with food, lavishing praise upon the flavors of Earth. Enjoy at your leisure. Do not rush. There is plenty more, Mrs. Brisford encouraged. The Saiyans feasted heartily, while young Bulma gazed curiously at them. She approached Leia's seat, fascinated by the tail protruding from her backside, occasionally reaching out to poke it with her tiny hands. Feeling Bulma's playful nudges, Leia lifted her up, saying, You mischievous little one, the Saiyan tail is not a toy. It can be quite perilous. Do you understand? Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 57. Kakarot. Bulma looked at Leia and inquired, Sister, why do you have a tail on your backside? Why don't we Earthlings have one? Ah, that is the essence of being a Saiyan. You see, we are beings from the cosmos, vastly different from you Earthlings. Earth is but a tiny speck in the universe, and the variations in our environments have led to divergent species. At a glance, we may appear similar, yet we Saiyans possess tails, while you Earthlings do not, which highlights our differences. Oh, I see. Bulma nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Dr. Leica and Dr. Brisford were engrossed in their conversation, with Leica elucidating the principles behind the treatment device. True to his genius, Dr. Brisford grasped the invention's underlying concepts in mere minutes. At this moment, Gano had finished indulging in the sumptuous feast and approached Dr. Brisford, inquiring, Dr. Brisford, is it possible for you to produce thousands of treatment devices in the shortest time possible? I shall have Dr. Leica handle the remaining devices. Dr. Brisford replied. Producing several thousand treatment devices presents a considerable challenge. This posed a dilemma for Gano and his associates. The urgency of Saiyan training loomed, and the treatment devices were indispensable. Their scarcity significantly hindered the progress of their training. A youthful voice chimed in, Father, if we have just one treatment device, we can replicate it. And the mass production can be entrusted to machines, requiring minimal manpower. Gano and his companions turned their gaze in the direction of the voice and beheld Bulma standing not far away, conversing with them. Dr. Brisby exclaimed, Indeed. How could I have overlooked the possibility of utilizing machines for production? With a template therapy device, we could replicate it effortlessly. He approached Bulma, lifting little Bulma into the air before Gano and Leica, stating, Do not be deceived by Bulma's tender age. I sense that in certain respects, she has even surpassed me. It is undoubtedly true, Gano mused internally, that in the future, Bulma will possess the capability to create time machines. It seems our little Bulma is already a budding scientist. Gano jested. Upon hearing Gino's praise, Bulma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she declared, I cannot yet call myself a scientist, but I am determined to become an extraordinary inventor in the future. Gano remarked, I firmly believe that Bulma will undoubtedly become an extraordinary inventor in the future. He then turned to Dr. Brisford and said, I would like to trouble you, Dr. Brisford. Not at all, Dr. Brisford replied. You have saved us this time. This small favor pales in comparison to the debt of gratitude I owe you for your life-saving assistance. How about this? You should stay on Earth a few more days. I, along with Dr. Leica, am eager to discuss some academic matters. Dr. Leica has shown great interest in my capsules, and I am equally curious about the technology in your universe. We could exchange knowledge and learn from one another, don't you think? Gano intended to urge Leica and the others to return swiftly for training, but upon seeing their eager expressions, he relented, saying, Very well. We shall extend our stay on Earth for a few days. We will impose upon Dr. Brisford. Not at all. We have ample room in our home. Accommodating you all is no trouble, Dr. Brisford assured them. Upon hearing they would remain on Earth for a few days, Leica was so elated that she jumped for joy. In her excitement, she approached Gano and, in front of everyone, planted a kiss on his cheek. While Bardock and Jine saw nothing inappropriate, Broly, however, could not contain himself, exclaiming, Sister Leica, how could you be so bold as to kiss Brother Gano in front of all these people? Aren't you embarrassed? Seeing the eyes of the crowd upon her, Leica's cheeks flushed crimson. To alleviate the awkwardness, she swiftly moved in front of Broly and said, It seems I haven't disciplined you in quite some time. Are you feeling a bit mischievous? Broly promptly dashed toward the exit, fearing he was about to face the consequences. However, just as he reached the doorway, Leica was upon him, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying out. A resounding thud echoed as Broly crashed through the wall, leaving a human-shaped imprint behind. Witnessing this, Bulma gasped in awe, her face alight with excitement. Sister Leica, you're amazing. You sent that brother flying in an instant. Leica lifted Bulma into her arms and said, Would you like to see such spectacles every day from now on? Yes. Yes. Bulma clapped her hands in delight. Ahem, Gano interjected, Leica, please do not instill such violent notions in Bulma. She is still a child. It is not right to convey such ideas to her. Children are prone to take your words literally. How could you possibly kick Broly every day? Let me remind you. While Broly may not be your opponent now, if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan one day, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Do not call for my assistance when that day arrives. You are well aware of Broly's potential. It is only a matter of time. I understand, Brother Gano, Leica replied. I merely wish to bring joy to Bulma. Leica set Bulma down, and Mrs. Brisford picked her up, gently saying, Bulma, your sister only wished to amuse you just now. But you must not take it seriously. Bulma looked at her mother and said, I understand, Mama. That brother is quite nice. So how could Sister Leica kick him every day? That would be bullying, wouldn't it? Oh, this little girl, unexpectedly defending Broly. Gano remarked, Leica, You should first converse with Dr. Brisfo. We have some matters to attend to. Very well, Wong, you may proceed. I shall engage in academic discussions with Dr. Brisfo. With a nod of acknowledgement, Gano called out, Broly, we are heading out. Will you join us? In a swift motion, Broly appeared before Gano. Brother Gano. Where are you going? I wish to accompany you. Excellent. I shall take you to witness the dawn of a legend. Legend? Who is this individual? Bardock. What are your thoughts? Indeed, my king, as I have been imbued with the powers of the enchanted fist, I possess the ability to foresee certain events. This planet has manifested in my dreams. On the eve of Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta, I placed my son Kakarot aboard a spaceship, sending him to the world that appeared in my visions. Upon hearing Kakarot's name, Jine's expression turned fervent, and she exclaimed, Are you implying that our son Kakarot is on this planet? Bardock replied, Yes. Where is he? Let us hasten to find our son. Gano remarked, I can lead you to the current location of Kakarot, but you must observe from a distance and refrain from acknowledging him. When the day of recognition arrives, I shall facilitate your meeting. What do you say? Can you acquiesce to this request? Bardock and Jine nodded in agreement. Chapter 58, Teaching Kakarot to Train Very Well. Since you have consented to not recognize your own son, let us proceed. With everyone joining hands, they embarked on their journey. Gano executed an instantaneous teleportation, transporting them to Earth's Bowsy Mountain, the current residence of Kakarot. At present, Kakarot is known by a human name, Sun Wukong. They arrived atop a peak some distance from Bowsy Mountain, where they observed Sun Wukong diligently training, throwing punches and kicks. Although to their eyes, Wukong's techniques appeared flawed, each strike was delivered with utmost seriousness and dedication. Bardock and Jine, upon witnessing their son Kakarot, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Had they not just pledged to King Gano that they would not acknowledge their son, they might have rushed forward to embrace him, reassuring him that he is loved by his parents. Rest assured, when the time is ripe, I shall bring Kakarot directly to planet Vegeta for a reunion, Bardock proposed. Jine and Bardock bowed respectfully to Gano, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. There is no need for such formality. The reason I advised against your recognition is that I fear it may alter Kakarot's current identity as Sun Wukong on Earth. Your presence might disrupt his progress. Here on Earth, he has the best opportunities for growth, Gano explained. Bardock, what else have you dreamed of? He inquired. I dreamt of my son Kakarot transforming into a Super Saiyan, defeating Frieza and saving a planet. This is the legend that belongs to Kakarot, Bardock replied. While you may perceive Kakarot as weak now, once he transforms into a Super Saiyan, his training potential will rival that of any among you. Kakarot possesses an inexplicable obsession with training. To put it simply, he is utterly devoted. He is a martial arts enthusiast. He can train without sustenance, continuing until he completes his regimen. Moreover, he faces powerful adversaries not with fear, but with exhilaration, propelling him to grow stronger and ultimately become one of the universe's greatest warriors. Leia interjected, but Gano, Kakarot has yet to mature. How can you predict his future? Gano, caught off guard, admitted, I misspoke. In truth, I possess a predictive ability akin to Bardock's, a gift of foresight. Is it true that you can foresee as well? Leia asked, intrigued. That was a close call. I nearly revealed too much, Gano thought. Stay here while I offer Kakarot some guidance on his training. Upon hearing this, Bardock and Jine knelt before Gano, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Your Majesty, we are eternally thankful for your kindness. Rest assured, from this day forth, I, Bardock, will be your loyal sword. Wherever you direct me, I shall strike. Rise. There is no need for such reverence. I hold great affection for Kakarot as well. I shall guide him, ensuring he can navigate future challenges with ease. Despite this, the couple still expressed their gratitude for Gano's mentorship of Kakarot. Very well, I appreciate your sentiments. Now, rise. I shall proceed to guide Kakarot. Gano swiftly materialized before Kakarot, who remained blissfully unaware of his presence, engrossed in his martial practice, delivering punches and kicks with unwavering focus. Clearing his throat, Gano interrupted, drawing Kakarot's attention back to the present. Upon noticing the figure before him, Kakarot's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Ever since that fateful night of the full moon, when he had tragically crushed his grandfather, Gohan, during his transformation, he had lived a solitary existence, frequently encountering wild beasts. It was only due to his own burgeoning strength that he had avoided becoming their prey, rendering him particularly attuned to peril. Addressing Gano, Kakarot inquired, Who are you? And what brings you to my Bowsy Mountain? The little fellow possesses quite a sense of vigilance, Gano mused internally. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gano, and I have been entrusted with the task of guiding your training. Once we conclude your sessions, you are to seek out Master Rashi at his Turtle Hermit abode to learn the ways of martial arts. Following that, you shall participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, where masters from across the nation converge, providing you with an opportunity to showcase your skills. Guiding my training, you say? That implies you must be quite formidable. How about we spar, then? Kakarot proposed eagerly. In the distance, Leia and others were taken aback by his audacity. To engage in a spar with Gano was indeed a bold move, demonstrating Kakarot's fearless nature in the face of strength. Bardock remarked, "What is that rascal doing? Challenging a king? Is he inviting trouble? The king's power is formidable. He is akin to a louse on a monkey's head, oblivious to the danger it faces. I must intervene to ensure this young one does not provoke the king's wrath." "No need to worry," Leia interjected. "Brother Gano has assured us that he is prepared for Kakarot's challenge." Everyone turned to follow the direction of Leia's pointed finger. Gano declared, "Very well, I accept your challenge. However, should you lose, you must fulfill the 2 tasks I just mentioned. As long as you are willing to spar with me, I am indifferent to the outcome. Let us proceed." Gano extended his hand, gesturing towards Kakarot with an inviting motion. "Very well, observe closely," he said. Kakarot launched a powerful punch at Gano, who calmly assessed the assault and remarked, "The force of your attack is insufficient, and your intentions are all too apparent." With a graceful maneuver, Gano evaded Kakarot's strike. Kakarot acknowledged, "It appears you are indeed a master," effortlessly dodging my blow. Despite Kakarot's initial attack being easily sidestepped by Gano, Kakarot cautioned, "Do not become too complacent. Witness my next move." With that, Kakarot planted his palm on the ground, propelling his feet towards Gano in a fierce assault. Truly, he was a practitioner endowed with extraordinary talent, as even the slightest guidance transformed his offensive techniques. Gano remarked, "This technique possesses some intrigue, yet its offensive power is rather feeble." With a mere finger, Gano effortlessly deflected Kakarot's assault, even causing a jolt to resonate through the soles of Kakarot's feet. "Goku, pay close attention. I shall demonstrate something else for you." Gano extended his finger, and with a flicker of movement, a radiant wave of light shot forth from the tip, swiftly striking the cheek of Kakarot. With a thunderous roar, Kakarot turned his head back, only to witness the mountains behind him reduced to mere plains. Trembling, Kakarot exclaimed, "Is it truly this powerful? Son Wukong, you should seek Master Rashi as your mentor. He will teach you the art of harnessing energy. Just now, with a single beam of light, I could level an entire mountain. In the future, you too shall achieve such feats." Chapter 59. Enlightening Wukong on Energy. Remarkable. "You are simply extraordinary. Can I really become a master like you?" Wukong inquired eagerly. "Of course," Gano assured him. "I shall now impart to you the fundamental understanding of energy. Today, I will merely provide you with a cursory introduction to this concept. From this point forth, the journey is yours to undertake." "Very well, I shall dedicate myself to learning today," Wukong responded with determination. Indeed, he was a martial arts enthusiast. Whenever the subject of training arose, a fervent desire sparkled in his eyes, a longing to grow powerful and to acquire a plethora of techniques. Gano said, "First, close your eyes and attune yourself to the energy flowing within you. This essence, known as Qi, exists in your body as long as you cultivate it. You simply lack the knowledge to harness its power. Reflect inwardly, sense the presence of Qi, and allow it to flow through you like the blood coursing through your veins, circulating throughout your entire being. The mastery of Qi can enhance your combat prowess, rendering your battles more profound and invigorating your body." Following Gano's guidance, Wukong began to sense the Qi within himself. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, energy enveloped him, producing a resonant hum. Wukong's Qi surged forth, but abruptly, he found himself unable to sustain its release. The energy dissipated, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Oh, this is so difficult and exhausting." "This is merely a result of your initial awareness of Qi's existence," Gano explained. "The energy within you must be cultivated to increase its abundance, enabling you to maintain a continuous output during battle. This will require your own dedication moving forward." "Yes, I will strive to cultivate my strength," Wukong declared. "I look forward to the day of your greatness," Gano replied. "Well then, I must take my leave. Remember to keep pushing yourself, son Wukong." "Ah, you are leaving already? I still wish to learn a few techniques from you," Wukong exclaimed. "We shall meet again in the future, and we can spar then," Gano assured him. "Very well. It is settled." Gino's body floated upward, soaring towards the distant horizon. At that moment, Wukong exclaimed, "I still do not know your name." The voice of Gano drifted over. "I am Gano, and we shall meet again in the future." "Gino, yes, I shall remember this name." But where might the turtle hermit be? How shall I find him? Gano has not provided me with a precise location. Alas, I shall search while inquiring along the way. Wukong returned to his humble abode. Clutching the 4-star Dragon Ball left to him by his grandfather, Gohan, and thus commenced his quest to locate the turtle hermit. Gano returned before Leia and the others, observing Wukong advancing towards the goal that resided within his heart. Brother Gano, why do you not directly accompany Kakarot to the old Master Wutien? Why must Kakarot embark on a treacherous journey to seek the turtle hermit on his own? Gano remarked, this is a test of willpower, and it allows Kakarot to witness the existence of others beyond his own little world. He too must evolve. Bardock responded, indeed, the king's approach is sound. Kakarot requires refinement and growth. At this moment, Kaiatsu's maternal instincts were fully awakened. Yet to subject such a young child to these trials is truly a burden on my son. Kaiatsu, what are you saying? Our son is not daunted by such trivial hardships. If he cannot overcome these challenges, can he truly be called my son? Bardock? Ah, indeed, a tiger begets a tiger. Gano interjected. Your son's future accomplishments will undoubtedly astonish you. Of course, I am referring to your youngest son, not your elder, Raditz, he added. I am well aware that Raditz is merely trailing behind Prince Vegeta, showing little promise. Speaking of which, it has been quite some time. Raditz and Prince Vegeta should be returning from their mission soon. When planet Vegeta was destroyed, Prince Vegeta must have been informed, though they likely remain unaware of our escape. No matter, let them hone their skills in the meantime, and when our Saiyan planet is fortified, we shall bring your elder son back. Very well, my king, Bardock replied. Now, Broly, are you not eager to meet the martial arts master on Earth? I shall take you there at once. Everyone, place your hands upon my shoulders. We are about to meet the master. Indeed, I have longed to encounter the martial arts master that my brother Gano speaks of. You shall be astonished. In an instant, Gano activated his teleportation, and they found themselves hovering above Master Roshi's serene island. Leia remarked on how this old fellow truly relishes his solitary existence on such a vast isle. Enjoying the gentle sea breeze and basking in the sun, what a delight it must be. Do not be deceived by Master Wutien's seemingly carefree demeanor. His status as a martial arts master on Earth is a result of his diligent training. All renowned figures have their extraordinary attributes. Their acclaim is not without merit. Gano asserted, I observe that this old man hardly engages in any rigorous practice. That is merely a superficial impression. As they materialized above Master Roshi's island, the old master sensed several formidable presences approaching. He promptly emerged from his dwelling and called out to Gano and the others in the sky, Welcome, esteemed guests. Since you have come from afar, do descend and let us meet. Gano and others found themselves before the turtle sage. Gano spoke, Master Wutien, it is I, Gano. Have you forgotten me after all these years? Gano, why does that name sound so familiar? The gaze of the turtle hermit lingered upon Gano, when suddenly, Leia's voice resonated. Old man, it has been several years since we last met, and you truly are forgetful, aren't you? Have you indeed grown old, and has your memory begun to fade? Oh, your voice has certainly jogged my memory, Gano, and you must be Leia, if I am not mistaken. It appears the old man has not yet reached the stage of complete forgetfulness. I was wondering why I sensed two familiar auras. It turns out to be you two little rascals. Pray tell, what brings you to Earth this time? I assume with your innate talents. You no longer require lessons in harnessing energy, do you? Gano remarked, we have come in search of a scientist on Earth. There is a matter of importance to discuss with him. However, Master Wutien, it has been years since we last met. And I see that your combat prowess has significantly improved. Have you been secretly honing your martial skills? I merely engage in some light exercise, Master Wutien replied. By the way, I have found a disciple for you. He will likely seek you out shortly. And I hope you will take him under your wing and impart your knowledge of martial arts to him. Rest assured, his aptitude for combat is exceptional. And I am confident you will be pleased with this student. Very well, Master Wutien responded. Since you have entrusted me with this responsibility, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to teaching this child. At that moment, Bardock and John stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Master Wutien. We entrust our son to your guidance. Master Wutien, they said, why do you not instruct him yourselves? Your combat abilities far surpass mine, Master Wutien inquired, glancing at Bardock and John. Gano remarked, as Saiyans. We hold violence in high esteem and revel in the thrill of combat. We possess no experience in nurturing and educating. The children we raise tend to exhibit aggressive tendencies. Therefore, Master Wutien, you are a highly esteemed and respected figure, and it would be most prudent for you to instruct Goku. With that, he assured, rest assured. I shall diligently teach him both martial arts and virtue. Chapter 60. Elimination of hidden perils. However, Gano harbored his own ulterior motives. He wished to refrain from excessively intervening in the events surrounding Dragon Ball, as such interference could lead to complications. Should his arrival disrupt the occurrences within the Dragon Ball universe, he would have to bear the weight of certain consequences. Thus, entrusting Goku to Master Wu-Tien was merely a means to steer the Dragon Ball narrative back onto its rightful course. Broly interjected, "Brother Gano, is this what you refer to as a master of energy cultivation? He appears rather unimpressive to me, with a battle power seemingly in the hundreds." Gano responded, "Broly, do not be disrespectful. If it were merely a contest of physical prowess between you and Master Wu-Tien, I would wager on Master Wu-Tien's victory. Very well. I shall put myself to the test against Master Wu-Tien's martial skills. I wonder if he would be willing to impart his wisdom upon me?" Gano remarked, "Master Wu-Tien, let us engage in a contest with this fellow, so he may realize that his combat prowess is not as formidable as he imagines." "Very well. I harbor no fear in a contest of martial arts. Aside from you and Leia, I am unperturbed by anyone else joining forces against me. So let all of you come forth, allowing Master Wu-Tien to provide you with valuable guidance. So you may cease to possess lofty aspirations yet lack the skills to match them. Remember, this contest shall solely involve physical techniques, devoid of any use of energy in combat." Broly, Bardock, and Jai nodded in agreement. Gano and Leia graciously parted to create a space for the impending duel. As the contest commenced, Broly launched the first offensive, swiftly appearing behind Master Wu-Tien and delivering a powerful punch. However, Master Wu-Tien, without even turning his head, executed a backflip, effortlessly evading Broly's assault. No sooner had Master Wu-Tien's feet touched the ground than Bardock and Chien followed up with their own barrage of strikes aimed at him. Observing their approach, Master Wu-Tien extended the hands that were previously crossed behind his back with his left palm. He deflected Bardock's attack while deftly adjusting the trajectory of Chien's kick with a flick of his right fingers, redirecting it towards Bardock. As the kick hurtled towards him, Bardock swiftly retracted his fist, raising his arm to shield himself from his wife's incoming strike. The collision was explosive. Chien's foot met Bardock's arm with a resounding thud, sending him hurtling away from the force of her kick. Gano observed Master Wu-Tien's remarkable technique from the sidelines, utterly captivated. Master Wu-Tien skillfully utilized Jain's assault to propel Bardock into the air. Jain, caught in the inertia of the moment, lingered momentarily aloft. With a fluid motion reminiscent of Tai Chi, Master Wu-Tien seized Jain's ankle and forcefully flung her toward the direction in which her husband had been launched. In a single move, he neutralized both adversaries. Broly sensed an immediate increase in pressure on his side. Indeed, experience is priceless. Despite the old man's frail appearance, his combat prowess was astoundingly refined. Observing the expression on Broly's face, Master Wu-Tien remarked, "Young man, your strength is formidable, yet your fighting technique requires further refinement. You must strive diligently. Old man, do not become overly complacent. The outcome has yet to be determined. How can you be so certain of my defeat?" Broly retorted, launching a powerful punch. Master Wu-Tien, adeptly anticipating the strike, evaded and swiftly positioned himself before Broly, grasping his arm and executing a shoulder throw that sent Broly crashing to the ground. After a brief moment, Bardock, Jain, and Broly approached Master Wu-Tien and expressed in unison, "Master Wu-Tien, we have learned much from you." Gano approached them and said, "Upon your return, it is imperative that you diligently refine your combat skills. I am confident that this exchange has yielded significant insights for each of you." At that moment, Bulma's communicator emitted a sound, and she exclaimed, "There are villains at our home. We must hurry back. Quickly, let us return. Doctor, Brief and the others are in trouble. Master Rashi, farewell. We shall visit you when time permits." Broly and the others placed their hands on Gano's shoulders, and with a swift motion, Gano activated his instant transmission and departed from the scene. Observing the vanished figures of Gano and his companions, Master Rashi remarked, "Indeed, this young man has become increasingly enigmatic." Gano and his companions arrived at Dr. Brisk's residence, where they beheld Brisk and others being held captive by a creature with the body of a leopard and the face of a human. The creature demanded, "Hurry and surrender your research findings. My patience is wearing thin." Gano spoke up, "Remove your filthy hands, or I shall sever them from your body." The creature, with the body of a leopard and the face of a man, turned to see Gano and his companions, exclaiming, "So it was you who killed my brother, Black Tiger, was it?" Black Tiger, the grotesque being with the body of a tiger and the face of a man. "Indeed, it was I who ended his life." If I am not mistaken, you must be called Black Panther, correct? How do you know my name? Clearly, the one who modified you must possess a low intellect. A tiger is named Black Tiger, so naturally, you would be Black Panther. Tell you what, I shall grant you a chance to live. Release them and lead me to your master, and I shall spare your life. What nonsense! Do you think that by killing Black Tiger, you can also eliminate me? Let me inform you, I am capable of taking down an entire tank division. Oh, you are so formidable. I look forward to witnessing your strength. Gano's form flickered as he appeared before the Black Panther, delivering a powerful kick that sent the latter soaring like a projectile into the courtyard of Dr. Brisbane. With a resounding crash, the courtyard wall crumbled, and the Black Panther coughed up blood. Gano's body landed before the Black Panther, declaring, "Not bad. You managed to withstand a kick from me. You may take pride in that. However, you may also meet your demise. With a single punch." Gano obliterated the Black Panther's form, blood and viscera scattering through the air. Ah, I wonder where that fellow Willow is hiding. This situation cannot persist. I must uncover his whereabouts. At that moment, a voice emerged. Brother Gano, Dr. Willow is concealed in the Matalochi Mountains. It was his former laboratory. But his research was never acknowledged by the state, resulting in its abandonment for many years. I suspect they are hiding there. The Matalochi Mountains. Situated in the southern region of the earth. You all remain here. I shall return shortly. In the blink of an eye, Gano found himself at the Mataloche Mountains. He gazed upon the rugged peaks and soon spotted a cave, which he swiftly approached. Inside the cave stood a figure entirely encased in metal. With a head resting atop its metallic shell, Dr. Willow, the foremost cerebral expert on Earth. In pursuit of his research, he had transformed himself into a mechanical monstrosity. What is Black Panther doing? Why hasn't he returned? He inquired. He will not return, Gano's voice echoed ominously. Who are you? How did you come to know this place? Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you are about to meet your demise, Gano declared. Aha, I am to die. Let me assure you. My body is crafted from ultra-titanium alloy. Not even a cannon could pierce my form. Is that so? Then allow me to put it to the test. With that, Gano unleashed an energy sphere aimed directly at Dr. Willow, who was engulfed in brilliance, only to be incinerated by the searing heat, without even a cry for salvation. Gano soared out of Dr. Willow's cavern, hurling a gas bomb into its depths. With a resounding explosion, the cave was utterly obliterated, and the Mataloche Mountains were laid to waste. Gano remarked, "This would be perfect, eliminating any future troubles." Chapter 61. Collaboration. Gano has eliminated the lurking threat posed by Dr. Willow, finally alleviating the burden on his heart. Now, he can return to inform Dr. Brisford that he can rest easy, for Dr. Willow will no longer disturb him or his family. The moment Gano activated his instantaneous teleportation, he arrived at Dr. Brisbane's residence. As Gano materialized, little Bulma spotted him and joyfully exclaimed, "Gano brother, you have returned." She swiftly dashed towards him. Jinyu, fearing that Bulma might trip in her haste, swiftly moved in front of her and immediately scooped her up, saying, "Why run so recklessly? Be careful not to fall. I want tea." "I know Brother Jinyu would never let me fall," Bulma replied with a grin. "You clever little imp," Jinyu teased, gently tapping her nose. Dr. Briefs approached Jinyu and remarked, "Jinyu, it seems you've resolved the matter." Dr. Briefs, "Dr. Willow will never trouble you or your family again." "Never," Jinyu assured him solemnly. Dr. Briefs sighed. "Truthfully, Dr. Willow was also a brilliant scientist, just too extreme. He sought to transfer animal power into humans, but how could there ever be balance between two species? Their chromosomes differ. Any fusion would only result in stillbirth or a short-lived existence. There was no other way. He chose this path and must now bear the consequences of his actions. Enough. Dr. Briefs, let us not dwell on him. How's the production of my healing devices progressing?" Dr. Briefs replied, "Production has already begun. In no time, the thousands of units you requested will be completed." "Oh, that smoothly? Excellent. That puts my mind at ease. By the way, where is Dr. Laika? I haven't seen him." Bardock interjected, "My king, Dr. Laika is studying Dr. Brief's capsules. He aims to master the technology quickly so our Saiyan people can utilize them. My king, let me tell you, these capsules are truly remarkable. They can transform into livable houses, complete with all necessary amenities, or serve as portable storage. Incredibly convenient. Dr. Briefs is nothing short of a genius." Bardock's effusive praise left Dr. Briefs slightly flustered. "You flatter me, Mr. Bardock. I'm not as exceptional as you claim. I merely apply my research to daily life, striving to bring convenience to others." "Too modest, Dr. Briefs," Jinyu remarked. "Your capsule technology shouldn't be confined to Earth. It deserves universal adoption. Truly? My capsules could spread across the cosmos? Dr. Briefs asked, intrigued. Absolutely. However, Earthlings cannot traverse space. And the universe is perilous. If space pirates coveted your technology, Earth would face grave danger. That is a concern. As brilliant as the capsules are, their limitations in widespread application are regrettable, Dr. Briefs conceded. Then, little Bulma, nestled in Jinu's arms, piped up, Daddy, why not let Brother Jinyu promote your capsules? Under his name, the technology could spread safely across the universe. With his formidable strength as protection, capsules could flourish everywhere. But you'd have to give Brother Jinyu shares. Promoting the capsules and providing security, Jinyu earning a stake, is only fair. How did this suddenly shift onto me? I don't have time to market their capsules. Jinyu mused silently. Gano was initially inclined to refuse, but Leia interjected, I believe it is feasible. In order to promote Dr. Brisfo's capsule technology throughout the cosmos, robust military support is essential. Conveniently, we Saiyans are passionate about combat and can provide that support. With this suggestion, Gano's mind sparked with an idea. Indeed, the Saiyans from planet Saya could disseminate the capsule technology across the universe, which would not only hone their skills but also satiate their warrior instincts. How much equity do you desire? Dr. Brisfo inquired. Leia was about to propose a 50-50 split when Gano preempted her, saying, Dr. Brisfo, this capsule technology is your brainchild. And you hold the core technology, so you should retain 60% of the shares, while we will take 40. 40% seems rather inequitable for you. You are the ones venturing into the perilous universe to promote this technology and providing military assurance. Surely, you should command a greater share? Dr. Brisfo argued. Dr. Brisfo, this is our inaugural partnership. We must extend some goodwill, Gano replied. I envision our collaboration flourishing in the future. When the time comes, whoever holds the core technology will possess the majority share. Should we find ourselves in control of that technology, the majority share would belong to us. So do not lament then, Dr. Brisfo. Very well, since you put it that way, let it be so. Future collaborations will depend on who possesses the core technology. If it is you, then without question, you shall take the larger share. Is that not reasonable? Hence, for this occasion, Dr. Brisfo shall retain 60% of the shares. And we shall suffice with 40. Bardock, inform Laika that she need not toil away on the capsule technology any longer. Dr. Brisfo has agreed to collaborate with us. We can study it at our leisure upon our return, so instruct her to cease her research. I decree that today marks our first collaboration between Planet Saya and Dr. Brisfo. To commemorate our successful partnership, let everyone revel in merriment tonight. Let us drink heartily. Upon hearing this, all those led by Gano leaped joyfully, exclaiming, Long live the king. I shall have my wife prepare a feast and libations for the celebration, Dr. Brisfo said. Wait a moment, Dr. Brisfo. Allow Giant and Leia to accompany you. They can lend a hand. Very well, they may join me, Dr. Brisfo agreed, and Leia and Giant followed him. Gano set down the little Bulma he had been holding, saying, Bulma, go and play for a while. I need to discuss some matters with these gentlemen. Okay. Bulma nodded and dashed towards the courtyard. King, do you have something to discuss? Bardock inquired. Yes. I intentionally sent Leia and Giant away to speak with you about a matter. Once we return to planet Saya, you two will embark on a special mission. One will seek out Frieza's lair. I require the precise location, while the other will look for the Galactic Patrol. Do you two understand? Bardock and Broly responded, Understood. Chapter 62. Saiyan Legion. As night fell, everyone indulged in a grand feast, and Dr. Brisfo's family finally witnessed the remarkable appetite of the Saiyans. As most of the food on the table was consumed by these few Saiyans, particularly the new Saiyan king, Gano. During this time, a competition ensued. Bardock was the first to challenge Gano. King, I challenge you, Bardock declared. Jine, overhearing, retorted, Bardock, what nonsense are you spouting? The king is not someone you can challenge. Bardock insisted, do not interfere. I am determined to triumph over the king today. Gano's interest was instantly piqued. In truth, he knew that Bardock would not seek him out for a friendly spar that would merely be an exercise in torment. So what could he possibly wish to challenge him on? Gano's lips curled slightly as he inquired, What challenge do you wish to present to me? Bardock replied, I challenge you to a contest of eating. Let us see who can consume more. What say you, my king? Do you dare accept my challenge? The notion of an eating contest was unexpected. Bardock had anticipated a contest of strength. He was not foolish, aware that pursuing an unwise challenge was merely folly. Knowing he was no match for Gano, why would he choose to confront his strength? Gano's formidable combat prowess did not necessarily imply he excelled in eating. However, Bardock. Being a Saiyan, was known for his voracious appetite. Yet, Gano, a mere adolescent, could not possibly match the capacity of seasoned adult Saiyans. However, since merging with the ancient Saiyan bloodline, Gano had noticed a remarkable increase in his daily food intake. Bardock, having misunderstood the situation, readily accepted the challenge. Very well. I accept your challenge. Let us see who can eat more, you or I. At that moment, Broly joined the fray, declaring, I too wish to challenge my brother Gano in this eating contest. While my combat prowess may not rival his, I refuse to believe his eating capabilities are equally formidable. I will gladly accept both of your challenges. Let us engage in a hearty contest, Gano replied. Leia suggested, let Jine and I serve as referees. No one is permitted to cheat. Mrs. Brisby, could you kindly prepare another feast? Of course. I am eager to witness the true appetite of you Saiyans. With a command from Mrs. Brisby, the servants brought forth an array of delectable dishes, arranging them upon a long table measuring 6 meters by 4 meters. Once the feast was laid out, Leia asked, Are you three ready? We are prepared, they replied in unison. All right, on my mark, begin. As Leia's command echoed through the air, the trio devoured the food with remarkable speed and ferocity. The Brisby family stood in awe. Jaws dropped at the sight of such voracious consumption. Mrs. Brisby turned to Dr. Brisby, exclaiming, My dear, their eating speed is simply astounding. Young Bulma, her wide eyes fixated on Gano and his companions, remarked, They are incredible. This is not merely eating. It is as if they are swallowing whole. How can their throats accommodate such quantities? Look, Mom and Dad, that brother named Broly is consuming a roasted pig with astonishing speed. It is almost entirely gone. Unbelievable. What manner of race are these Saiyans? Wondered Mrs. Brisby. The Saiyans we have encountered are undeniably just, harboring a deep-seated aversion to evil. I can only speculate how the others may differ. The contest continued for nearly 2 hours, with Gano emerging victorious over Bardock and Broly. The two, clutching their distended bellies, lamented, Our king is truly extraordinary. Our stomachs are full to bursting, yet he remains unfazed. It appears we cannot judge him by ordinary standards. After the revelry, the group succumbed to slumber. Days later, Gino's numerous healing devices were finally completed. He packed them into capsules and stored them away. When all the devices were secured, he expressed his gratitude. Dr. Brisby, thank you for your generous hospitality during our stay on Earth. We have thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. I am glad to hear that. Are you planning to return? Indeed, we have lingered here for several days. I am curious about the training of the Saiyans on our home planet. Dr. Brisby, we must take our leave. I shall not see you off, but I hope you will visit Earth again. I will make time for a visit. Farewell, Dr. Brisby, Mrs. Brisby, and young Bulma. At that moment, Bulma was in tears. Leia approached her gently, saying, Do not weep, Bulma. We are not departing forever. We must return to our planet to train. Without training, how can we maintain a formidable presence to promote capsule technology? Isn't that right, Bulma? All right, I understand. Please visit me when you have leisure time. We certainly will. Gano remarked, Upon my return, I may need to enter seclusion to refine the capsule technology. It may delay our promotional efforts by a year. Without formidable support, how can you advance capsule technology? Focus on your training first. Once your Saiyan powers are sufficiently strong, it will not be too late to promote the technology. A sharp tool does not delay the chopping of wood. I am aware of that principle. Very well. We shall proceed. With everyone placing their hands upon his shoulder, they returned to the Saiyan planet. In an instant, they arrived back on Saiyan soil. At last, we have returned. Bardock called for all Saiyans. I wish to assess how everyone has progressed in our absence. Yes, my king, I shall summon them at once. Lika. Invent a summoning device. Relying solely on human effort is cumbersome. With this device, we can notify everyone of significant matters directly. Yes, my king. I will set to work on this device immediately. Lika made his way to his laboratory, eager to absorb the knowledge gained from this journey to Earth. Soon, all the Saiyans gathered before the royal castle, and Gano noted a significant enhancement in their combat abilities over the past few days. From this moment forth, you shall train for a year, continuously pushing past your limits. Should any of you sustain injuries, enter the healing devices to restore yourselves. Tomorrow, resume your training as usual. You are required to complete all the training I demand. In 1 year, I intend to forge you into a formidable Saiyan army. Chapter 63, The Frenzied Training of Slark. Gano and his companions had already formulated their plans. He intended to facilitate a remarkable transformation in the battle prowess of all Saiyans within a year, aiming to forge a formidable Saiyan legion. Subsequently, he would disperse all Saiyans to undertake various missions, thereby altering the perceptions of the cosmos regarding their kind. Leia. Retrieve all the capsules. Every inhabitant of planet Saya must possess a healing device. I wish to enable them to continually surpass their limits and unlock their latent potential. He commanded. Leia distributed the healing devices, ensuring each Saiyan received one. The Saiyans gazed at the small capsules in confusion, questioning how such a diminutive object could hold healing capabilities. Observing their bewilderment, Bardock stepped forward and declared, "Watch closely. I will demonstrate." With a swift motion, Bardock tossed a capsule to the ground, and with a resounding pop, the healing device emerged. Who would have thought such a small capsule could contain such a large device? This is the convenience brought forth by science and technology. Hence, our planet must not only possess formidable strength but also advanced scientific prowess. The technological advancements of the Zephyrians are unparalleled, which is why I allowed the Saiyans to coexist with them, Gano explained. Without further ado, all Saiyans return to your training. Adjust the gravity chamber to a pressure level suitable to your current capacity. Within 1 year, I expect you to acclimatize to a weight of 500 times your own. Each individual must train for no less than 10 hours daily, and upon completion, swiftly enter the healing device to ensure the following day's training is not hindered by the fatigue of the previous day. Do all Saiyans understand my directives? Yes, we comprehend. The crowd replied in unison. Excellent. Now commence your training. I believe this session will yield the results you all desire. With that, the group dispersed to train, leaving only Leia, Bardock, Broly, Boom, and Tasha beside Gano. Where is Shrag? He inquired. Oh, Shrag has been consumed by his training since arriving on planet Saya. He dedicates every moment to practice, aside from eating and sleeping. During your absence, he has mostly remained in the training chamber, guiding the Saiyans, Boom remarked. Has he been spurred by our efforts? Gano speculated. Indeed, that old fellow's intentions are surely not simple. Otherwise, why would he train with such fervor? Leia commented. Let us go observe Shrag's current training state, they agreed. Upon reaching Shrag's training chamber, they found him immersed in his regimen, enduring an unknown level of pressure. Sweat streamed down his forehead as he persevered. This fellow is truly relentless. Gano, observe. He has set the gravity to 200 times, a considerable burden indeed, almost rivaling our own. Gano followed the direction indicated by Leia's finger and observed that the pressure within the training chamber indeed reached an astounding 200 times. Was Shrag truly resorting to such extreme measures? In truth, the physiology of the Namekians differs fundamentally from that of the Saiyans. While Saiyans can continually surpass their limits through enduring pressure, the physical capabilities of the Namekians do not meet such demands. Their limbs can regenerate after being severed, a trait that Saiyans do not possess. Thus, each race has its own inherent advantages. The Namekians excel in regeneration, while the Saiyans thrive on relentless progression. Nevertheless, this form of training will undoubtedly enhance Shrag's combat prowess. Now, having witnessed such dedication, what excuse do we have for complacency? I urge all of you to return to your respective training chambers and devote yourselves to rigorous practice. Mom, Dad, this is for you. Gano presented 2 spiritual fruits to Boom and Tasha. Gano inquired, what kind of fruit is this? It appears rather unremarkable. Leia promptly responded, Mom, Dad. These 2 fruits are called spirit fruits. Consuming them will enhance our combat prowess and solidify your mental strength. To think such a fruit could possess such extraordinary effects. Very well, let us accept them. We still have training to attend to. Come, Boom, we have not yet completed the mission entrusted to us by Wong. Indeed, Wong. Let us return to our training, they replied. Father, Mother, you need not refer to me as Wong. I am merely their king, not yours. You are my parents. Precisely because we are your parents, we must strive tirelessly to prevent others from gossiping that Boom and Tasha owe their current status to you. We must earn what we desire through our own efforts. Well, I suppose that is fair. Do as you wish. Boom and Tasha then entered their training chamber. Bardock and Broly likewise set off to fulfill the tasks assigned by Gano. Leia remarked, Brother Gano, since everyone is diligently training, I must not lag behind. I shall also engage in my training. I know you have your own plans, so I will not disturb you further. Farewell, I am off to train. Very well. Go ahead. I shall train as well, Gano replied. Leia departed for her training, and Gano activated instant transmission to an unnamed planet, where he unleashed the gravity technique. As he did so, the ground beneath him fractured dramatically. Unbeknownst to Leia, Gano's capacity to withstand immense pressure had surpassed that of the gravity chamber on planet Vegeta. Thus, he sought refuge on this nameless world to acclimate to the 500 times gravity. Indeed, the 500-fold pressure was considerable. although Gano was in his normal state. His physique had transcended that of all others. He believed he could endure the 500-fold gravity. However, it soon became apparent that he had miscalculated. The pressure was overwhelming, and he struggled to withstand such formidable weight. He subsequently adjusted the gravity to 400 times, which offered him a modicum of relief. As he moved, deep imprints marred the ground beneath him, indicating that even 400-fold pressure was no trivial matter. Nonetheless, Gano would not lower his standards any further. He began his training under the 400-fold pressure, determined not to fall behind as everyone else exerted their efforts for their king. On the nameless planet, dust and debris swirled in the air, creating a desolate scene. Yet amidst this bleak landscape, there existed a vibrant spectacle, a colorful sight akin to a rainbow, strikingly beautiful. This unique scene was none other than Gano, diligently honing his skills. Chapter 64, Raylo Gano's footsteps continued to echo. The imprints on the ground still visible as he gradually acclimated to the immense pressure of 400 times his weight. The day passed quietly, and at last, Gano had adapted to this formidable burden. At this moment, he could perform handstand push-ups, striking with his fists and legs, the sound of his blows slicing through the air. His figure danced through the atmosphere, a blur amidst the relentless pressure that surrounded him. Yet, he moved as if leisurely strolling on this nameless star, leaping and flickering, with the shadows of his training cast everywhere upon its surface. Initially, one could see him swinging his fist on the ground, but before long, he found himself suspended in midair. With a flurry, his feet kicked out rapidly, his fists following closely behind. Suddenly, with a fierce exhale, Gano unleashed a sphere of energy from his palm. The wave surged forward at remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, his form appeared before the energy wave, extending his hand to absorb its impact. With a grunt, his veins bulged as he summoned the strength within him to withstand the onslaught. As his feet gradually scraped back against the ground, deep grooves formed beneath him. Ultimately, the energy wave dissipated within the grasp of Gano's palm. As he sensed the force of its impact had ceased, he absorbed the energy contained within it. Ah, that was indeed a bit exhausting, he mused. Under the influence of the profound pressure, the energy wave he launched surpassed the power of any he had previously harnessed. To his astonishment, the might of his shockwave had more than doubled. Very well, in that case, I shall unleash a shower of stars. Behold, he exclaimed, "Ada-da-da-da-da," in Gano's palm. Energy orbs were continuously launched skyward. Observing the orbs suspended in midair, Gano soared upward, swiftly positioning himself amidst them. With a flurry of punches and kicks, his body twisted and turned, and in the blink of an eye, every energy orb in the sky was shattered by his strikes. Bang, crack, boom. The heavens were filled with the explosive sounds of Gano's brazen assault on the orbs. If Leia were present, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Brother Gano, you are so fierce." Yet I adore it, as her eyes sparkled with admiration. After obliterating all the orbs he had launched, Gano brushed off the dust from his attire and remarked, "I never anticipated that time would pass so swiftly. An entire day has elapsed, and it seems I must return. Otherwise, some mischievous ones may neglect their training, and I shall have to deal with them myself." As he dispelled the gravity technique, Gano felt himself becoming weightless. This sensation of zero gravity is akin to the experience one undergoes when suddenly released from a high-gravity environment. I shall take a moment to acclimatize before heading back. I wouldn't want to stumble and embarrass myself, he thought. A quarter of an hour later, Gano was able to walk normally. He activated his instantaneous movement and arrived at planet Saya. By now, the planet was enveloped in night, and most inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. However, the lights remained on in several Saiyan training rooms, suggesting that some were still hard at work. Gano entered the training chamber and beheld a rather slender, yet strikingly featured young Saiyan, approximately 12 or 13 years of age. Although Gano himself was also a Saiyan, his status as the Saiyan king rendered the comparison rather moot. Gano entered his training chamber, switched off the heavy weights, and approached him, inquiring, "Why are you still here so late? Shouldn't you be resting? What more do you seek to achieve?" The young Saiyan, upon recognizing the king of their race, trembled and replied, "Your Majesty, I am merely a lowly warrior, devoid of any remarkable talent in martial arts. Nevertheless, I possess a genuine passion for the discipline. Though my progress may be incremental each day, I am resolute in my commitment to practice. I firmly believe that if I persist, there will come a day when I, too, shall attain strength akin to that of your Majesty." Gano remarked, "You have yet to witness my prowess. How can you ascertain my strength? My king, do you not recall that all our Saiyans underwent 6 months of grueling training? There was a time when you faced both Bardock and Broly simultaneously, and with but a single strike, you vanquished them both. From that moment forth, I recognize that you are the mightiest of all Saiyans. Although Lord Leia has now attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, in my eyes, you remain the epitome of strength among Saiyans. Thus, my relentless training is driven by the aspiration to one day possess a power akin to yours. Gano mused to himself. It seems this young man possesses quite an eye for discernment and an admirable perseverance. Thus, I shall extend my assistance to this lad. Gano gracefully flipped his palm, and a spiritual fruit materialized before him. He proclaimed, "This fruit is a reward for you. I hope it empowers you to become even stronger." Overwhelmed by the king's unexpected generosity, he found himself at a loss for words, stammering, "Thank you for your majesty's gift. Rest assured. Although I may lack the innate talent of those elite warriors, I possess an unwavering resolve to grow stronger. I shall undoubtedly succeed. I believe in you. What is your name?" The king replied, "I am called Lalo." Gano responded, "Lalo, I shall remember that. I will take my leave now. You should continue your training for a while longer before resting. The path of both literature and martial arts requires balance. One cannot overexert oneself. If you neglect rest, your body will inevitably suffer. Otherwise, tomorrow's training will not yield the desired results, rendering your efforts futile. It is akin to constructing a house. If one focuses solely on the structure while neglecting the foundation, even a grand edifice will become nothing more than an illusory tower. A mere gust of wind could bring it crashing down. I do not wish for my legion to be an empty facade, possessing strength yet lacking true combat prowess. Resembling mere fledglings. Such individuals are unnecessary in my ranks. Do you understand? The body is fundamental, Lalo. You must train a bit longer. Then promptly utilize the healing apparatus to ensure you are prepared for tomorrow's training. I understand, Your Majesty, Lalo replied. I shall obey your command. After this final training session, I will cease my practice, use the healing device to restore my body, and then retire for the night. Very well, I shall take my leave, Gano said. Lalo bowed respectfully and stated, I bid you farewell, Your Majesty. Gano departed from this place, while Laro gazed at the essence fruit in his hand, savoring it slowly. Bite by bite. Before long, he had consumed the entirety of the essence fruit. He sensed a notable enhancement in his combat prowess, along with the fortification of his mental strength. All right, one last training session, and then I shall rest, Laro declared. Chapter 65. The year has passed. Unexpectedly, this Laro resembled Kakarot. Despite being a lowly warrior, his determination was remarkably resilient. It seems I must pay closer attention to this warrior in the future, Gano remarked. Laro engaged in yet another training session, refining his movements to perfection before immersing himself in the healing apparatus, utilizing it to rejuvenate his weary body. Gano returned to his stronghold, settling cross-legged as he sought to cultivate his mental prowess. Although he could not wield his mental energy for extended periods, sporadic practice could solidify its essence. As he released his mental energy, he manipulated the force of space, causing a cup on the table before him to levitate. The cup gradually drifted toward him, and as he reached out to grasp it, he observed the water within. The water, formless yet adaptable, conformed to the shape of the cup, much like how it would assume the contours of a teapot. Yet, the power of water is extraordinarily formidable. Once amassed to a certain magnitude, it possesses the capacity to devastate entire realms. Might my mental energy be trained in such a manner? Although my current mental strength is not yet formidable, if I could gather it slowly, akin to a single droplet of water, it could ultimately coalesce into a tremendous force. Furthermore, water is inescapable. Any minuscule crevice provides a passage for it to infiltrate the most core regions. My mental energy, too, could emulate water. If I could master precise control over it, it would transform into my secret weapon. With resolve, Gano released the cup, commanding it with his mental energy to rotate in midair, fluctuating in height and direction. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as the spatial force around him converged upon the cup. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed as the cup shattered. Utilizing the spatial force, he directed the fragments into a nearby bin. Just as he intended to manipulate the spatial energy once more, he sensed a diminishment in his mental strength. It appeared he had exhausted his reserves. Swiftly, he retrieved a mental fruit to replenish his dwindling energy. With his mental energy restored, Gano once again summoned the spatial force toward himself, eager to gauge the potency of his current control over it. The pressure of the spatial force surged, and he felt his mental energy depleting with each exertion. Each time he faltered, he consumed another mental fruit to bolster his reserves. The pressure from the spatial force intensified, and Gano sensed the compression of the surrounding space. He measured this pressure with his very body, but after a short while, the spatial force erupted, for Gano's mental energy could no longer sustain its manipulation. Gano plopped down onto the ground, sweat beading on his forehead, as he gasped for breath. Manipulating the power of space with mental strength is indeed a formidable challenge. In less than half an hour, both my physical stamina and mental energy are insufficient to sustain control over such forces. It appears that this journey is a long and arduous one. I must take my time. Gano once again produced a spirit fruit and took a bite. He gazed down at the fruit in his hand and remarked, "It appears that I must address an urgent matter, acquiring more spirit fruits. Without them, my mental energy cannot be replenished, and consequently, I will be unable to wield the power of space. I must devise a strategy to resolve this issue." Gano lowered his head in contemplation, and suddenly it struck him that Frieza controlled numerous planets. The indigenous inhabitants of every planet under his dominion seldom survived. If I were to seize all the planets under Frieza's control, I would possess an inexhaustible supply of spiritual fruits, thereby allowing me to train my mental prowess without restraint and manipulate the forces of space at will. I instructed Bardock to locate Frieza's stronghold, hoping he would return with good news. A month later, Bardock returned, indeed living up to expectations by discovering Frieza's lair. 2 months later, Broly also returned to planet Saiyan. Having learned of the Galactic Patrol's movements, which were situated in the Northern Galaxy. What a coincidence it was that both the Galactic Patrol and Frieza resided in the Northern Galaxy. It seemed all spacecraft had converged there. Perfect. I could address both matters simultaneously. Bardock, Broly, during the remaining months, devote yourselves to rigorous training. Once our year of training concludes, we shall promptly journey to the Northern Galaxy in pursuit of Frieza. Understood, Bardock and Broly replied in unison. Now, we merely await the conclusion of our training period, after which I would obtain the S-Cell serum and be ready to launch an assault on Frieza's forces. Frieza, prepare yourself. I shall come for you. At that moment, on a distant planet within the Northern Galaxy, Frieza, seated in his circular vessel, unexpectedly sneezed. "Achoo!" he exclaimed, rubbing his nose. "What is happening? I've been sneezing incessantly of late." Beside him, Mr. Dodoria remarked, "My lord, it seems your reputation has grown so vast that it has reached beyond the galaxy. People are constantly uttering your name." "Ho ho ho, Mr. Dodoria, you always possess such eloquence," Frieza chuckled. "Your Majesty flatters me. I merely speak the truth," Dodoria replied. "By the way, have we located that gym from our ranks?" Frieza inquired. "My lord, no, it appears he has vanished without a trace." "No, Mr. Dodoria. He has not vanished. He has been eliminated." "Eliminated? Impossible. In the entire universe, who does not know your name, Lord Frieza? Even if Jim encountered a formidable opponent, invoking your name would surely earn him some respect," Dodoria asserted. "Who knows? Mr. Dodoria, issue the order. Whoever finds Jim shall be rewarded with a planet. I wish to see who dares to harm one of my subordinates." Meanwhile, on planet Saiyan, all Saiyans were engaged in combat, sometimes one-on-one, other times against multiple opponents. The intense training significantly amplified their strength. Thus, time passed, and throughout that year, Gano tirelessly traversed between the nameless planet and planet Saiyan. Not only did he observe the training on planet Saiyan, but he also diligently practiced himself. Over the course of a year, Gano's gravitational pressure could be increased to a staggering 1,000 times. At this moment, the nameless planet bore deep impressions, a testament to the intense pressure Gano had endured, leaving profound marks upon its surface. Gano remarked, "The year has finally come to an end. It is time for us Saiyans to emerge." Chapter 66, Shrag's Release. Over the past year, I have witnessed the continuous growth of all the inhabitants of planet Saiyan, which brings me great solace. My own strength has also seen improvement during this time. However, it seems that my foundational battle power has not significantly increased. A mere few 100,000 in combat strength is hardly sufficient. Shouldn't the immense pressure of 1,000-fold elevate my battle power to a qualitative leap? What could be the reason for this? At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within Gano's mind, having detected the host's confusion. The system activated autonomously to address the host's inquiries. It was truly fortuitous that just when one desires rest, assistance arrives. System. Why has the enhancement of my foundational battle power seemingly slowed since I transformed into the first stage of the ancient Super Saiyan? The system replied. This is due to the unique nature of the ancient Saiyan bloodline. The foundational battle power of the ancient Saiyans experiences the most rapid growth in its early stages. As you have just completed the first transformation, an increase of several 100,000 in battle power over the course of a year is already quite impressive. Once you reach the fourth stage of the ancient Super Saiyan transformation, your foundational battle power must attain the level of a god of destruction. Only then can you ascend to the fifth stage of the ancient Super Saiyan, at which point your strength will rival that of the most elite beings, the angels. Ah. System, Are you jesting? To transform into the fifth stage of the ancient Super Saiyan, I must reach the power level of a god of destruction. How on earth can I achieve such heights? The system encouraged, do not lose heart, dear host. Although it poses a challenge, you possess the devouring spirit technique, which is tailored specifically for you. You can absorb the energy of others to bolster your foundational battle power. While this may seem akin to cheating, it is a necessity. After all, the ancient Saiyan bloodline is extraordinarily potent. Without a formidable foundational battle power, transformation into the ancient Super Saiyan is unattainable. While you may devour the energies of others, you must also diligently train yourself. As the saying goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. If you merely consume the energy of others without being able to withstand it, your efforts will be in vain. So, according to you, my foundational battle power is indeed increasing rather swiftly. The host concerns have been addressed, and it is time for this system to rest. System. Why is it that you always come and go in such haste? Well, it is time to return to planet Saiyan. Gano activated instantaneous movement and returned to the Saiyan planet. Gano's body gradually ascended into the air, calling out to everyone engaged in training. Please, everyone, cease your activities. The year-long training has concluded. Now, all of you, proceed to the martial arts square. Upon hearing Gano's words, those immersed in their training emerged from their respective chambers. A multitude of individuals stepped out, some disheveled, others clad in tattered garments. Among the most striking were Bardock, Broly, and Bu. Tasha and Leia, being women, took greater care in their attire, though their clothing bore several rents. However, one individual appeared even more disheveled than the rest, Rairo. Throughout the year, he had relentlessly trained with the singular aim of surpassing a combat power of 500,000 within this time frame. Indeed, diligence does not go unrewarded. Ever since Gano bestowed upon him the mystical fruit of spirit, combined with his unwavering efforts, he finally shattered the 500,000 barrier. This fellow has truly achieved his goal. It seems he too may have the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. Gano addressed the assembly, saying, throughout the past year, you have all adhered to my training demands, and I am profoundly gratified. However, this is merely the beginning. I observe that you have all made substantial progress. Henceforth, we Saiyans shall re-emerge to proclaim our presence in the universe. Yet, this time, our mission is not to invade other planets, but to protect them. The notion of protection is particularly foreign to many Saiyans, as they have long believed that our race is inherently belligerent, thriving only in the throes of war, without conflict. How then can we engage in battle? One individual interjected, my king, you speak of defending other planets, but we Saiyans have never been protectors. We are only familiar with conquest and destruction. Thus, I urge you to embrace change, to safeguard other worlds and resist aggressors. By doing so, you shall cultivate a sense of justice within yourselves, and only then will your S-class cells flourish, enabling your transformation into Super Saiyans, Gano proclaimed. But, my king, under what banner shall we protect these planets? Is it merely to foster a sense of righteousness among us Saiyans? Certainly not. Our identity shall be that of galactic patrolmen. We Saiyans will assume the role of these guardians, a matter I shall discuss with the Galactic King, who I believe will be quite amenable to our involvement. Moreover, we shall not serve as galactic patrolmen without compensation. It is only fair that we are rewarded for our efforts, such as monetary support to eradicate malevolent beings. Indeed, my king is right. To motivate us Saiyans to eliminate evil, we must receive equivalent compensation, be it financial support or technological advancements, another voice added. Exactly. While we may not be well-versed in science and technology, the inhabitants of our planet, Zephyr, are knowledgeable in these fields. Thus, we can demand technological benefits in return. Very well, we shall temporarily set aside the matter of the Galactic Patrolman until I have conferred with the Galactic King. Now, allow me to present to you the 50 Saiyans I have personally trained. Step forth and showcase the fruits of your labor over the past year. With that, 50 figures soared from the royal castle, swiftly descending to the training grounds, where they knelt before Gano, paying homage with the words, we greet you, our king. Rise, everyone. Gano commanded, and the 50 warriors stood in unison. The Saiyans present gazed upon these 50 formidable individuals, their aura exuding such pressure that it instinctively compelled them to take a step back, save for a few exceptionally powerful beings. Whispers rippled through the crowd. It appears these 50 possess battle powers exceeding 1 million. Otherwise, we would be utterly helpless against the aura they emit. Indeed, their combat prowess has reached such heights. Do not envy them. With diligent training, you too can attain similar levels of strength. After Gano spoke, he glanced at everyone present and inquired, Where's Shrag? Why is he not here? Boom replied, My lord, Shrag is still in training. Still in training? Did I not declare that the training was over? Gano roared, Shrag, come out at once. In a swift motion, a figure appeared before Gano. It was none other than Shrag, who had finally emerged from his seclusion. Chapter 67. The peculiar couple. Gano inquired, What are you up to, my friend? I have already stated that the training has concluded, yet you persist in your endeavors. Slag replied, Lord Gano, it is not that I am unwilling to join you. Rather, my body has undergone some changes today. I just visited Dr. Leica to ascertain the nature of these alterations. Changes in your body? What kind of changes? Gano scrutinized Slag for a considerable time before stating, I don't see any significant changes. You merely appear much younger than before. Aside from that, nothing seems particularly different. At this moment, Leia approached Gano and remarked, Brother Gano, Slag has indeed experienced some changes. He seems less malevolent than he once did. Is that so? How did I fail to notice? Gano responded, intrigued. Truly, if you don't believe me, Brother Gano, you should sense it for yourself. Very well. I shall perceive if this old fellow has genuinely transformed for the better. Gano closed his eyes, his mental strength enveloping Shrag. As Gano's mental force encased him, Shrag felt as though he were confronted by the presence of a ferocious beast, accompanied by an aura of sanctity. Has my master's mental prowess truly grown to such formidable heights? I feel like a mere leaf boat before him. While Lord Gano resembles an unfathomable ocean, should he choose to unleash his wrath, my solitary vessel would surely be engulfed. Shrag relinquished his mind and body, allowing Gano to freely perceive the essence within him. After a moment, Gano opened his eyes and remarked to Shrag, You have indeed changed. The malevolent energy that once surrounded you has nearly dissipated. My Lord Gano, ever since I began to follow you, I have refrained from committing any malevolent acts or indulging in senseless violence. Throughout this past year on planet Saya, I have feasted, resided, and witnessed the gradual transformation of the Saiyans. At times, I ponder whether I too can undergo a metamorphosis. Thus, I have suppressed my wicked inclinations and devoted myself earnestly to my training. Whenever thoughts of bloodlust invade my mind, I hasten to the training chamber, subjecting myself to the most intense exertion to numb my senses. Gradually, my murderous thoughts have diminished, and my malevolence has begun to wane. Today marks the conclusion of my training, and I emerged from the chamber early. Upon exiting, I sensed a change within my physique and sought the expertise of Dr. Leica. He extracted my cells for examination and discovered the presence of an unfamiliar substance within them, though its nature remains a mystery. This substance seems to enhance my health and bolster my combat prowess. How is it that I had never heard of such a phenomenon before? Does this mean that, like us Saiyans, I can continually grow stronger by pushing beyond my limits? Gano remarked, Lord Gano, while the substance within me may not compare to the formidable combat prowess of you Saiyans, it is undoubtedly unique among other races. Is that a good thing? Shrag will be joining me in the future. How can he accompany me with such low combat power? Well then, your future achievements will certainly be significant. Indeed. Following Lord Gano feels like the most prudent choice I could make. Oh, you two are still boasting, are you? Enough of the mutual flattery. Gano, don't you have something to announce to everyone? Please do so quickly. The assembly is complete. Ahem, with Leia's comment, Gano felt a touch of embarrassment. Let us proceed with the important matters. Currently, the combat strength of our Saiyan planet cannot be deemed invincible, but at this stage, we truly do not regard ordinary foes with much concern. Once I reach a consensus with the Galactic King, each of you will have the opportunity to undertake missions. We Saiyans must enhance our power through battle. Allowing you to embark on these missions will satisfy the combative spirit inherent to Saiyans. Now, everyone, please return for the time being. Once I finalize the arrangements, I will assign you to your respective tasks. In unison, everyone responded, Yes, my king. Gano retained only 10 individuals, for after completing the system's tasks, he had been entrusted with 10 vials of S-grade cell reagents. With these 10 vials, he could cultivate 10 Super Saiyans. He chose to keep his parents, Kine and Rello, alongside the remaining 6 Saiyans. These 6 Saiyans were selected by Gano based on his observations over the past year. He deemed them to possess exceptional potential. Thus, he decided to bestow upon them the S-grade cell reagents, enabling them to swiftly transform into Super Saiyans. I have chosen to retain all of you 10 because your performance over the past year has been remarkably outstanding, and as such, I present you with this special gift. With a wave of his hand, Gano conjured 10 vials of S-grade cell serum before the 10 individuals. He declared, This is the S-grade cell serum. Upon consuming this vial, the S-grade cells within your bodies will achieve perfection, enabling you to transform into Super Saiyans. However, I must inform you that while you may attain this transformation, it cannot be compared to that of a truly cultivated Super Saiyan. In battle, should you face a Saiyan who has honed their powers through rigorous training, you would undoubtedly fall short. After all, you have taken a shortcut to reach this level, whereas they have painstakingly developed their combat prowess through diligence. So, ponder carefully. Will you choose to consume the S-grade cells and become Super Saiyans, or rely on your own efforts to attain that status? Boom, and Tasha interjected. We have trained for a year, yet our combat strength has hardly increased, indicating we have reached a plateau in our training. Moreover, we have aged. And our current wish is for you and Leia to marry swiftly and bear us a healthy grandchild. Mother, how can you say such things? Leia blushed, responding. Did Gano not say we should discuss this only when we turn 18? Yet here you are, bringing it up again. Tasha replied, all right, no more talk about that. This girl just won't let anyone speak. Nonetheless, before we consider grandchildren, there is an unexpected delight in the prospect of transforming into Super Saiyans. If you and Gano could present us with a grandchild, your father and I would gladly raise him. Should anyone dare to bully my grandchild, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan and teach them a lesson. Upon hearing this, Gano thought to himself, am I beginning to regret giving my parents the S-grade cell serum? Indeed, Boom echoed. Anyone who dares to bully my grandchild will find no mercy from me. Gano directly covered his forehead with his hand and said, Dad, Mom, aren't you being a bit overly protective? What if your grandson bullies others? Boom, and Tasha replied, then he deserves it. He is simply outmatched. Indeed, what a couple they are. Chapter 68, Bardock as a teacher. They are truly a devoted pair. Allowing their grandson to torment others while refusing to permit him to be bullied himself. Their protectiveness is quite remarkable. Gano remarked, so, are Mom and Dad planning to use this S-grade cell reagent to transform into Super Saiyans? Indeed, let us utilize this S-grade cell reagent. This is the era of the youth, and we old-timers shall refrain from interfering. As long as we can transform into Super Saiyans, that suffices. Very well. Then these 2 vials of S-grade cell reagent shall be yours to consume. Tasha and Boom grasped the S-grade cell reagents before them. Dad, Mom, you should return first. After consuming the S-grade cell reagents, I will have Leia teach you how to transform into Super Saiyans. All right, we shall return to consume this reagent. Tasha and Boom made their way back to their training chamber. At that moment, Jine stated, I shall use this S-grade cell reagent to transform into a Super Saiyan. My current life is already quite fulfilling, and I desire nothing more. My son is thriving, which brings me joy. To transform into a Super Saiyan is a divine gift from the king, and I shall accept the S-grade cell reagent bestowed upon us. Bardock replied, Jine, do you not wish to become stronger? Bardock, I seek nothing more. The king has recognized your potential, which signifies that you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Your strength is sufficient. Can you not protect your own wife? Bardock was rendered speechless by Jine's words. He bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before responding. I respect your choice, Jine. Upon hearing this, Jine felt a surge of happiness. It seemed her husband had indeed changed. The stubborn Bardock of the past was no more. Now, only a compassionate and strong-willed Bardock remained. All of this was thanks to the new Saiyan King before her, who had transformed Bardock. Very well. Since you have made your decision, this vial of reagent is for you. Return and cultivate your strength. I shall later have Leia teach you both. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will now return to the training chamber, Jine responded. Gano nodded in agreement. Gano gazed at the remaining 7 individuals and inquired, what about you? Will you choose the serum, or rely on your own abilities to transform into a Super Saiyan? The other 6 opted for the serum, leaving only one who rejected it, Raylo. Indeed, this individual was determined to harness his own strength to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Gano remarked, Raylo, why do you not choose the reagents? Raylo replied, Wong has already articulated it quite clearly. A Super Saiyan transformed through reagents lacks the strength of those who achieve their transformation through rigorous training. I am aware that my innate talent is rather modest, yet I aspire to attain the status of a Super Saiyan through my own relentless efforts. Although the journey may be lengthy, I am resolutely committed to pursuing my quest for strength. This lad seems promising, Bardock suddenly interjected. What is it, Bardock? Are you perhaps growing fond of this boy's earnestness? Gano inquired. Indeed, while Raylo's natural aptitude may be lacking, Talent is not the sole determinant of one's potential. What truly matters is possessing a heart that dares to pursue strength and an unwavering commitment to perseverance. This is the essence of a true warrior. Well said. I sense that Bardock is no longer merely a fighter. Then what is he? Everyone queried. Gano remarked. I feel that Bardock has now taken on the demeanor of a scholar. Just look at how articulate he has become. His words are quite reasonable. Bardock replied, My king, please refrain from criticizing me. All I have learned comes from being in your presence. Over time, I have unconsciously been influenced by you. Is that so? Am I truly that charismatic that I can influence others? Bardock mused. Indeed, ever since we began following you, I feel we have become less like Saiyans and more like. How should I put it? Leia pondered for a moment, but remained silent. At that moment, Broly interjected. More like the Earthlings we encountered last time we visited Earth. Yes, that is an apt description. We are increasingly resembling Earthlings. Those people are approachable and harmonious. Look at us Saiyans. We are much like them now, aren't we? Bardock continued, although this Earth is not the same as it once was. I remain a child of Earth. Nevertheless, since I am here, I shall strive to live a uniquely splendid life. Enough about me, Bardock. Since you have taken a liking to this lad, I entrust him to you for guidance. I hope you can cultivate him into a commendable Saiyan warrior. Certainly, my king. I will ensure he grows into a brave and resilient Saiyan. Raylo, from now on, you shall follow Bardock. He will be your teacher starting today. Yes, my king. Raylo approached Bardock, bowed deeply, and said, Please guide me well, teacher. Very well. Since you address me as teacher, I shall devote myself to your education. For now, run 100 laps around the training grounds of planet Vegeta. Yes, teacher. Raylo took off, sprinting around the training arena. Oh, we are starting training right away. Bardock, you are quite dedicated, Gano commented. My king, while I have never taught anyone how to grow, I can impart my combat experience and life lessons to Raylo, which I believe will suffice for his learning. That should be adequate. Do not underestimate Raylo. His willpower is remarkably tenacious, possessing a relentless determination to achieve his goals. Is that so? I could not ask for more. It is precisely this quality that I admire in Raylo. Perhaps Bardock saw a reflection of his former self in Raylo. Once a lowly warrior, he had ascended through sheer effort to become a follower of the Saiyan King. Bardock's journey was one of gradual progress, which is why Gano entrusted Raylo to him, ensuring a tailored education. Bardock's experiences can help Raylo avoid unnecessary detours, bringing him closer to success. Ultimately, the heights Raylo achieves will depend on his own efforts. Then I shall keep this reagent for now. I will give it to a suitable Saiyan when I find one. Now, you may disperse. I must contact King of the Galaxy and discuss the details regarding our Saiyan missions, such as the benefits we may gain upon completion. Haha. I see Gano is increasingly adopting the demeanor of a businessman, always talking about money and seeking benefits. What are you saying? These are merely our rightful entitlements. Brother Gano is indeed correct. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Chapter 69, Galactic Patrolman Gak. Every endeavor demands a price. And if one aspires to lead a fulfilling life, diligence and perseverance are imperative. Should you choose to remain idle, lying in wait, no one shall provide you with sustenance or comfort. This is the stark reality. If the Galactic King wishes for our Saiyan race to undertake missions, he must be prepared to offer a commensurate reward. This principle embodies the essence of give and take. Indeed, Brother Gano is right in all his assertions. Are you preparing to set forth now to negotiate with the Galactic King? Leia inquired. Time is of the essence. Broly and I shall depart immediately. You should remain on planet Saiyan. Once my business is concluded, I will return without delay. Broly, come, place your hand upon my shoulder. We shall seek the Galactic King. Very well, Brother Gano. Broly swiftly approached Gano and placed his hand upon his shoulder. With a flicker of instant transmission, Gano and Broly found themselves on an unknown planet in the northern galaxy. Gano inquired, Broly, are you certain that the King of the Galaxy resides within this starry domain? Brother Gano, the time this round is indeed rather pressing. I hastily inquired about the Galactic King, who is likely residing within this star domain. You, my friend, could have simply stated your uncertainty, yet you insisted on sharing that you have acquired information about the Galactic King. While I did gather some intelligence, I did not delve into which specific planet he inhabits. You. It seems you have an affinity for combat, do you not? You revel in the fervor of battle. Yet when tasked with a simple errand, you manage to achieve a lackluster outcome. Broly scratched his head and chuckled. Brother Gano, you know my nature. I am passionate about fighting. If you require assistance in battle, Simply call upon me, and spare yourself the effort. I dare not boast, but apart from you, I fear no one at this moment. Gano remarked, so you mean to say that I can treat you as a mere enforcer at my disposal? Indeed, that is precisely the implication. Gano raised his finger and playfully flicked Broly on the forehead. Ouch! Brother Gano, why did you flick my forehead? I'm not very bright to begin with, and now you've done that to my head. It is precisely to awaken your little mind. Listen, Broly. Regardless of the task at hand, intellect must always take precedence. Whether in battle or in any endeavor, one must engage their mind. Furthermore, you just claimed that apart from me, you fear no one. Does that imply your strength is now on par with Leia's? Brother Gano, after a year of training, I am nearly on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan. Every training session, I strive to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet I always feel as though something is amiss. However, if I were to spar with Sister Leia now, she would no longer be my opponent. Oh, it seems you have indeed reaped substantial rewards from your training this past year. Have you been so preoccupied with your training that you've forgotten the tasks I entrusted to you? Hastily inquiring, and then returning to Planet Saiyan? Brother Gano. You are quite astute. How is it that you exhibit such cleverness in this matter? Is this not simply engaging your intellect? It appears your combat prowess has greatly improved. Yet even so, arrogance is unwarranted. Broly, are you aware that within this universe, there are many whose combat abilities far exceed my own? We must not allow ourselves to be blinded by a single leaf. I know for a fact that the mightiest deity in this universe possesses a terrifying level of power. Even I, with but a flick of their finger, could be obliterated. Is it truly that formidable? I feel that Brother Gano is already incredibly powerful. At least invincible in this universe. That is where you are mistaken. What of the Pirate King, Darius? Before encountering him, I believe my strength allowed me to stride boldly through this universe. However, during that battle, had I not successfully transformed, we might have lost our lives. Thus, one must always maintain a heart eager to learn, continually striving for progress and greater strength. In this regard, Kakarot serves as the finest example. Kakarot? But he's still so young and possesses low combat power. Though Kakarot's current power may be lacking, you will soon realize just how formidable a warrior he truly is. Alright, I look forward to Kakarot becoming a master, and then I shall spar with him. Precisely. Continually engaging with masters allows us to learn from their strengths, thereby enhancing our own abilities. Now, having imparted all this wisdom, I merely wish for you to understand that there are many strong individuals throughout the universe, and we must maintain a humble spirit. Moreover, we must apply our intellect to our tasks. Come, let us journey to Earth and seek assistance. Seek assistance on Earth? Do you really think the inhabitants of Earth can locate the Galaxy King? Do not underestimate the people of Earth. Their potential is sometimes beyond imagination. Let us go. Gano exclaimed as he swiftly grasped Broly and teleported them to the home of Dr. Briss in Earth. As soon as Gano appeared, Bulma spotted him and hurriedly exclaimed, Brother Gano, you have come to Earth to play again. Gano approached the young Bulma and said, I have come to seek your father. Brisfu replied, Gano, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Well, it is not a matter of great significance, but I am aware that you have an elder daughter named Tais. Is she indeed connected with the Galactic Patrol? Ah, you are referring to my eldest daughter? Yes, her name is Tais. Unlike Bulma, her aspiration is to become a science fiction writer, which has led her to wander through the cosmos in search of inspiration. It seems that the Galactic Patrol you mentioned is indeed related to Tais. Gano remarked, your eldest daughter possesses quite a bit of courage, daring to wander alone in the vastness of space. The universe is indeed perilous. She certainly would not venture far. Her explorations were limited to meandering just beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Can you contact her? I require the address of that Galactic Patrol officer, Gano inquired. Very well. I shall call Tais immediately. After a brief interval, Dr. Briss arrived before Gano, stating, Tais has already reached out to the Galactic Patrol officer, and it seems they are on their way back together. Is that so? How fortuitous. What a stroke of luck, Gano responded. Before long, a spacecraft descended into Dr. Briss's expansive courtyard, from which emerged two figures, Tais and the Galactic Patrol officer, Jack. Jack was incessantly chattering, Tais, I am quite busy. Why must you insist on dragging me to Earth? Enough with the chatter. Hurry down. My father mentioned that visitors from the cosmos have arrived, and I wish to see what beings from the universe look like. What? Beings from the cosmos? Has Earth been discovered? This is news I must report to Lord Galactic. Gano greeted them, saying, Hello, we are the beings you refer to as inhabitants of the universe. Chapter 70. Successful negotiation. Gak and Ties turned towards Gino's voice. Ties swiftly ran to stand before Gino and Broly, scrutinizing them closely. So this is what the beings from the universe look like. They appear quite similar to us Earthlings. Oh, wait, you actually have tails. Apart from the tails, you beings from the universe resemble us Earthlings remarkably. Gino extended his hand towards Ties and said, I am Gino. And this is Broly. It is a pleasure to meet you. Surprised by this gesture of greeting, Ties marveled at the fact that individuals from the cosmos were familiar with Earth's custom of handshaking. In an effort to reciprocate the courtesy, Ties lightly shook Gino's hand and introduced herself. I am Ties, Bulma's sister. I assume my father has informed you of my circumstances. Oh, we are aware of certain aspects of your situation, Gino replied. We are primarily here in search of the Galactic Patrol. Indeed, I understand. That is why I brought Gak. Ties responded. Gak, come over here. These two are looking for you. Gak, resembling a miniature version of Ultraman, approached Gino and inquired, What do you need from me? Gino stated, We seek an audience with the Galactic King to discuss certain matters. Upon hearing this, Gak instantly became alert. Is there something you wish to convey to Lord Galactic King? He inquired. Moreover, what race are you from? I do not recall having encountered your kind before. Indeed, it is unusual for one such as you, a mere Galactic Patrol officer, to venture into our star domain. You are likely confined to your own minuscule region, he scoffed. I neglected to mention, we are Saiyans. Upon hearing the name Saiyan, Gak hastily approached Ties and drew a laser gun from his waist, aiming it at Gino and Broly. Ties, you must leave at once. The Saiyans are a perilous race, notorious for their invasions of other planets and ruthless extermination of indigenous inhabitants. Quickly, take your family and flee. Bulma, upon hearing this, stepped in front of Gino, shielding him from Gak's laser gun with her petite frame. You are mistaken, she declared. Brother Gino is a good person. He rescued my parents and me from the clutches of Dr. Willow. How could he possibly be as malevolent as you claim? You, on the other hand, seem to be the villain, hiding your face behind a mask in broad daylight. Are you afraid to reveal your true self? Gak, incensed by Bulma's words, retorted, What do you mean I wear a mask? This is simply my appearance. I do not don any mask. Gino embraced little Bulma from behind and remarked, I never anticipated that Bulma would come to my defense. Gino was filled with joy. However, he reassured her, Do not worry. That feeble gun he possesses cannot harm me. Upon witnessing Gino lift Bulma, Jack immediately aimed his weapon at him, exclaiming, Hey, let me make this clear. She is merely a child. Release her at once, or I shall be compelled to fire. Gino exclaimed, Put away your weapon. It serves us no purpose. You should hasten to lead us to the Galactic King. I do not have the luxury of time to squander with you. Jack retorted, Your quest for the Galactic King surely harbors ulterior motives, and I shall not allow you to succeed. Before Jack could finish his words, a flicker of movement from Gino's finger released a beam of crimson light, which swiftly slashed across Jack's cheek. Gano remarked, Next time, I shall not miss my aim. Cold sweat poured down Jack's forehead as he stammered, I will take you to find the Galaxy King. Had you mentioned this sooner, we would have avoided this predicament. Gano replied, Now, please specify the exact location, and we shall proceed directly. Jack asked, Shall we not utilize a spaceship? Gano remarked, Traveling by spaceship is too slow. I am pressed for time. Let us depart at once. Gino set down Bulma and said, Little Bulma, I must step out to attend to some matters. I shall play with you upon my return, if that pleases you. Of course. Then, dear Gino, return swiftly, she replied. Jack, please provide us with a location. And we shall set forth immediately. Very well. You need to reach 70 degrees north latitude and 115 degrees east longitude to find the headquarters of the Galactic King. Jack informed them. Excellent. Let us depart at once, Broly. Broly swiftly comprehended Gino's intent. He placed his hand on Gino's shoulder, and in an instant, they arrived before the entrance of the Galactic King's headquarters. So, this is where the Galactic King resides. It appears he truly knows how to indulge himself, Gino remarked. Indeed, the Galactic King toils day and night. A little enjoyment is well-deserved, Jack replied. Strange, such a statement leaves one with no room for rebuttal. Let us proceed inside, Jack suggested. No need for that. We shall enter directly, Gino asserted, pulling Jack along as he utilized instantaneous movement to transport them to the highest level of the Galactic headquarters, where the Galactic King resided. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of Gino and his companions, the Galactic King exclaimed, Jack, You have completed the task I assigned to you so swiftly. Jack hurried to the Galactic King's ear and whispered something. The Galactic King's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Gano and Broly scrutinized this so-called Galactic King, who appeared to be nothing more than an octopus. Is this truly the Galactic King? Broly pondered. After Jack whispered to the Galactic King, he urgently proclaimed, "What? Saiyans, those ruthless beings who frequently invade other planets?" "Indeed, they are Saiyans," Jack confirmed. The individuals on the top floor began to tremble in fear, and one attempted to activate the alarm. However, Gano unleashed the formidable energy within him, overpowering that individual and rendering him incapacitated. Gano declared, "Fear not, for we Saiyans do not consume humans. I have come today to discuss the prospect of collaboration with the Galactic King. Therefore, I ask that those who are overly excited refrain from such behavior. Now, aside from the Galactic King, I request that everyone else leave the room, so I may converse privately with him regarding our partnership." Broly promptly ushered everyone out, leaving only Gano and the Galactic King. "Galactic King," Gano began. "My primary purpose for visiting today is to discuss the terms of our cooperation. What form of collaboration do you propose?" The Galactic King inquired. "My suggestion is simple. I shall provide personnel, and you shall provide funding. We Saiyans will take on the responsibility of safeguarding other planets, but in return, we expect appropriate rewards for our efforts. Is that not a fair arrangement? Should you encounter any of Frieza's forces, you can alert us, allowing the Saiyans to eliminate the threat. Such perilous undertakings are best entrusted to us. I believe you are well aware of the capabilities of your galactic patrol. Well then, Galactic King," Gano continued, "if you agree, we can sign the contract immediately." With a sigh, the Galactic King replied, "Very well. The Galactic Patrol indeed requires formidable military support. There are matters beyond our capacity that could be resolved by your Saiyans." The contract was swiftly finalized, and Gano activated his instant transmission, promptly returning to his Saiyan homeworld. Chapter 71. The Ginyu Force. Gano returned to planet Saya, but Gak remained frozen in place, his spacecraft still on Earth. How could Gano have transported him directly to the Galactic Patrol headquarters? At that moment, Gak stood before the Galactic King, bowing his head in submission to the King's admonitions. The Galactic King roared, "Gak, what on earth are you doing? I assigned you a mission, and instead, you brought back Saiyans from the civilized universe. Do you wish to disturb my reign as Galactic King?" The King's voice escalated, echoing throughout the headquarters. Some whispered among themselves. Gak has angered the Galactic King again. He always claims to be an elite member of the Galactic Patrol, but I see him as quite mediocre. Another replied, "Let us not be too harsh. No one can provoke the king as frequently as Gak does. He seems to have a knack for it." Gak interjected, "Galactic King, it was not my intention to bring Saiyans to our headquarters. A dear friend of mine invited me to visit her homeland, and unexpectedly, I encountered these two Saiyans in her home. However, rest assured, I sense that these Saiyans differ from their kind. They exhibited friendliness on Earth. Had they been as brutal as the others, Earth would have already fallen under their dominion." The Galactic King conceded, "Indeed, these two Saiyans are unlike the rest. They seek to collaborate with our Galactic Patrol." "Collaboration? Saiyans wish to ally with us? This is utterly absurd. Is it true?" The Galactic King questioned. "Would I deceive you? Behold, this is the contract we have signed. They wish to join the Galactic Patrol. Saiyans as Galactic Patrol members? How can that be? Aren't they known solely for their invasions of other planets? Surely, they must have conditions." "Yes, they do have conditions. Their stipulation is that if they are to undertake missions, they require compensation, such as wealth or even a planet," the Galactic King explained. "These Saiyans are truly despicable. They demand rewards for missions, like a band of thieves." Gak exclaimed in fury, "There is little choice. The cosmos is rife with malevolent forces, and their power is formidable. Our Galactic Patrol is simply too weak. We require robust military support," the Galactic King responded. "Yet, we are not left empty-handed. The new Saiyan King, Gano, stated that if they vanquish evil forces, they will take their share, and the remainder will be allocated to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. That seems more reasonable. We cannot allow them to monopolize all the benefits." Gak replied, "You must admit, they risk their lives on these missions while we merely reap the rewards. If you were tasked with confronting evil forces, could you manage it?" The Galactic King countered. Gak stammered, I cannot contend with such powerful evil forces." "Precisely. Furthermore, with the Saiyans under Gano's leadership, I believe they will soon embark on a different path. Our collaboration is merely beginning," the Galactic King continued. Suddenly, the alarm at the Galactic Patrol headquarters blared, signaling an emergency. A patrol officer approached the Galactic King, reporting, "Galactic King, our outer patrol has sent a distress signal, stating that a group of extremely powerful cosmic beings is rampaging on the planet Kaba, slaughtering the indigenous inhabitants. Disgraceful. These vile creatures." Gak's sense of justice ignited. "Galactic King, let us mobilize the Galactic Patrol to confront these fiends." The Galactic King gestured for calm. "Not so fast. Let us ascertain the identity of these assailants." He pointed at the reporting officer and asked, "Can you discern which faction they belong to?" "Report to the Galactic King, judging by their attire. They appear to be members of the Frieza Force." Upon hearing this, the Galactic King trembled involuntarily. "The Frieza Force? This complicates matters. We cannot provoke Frieza." It was evident that those who ascended to the position of Galactic King possessed a certain astuteness. Otherwise, their title would be meaningless. "Gak, my good man, did we not just sign a contract with the Saiyans? We could leave these formidable evil forces for them to handle," the Galactic King suggested. "Leave it to them? Those Saiyans nearly faced annihilation at Frieza's hands. How are they to confront that cosmic demon?" "Perhaps they could, since Gano desires the Saiyans to stay on the righteous path. An encounter with the Frieza Force is inevitable. This could be our opportunity," Gak replied. "Very well. I will contact Gano." Gano had provided the Galactic King with a communicator before his departure. Meanwhile, on planet Saya, Gano was assembling all the Saiyans in the martial arts plaza, explaining the contractual agreement with the Galactic King. "As long as we Saiyans defeat the evil forces, we may claim our share of the rewards, while the rest is turned over to the Galactic Patrol." What a business genius. This arrangement allows us to select the best rewards, ensuring that our efforts are duly compensated, one Saiyan remarked. Suddenly, the communicator beeped, signaling an incoming message for Gano. Gano glanced at his communicator and remarked, "It appears that a mission has been assigned to us." Gano activated the communicator and said, "Galactic King, you contacted me so swiftly. Is there a mission for us?" The Galactic King replied, "Indeed. Our Galactic Patrol has reported a nefarious group slaughtering the indigenous people of the planet Kaba. We need you Saiyans to undertake this mission." "Very well. We shall accept this task," Gano responded. However, the Galactic King hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal that this group was affiliated with Frieza's army. "What is it? Speak quickly," Gano urged. "They appear to be members of Frieza's army," the Galactic King disclosed. "Frieza's army, understood. We Saiyans will take on this mission. Remember our agreement. When we reap the rewards, we Saiyans shall receive our share first. Rest assured, I, the Galactic King, shall not default on my promise. Then please send me the location." "And I shall head there immediately," Gano stated. "Very well, I will send it to you now." A chime sounded as the location information arrived. Gano remarked, "Let us take the initiative to investigate this task." Broly, Leia, Shrag, Bardock, and Raylo, the selected individuals, responded in unison, "Very well." Gano instantly activated his teleportation ability and arrived at the target planet. At this moment, the Kaba planet lay in ruins, and maniacal laughter echoed through the air. "Haha. My brother, there is a certain pleasure in killing this way." Gano, upon a glance, recognized the figures before him as members of the Ginyu Force. It appeared that they had come to offer themselves as mere fodder. Chapter 72, Annihilation of the Ginyu Force. The speaker was a diminutive creature with a green physique and 4 eyes, known as Gudu. Observing the energy blasts emanating from his hands, Gano was reminded of the ruthless demeanor they once exhibited while serving under Frieza, treating lies with utter disregard. However, times had changed. The Saiyans were no longer the merciless assassins in Frieza's employ. They now held the reins of their own destinies. Gano and his companions were utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Witnessing such a scene, Bardock bellowed in fury, "What are you heartless fiends doing? How can you so carelessly slaughter the inhabitants of this planet?" Upon observing Bardock, Gano was reminded of his previous life when he watched Dragon Ball, where he was particularly fond of Kakarot's words. Whenever Kakarot witnessed wrongdoing, he would exclaim, "Cease this. You wretch, you are utterly unforgivable." Indeed, like father, like son. Upon hearing Bardock's voice, the members of the Ginyu Force turned to gaze at Gano and his companions. Their astonishment grew upon noticing the tales behind Gano, for they were aware that the Saiyan homeworld had been obliterated by Frieza. Even if a few scattered warriors remained on missions, it seemed implausible that so many could have survived. Good, observing Gano and his companions, remarked, "I wondered who had the audacity to meddle in the affairs of the Ginyu Force. So it is the former Saiyan monkeys of Lord Frieza. How is it that your Saiyan planet was destroyed by Lord Frieza, yet you few have evaded that cataclysm?" Gano declared, "We Saiyans were once the henchmen of Frieza. But now we determine our own fate. Moreover, who do you think you are to speak so audaciously in my presence? If you utter another word, I shall obliterate you." Just as Gano was about to respond, he suddenly felt a fist drive into his abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. His eyes widened in shock, and bile surged from his throat. The assailant was Broly, who remarked, "Brother Gano has instructed you to refrain from speaking further. Do you understand?" Fortunately, I intervened. Had it been Brother Gano who struck, you would likely be reduced to nothing more than a puddle of blood by now. Coughing slightly, Gano interjected, "Broly, what is the meaning of this?" I had yet to finish my statement. "Why did you act so hastily? Brother Gano, did you not say that you wish for this fellow to remain silent?" I struck him with a punch, and now he is hunched over, racked with pain, unable to utter a word. "Well, I find myself at a loss for words," Gano remarked. However, the members of the Ginyu Force were taken aback, for they had barely perceived Broly's attack. It was as if a gust of wind had swept past them, and then Gano was felled before their eyes. This could only imply one thing. Broly's combat power vastly surpassed theirs, yet such a notion seemed implausible. At the moment they turned to assess the situation, their power scouters displayed their combat levels. None of them exceeded 1,000, while Gano's power was a remarkable 10,000. Nonetheless, despite this, Gano was vanquished with a single blow. At this juncture, Ginyu pondered deeply, observing Gano ambushed by the Saiyan before him. Rickham, who shared a close rapport with Gano, was incensed and called out to Broly, "You despicable Saiyan. With a power level not even reaching 1,000, you dared to sneak attack Gano. What pride can you possibly take in this? Allow me to teach you a lesson, you arrogant fool." With that, he launched a flying kick toward Broly. As Rickham's knee hurtled towards him, Broly raised his right hand to effortlessly block the assault. The sound of their collision echoed, and with a swift motion, Broly's left hand struck Rickham, sending him flying. With a whoosh, Rickham careened backward, crashing into the rocky terrain of the Kaba planet, leaving behind a human-shaped cavity in the rocks. Broly's display of power left the Ginyu Force in stunned silence. His combat prowess was undoubtedly far beyond a mere 1,000. Even Rickham's full-force attack would not have been so easily repelled. Shaking his hand, Broly remarked, "Is this what you call the elite force of the Frieza army? They are not even on par with the lowest ranks of our Saiyan Legion." Since Gano sought to forge the Saiyans into a formidable army, the Saiyans on planet Saya were now categorized by their combat power. The traditional divisions of elite and lower warriors had been replaced by 4 classifications: ordinary, standard, elite, and super. An ordinary warrior possessed a power level of 10,000 to 50,000. A standard warrior ranged from 50,000 to 100,000. Elite warriors boasted levels between 100,000 and 300,000, and those capable of transforming into Super Saiyans were deemed super warriors. At this moment, Ginyu, upon hearing the term Saiyan Legion, interjected, "Are you suggesting that your Saiyan numbers can form an army?" "Indeed. What of it?" Broly began to respond. But Ginyu interrupted with a command, "Swap." As Ginyu uttered swap, Ginyu positioned himself before Broly, employing his temporal powers to transfer a frog from the Kaba planet directly in front of Ginyu, who then astonishingly transformed into Ginyu while Ginyu morphed into the frog. Ginyu possessed a unique ability to exchange bodies with his opponents, yet Ginyu had anticipated this maneuver. Thus, at the moment Ginyu activated his exchange ability, Ginyu ensured Ginyu became a mere frog, mirroring the events from the original narrative. Gano beheld Ginyu, transformed into a frog, and remarked, "This time, fortune will not favor you." A blast of energy erupted from Gino's hand, and the frog-like Ginyu was obliterated into mere fragments. Witnessing the demise of their leader, Ginyu Force's G's was seized by the notion of retreat. At this moment, Gano remarked, "Let us swiftly eliminate the remaining few, and our mission will be deemed a resounding success." Layla had eagerly awaited this statement. "Certainly, Gano brother, we shall take care of them at once." Layla opted to face Jis, while Broly summoned Lycum from the rocky depths. Bardock chose Bart as his opponent, and Raylo selected the severely injured Gano to confront. Shrag stood motionless, lamenting, "Lord Gano, they all have their adversaries, yet I remain without one. Alas, this journey has been in vain once more." Gano spoke, "I shall provide you with the mightiest adversary." "The mightiest adversary? Lord Gano, do you mean Frieza?" "Correct. From now on, should you encounter Frieza, he shall be your responsibility," declared Gano. "Understood, Lord Gano. I shall ensure Frieza receives a proper welcome." Shortly after, Leia and the others eliminated the remaining members of the Ginyu Force and returned to Gano's side. "Excellent. Mission accomplished. Let us return home," Gano announced. Chapter 73, Frieza's wrath the moment the Ginyu Force was annihilated, far in the northern reaches of the galaxy, aboard Frieza's spaceship. The Emperor of the Universe was savoring a glass of fine wine. Suddenly, a trembling subordinate approached. Our report, Lord Frieza. Communications with the Ginyu Force have been severed. Frieza merely raised an eyebrow. The Ginyu Force is the strongest among my elite warriors. Are you certain they have been eradicated? Why yes, Lord Frieza. Our ship is equipped with the most advanced tracking technology. As long as a member of your forces draws breath, our systems detect faint signals. But now, the Ginyu Force has vanished entirely. They must be deceased. Dodoria, standing beside Frieza, remarked, it seems they were indeed exterminated. Frieza chuckled darkly. How amusing. Someone dares wage war against my empire? Knowing full well the Ginyu Force belonged to me, they still dared strike. Very well, I shall ensure they pay dearly for this insolence. His mood now foul, Frieza flicked a finger, releasing a beam of energy that obliterated the unfortunate messenger. Such was the cruelty of the Demon King, his wrath spared none. The crew in the command center shuddered in terror, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Locate the last known coordinates of the Ginyu Force. I shall personally investigate who dares slaughter my men. In truth, the Ginyu Force were but slightly larger ants in Frieza's eyes. He could erase them with a mere thought. Yet, within his empire, they were among the finest warriors he had handpicked to serve him. After all, ruling countless planets required capable subordinates. Turning to Dodoria, Frieza mused. Dodoria. Could it be my detestable brother Cooler who annihilated the Ginyu Force? In this universe, only he possesses such power. Lord Frieza, that seems unlikely. Our intelligence reports no movement from Cooler within the Western Galaxy. What of his armored squadron? Impossible. Though formidable, their strength matches the Ginyu Force. They could not have wiped them out so swiftly. Moreover, with Slug of the Southern Galaxy missing, Cooler is currently preoccupied with seizing his territories. The armored squadron is his core force, he would not dispatch them now. Frieza fell into contemplation. Dodoria's reasoning held merit. Then who dares openly slaughter my Ginyu Force? Worry not, Lord Frieza. Once we arrive at the site, the truth shall reveal itself. Very well. Full speed ahead, set course for the planet where the Ginyu Force perished. Yes, Lord Frieza. Meanwhile, at Galactic Patrol Headquarters, the Galactic King was stunned upon hearing of the Ginyu Force's demise. Jacamar remarked, Lord Galactic King. It seems Gano's subordinates are quite formidable. To eliminate Frieza's elite force. Indeed, the Galactic King mused. The Ginyu Force, infamous across the cosmos, has been vanquished by Gano. His strength is undeniable. They may be suited for special assignments. Jacamar added. Gano has relayed a message. The indigenous people of planet Kaba were slaughtered by the Ginyu Force. Thus, he claims the planet for the Saiyans. Very well. Let them have it. Planet Kaba holds little of value, the Galactic King conceded. Then I shall inform them. In truth, this was merely a formality. With the Saiyan army under Gano's command, even Frieza was no longer a threat. Conquered territories rightfully belonged to the victor. On planet Vegeta, Gano received Jacamar's message and addressed Leia and the others. The Galactic King is surprisingly compliant. Planet Kaba now belongs to the Saiyans. Brother Gano, what do you intend to do with the Kaba planet? There is nothing of value on this planet, Leia remarked. Who says there is nothing precious? What I value is the environment of Kaba. Have you truly observed the surroundings of Kaba after arriving? I believe that if the Ginyu Force had not ravaged most of the vegetation, Kaba would undoubtedly boast a picturesque landscape. The Ginyu Force has slaughtered all the natives of Kaba, thus allowing us to legitimately cultivate the spirit fruit seeds on this planet. Oh, so Brother Gano intends to plant spirit fruit seeds? Leia questioned. But didn't you say that these seeds are perilous? Planting them would surely lead to the destruction of Kaba. Now, Kaba is already in ruins. We are merely seizing the opportunity to plant the spirit fruit seeds. Besides, I require a substantial quantity of them, not just for myself, but for many within our Saiyan Legion. Although these spirit fruits do not enhance our combat prowess at our level, they can significantly bolster our mental fortitude, and that is sufficient. This was merely a fade for Gano. He sought the spirit fruits for his own cultivation. To master the power of time and space, one must possess formidable mental strength. Thus, Gano altered his previous notions, now in need of abundant spirit fruits for his training. In this Dragon Ball universe, strength is paramount. Frieza's spacecraft sped across the cosmos, finally arriving at Kaba. Frieza floated out from his spaceship. Surveying the battle scars on the planet, anger surged within him. It seemed that the Ginyu Force had been dispatched with a single blow. The one capable of such annihilation must possess considerable strength. In that case, let this planet serve as their grave, Frieza declared. his fingers dancing as he swiftly gathered an enormous energy sphere at his fingertips. "Let this planet be obliterated," he commanded, sending the colossal energy sphere crashing toward Kaba. Chapter 74. Shrag vs. Frieza. As the massive energy sphere hurtled toward Kaba, Gano suddenly appeared before it, pressing forward with one hand. The sphere halted in its tracks, gradually diminishing in size until it vanished into Gano's palm. This was Gano employing the soul absorption technique, an extraordinary feat of energy manipulation. Frieza, astonished to witness his colossal energy sphere dissipate within Gano's grasp, gazed at him incredulously. "Who are you to interfere with the affairs of me, the cosmic sovereign, Frieza?" he inquired. Gano spoke softly. "I have taken a liking to this planet. If you destroy it in such a manner, my plans will be rendered futile." "What you desire is of no concern to me," Frieza retorted arrogantly. "As the Emperor of the universe, I can obliterate whatever I choose." How tyrannical of Frieza. "Yet today, you shall not bring ruin to planet Kaba. You seek your own demise," he declared. "Since you are so oblivious to the situation, you shall vanish along with this planet." Frieza extended his palm, exclaiming, "Behold my death ball." A sphere of energy, even more formidable than before, was propelled from his hand. The intensity of this energy was terrifying. Rello inquired, "Is our king unharmed?" "The energy within that sphere is exceedingly potent." Broly and others stood with arms crossed, calmly asserting, "Rello, you must always have faith in our king. His might far surpasses that of the current Frieza." Leia asked, "Schlag, how does Frieza's current strength compare to his past?" In response, Schlag remarked, "From the recent attack, I can surmise that Frieza's combat power has scarcely increased since our last encounter." Upon hearing Schlag refer to her as queen, Leia's cheeks flushed slightly before returning to normal. It was only natural for them to address Gano as king, and thus she accepted it with grace. For all present knew of her impending union with him. Leia continued, "Frieza, relying on his heritage as a frost demon, has neglected his training over the years. It seems his sense of superiority has led him to dismiss the importance of cultivation." "Indeed, Queen," Schlag affirmed. "Do you believe you can defeat Frieza today?" "Previously, I was unable to match him due to injuries, but now I have healed and undergone a year of rigorous training. My strength has grown immensely. Frieza shall not pose a significant threat before me now." "Oh, it appears you are quite confident," Leia remarked. "Let us witness your prowess." "Yes, my queen. I am grateful to you and Lord Gano for this opportunity." "Shall I not participate?" Broly interjected. "I am on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Frieza would serve as an excellent opponent." "Indeed, I too sense that I am close to achieving Super Saiyan status. This opportunity should go to Schlag," he added. Schlag pondered. "So, in the eyes of you Saiyans, the mighty Frieza is merely a stepping stone on your path to growth?" Leia responded. "Your adversaries have long been chosen by Brother Gano. Besides Frieza, there are still King Cooled and Gula, are there not? Brother Gano has entrusted King Cooled to Bardock, while Broly's opponent is Gula." It seems Brother Gano had made arrangements all along, which reassured Broly. As Frieza's colossal energy sphere approached Gano, he calmly extended his hand to press against it. Gradually, the energy sphere diminished in size before vanishing entirely within the palm of Gano's hand. Gano sensed a slight enhancement in his fundamental combat power after absorbing the energy from Frieza's energy sphere. A sudden thought blossomed within Gano's mind: to confine Frieza, to ensnare him and incessantly consume the energy emanating from his being. Alas, such a notion was destined to remain unrealized. The cosmic tyrant, Frieza, would never permit himself to be so easily manipulated. How could this be? My death destruction ball was effortlessly neutralized by you. There is nothing impossible, Frieza. Allow me to introduce you to an acquaintance, Shrag, come forth. Upon hearing Gano's call, Shrag swiftly appeared at his side. Frieza, regarding Shrag before him, remarked, Shrag, is it truly you? I was wondering where you had vanished for the past year. It seems you have been in hiding. What of your southern galaxy? If you no longer desire it, you need only say so. I would not hesitate to claim your territory in its entirety. Humph, Frieza, what do you know? This is what I call biding my time, a concept far beyond your comprehension. Shrag bowed respectfully to Gano and declared, Lord Gano, allow me to handle Frieza. You may rest for now. Very well, I entrust him to you. Gano stepped aside, as Gano's figure flickered beside Leia and the others. The voice of the system echoed forth. System, ding. Task issued, eliminate Frieza. Reward, divine language. Divine language? What a rather trivial reward, Gano remarked. System, host. Do not underestimate the divine language. It allows you to comprehend the divine tongue and wield it to manifest your wishes. For instance, you could acquire the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill a desire. and therein lies your need for the divine language. Indeed, how could I have forgotten this? In the world of Dragon Balls, the Super Dragon Balls are at our disposal. Very well. In that case, I am determined to eradicate Frieza. Gano gazed at Shrag, who was engaged in battle with Frieza, and remarked, "Let Shrag unleash his pent-up emotions for now." Over the past year, he has devoted himself to rigorous training for this very moment. He cannot afford to dishearten Shrag. Shrag suddenly teleported in front of Frieza, delivering a knee strike that impacted Frieza's abdomen. Frieza's eyes nearly bulged out, and he retched, expelling bile. He retreated at great speed, staring at Shrag and exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could you have grown so powerful?" Shrag replied, "Frieza, do you think I am still the same as before? I, Shrag, have undergone a complete transformation. You are no longer my match." Ha ha ha, how absurd. Shrag, you must understand, this is merely my first transformation. I have yet to complete it. Therefore, my full fighting prowess has not yet been unleashed. Very well. Transform quickly. I want you to realize that after 3 days apart, you should be looking at me with new eyes. I have spent over a year honing my skills. Even if you unleash your full power, you remain no match for me. Just wait and see, Frieza responded. Chapter 75. The annihilation of Frieza. With a fierce cry, Frieza's aura began to surge violently, his stature increasing and his jaw protruding slightly. This marked Frieza's second transformation. However, he was not finished. His aura surged once more, and suddenly a brilliant light erupted. Frieza's form began to shrink, ultimately retracting the horns atop his head, signifying the completion of his final transformation. "My transformation is complete," Frieza declared, addressing Shrag. "Do you see? This is my ultimate form. My combat power now stands at 120 million. What are your thoughts?" Shrag retorted, "No thoughts at all. I expected you, Frieza, to unveil something truly formidable. It appears you remain as you were. Enough of your prattle. My transformation is complete, and now our battle shall commence," Frieza stated. "Just what I wanted. Come forth, Frieza, and let me witness the extent of your newfound strength." "Ha! Take this." Shrag hurled an energy sphere towards Frieza. Observing the incoming projectile, Frieza swatted it away, redirecting its trajectory. The energy sphere soared towards a mountain on the planet Cabra, exploding with a tremendous boom. This was merely a probing strike from Shrag, who then flashed to Frieza's front, launching a powerful punch towards his face. Frieza retaliated with a punch of his own. The two strikes collided, and a formidable shockwave emanated from their point of impact, sending the weaker soldiers of Frieza's army hurtling backward. Gano and his companions remained steadfast in their positions, their bodies unyielding. Regardless of the ferocity of the shockwaves produced by the battle, they stood resolute, arms crossed, observing the fierce confrontation between Frieza and Shrag in the distance. Beside Gano, Reno felt a profound yearning within his heart, a desire to grow stronger, to engage in a contest of skill with such formidable masters. Gano discerned the thoughts of Rainer and addressed him, saying, "Rainer, observe their battle closely. There is much to learn from it." "Indeed, my lord," Rainer replied. "I am diligently watching their clash. Their combat offers me invaluable insights." The intensity of the battle escalated, as Frieza and Shrag ascended from the ground to the skies, leaving traces of their conflict etched in the air. They darted between locations, with white sonic booms continuously manifesting in the heavens. The pace of their skirmish quickened further, and at Rainer's current level of power, he found it increasingly difficult to perceive the exchanges between Frieza and Shrag. "My lord," Reno exclaimed, "how fierce their battle is. The speed is also accelerating. My eyes can scarcely keep up with their rapid movements." Gano and the others turned their heads from side to side, their gazes fixed intently on the direction where Slug and Frieza were engaged in battle. Upon hearing Leno's words, Gano replied, "Don't worry. Once your strength improves, you'll be able to see their fight clearly too." At that moment, the two combatants suddenly distanced themselves. Without hesitation, Slug unleashed his ultimate technique, the super energy wave. Watching the massive energy sphere hurtling toward him, Frieza refused to back down and retaliated with his death revenge ball. The two energy waves collided, locking them in a fierce struggle of power. Both warriors continuously poured their energy into their respective attacks, each striving to overpower the other. Slug sneered, "Frieza, you're no match for me. Over the past year, I've trained relentlessly every single day, while you lounged on your throne, indulging in the luxuries of your imperial rule. Your strength has waned considerably. Witness the fruits of my training." With a roar, Slug intensified the energy output, forcing his attack forward. Frieza's eyes widened as the energy wave inched closer. "Impossible," he muttered. "How has he grown so strong? No, I refuse to believe this." Frieza desperately channeled more energy into his attack, but his reserves paled in comparison to Slug's. The overwhelming energy wave surged toward him at terrifying speed. No, I cannot lose. The explosion engulfed Frieza, sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Dust and smoke billowed into the air. Boom, 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 boom. The soldiers of the Frieza force watched in horror as their emperor was seemingly defeated. Some panicked, shouting, "Run! Lord Frieza has lost!" Bardock muttered. Did Frieza really just get taken out like that? Gano scoffed. If such an attack could easily kill Frieza, then he wouldn't deserve the title of Emperor of the Universe. Besides, his eyes narrowed. Frieza must die by my hand. If Slug kills him, the divine reward I seek will be wasted. He had no intention of letting that happen. At the critical moment, he would intervene, saving Frieza only to personally deliver the final blow. As the smoke cleared, Frieza's battered form emerged. His soldiers erupted in cheers, relieved to see him still standing. But Frieza was far from composed. His face twisted in fury, his voice trembling with disbelief. No, this can't be. How could Slug defeat me? When we fought in the Southern Galaxy, we were evenly matched. There's no way he could surpass me to this extent. Impossible, Frieza howled. You could never overpower me. Our strength was nearly identical. How did you push back my attack so easily? Slug smirked. Face reality, Frieza. Today marks your demise. He gathered another colossal energy sphere and hurled it mercilessly at Frieza. Desperate, Frieza raised his arms, bracing for impact, but before the attack could land, a figure materialized before him. Gano. With a single outstretched palm, he intercepted Slug's energy blast. The sphere trembled, then gradually shrank, until it vanished entirely into Gano's grasp. Gano resolved the energy sphere of Shrag, then turned to Frieza and declared, "Do not misunderstand me. I do not intend to save you. Rather, I am here to personally send you to hell." In Gano's palm, an enormous energy sphere coalesced, which he unleashed directly towards Frieza. This maneuver was executed in the blink of an eye, leaving Frieza no time to react, resulting in his utter obliteration by Gano's explosive assault. System, ding. The host has successfully completed the task. The rewards have been automatically dispatched. Gano has acquired the divine language. Gano mused to himself, excellent, from now on, I shall wield the Super Dragon Balls directly. In Chapter 76, news brought by Shrag revealed that upon witnessing Frieza reduced to mere ashes by Gano, one of Frieza's minions suddenly cried out, "Run for your lives. This fiend has slain King Frieza. We are surely his next targets." Dodoria, aboard the spaceship, was gripped by an uncontrollable tremor as he observed Gano obliterate Frieza. He repeatedly thought to himself, how can this be? King Frieza could not withstand even a single blow from this formidable being. He is truly terrifying. He hastily instructed the crew aboard the ship to prepare for an escape. But how could Gano allow such a predator to return to the wild? Should he choose to strike, it would be with the intent of total annihilation. As the saying goes, wildfires cannot be extinguished, they will rise anew with the spring breeze. If he were to permit their escape, these pesky gnats would continually disturb him, driving Gano to the brink of exasperation. At this moment, Gano remarked, "Shrag, due to certain special reasons, it is imperative that I personally eliminate Frieza." Shrag responded, "Since you, my lord, wish to personally vanquish Frieza, it is merely a matter of lifting a finger. Through this battle with Frieza, I have gained a clearer understanding of my current capabilities, for which I must express my gratitude to you, Lord Gano, for granting me this opportunity." Gano remarked, "Rest assured, there will be plenty of masters to contend with you in the future. Whether you will be their equal remains uncertain. I will undoubtedly strive to cultivate my abilities. This is not the end, merely the beginning for me." Upon hearing these words, Gano nodded. "I hope you will exert yourself diligently." "I certainly shall, Lord Gano." "Very well. There are still some minor adversaries that require your attention. Leia, why do you remain idle? There are still survivors aboard the spaceship. Go and eliminate them." Upon hearing Gano's command, Leia exclaimed, how could I forget the remaining individuals on the spaceship?" With a surge of energy emanating from her palm, Leia unleashed an energy blast towards the Frieza Force's spaceship. A thunderous explosion ensued, creating a gaping hole in the vessel. The members of the Frieza Force began to scatter in panic. "Not a single one shall escape," Leia declared, recalling Gano's words. At that moment, Bardock, upon sighting Frieza, felt an overwhelming urge to strike. Yet, Frieza was a formidable opponent for Shrag, and Bardock suppressed his inner turmoil. Now, the moment had finally arrived to take action. Both Frieza and his minions deserved their fate. Bardock plunged into the fray, unleashing a relentless barrage, obliterating numerous members of the Frieza Force with his energy blasts, leaving nothing but remnants behind. Broly, Leia, Gano, and Shrag watched Bardock's frenzied assault. Leia remarked. Who would have thought Bardock harbored such intense hatred for Frieza? Just look at him. His strikes are merciless, each one a lethal blow. Broly responded, is this the fervor that a Saiyan should possess? I too shall commence my own rampage. With a fierce roar, Broly unleashed a colossal shockwave directed at the Frieza force, decimating a third of their ranks in a single strike. This is truly brutal, Leia commented. Yet, she outdid them all by transforming into a Super Saiyan and launching her ultimate move. Behold, Starburst Obliteration. Explosions erupted continuously as the three of them swiftly eradicated the remaining members of the Frieza force. Now, only Dodoria remained alive. Gano and his companions turned their gaze towards him. Leia stated, I did not expect you to survive my Starburst Obliteration. It seems you possess some degree of strength. Dodoria replied, your shockwave is indeed formidable, but I evaded your attacks before you struck, so though I am injured, I still draw breath. Gano remarked, so you mean to say that your survival is merely a result of our leniency? At that moment, cold sweat trickled down Dodoria's forehead. For Gano was a being capable of effortlessly annihilating Frieza. You have misunderstood, my lord. That is not my intent. My existence is sustained by my utility to you, as well as your mercy. Oh, you are of use to us? I cannot recall any of Frieza's subordinates being of value. I, Gano, slay every one of Frieza's minions I encounter. Do you know why? Dodoria inquired, seeking enlightenment. Because we are Saiyans, Gano replied, as he and his companions, Leia, Broly, Bardock, and Raylo flicked their tails. Since Gino's arrival on planet Vegeta, he had instructed them to wrap their tails around their waists, a regimen intended to strengthen their Saiyan tails. The tail is a vulnerability for Saiyans. If grasped, it would render them powerless in an instant. To overcome this weakness, Gano mandated that all Saiyans bind their tails, thereby continuously training them. Observing their tails, Dodoria exclaimed, I see now. No wonder you harbor such hatred for Frieza. It is a vendetta against your race. Now that you comprehend the reason, you may depart in peace. When you meet Frieza in the afterlife, tell him it was the Saiyans who obliterated him. With that, Gano directed his palm toward Dodoria, unleashing a ki blast that reduced Dodoria to ashes. As he surveyed the eradicated enemies, Gano retrieved a seed of the spirit fruit and cast it toward planet Kaba. The seed descended, embedding itself in the soil, and began an insatiable consumption of energy. In a short while, the seed sprouted, revealing tender shoots. These shoots burgeoned, and soon a robust tree stood before Gano and his companions. Indeed, these planets cannot supply the energy required for the spirit fruit seed. But who cares? Brother Gano, this planet is destined for destruction. It might as well benefit us. Once the spirit fruit bears fruit, we can harvest it, and the life of this planet shall reach its conclusion. Exactly. Why overthink? We simply await the spirit tree to bear its fruits. After 49 days, the spirit tree was laden with spirit fruits. Gano urged Leia and the others to hastily gather the fruits. Leia, Broly, Bardock, and the others soared above the tree, collecting the fruits into their pockets. This time, Shrag also participated in the harvest. Initially reluctant, Leia and the others were persuaded by Gano, who explained, this time, Frieza's assault was foreseen thanks to Shrag's astuteness. You believed I was aware of Frieza's approach to planet Kaba? It was Shrag, through his spy close to Frieza, who relayed that information. That is how I knew Frieza was coming and brought you along. Therefore, upon completing the harvest, Shrag shall receive 2 spirit fruits as a reward. Hearing that he would be rewarded with 2 spirit fruits, Shrag expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Lord Gano. No need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. Chapter 77, Dragon Ball Radar. Gano remarked, this spiritual fruit has little utility for you now. As one's strength increases, the enhancement it provides to combat prowess becomes limited. However, the spiritual fruit can augment your mental fortitude. Lord Gano, I am well aware that for those of great strength, the enhancement provided by the spirit fruit is rather negligible in terms of combat capability. However, this spirit fruit possesses the ability to augment my mental fortitude. I have discovered that the greater my mental strength, the more seamless my cultivation becomes. Thus, my desire for the spirit fruit stems from its capacity to bolster my mental power, especially as my recent training demands an exceptionally vast amount of it. It appears that the spirit fruit also offers certain advantages to you, perhaps due to the nature of your race. Speaking of races, you mentioned that when you have the time, you would take me back to my homeland. Do I truly have a homeland? In my recollections, the concept of a homeland has never existed. All my memories are rooted in the planet Slag. Indeed, you have a homeland. It is called Namek, and its inhabitants share a striking resemblance. You are all Namekians. Namek, I shall remember this. If time permits, I will certainly visit my homeland. Soon. Once I have completed my current obligations, I shall take you to the planet Namek to meet your kin. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you once again, Lord Gano. Gano remarked, let us hasten our efforts and finish gathering the spiritual fruits. Once I obtain the seeds, I shall obliterate this planet. Leia and the others quickened their pace, their figures darting swiftly among the spiritual fruits. Within a mere quarter of an hour, every last fruit from the spiritual fruit trees had been harvested. Well done. You have completed your task. Now it is my turn, Gano declared, plunging his hand into the soil of the Kaaba planet, extracting a handful of spiritual fruit seeds. He then levitated gracefully into the air, as energy rapidly coalesced at his fingertips. With a deft motion, he propelled a colossal energy orb towards the Kaaba planet with tremendous force. The energy orb penetrated the planet's surface, and after a brief moment of silence, a thunderous explosion erupted, marking the end of the Kaaba planet's existence. As the remnants of the planet transformed into cosmic dust, Gano announced, let us return. Our task is complete. It is time to assess the bounty of spiritual fruits we have gathered. Brother Gano, we have gathered quite an abundance of spiritual fruits this time. My pocket is nearly overflowing. Broly and Bardock remarked. Our pockets are also nearing their limits. Shrag added, mine is only half full. Well, that should suffice. Let us return. Gano activated his instantaneous movement, promptly returning to planet Saiyan. Upon arrival, he ushered everyone into his royal castle, where they produced their universal capsules. Layla and the others cast their capsules to the ground, and with a resounding thud, golden spiritual fruits cascaded before their astonished eyes. Quickly, count them. Let's see how much spiritual energy we have this time. Layla and the others began to tally. 1, 2, 3, 3,500,000, 100. Phew. We've finally finished counting. Brother Gano, there are over 10,000 spiritual fruits this time. More than 10,000. Let us set aside 5,000 for us Saiyans to consume. I shall take 4,900, as I require a greater replenishment of spiritual energy. Layla, you shall take 300, Bardock, 300, Broly, 300, and the remaining 100 will be allocated to Shrag. I have decided to adjust Shrag's reward to 100, which is what he rightfully deserves this time. Hearing that he would receive 100 spiritual fruits, Shrag felt a rush of joy. He had not anticipated such generosity from Gano. Shrag, with these numerous spiritual fruits, I hope you will utilize them diligently in your training. Yes, Master Gano, I shall not disappoint you. Gano nodded in acknowledgement. Bardock, Broly, Layla, while these spiritual fruits may not significantly enhance your current combat prowess, they will fortify your spiritual energy. Exercise caution and do not indulge excessively. With stronger spiritual energy, your training will become more seamless. Remember this well. We shall remember. Brother Gano, now that the spiritual fruits have been distributed, return to your training. We must continuously strive to grow stronger, for our future adversaries will only become more formidable. Yes, Brother Gano, we will commence our training immediately. After Layla and the others departed, Gano once again employed his instantaneous movement, arriving at Dr. Brief's residence on Earth. At that moment, Dr. Brief was enjoying his lunch, and upon Gino's arrival, he greeted the doctor with a smile, saying, Dr. Brief, I apologize for interrupting your meal. Upon seeing Gano, Bulma rushed over to him. Gano lifted little Bulma and addressed her, inquiring whether she had been well-behaved and diligent in her studies. Bulma replied, expressing her belief that the current textbooks for elementary students were exceedingly simplistic, asserting that she had mastered all of them and thus saw no need to attend school, as self-study at home sufficed. Brisfa remarked that indeed, Bulma no longer required formal education, as the elementary material was far too easy for her. Ah, it appears that little Bulma is quite remarkable, indeed a budding scientist, he mused. Now, little scientist, I have matters to discuss with your father. Would you kindly entertain yourself for a while? All right, Brother Gano, little Bulma responded, promptly darting from Gino's embrace to play in the yard. Gano inquired, Dr. Brisf, where is your storage room? Dr. Brisf gestured towards a particular direction. Gano proceeded to that location, rummaging through boxes and clutter. After a while, he discovered a glass orb adorned with 2 shimmering stars. Gano inquired, Dr. Brisf, do you think you can invent an instrument to locate this sphere? Dr. Brisf pondered for a moment, examining it closely, and replied, indeed, the tiny stars upon this glass sphere appear to possess unique vibrations. I can create an apparatus based on this observation. Excellent. Then I shall entrust this task to you, Dr. Brisf. There is no need for such formality. This is but a trivial matter. After several hours, Dr. Brisk produced a device that displayed 7 luminous points, stating, "It seems this glass sphere harbors 7 stars, positioned above the Earth." Gano remarked, "This is the Dragon Ball. By gathering all 7, one can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant any wish you desire." Is it truly that miraculous? Indeed, Dr. Brisford. If you lend me the device, I shall embark on a quest to locate the remaining 6. Very well, take it. You must hasten to collect the Dragon Balls so that we may witness the magnificence of the eternal dragon. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Gano instantaneously transported himself to planet Saiyan, presenting the Dragon Ball radar to Dr. Laika for his perusal. He remarked, "Laika, I require an instrument capable of detecting energy spheres throughout the cosmos. Please commence the invention of the Dragon Ball radar at once." Gano has returned to Earth, embarking on a quest to seek the Dragon Balls. Chapter 78, Goku's Initial Trial of Skills. After Laika replicated the Dragon Ball radar invented by Dr. Brief, Gano immediately returned to Earth with the radar in hand, intent on gathering the Dragon Balls scattered across the planet. As for the creation of the Super Dragon Ball radar, Gano entrusted that task to Laika, confident in Laika's ability to develop the advanced radar, for the scientific prowess of the Zephyrians is renowned throughout the cosmos. Gano, holding the Dragon Ball radar, embarked on his quest across the Earth to locate the Dragon Balls. Given Gano's formidable prowess, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls would prove to be a trivial endeavor. Among the ones he was aware of, 2 resided at the Kame house, one being Goku's 4-star ball, and the other the 3-star ball belonging to Master Roshi. Utilizing instant transmission, Gano arrived at Master Roshi's abode, where the esteemed master had already taken Goku under his wing. Master Roshi reclined comfortably beneath a sunshade, crossing his legs in leisure, while in the distance 2 young boys energetically sparred. One was Goku, and the other, the bald-headed Krillin. Gano remarked, "Master Wu-Tian truly possesses exquisite taste, indulging in delicate tea and delectable pastries." Reclining beneath the sunshade, one cannot help but feel utterly blissful. Upon hearing Gano's voice, Master Roshi promptly rose from his reclining chair and addressed him. "Gano, what brings you to my humble abode? Is the universe not to your liking? Why have you returned to Earth?" "I have come to Earth in search of the Dragon Ball, the very orb that adorns your neck," Gano replied. Master Roshi glanced down at the glass sphere hanging from his neck and mused, "So this is what they call a Dragon Ball? I had assumed it was merely a decorative piece, hence my decision to wear it. There are a total of 7 Dragon Balls. At present, I possess 1. You have 1, and Goku holds another, which accounts for 3. We still require 4 more. Let me ponder their whereabouts." Gano retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and gazed at the locations of the other 4 Dragon Balls. "It appears that this glass orb holds some utility for you. So take it." Master Roshi removed the Dragon Ball and tossed it to Gano. Gano remarked, "Does Master Wu-Tian not inquire about me? He simply granted me this without question. What if I were to commit wrongdoing? If you, Gano, wish to do something, there is no one on this Earth who can obstruct you. Yet, you only visit Earth when there is a purpose. Otherwise, why would you constantly come here? In truth, the Earth holds a unique significance for me, which is why I shall not act against it, nor will I permit others to harbor ill intentions towards it." Gano murmured softly, lowering his gaze. The turtle sage interjected, "What? Gano, what are you saying? I did not catch that." Gano regained his composure and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's nothing. Allow me to extend my gratitude to Master Wu-Tian." "No need for formality," replied Wu-Tian. "I shall summon Yukong to hand over his Dragon Balls to you." "There is no need for that, Master Wu-Tian. I shall personally make my way there." Gano approached Goku, and as he did, Krillin, who was practicing martial arts, noticed and exclaimed to Goku, "Goku, look, someone is coming our way." Goku turned around, spotted Gano, and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Oh, hello Gano. What brings you here?" Gano remarked, "I have come seeking Master Wu-Tian, but I also have matters to discuss with you. What can I assist you with?" "Let us set aside the matters for now, Yukong. How about we engage in a spar?" "Certainly. Our previous battle was unsatisfactory, and this time my strength has indeed grown. So be cautious." Yukong replied, "Then let me witness the extent of your enhanced power. Come forth," Gano declared, striking a combat stance. Seeing this, Yukong responded, "Very well. I shall also prepare myself. Observe closely." Yukong charged directly at Gano. As he approached, he launched a powerful punch toward him. Sensing the impending attack, Gano subtly shifted his head to the side, evading Yukong's blow. With a swift motion, Gano's finger pressed against Yukong's abdomen, and with a flick, Yukong was sent flying. Yukong's figure soared backward, plunging into the sea with a resounding splash. Moments later, he emerged from the water, determined to assail Gano once more. This time, Wukong unleashed a flurry of strikes, an unrelenting barrage upon Gano. Gano's footsteps shifted subtly, evading all of Wukong's assaults. As he moved, he addressed Wukong, saying, "When you strike, it should be as swift as lightning, and your movements must possess the freedom of the wind. The reasons I can evade all your attacks are twofold. My strength surpasses yours, and you leak too much energy during your strikes. An attack must be lethal in one blow, like this." Gano's finger pointed deftly towards Wukong's armpit, causing him to plummet from the air. "Wow, ouch, that hurts." "Gano, you remain as formidable as ever," Wukong remarked. Gano inquired, "Do you remember what I just told you, Wukong?" Wukong nodded affirmatively, responding, "Yes, I remember. However, I have yet to demonstrate my final technique. Are you brave enough to face it?" "Very well," Gano replied. "Let me witness the true power of your ultimate move. Show me." "All right, behold my final technique," Wukong declared. He brought his hands together, forming a blossom-like shape, resting them at his waist as he began to gather energy within his palms. Observing Wukong's stance, Master Roshi was taken aback. It hadn't been long since Wukong had joined his tutelage, and now he seemed to have swiftly grasped the Kamehameha wave. "Indeed," Wukong shouted, "receive my Kamehameha wave." A surge of white and blue energy surged towards Gano. While the intensity of this energy wave was not exceedingly formidable, to the small, bald-headed Krillin, it appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Krillin exclaimed, "Master Roshi's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha wave. I can't believe Wukong has learned it so quickly." As Wukong's energy wave approached, Gano extended a finger. The Kamehameha wave halted mere inches from him, thwarted by Gano's fingertip, unable to advance even a fraction further. Witnessing his Kamehameha wave being blocked, Wukong intensified his energy output. With a fierce shout, Wukong unleashed his energy, revealing that he had indeed mastered the art of ki manipulation. As he exerted his energy, the Kamehameha wave's luminous beam thickened. Yet it remained unmoving. After approximately a minute, Wukong's ki was nearly depleted, and the Kamehameha wave dissipated. Breathing heavily, Wukong lowered his hands and addressed Gano. "You are indeed formidable, but I shall catch up to you." "Very well," Gano replied. "I eagerly await that day." In Gano's hand appeared a miraculous bean, and he addressed Wukong, saying, "Consume this celestial bean, and you shall regain your strength." Wukong seized the bean and promptly placed it into his mouth, the sound of crunching resonating as he swallowed it. In an instant, he was revitalized, brimming with vitality. "This is truly extraordinary. I feel invigorated once more," he exclaimed. "Now, Wukong, hand over your 4-star Dragon Ball. I must continue my quest for the Dragon Balls." Wukong pointed to the 4-star ball on his person, affirming, "Yes, that very orb. It is of great utility to me." "Then take it," Wukong replied, tossing the 4-star ball to Gano. "Farewell, Wukong, and farewell, Master Mutant." In a flash, Gano vanished without a trace. Chapter 79, Arise, Shenlong. The sudden disappearance of Gano left Krillin utterly stunned, as he trembled and uttered, He has vanished. Just like that, before our very eyes." However, Goku appeared unfazed, remarking, "Indeed, Gano's power is exceedingly formidable. There are techniques we have yet to witness, which is hardly surprising. What excites me is the prospect of becoming as powerful as Gano in the future." At that moment, Master Roshi approached Goku and Krillin, addressing them. "Do you see? There are always those who surpass us. You both have a long way to go. You must seize the time to train diligently." "Yes, Master Roshi." Goku and Krillin replied in unison. "Well, it is now noon. If anyone fails to throw a punch more than 10,000 times after my lunch, there will be no dinner for them tonight." Upon hearing the threat of losing their meal, Goku and Krillin fervently began to throw their punches. Again and again, they struck, embedding muscle memory with each motion. As he punched, Krillin remarked, "Goku, I never expected you to master Master Roshi's Kamehameha wave. I truly underestimated you. But I will catch up, Goku. I must become even stronger than you." "All right, Krillin, let us grow stronger together." Gano gazed at the display on the Dragon Ball radar, noting that the final Dragon Ball was situated above the icy mountain range. Arriving at this location, he scrutinized the radar in his hand, confirming that the last Dragon Ball was indeed here. Gino's form hovered before the icy mountain range, where he arrived at the entrance of a cave nestled within. The Dragon Ball radar indicated that the sought-after treasure lay within its depths. As he ventured a few meters into the cave, sounds echoed from within. Reacting swiftly, he retreated, suspending himself in midair. To his astonishment, a large swarm of bats surged forth from the cavern, with a brilliant flash emanating from his hands. Gano reduced the bats to mere ashes. Surely, the cave was now devoid of the winged creatures. He re-entered the cave, concentrating energy in his palms, illuminating the darkness with his radiant glow. Progressing deeper into the cavern, he finally beheld the last Dragon Ball. Gano grasped the Dragon Balls and emerged from the cavern, at long last gathering all 7 orbs together. Gano's figure flickered and directly appeared in Dr. Briss's residence. At that moment, Dr. Briss was enjoying his afternoon tea. Startled by Gano's sudden arrival, he quickly rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Gano, it seems you have successfully gathered all the wish orbs." "Indeed. All 7 wish orbs are right here," replied Gano, revealing 7 identical glass spheres in his hand. Dr. Briss inquired, "Can these 7 orbs summon the eternal dragon?" "Yes, Dr. Briss," Gano affirmed. "Do you have any wishes?" "I can summon the eternal dragon to grant them." No. The wish orbs are yours to collect. And you must have a specific purpose for gathering them." "Me? In truth, I have no particular desires. I merely wish to test your invention, and indeed, you are a distinguished scientist of our planet. Your Dragon Ball radar is remarkably effective. These wish orbs can also be referred to as Dragon Balls. Your invention enabled me to swiftly locate all 7 Dragon Balls. How splendid it is that Bulma can assist you, since you harbor no wishes of your own. Let us see if my family has any desires to fulfill." "Very well, summon them." Before long, Bulma, Ties, and Mrs. Briss stood before Gano. Bulma eagerly exclaimed, "Brother Gano, I heard from my father that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Is that true?" "Indeed, Bulma. What wish do you wish to fulfill?" "Me? It seems I have nothing in particular to wish for. How about you, sister?" Bulma turned to Ties. "I too have no wishes to realize. I aspire to be a science fiction writer, but I wish to achieve that through my own efforts, rather than seeking unearned rewards," Ties replied. Gano turned to Mrs. Brisford and declared, "I am aware of the wish you desire." However, Mrs. Brisford had yet to utter a word. Without hesitation, Gano placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground. He then commanded, "Arise, Shinran." The Dragon Balls responded, and suddenly the sky erupted. Day transformed into night as a brilliant light surged from the orbs towards the heavens. Gradually, Shinran manifested before all present. Gano gazed intently at the dragon before him, pondering, "Is this not the very dragon from Chinese mythology?" The dragon spoke, saying, "Articulate your desire. Any wish you hold can be fulfilled." Gano exclaimed, "Please grant Mrs. Briss's eternal youth." The dragon replied, "This is a simple task." With a flick of his gaze, he declared, "Your wish has been fulfilled." Subsequently, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered effortlessly in all directions. Gano, with remarkable agility, swiftly gathered the 7 Dragon Balls once more. At this moment, the Dragon Balls had transformed into 7 stones, and to utilize them again, one must wait a year. Nevertheless, a year is a trivial wait for Gano, who wishes to return Goku's Dragon Balls, the sole legacy bestowed upon him by his grandfather, Son Gohan. It would be inappropriate to return merely a stone to Goku. Now that the wish has been granted, Mrs. Briefs, how do you feel? I sense an invigorating force within me, as if every cell in my body has awakened. In any case, thank you, Gano. Oh, Mrs. Briefs, you are too kind. Now that everything has been settled, I must return to my own planet, where numerous matters await my attention. Very well. Since you have pressing engagements, you should hasten back. Hearing that Gano was about to depart, Bulma hurriedly approached him and exclaimed, "Gano, you're leaving already? I wish to spend more time with you." A look of reluctance graced Bulma's face. Gano replied, "Bulma, dear, I have responsibilities on my planet, but I promise to play with you when I return next time." Dr. Briefs interjected, "Bulma, Gano has his own affairs to attend to. He doesn't have time to play. Stop your nonsense and return to your room to do your homework." Gano hastily remarked, "It's of no consequence. Children are playful by nature. If they do not indulge in play during their youth, they will find little time for it in adulthood. Wouldn't you agree, Bulma?" "Brother Gano is indeed correct." "Very well, Brother Gano will accompany you next time for some fun." "All right, farewell. I shall return now." Bulma waved her hand and said, "Goodbye. Brother Gano, remember to come and play with me next time, okay?" "Of course, I shall remember. Farewell, Bulma." "Goodbye, Brother Gano." Gano activated instantaneous movement, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot, returning to the planet of the Saiyans. Chapter 80, Arranging Matters. Gano returned to planet Saya, making his way directly to Dr. Lyca's laboratory. Gano entered Dr. Lyca's laboratory and beheld Dr. Lyca holding a Dragon Ball radar that was twice the size of the one invented by Dr. Brisford. It appeared that Dr. Laika had successfully developed the Super Dragon Ball radar. Dr. Laika, it seems you have triumphed. You have created the Super Dragon Ball radar, Gano remarked. Upon hearing Gino's voice, Laika turned and offered a slight bow, saying, Your Majesty, you have arrived. I have crafted the Super Dragon Ball radar for you. Please take a look. Gano took the Super Dragon Ball radar from Laika's hands and pressed a button on it. Laika explained, Your Majesty. The current Super Dragon Ball radar emits a more concentrated frequency. The radar waves can detect across the expanse of the universe whenever a Dragon Ball appears. The radar will capture the frequency and display its location on the screen. Excellent, Laika. You truly are the foremost scientist of our Saiyan planet. I have little to reward you with, but I shall grant you the spirit fruit. Previously, after consuming a spirit fruit, Dr. Laika had experienced an epiphany regarding questions that had long puzzled him, evidently due to the fruit's effects. Thus, he held a deep admiration for the spirit fruit. Upon receiving a spirit fruit from Gano, Laika hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for this reward. This is but a modest token. Once our Saiyan planet flourishes, I shall entrust you with the advanced technologies we acquire throughout the universe. I intend for our Saiyan civilization to achieve the pinnacle of technological and martial prowess. I shall endeavor to create a high-tech planet for you, Your Majesty. Very well, the future of our planet's science and technology rests in your capable hands. Thank you, Your Majesty. My talents lie solely in scientific endeavors. Martial arts are not my forte. That is true. Now, I shall utilize the Super Dragon Ball radar to search for the Dragon Balls. I will arrange certain matters. Laika, please inform everyone to gather at the training ground. Understood. Your Majesty. I will notify them immediately. Laika activated the wireless broadcasting amplifier and announced into it, Attention everyone, the king has important matters to communicate. Please proceed to the training ground. Gano, astonished by this action, remarked, Laika, when did you invent such a device? Your Majesty. I believe this wireless amplifier is of great necessity. If there are matters to convey, you can use this device to address everyone. And even Lord Boom can communicate through it. It certainly adds convenience, does it not? Indeed, it simplifies matters greatly. Let us proceed to the training ground. Gano soared towards the training ground with Laika in tow. At this moment, the arena was bustling with activity, teeming with his fur people and Saiyans alike. Leia inquired, Gano. Dear brother, is there a particular reason you have brought us all together? Gano stated, I must now step out to attend to certain matters. During my absence, the affairs of planet Saiyan will be entrusted to Boom. Furthermore, it is imperative that everyone continues their training without negligence. Father, if the Galactic King's emissaries contact us regarding a mission, please consider the situation judiciously. Should our capabilities allow us to undertake such a task, we shall accept it and dispatch someone to execute it. However, if the difficulty of the mission is considerable, do not hesitate to decline. We must not engage in reckless bravado that could jeopardize the martial strength of planet Saiyan. Boom replied, Rest assured, my king. I am well aware of these matters and will not allow our warriors to take unnecessary risks. For tasks of significant difficulty, we shall devise a plan upon your return. Very well, Gano continued. Let us defer any major issues until I return. Leia, Bardock, Broly, and Shrag, you must intensify your training. Bardock and Broly are on the verge of transforming into Super Saiyans with just a little more effort. Leia, you must strive harder. You have yet to achieve the second level of Super Saiyan transformation and are currently in a state akin to it. So, you must exert yourself further. Shrag, you too must continue to cultivate diligently. Shrag responded, Yes, my king, I will certainly endeavor to improve my training. Excellent. I hope that when I return, each of your combat powers will have undergone a breakthrough. The matters I am attending to are rather unique, thus I cannot bring you along, however. I shall return swiftly upon their completion. Upon my return, I will assess each of your combat powers, and should any of you show no progress, I will subject you to intensive training. Upon hearing this, all the Saiyans instinctively recoiled, for Gano's special training was notorious for its rigor, though its efficacy was undeniable. Now that everything is arranged, you may disperse. Some hurried back to their training chambers, for they dared not slack off. If the king returned and found their combat power stagnant, it would spell doom for them. Remaining were Leia and the others, including Boom, Tasha, Jine, and Laika. Once I depart, I hope you will all take great care of the affairs of planet Saiyan. Laika will oversee our scientific and technological advancements. So it is crucial that everyone heeds her counsel. Laika, Gano proposed, do you think we can adapt the laser pistols from Earth for the protection of our planet? Perhaps we could invent a large-scale laser deployment system that would automatically fire upon the approach of any intruders. This idea from the king is worth exploring. I will thoroughly investigate this automated firing mechanism. It truly is a promising concept. Very well, I have no further instructions to impart. Let us unite our efforts to ensure the growth and prosperity of planet Saiyan. In unison, everyone affirmed, yes, let us all strive together. Now, return to your training. I too shall rest today before setting off. Farewell. Bardock and Jine departed first, followed by Laika, while Broly retreated to his own training. Boom and Tasha lingered, as did Leia. Father, Mother, Leia, you may leave. I too need to rest. Boom remarked, Gano, is there a risk involved in the matters you are attending to? Otherwise, why not bring Leia and the others along? Gano remarked, there is no danger. This time, we are not embarking on a journey, but rather seeking the Super Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? What are those? One might inquire. Dragon Balls are magical orbs capable of granting any wish. The one I am in search of is the Super Dragon Ball, which is as large as our Saiyan planet. Such a colossal wish-granting sphere will require a tremendous amount of effort to manipulate, and bringing along others complicates matters further. Moreover, should I encounter formidable opponents, I would find myself at a severe disadvantage. If I were alone, I could easily make my escape. Those skilled adversaries would find it impossible to harm me. Upon hearing Gino's words, Boom responded, you are correct. Gano, it indeed seems more suitable for you to undertake this mission solo. Yes, Dad, you can rest assured. Chapter 81. The Quest for the Super Dragon Ball. Having meticulously arranged all matters, Gano permitted the others to retire for rest, as he too needed to rejuvenate himself. The quest for the Super Dragon Balls promised to be a lengthy endeavor, making it imperative to conserve ample energy. As the day waned and the sky outside darkened, Gano felt it was time to embark on his journey. He grasped the Super Dragon Ball and the multifunctional capsule, which contained his spiritual fruits and senza beans. He placed these two vital items into the capsule, for forgetting them would render his quest for the Super Dragon Balls exceedingly arduous. The senza beans not only healed wounds but also quelled hunger. A single bean could satiate his appetite. Furthermore, should he find himself weary, a spiritual fruit would invigorate him instantly. Thus, these items held immense significance for Gano. With all necessities in hand, he resolved to depart. Gano dashed forth from the Saiyan planet. This expedition to seek the Super Dragon Balls was to be conducted discreetly. He could not boldly traverse the cosmos in a spaceship. Moreover, each Super Dragon Ball was as vast as a planet, rendering it impossible for a spacecraft to accommodate one. He planned to consult the system later to ascertain if he could transport the Super Dragon Balls. Gano arrived on a desolate planet amidst the cosmos, wielding the Super Dragon Ball radar to scour the area for any traces of the elusive Super Dragon Balls. The radar emitted a series of beeping sounds, and suddenly, Gano noticed a signal indicating the presence of a Super Dragon Ball located 100,000 kilometers away. Aha, at last, I have found one. It truly was not an easy task. Gano's form flickered as he approached the Super Dragon Ball, which resembled a lifeless planet. Without the faint microwave signals from the Super Dragon Ball radar, one might easily mistake it for a desolate celestial body. Gano unleashed an energy blast towards the Super Dragon Ball, and with a resounding thud, the blast shattered the layer of dust and rock enveloping it, revealing the true essence of the Dragon Ball beneath. Gano gazed in awe at the Super Dragon Ball, which was as large as a planet. Indeed, this Dragon Ball was extraordinary, adorned with 2 stars, indicating it was a 2-star Super Dragon Ball. However, how could he transport such a colossal object? He could only rely on the system to resolve this issue. System, awaken quickly. I have encountered a dilemma. Ah, what is it? I was still in slumber. Speak quickly and do not disturb my rest. System, I have discovered the Super Dragon Ball, but it is far too massive for me to carry. How can I take it with me? Is that all? You trouble me with such trivial matters. Haven't you already acquired the skill of time-space traversal? Moreover, you have previously harnessed spatial power. You should utilize it to carry the Super Dragon Ball. You mean I can use spatial power to transport the Super Dragon Ball? But employing it requires immense mental strength, and my current mental capacity is insufficient. This method is unfeasible. Not possible? Then there is no alternative. You can only take the Dragon Ball by wielding spatial power. Without it, you will return empty-handed. No, I refuse to leave empty-handed. Isn't mastering spatial power the goal? My mental strength can certainly continue to grow. I have the mental fruits, so what do I have to fear? I will cultivate my mental power right here. Employing spatial forces, the Super Dragon Ball serves as an excellent subject for validation. I must secure this Super Dragon Ball. With determination, Gano commenced his mental training, enhancing his mental strength while familiarizing himself with the application of spatial power. Time passed swiftly during his training. A month flew by, and during this period, Gano's mental prowess experienced significant growth. "Today, I shall surely take the Super Dragon Ball," Gano declared, directing his palm toward the Dragon Ball. The surrounding spatial energy surged towards it as he gradually intensified his mental output. At long last, the Super Dragon Ball stirred, and Gano skillfully guided it towards himself. After a month of diligent training, he was finally able to carry away the Super Dragon Ball. Gano drifted through the cosmos, accompanied by the Super Dragon Balls. During this journey, through the utilization of spatial power, his mental fortitude became increasingly robust, and his mastery over spatial energy grew ever more proficient. Subsequently, he discovered the second, third, and fourth Super Dragon Balls. Now, 4 of these magnificent orbs floated behind him. Turning to gaze at the 4 Super Dragon Balls before him, he mused on the arduousness of his quest. After 4 months of relentless searching, he had finally located these 4 orbs, with only 3 remaining. He was acutely aware that they resided in the 6th universe. However, as a denizen of the 7th universe, venturing into the 6th universe posed significant peril. Encountering the god of destruction there could lead to his untimely demise. Yet, Gano was resolute in his determination not to surrender. With only 3 Super Dragon Balls left, he pondered, should he simply abandon the pursuit? Absolutely not. Having already secured 4, he was determined to find the remaining 3. One cannot capture a tiger without entering its den. To fulfill his aspirations, he was prepared to take the risk. After all, it was merely a journey to the 6th universe. Thus, he set forth. Prior to this, Gano had requested maps of 12 universes from the system. Now, endowed with the divine skill of instant teleportation, he can traverse to any universe in the blink of an eye. Should he encounter the god of destruction, Kampa, in the 6th universe, he would simply make a hasty retreat, confident that his divine ability would allow him to evade capture, as Kampa would undoubtedly be unable to keep pace with him. Gano arrived at the juncture of the 6th and 7th universes. Upon stepping into this realm, he found himself in the 6th universe, hoping that fortune would not favor him too much by encountering that fellow, Zampa. Gano stepped forth, entering the 6th universe, his sole desire being to swiftly locate the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls. Activating his Dragon Ball radar, he searched the entirety of the 6th universe. It wasn't long before the radar responded, guiding him swiftly to the location of a Super Dragon Ball. Employing his methodical approach, he effortlessly shattered the rocky surface encasing the Dragon Ball and, utilizing his spatial power, claimed it for himself. With 2 still remaining, he noted the readings on his radar and approached the site of the 6th Super Dragon Ball. Employing his dust-clearing ability, he meticulously removed the layers of dust from the Dragon Ball's surface before promptly securing it and vanishing from the scene. Only 1 remained. Chapter 82. The God-slaying Tower. Gano contemplated that only 1 last Super Dragon Ball remained to complete his quest for the Dragon Balls, hoping that this final one would not bring any unforeseen complications. Yet, the peculiarities of this world often lead to the very events one wishes to avoid manifesting right before one's eyes, leaving one utterly helpless. The last Super Dragon Ball had already appeared on the Dragon Radar, guiding Gano toward his destination. Little did he know that from the moment he entered the 6th universe, the Angel Vados had been monitoring his every move through her divine staff. At that moment, on the planet of the 6th universe's god of destruction, a cat resembling the god of destruction from the 7th universe was bellowing. No, it was the god of destruction himself. Vados, I have completed today's destruction tasks. You must reward me with an additional Goo bird egg tonight. Vados did not even glance at the plump cat nearby, named Kampa, who was the god of destruction of the 6th universe. Vados replied, Lord Kampa, you must lose some weight. Your figure has become quite distorted, yet you continue to indulge. You may only have 1 Goo bird egg per meal, no more than that. Kampa retorted, I care not. I have exceeded my destruction quota for the day. You ought to reward me. I have expended too much energy today and require replenishment. Under Kampa's insistence, Vados reluctantly agreed to grant him an extra Goo bird egg. Upon hearing Vados' consent, Kampa joyously leaped up, exclaiming, Hooray! Vados truly treats me the best. He declared, Now, I shall take a bath, and afterward, I will enjoy my dinner. Vados, meanwhile, gazed at her staff, pondering, should I inform Lord Kampa about this matter? Perhaps it is best not to. If he were to discover that our 6th universe has been intruded upon by the 7th universe, he would surely erupt in fury, and this fool would be doomed. However, She mused, taking something from my sixth universe is not as simple as it may seem. With a flick of her staff, she pointed toward the void. Gano had just finished clearing the dust and debris from the last Dragon Ball, and as he was about to harness the power of time and space to take it away, little did he know that his actions had already been observed with utmost clarity by another. Gano felt as though his body had been immobilized. And then a tower descended upon him with great force. How could he possibly navigate this predicament? The tower enveloped both Gano and his 7 Super Dragon Balls within its confines. At that moment, as Gano opened his eyes, he found himself at the very bottom of the tower, while his Dragon Balls were situated at the tower's midsection. What could this signify? Was it a challenge for me to overcome? A voice resonated within the tower, proclaiming, "Little one, if you wish to stealthily seize the treasures of my 6th universe, I fear it will not be so simple." Gano inquired, "Who are you, and why have you confined me within this tower?" Furthermore, the Dragon Balls are inherently unclaimed artifacts. It is merely that 3 reside in your 6th universe. Thus, I had no choice but to venture into the 6th universe in search of the remaining 3. If I understand your implication correctly, should all 7 Dragon Balls be located in your 7th universe, you would simply gather them together. However, with 3 in my 6th universe, you intrude upon my domain without so much as a greeting and attempt to seize these 3 Dragon Balls. Such a scenario is hardly fair. What then would it take for me to claim all 7 Dragon Balls? It is quite simple, the other replied. Navigate through the Godslayer Tower. Do you see the location of the Dragon Balls? If you can reach the spot where they are kept, then you may take all 7. Very well. Your word is your bond, Gano stated. Indeed, provided you can reach the central chamber of the Godslayer Tower, then you may carry away the 7 Dragon Balls. Should you fail to achieve this, however, you shall forfeit your life. The Godslayer Tower, as its name suggests, poses a perilous challenge even for deities, hence its ominous title. You claim this tower can slay gods. We shall see against whom it is effective. It may indeed slay gods, but whether it spares my life remains uncertain. Let us proceed. Is not this merely a test of prowess? I have long yearned for a chance to refine my combat skills, and this opportunity shall serve well for that purpose. Very well, let the challenge commence. Before Gano stood a fearsome creature, resembling a wild boar yet distinctly not one. This beast charged directly towards Gano. Well, let us see just how formidable this so-called Tower of God truly is. Gano boldly confronted the monstrous creature head-on. He discovered that with each surge in his strength, his physical resilience intensified remarkably. Their bodies collided with a resounding thud, sending the creature hurtling backward. Seizing this fleeting moment, Gano swiftly ascended and delivered a powerful blow to the creature's abdomen, causing it to spew forth blood. Observing this from the staff, Bados remarked, "I did not anticipate that this little fellow possessed such formidable physical strength. It appears I underestimated him." The battle between Gano and the monster commenced, and with just a few punches and kicks, Gano rendered the creature incapable of resistance. Subsequently, he executed a powerful wave attack that decisively vanquished the beast. Congratulations on successfully overcoming the first trial of the God-slaying tower. You are now entering the 2nd level. Gano arrived at the 2nd level of the God-slaying tower. The trial commenced. Having just faced a single monster, he now confronted 3. It appeared that progression through this tower relied on vanquishing opponents. 3 monsters, no less. Gano boldly positioned himself amidst them, engaging in a fierce exchange that left him unscathed. The challenge had escalated, yet Gano was not one to be easily defeated. With a resounding thud and a sharp crack, 2 of the beasts were sent sprawling aside by Gano's might, leaving him to focus solely on the remaining creature. With a swift kick, he struck the monster squarely in the face, sending its body hurtling away. In a flash, Gano appeared behind it, delivering a crushing elbow to its back, causing the monster to spew blood violently. "Now, I shall ensure your eternal demise," Gano declared, his hands rapidly coalescing 2 enormous energy orbs, which he hurled at the creature. The combined force of the energy waves obliterated the monster completely. Having dispatched this one, "The 2 of you shall meet the same fate," Gano proclaimed. The remaining monsters retorted, "Do you truly believe you can defeat us so easily? Such thoughts are but the musings of a fool. Only through battle can one discern the truth of foolishness," Gano replied, launching a ki blast towards the 2 remaining foes. As dust and debris rose, he seized the opportunity to dart into the obscuring cloud. Within the haze, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the 2 monsters. Soon, they bore the marks of their punishment, their faces battered and bruised. Gano remarked, "This is the consequence of underestimating me." Chapter 83. The 5-year trial of the God-slaying tower. At this moment, The two monstrous beings had begun to exhibit disfigured appearances, their faces bruised and battered. Resembling neither man nor beast, truly a grotesque amalgamation. "Hey, you two rascals, are you coming again?" Gano called out. One of the creatures retorted, "Do not get too smug. We merely failed to notice when you landed a blow." "Oh, is that so? If you are dissatisfied, let us continue this battle. I must inform you that I have a profound fondness for combat, though your strength barely piques my interest," Gano asserted confidently. "You dare to belittle us? Third brother, let us merge and teach this insolent whelp a lesson," one of the creatures declared. The one referred to as third brother replied, "Elder brother." The second was vanquished by this brat. "Though our combined might is formidable, it is not without its time constraints." The elder brother responded, "We cannot concern ourselves with such details now. The sight of this arrogant youth fills me with indignation." Gano remarked, "So you can merge as well? Then let us proceed swiftly. It matters not. I do not disdain your feeble combined strength. It should suffice for me to hone my skills. Ah, you infuriate me. Quickly merge, or else I shall eliminate you and subsequently consume you without hesitation." Upon hearing this, the third comrade hurriedly approached the leader and declared earnestly, "Brother, I assure you I shall cooperate wholeheartedly to achieve our merger. Truth be told, I have grown increasingly displeased with this insolent fellow. Once we unite, we shall teach him a lesson, making him aware that provoking our wrath comes with dire consequences." In truth, the third comrade was merely fearful for his life. Should his leader decide to eliminate him, he would meet his end eternally. Yet, he believed that once they merged, their time together would be limited, and they would inevitably separate, sparing him from death. However, the third comrade's optimism was misplaced. From the very moment they manifested, their fate was sealed. They were destined to become mere remnants beneath Gano's advancing stride. Gano was determined to ascend layer by layer, for without doing so, he would never attain his coveted Super Dragon Balls. Gano shouted at the two creatures, "Have you two merged, or not? If not, come over here and meet your demise quickly. Otherwise, fuse together and then face my wrath. Regardless, death is inevitable, whether it comes swiftly or lingers painfully. It is far better for me to end your existence myself. Rest assured, it will be swift." As Gano concluded his taunt, the two monsters immediately fused into a single entity. The resulting form appeared remarkably normal, adorned with a pair of horns, a set of grand wings, and exposed teeth. Bearing fierce eyes and claw-like hands, an embodiment of a dragon lizard. The dragon lizard then erupted with energy, its combat prowess soaring to an entirely different level than before. "Boy," it boasted, "this is our power after merging. Are you frightened? If so, kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps I might spare your life." Upon hearing this, Gano nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well, I shall grant you a complete corpse." With that declaration, Gano swiftly appeared behind the dragon lizard, executing a sweeping kick that struck its waist, launching the creature into the air. A cry of pain escaped the dragon lizard's lips as Gano seized the opportunity to position himself above it, raising his right leg high before delivering a downward strike. With a resounding crash, the dragon lizard plummeted onto the steps of the god-slaying tower, creating a crater upon impact. Gano then unleashed a flurry of energy blasts into the pit. The explosions reverberated within, accompanied by the anguished cries of the dragon lizard, echoing incessantly. As the smoke cleared and the dust settled, the dragon lizard lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while Gano hovered before it, proclaiming, "Now, plead for your life, and I may spare your form." "Never. You expect me to beg? Dream on." Yet, another voice within the merged creature protested, "I beg you, spare me. I do not wish to die. I can serve you faithfully." "Silence. How disgraceful to plead for mercy from your adversary," retorted the first voice. "What matters is survival. As long as one breathes, there is hope. If one perishes, all is lost." Thus, the two conflicting thoughts within the same body engaged in a heated debate, overwhelming Gano's mind with their discord. Gano bellowed, "Enough. There is no need for any of you to argue. Your fate is sealed." With that, he directed his palm toward the dragon lizard, an orb of energy materializing within it. "I shall end this now," he declared, and with a surge of power, the dragon lizard was reduced to ashes within the luminous sphere. "You have passed this trial. Now you may ascend to the previous level." A flash of white light illuminated the interior of the god-slaying tower as Gano's figure vanished from this stage. "In the realm of destruction," Bados remarked, "it seems I have underestimated this young man. I did not anticipate the depth of his strength. However, I am eager to witness whether, with his current abilities, he can indeed acquire the Super Dragon Balls." Thus, Gano spent 5 years within the God-slaying tower, a testament to the passage of time. Today marked the trial for the Dragon Balls at this level. If he succeeded, the Super Dragon Balls would finally be within his grasp, a formidable challenge indeed. Reflecting on the time elapsed, he mused, I have been here for 5 years. I wonder how matters stand outside. How are Leia and the others? What of the Saiyan planet? Throughout these 5 years, Gano engaged in relentless battles, each successive level presenting foes stronger than those before, as if they were meticulously tailored for him. Over the course of these 5 years, Gano has experienced a significant enhancement in his foundational combat prowess, with his fighting capabilities continuously escalating, largely due to his experiences within the God-slaying tower. It appears that the aura surrounding him has diminished, replaced instead by an energy of a distinctly divine nature. During this period, Gano has mastered the manipulation of temporal and spatial forces with remarkable finesse, granting him the ability to exert control over a designated area of space. Moreover, he has discovered the potential of employing temporal and spatial powers in combat. In a recent encounter, he utilized these abilities to vanquish his opponent. He executed a direct severance of time and space, rendering his adversary into mere fragments. This marked his inaugural use of temporal and spatial forces in battle, leaving him astounded by their effectiveness. It became apparent that these forces could indeed be wielded in combat. In subsequent confrontations, he adeptly employed temporal manipulation to constrain his opponents. For instance, while engaged in battle, he could momentarily suspend his adversaries in a state of near-zero motion, allowing Gano to swiftly capitalize on this fleeting moment to unleash his ultimate techniques upon them. Gano's most formidable ability lies in his power of temporal and spatial severance. When he mastered the manipulation of this power to a greater degree, he effortlessly eliminated his adversaries within that realm with a mere instant of temporal and spatial slicing. Gano contemplated inwardly. This power of time and space could serve as his ultimate weapon. He must keep some secrets to himself. In Chapter 84, the wish to create Dragon Balls, however, his extraordinary ability caught the attention of Bardoss. Bardoss, wielding her angelic staff, was astonished to witness the force Gano exhibited within the God-slaying tower. Although she was unaware that it was the power of time and space, she could vaguely deduce that his abilities were likely connected to either time or space. What truly astonished Bardoss was the revelation that a mere mortal could possess skills akin to those of a deity, much like the angel Whis from Universe 7, who could reverse time by 3 seconds, a divine ability. Yet, unbeknownst to Bardoss, Gano also possessed the divine skill of instantaneous movement, a technique of the Supreme Kai, a capability that even they, as angels, did not possess. At this moment, Gano gazed upon the Super Dragon Ball hovering above him, uttering, "Today, if I successfully pass this trial, I shall obtain the Super Dragon Ball." With determination, he resolved to muster all his strength and conquer this trial without hesitation. Gano called out to the heavens, declaring, "I am prepared for the final trial. Arrange my opponent." From within the staff resonated Gano's voice, to which Bardoss replied, "Very well. Should you succeed in this trial today, the Super Dragon Ball shall be yours. However, should you fail, you shall meet your demise within this God-layer tower." Gano exclaimed, "All right. Let's hasten. I must swiftly defeat my opponent, acquire the Super Dragon Balls, and return home. I have been trapped in this God-slaying tower for 5 years, and I cannot afford to waste any more time here. Well then, let us prepare to face the adversary." In a flash of white light, a figure emerged before Gano, not a human, but rather a beast resembling a monkey, seemingly a Saiyan transformed into a primal state. This creature pounded its chest with ferocity, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed into the heavens, releasing its pent-up fury. Gano sensed an exceptionally malevolent aura emanating from the ape, a presence that filled him with revulsion. The creature pounded its fists against the steps of the God-slaying tower, each strike resonating with a powerful thrum. Suddenly, the ape's gaze shifted towards Gano. Its crimson eyes momentarily softened before returning to their vivid scarlet hue. Gano exclaimed, "From where did you procure such a malevolent adversary?" Bardoss's voice resonated. "This individual hails from the Saiyan lineage of the 6th universe. Corrupted by the malevolence of the evil god, he has become bloodthirsty and warlike. The Saiyans of the 6th universe were unable to vanquish him, so they sought my assistance. Sensing his formidable power, I placed him within the God-slaying tower. I believed I would not require his services. Yet who could have foreseen that you would arrive in our 6th universe at this very moment, intent on seizing the Super Dragon Balls? Thus, I have no choice but to employ the God-slaying tower to accommodate you. I truly believe this adversary is indeed well suited for you." Gano declared, "Let us speak plainly. Should I succeed in this trial, the Super Dragon Balls shall be mine. Indeed, if you vanquish this malevolent Saiyan, the Super Dragon Balls will be yours. I shall dismantle the God-slaying tower and restore your freedom." Very well, in that case. Allow me to demonstrate how I shall eliminate this wicked creature. Initially, I had no intention of ending your life, yet the aura emanating from you fills me with unease. Thus, you must meet your demise. Although the great ape was clouded in madness, it grasped the essence of Gano's words. Infuriated further by Gano's proclamation, it raised its colossal fist and charged at him. As the enormous fist, akin to a grinding wheel, hurtled toward him, Gano closed his eyes, not out of a desire for a swift end, but to awaken the ancient Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. He sought to ascertain whether this primal lineage matched the legendary status of the Saiyan ancestors, for lower-tier bloodlines cower before the might of the higher tier. The ancient Saiyan bloodline surged forth, rendering the great ape motionless before Gano. Its fist halted mere inches from him, refusing to advance a single centimeter further. The great ape sensed the overwhelming pressure of the bloodline, instinctively feeling trepidation towards this seemingly insignificant figure before it. As if Gano were an ancestor from whom it could not muster an ounce of defiance. Gano gazed upon the condition of the great ape, feeling an immense satisfaction. Indeed, the suppression power of the ancient Saiyan bloodline is remarkably formidable. Gano relinquished the power of his bloodline, and the colossal ape opposite him suddenly sensed the absence of the bloodline suppression. It bared its fangs once more, and its fists came crashing down towards Gano with tremendous force. Gano no longer concealed his prowess. He immediately commenced his transformation into the ancient Super Saiyan, determined to vanquish his opponent in the shortest possible time. Within the God-slaying tower, a tremor resonated as a crimson-brown beam of light surged skyward from Gano's very core. His hair and brows transformed to a striking red-brown, while his eyes shifted to a piercing blue. His hair stood defiantly aloft, and his visage grew increasingly formidable. The transformation into the ancient Saiyan was complete. I shall employ this technique to decisively end you. In Gano's palm, an energy sphere manifested, and as he brought his hands together, the sphere instantaneously coalesced. Behold my explosive strike. A crimson-brown pillar of energy surged forth, hurtling directly toward the colossal ape. Sensing the imminent threat, the great ape unleashed its own energy pillar, colliding fiercely with Gano's assault. Gano proclaimed, "To dare to challenge me is tantamount to courting death." With that, he unleashed the full extent of his power, directing a crimson-brown pillar of energy towards the great ape. With a thunderous roar, the great ape vanished within the confines of the God-slaying tower. Observing Gano's transformation through the staff, Bardos remarked, "It seems this fellow harbors quite a few secrets." After 5 years, this is his first transformation to eliminate an opponent, is it not? Nevertheless, a victory is a victory. We cannot resort to dishonesty. Turning to Gano, Bardos declared, "You have triumphed. The Super Dragon Balls belong to you. I shall dismantle the God-slaying tower." On the destroyer planet, Bardos tapped the ground with her staff, causing the tower that had confined Gano for 5 years to vanish without a trace. Gano inhaled the fresh air, exhaling softly as he remarked, "The outside world is indeed preferable." He then cast his gaze towards the Super Dragon Balls, not wishing to draw excessive attention. Perhaps it would be best to summon the Super Shinran within his own universe. Gano waved his hand, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls floated towards him as if drawn by an unseen force. This demonstrated Gano's mastery over the power of space. Excellent. Now we shall return to the 7th universe. In a fleeting moment, Gano arrived in the 7th universe. It seemed that this was the perfect place. I shall summon the dragon here. The 7 Super Dragon Balls were gathered together by Gano, who then uttered the sacred incantation, "Arise, dragon, I beseech thee." A radiant brilliance emanated from the 7 Dragon Balls, and the resounding roar of the dragon echoed through the air. Before Gano appeared a magnificent dragon, possessing the body of an eastern dragon and the wings of a western dragon, which promptly engulfed him whole. Within the inner realm of the dragon, or rather its core, the dragon inquired of him what wishes he wished to have fulfilled. Gano declared his desire to harness the power of the Dragon Balls. As the dragon's eyes gleamed with a mysterious light, Gano sensed a newfound strength coursing through his being. Subsequently, the super dragon transformed into 7 luminous orbs, vanishing between the 6th and 7th universes. Having finally acquired the ability to create the Dragon Balls, it was time for me to return to planet Vegeta. Chapter 85, The Butcher. It has been 5 years since Gano's departure, and he is left wondering about the condition of planet Saya. Consequently, Gano retrieves the coordinates of planet Saya from his mind and activates his instantaneous movement ability. In an instant, his figure vanishes from the current location, reappearing above the skies of planet Saya. To his astonishment, the detection system of planet Saya fails to register Gano's arrival. What could this mean? It is perplexing. For the detection devices should have identified Gano's presence upon approaching planet Saya, yet there is not a single response. Gano gazed upon the Saiyan planet before him, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The once vibrant Saiyan world was now devoid of its former clamor, replaced by a stifling atmosphere and an unsettling silence. Gano proclaimed loudly, "I am the king of planet Saya, and I have returned." Where are the people of planet Saya? In the defensive cavern. Laika heard Gino's voice and remarked to the others, "Did you hear the king's voice?" "I believe I just heard it," Tasha replied. "My son Gano has been away for several years. How could he possibly return today? Do not forget that today marks the day of the king's assault on the turbulent realm. Leia and Broly have gone to confront the king of the turbulent realm, and we cannot be certain if they are capable of facing him. It is conceivable that one of his subordinates is impersonating my son's voice to lure us out, thereby compromising Leia's ability to fight wholeheartedly. We must not hinder Leia and the others. Furthermore, you have activated the planetary defense system. Should anyone approach our planet Saya, the system will trigger an alarm, and the laser cannons will automatically engage. Indeed, if the king has returned, my invention of the planetary defense system would also alert us. I designed it based on Leia and the others' training. As long as there is any energy present in a person, the defense system will detect it. The king's energy is immense, and if he were to return, the alarm would certainly sound. However, unbeknownst to them, the current Gano is imbued with a greater essence of divinity, which fundamentally differs from mere energy, much like the destroyer god Beerus and the angel Whis, who both embody divinity. When they arrived on Earth, the formidable beings there did not even sense their presence, for mortals are incapable of perceiving divinity. Gano called out once more, and this time Laika heard him clearly. Indeed, it was Gino's voice. "Our king has returned." Laika said, "You all stay in the defense cave. I will go take a look." Tasha interjected, "What are you doing? What if it's a minion of the Lord of Turbulence? You could lose your life." "Fear not. I am the foremost scientist of planet Saya. I once exposed myself. When I was on Earth, I noticed the inhabitants had a type of observational glasses. Upon my return, I invented a similar device. I will use it to ascertain if it is truly the king." "Very well, but do exercise caution," Tasha replied. "Rest assured, I will be careful," Laika assured her. Laika approached the entrance of the defense cave and retrieved a pair of glasses from his pocket, which were actually a monocular telescope. Extending the telescope outward, Laika peered through it and beheld Gano's figure. Gano had grown taller and stronger, though his visage remained largely unchanged after 5 years spent in the God-Lair Tower. Throughout those years, he engaged solely in combat, resulting in a robust physique adorned with muscular definition. With joy, Laika exclaimed to Tasha, "The king has returned. Our king has come back." He flung open the door of the defense cave and stepped outside. Upon emerging, Laika called out to the airborne Gano, "King, I am here. You have finally returned." Gano descended before Laika and inquired, "Laika, why are you alone? Where are the others?" "Do not worry, my king. Everyone else is safe. They are in the defense cave. I will fetch them immediately." Just as Laika was about to summon the others, Tasha emerged from the cave and rushed to Gano, embracing her son tightly. Though he was not her biological child, her affection for him was akin to that of a mother. Tasha held Gano and said, "My son, you have finally returned. 5 long years. Where have you been? We feared the worst." "Mother, it is a long story. We shall discuss it later." "What of Leia? Where is she?" Upon hearing Leia's name, Tasha pushed Gano away gently and urged, "Hurry. Seek out Leia. She may require your aid." "Mother, please. Explain the situation so I can formulate a strategy," Gano requested. Tasha recounted the events of recent years, explaining how the Saiyans had been undertaking missions in the universe, during which perceptions of them had shifted. Leia and the others had successfully introduced the Universal Capsule, which garnered immense popularity across the cosmos, prompting others to covet its technology. The likes of King Kurd and the Frost Demon sought to acquire the invention of the Universal Capsule, but Leia would never divulge its secrets. Furthermore, she could not disclose Earth's existence, as the warriors there had yet to reach their full potential. Consequently, Bardock and King Kurd, along with Broly and Gula, engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in the utter annihilation of Kurd's mechanical army by the Saiyan warriors. In the course of the conflict, Bardock and Broly successfully transformed into Super Saiyans, decisively overcoming Kurd and his forces. This battle instilled fear in many nefarious individuals, revealing that the Saiyans were not only powerful but also possessed a strong sense of justice, elevating pre-sales of the Universal Capsule to unprecedented heights, with supply struggling to meet demand. Leica mobilized all the resources of the Zafir people on planet Saya, working tirelessly to produce the capsules. Meanwhile, Leia utilized instant transmission to reach Earth, urging Dr. Brisfu to accelerate the capsule's production. As the Universal Capsule soared in sales, another faction in the universe, the Space Pirates, sought to seize this lucrative opportunity. They demanded that Leia and her team surrender the technology behind the Universal Capsule. Broly, however, took a stand and obliterated the gang of pirates. Little did they know, this group was affiliated with the Lord of Turbulence. In the realm of turbulence, there exists a saying, one would rather meet the King of Hell at midnight than the Butcher in daylight. The ruler of turbulence, known as the Butcher, was a formidable force. While Darius was referred to as the Pirate King, the true master of the turbulence domain was the Butcher, rendering Darius merely a subordinate. Though Darius boasted of his prowess as the king of pirates in the universe, he dared not breathe freely before the Butcher. This prideful Darius ultimately met his demise at the hands of Gano. Chapter 86. Reasoning with women is futile. The Butcher issued an ultimatum on this day. Either surrender the technology behind the Universal Capsule or witness the annihilation of planet Saya. Upon hearing this, Gano scoffed. What audacity! To threaten the destruction of my planet. But I doubt he possesses the capability. Gano inquired about the combat prowess of the Butcher. Tasha responded, according to Leia, they have yet to witness the true fighting strength of the Butcher. However, any of his subordinates could easily overpower your father with the SL reagent. Your father has now attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, boasting a combat power of 50 million, yet he remains no match for the Butcher's might. It appears that this individual, the Butcher, possesses formidable strength. His subordinates are exceptionally powerful. I had hoped that with training and the SL reagent, we could cultivate several Super Saiyans on our Saiyan planet, thus ranking us among the elite in the universe. Yet, it seems that there will always be someone stronger. Even transformed into Super Saiyans, we are still insufficient opponents for him. The Butcher is indeed terrifying, and given your current capabilities, it is wise to retreat and take shelter. As per your suggestion, Leia, along with Broly, Bardock, and Shrag, have set out to intercept the Butcher, while my father and a few others capable of transforming into Super Saiyans are tasked with confronting the Butcher's subordinates. Yes, the Butcher holds us in utter contempt. Thus, splitting his forces, one faction assaults our Saiyan planet, while the other engages Leia and her companions in cosmic battle. In a bid to protect our Saiyan planet, Leia proposed a challenge to the Butcher. Should she be defeated, she would relinquish the invention technology of the Universal Capsule. Gano remarked, what an insufferable girl. Is she not merely offering herself up as a target? Gano hastened to rescue Leia. She is surely no match for that Butcher. All right, mother, I shall proceed at once. Allow me to sense Leia's aura. Gano closed his eyes, attuning himself to Leia's essence. Suddenly, he grasped a presence, yet it was not Leia's. It belonged to his father. Boom. In an instant, Gano vanished from the Saiyan planet. Leica remarked, Tasha, do not fret. As long as the king is present, Leia and the others shall remain safe. Let us hope so, Tasha replied. This adversary is formidable. He is the king of the chaotic realm known as the Butcher, a title that signifies extraordinary strength, far beyond that of mere second-rate opponents. I have faith in the king. I believe that as long as he is here, all challenges will be surmounted, Leica reassured. Tasha, pondering deeply, finally said, let us hope so. In a flash, Gano materialized at the side of the battle involving Boom. At that moment, Boom and several other Saiyans were spitting blood, their vitality severely diminished, rendering them as vulnerable as ordinary mortals. Ha ha ha. Behold the civilized Saiyans of the universe. I've heard tales of how they once invaded other planets. What is this? Have they turned over a new leaf? Yet, even if they have, a weakling shall forever remain a weakling, the cosmic pirate proclaimed, his foot pressing down on Boom's face. Just then, he heard a voice drifting towards him, declaring, if you wish to avoid a most unpleasant demise, remove your filthy foot, or else I shall tear you asunder. The cosmic pirate turned towards the source of the voice, and upon recognizing it, Boom and his companions displayed expressions of exhilaration. In unison, they exclaimed, Your Majesty, Gano, you have returned. Indeed, I have returned. I appreciate your efforts. Now allow me to take over, Gano responded. The cosmic pirate, observing Gano standing less than 10 meters away, realized he had not sensed Gano's presence until this very moment. Even now, He could not perceive the aura emanating from Gano. The cosmic pirate sneered. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Gano bellowed. Did you not hear me demand that you remove your filthy foot? Ha ha, this is utterly amusing. A mere child, not even fully matured, dares to admonish me. They are now prisoners of my dominion. I shall play with them as I please. Who are you to interfere? Besides, what are you? How dare you raise your voice at me? Not only will I trample your face, but I shall also eliminate you. Can you possibly threaten me? Before his words could fully escape his lips, Gino's figure materialized before the space pirate, and with a swift punch, he sent the pirate hurtling through the air. Blood spewed forth, painting the sky crimson. Gano assisted his father to his feet and addressed Boom, saying, Father, I have returned later than expected. I take full responsibility for this. Boom replied, No, your timing is impeccable. I am quite well, as you can see. Father, please consume the sins of beans quickly, Gano urged, tossing several beans towards the individuals standing behind Boom. The recipients graciously acknowledged him, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. After consuming the sins of beans, Boom and the others swiftly recovered, their vigor restored in an instant. Father, please wait here for a moment. I shall deal with that individual, Gano declared. Very well, but do exercise caution, Boom advised. Rest assured, such a foe is hardly a match for me. Gano slowly lifted his body, drifting towards the cosmic pirate, who was now seething with rage. The pirate exclaimed indignantly, How can you possibly be this formidable? It is inconceivable. In this vast universe, no one possesses strength comparable to that of the Butcher. The Butcher is the most powerful individual I have ever encountered. Alas, how tragic it is. You are utterly oblivious to the vastness of the cosmos and the multitude of skilled warriors within it. Enough of this futile exchange. I have already warned you that removing your foot would grant you a more merciful demise, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Now, the time has come for you to face the consequences. With his palm directed at the cosmic pirate, Gano's formidable power rendered the pirate immobile. This was the spatial confinement technique derived from the force of space itself. This technique is known as spatial confinement. And now, observe closely, for I shall demonstrate another technique, spatial severance. With a sweeping gesture, Gano effortlessly disintegrated the cosmic pirate into minute fragments using the power of space. Before the pirate could even comprehend the situation, Gano had already dispatched him. Now that you have been reduced to mere shards, I shall extend my kindness to the very end and accompany you on your final journey. In Gano's palm, a brilliant radiance emanated, unleashing a wave of energy that reduced the cosmic pirate's corporeal form to mere ashes. Having dealt with the cosmic menace, Gano approached Boom and declared, Father, I shall take you home. Very well, let us return home. In an instant, Gano utilized his teleportation ability to transport Boom and the others to the Saiyan planet. Tasha, upon seeing Boom's arrival, initially wore a smile, but her expression quickly shifted as she exclaimed, Where's Leia? Were you not supposed to rescue Leia? How is it that you brought this old fellow back first? Mom, there's no need to panic. On my way back, I sensed Leia's energy. Rest assured. Although her energy is chaotic, she has not yet reached a critical state. However, when I arrived, I was barely hanging on myself. If I hadn't made it in time, you might never have seen me again. The most pressing matter now is for you to save Leia. This old man is quite resilient. He won't perish so easily. Dad, look at this. Gano, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Never engage in reasoning with women. Chapter 87. Leia is injured, and Gano is exceedingly enraged. The consequences are dire. Gano lowered his head in contemplation before addressing Boom, saying, Father, I believe your words hold truth. At that moment, Tasha's expression darkened ominously as she interjected, Boom, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you seeking your own demise? Upon hearing Tasha's menacing words, Boom instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, No, I haven't said anything. You can ask Gano if you don't believe me. Gano was taken aback by his father's actions. He had heard of parents causing trouble for their children, but had never witnessed such a phenomenon firsthand. Gano had said nothing at all. Yet he found himself in the line of fire. Tasha glanced at Gano and inquired, Gano, did your father truly say nothing to you? Gano also learned to perform Boom's actions and remarked, I am utterly oblivious. It seems I have forgotten what my father just said. I must go assist Leia now. Perhaps you should inquire with my father instead. Upon hearing Gino's response, Boom's expression soured as he retorted, Are you truly trying to deceive your father, you rascal? Gano deliberately remarked, Well, mother, you should inquire with father. I shall assist Leia at once. Closing his eyes, Gano attuned himself to Leia's essence and activated instantaneous teleportation. Vanishing from planet Saya. Poor Boom found himself in a predicament as Tasha asserted, "Boom, let us return home. I wish to have a thorough discussion with you." Boom replied, "Tasha, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. I will return home once I have resolved them." However, before Boom could turn away, Tasha seized him and soared towards her residence. Boom hastily exclaimed, "Tasha, I still have things to take care of. Once I am finished, I shall come home." "I am not in a rush. We can converse at home," she insisted. Upon arriving home, Tasha unceremoniously hurled Boom into the room, from which anguished cries soon emanated. Hearing such sounds, Laika and the others could easily envision Boom's dismal predicament. Do not strike there," the wails continued, prompting Laika and the others to instinctively retract their necks. It seemed that the true might of the Saiyan race did not reside solely with the king, but rather with the formidable women among them. After uttering this thought, Laika sensed several gazes directed at him. Upon turning, he found Jine and several female Saiyans staring intently. Realizing he had misspoken, Laika quickly added, "I have unfinished business in my laboratory." ISO, let us proceed to the lab." Hearing Laika's call, ISO promptly responded, "Yes, doctor." "Laika, let us hasten back to the laboratory to continue our unfinished experiments." ISO, sensing the inappropriateness of lingering in that place, readily echoed Dr. Laika's sentiments. Unconsciously, Dr. Laika gave ISO a thumbs up, thinking to himself, "I never anticipated that this lad would grasp my intentions so well. He truly deserves the title of my longest-serving assistant." Gano arrived at the battlefield where Leia and Bardock had fought. At this moment, Leia and Bardock had already been defeated, their transformations into Super Saiyans relinquished. Gano noticed the absence of Shrag and found himself weakened, lying on the ground. Witnessing Leia in such a dire state ignited a fierce anger within him. He instantly teleported before Leia, who, sensing someone else's presence, initially feared it was the Reaper come to claim her. She instinctively shut her eyes and murmured, "I am about to die, and I haven't even seen my dear brother Gano for the last time. I wonder where he is now. Oh well, since I am to perish, I might as well give him a piece of my mind. He won't know anyway. You wretched Gano. You promised to return in a few months, yet 5 years have passed without a word. Do you have any idea how immense the pressure has been on me during these 5 years? To earn the recognition of the universe for our Saiyan kin, I was compelled to undertake perilous missions, striving to demonstrate that we Saiyans have evolved from our former selves. To ensure the universal circulation of the Capsule Corporation, I faced relentless challenges from formidable opponents across the cosmos. One would challenge me today, another tomorrow. It was utterly exhausting. Thankfully, with the assistance of Broly and Bardock, I managed to survive those encounters. Who would have thought that this time, I would face a foe so powerful? I am fully aware that I am no match for him. Yet for the sake of planet Vegeta, I had no choice but to fight. Even if it cost me my life, I would have no regrets. But what about Broly? He is still so young. I know you regard him as a brother. But today's adversary is overwhelmingly strong. Although Broly possesses the lineage of the legendary Super Saiyan, he has only recently transformed and lacks perfect control over his powers. Should he lose control, he will become a ruthless machine of destruction, and in that chaos, he may perish. We could also meet our end. It seems I shall never have the chance to see you again, dear brother Gano. Come forth, Reaper. I have bared my heart. There are no regrets left. So let it be. I am on the brink of death, so grant me a swift end. Leia awaited the Reaper's final blow, yet after what felt like an eternity, no energy blast came. She opened her eyes and beheld Gano before her, her gaze illuminating with wonder. It appears I'm hallucinating. How could my brother Gano possibly stand before me? The voice of Gano resonated as he remarked, I never imagined that you, dear girl, harbored such animosity towards me. I even went out of my way to rescue you. At this moment, Leia instantly perked up and exclaimed, Brother Gano, is it truly you? You've returned. Indeed. Could I possibly refrain from coming back? If I stayed away any longer, you might truly despise me. How else could I have known the heavy burdens you have borne over these past 5 years? Gano's figure flickered, and he appeared directly before Leia, lifting her into his arms while producing a healing bean. Why haven't you consumed a healing bean if you're injured? Have you exhausted all the beans in your possession? Leia was taken aback by Gano's sudden embrace. It had been many years since he had taken such initiative. A blush crept across her cheeks as she replied, I had run out of healing beans during my battle with that fellow, and neither Bardock nor Broly have any left either. Shrag has been vanquished by him, and thus, there are no beans remaining. Very well, I understand. Quickly, consume the healing bean, Gano urged. Leia obediently opened her mouth as Gano placed the bean within. In no time, her wounds healed, and vitality surged through her once more. Bardock, witnessing Gano's arrival, felt a surge of joy. However, he interjected. You cannot continue to flaunt your affection while neglecting me. I am still severely injured. My king, I urgently require a healing bean. Leia, still enveloped in Gano's warmth, was momentarily distracted by Bardock's exclamation. Gano said, Leia, come down once you have healed. I still need to rescue Bardock. Leia cast a glance at Bardock, who also noticed her gaze. However, what could he do? If she did not save him soon, he would truly perish. Gano gently placed Leia down and approached Bardock, presenting him with a magical bean, which swiftly healed Bardock's wounds. Bardock expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, my lord. Gano replied, There is no need for thanks. It is only right. His gaze shifted to the tumultuous battle unfolding above. At this moment, Broly and the Executioner were embroiled in a fierce confrontation. Chapter 88. Broly's exhaustion. Bardock and Leia's eyes were drawn to the fierce clash in the skies. They moved closer to Gano, and Leia remarked, Brother Gano. Although Broly possesses the legendary Saiyan bloodline and has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, I sense that his transformation remains exceedingly unstable. It appeared that Broly had yet to master the full control of his Super Saiyan form. Gano, observing the battle above, felt the terrifying power emanating from Broly. Yet it was evident that Broly struggled to harness this formidable energy. Gano remarked, Indeed, Broly is currently unable to adequately harness the immense power within him, posing a constant risk of uncontrollable rage. He must not be permitted to engage in further combat. At that moment, Broly exuded a terrifying aura. His hair had transformed to a vivid green, and the energy radiating from him was similarly tinged. His eyes alternated between brilliance and an unsettling emptiness. Consumed by intense fury, he found himself enraged by the fact that this individual had attacked Sister Leia. Leia was the one person, aside from Gano, who had treated him with utmost kindness. Although she occasionally teased him, he understood that her actions were rooted in affection, treating him as her younger brother. He welcomed her playful torment. For is it not natural for an elder sister to tease her younger sibling? When Gano and Leia rescued him from that desolate planet, he remained wary of them. However, through their interactions, Broly gradually realized that Gano and Leia genuinely cared for him, treating him as their younger brother. Broly, filled with rage, roared, You audacious fiend! How dare you harm Sister Leia? She is such a wonderful person. How could you inflict pain upon her? Since you have hurt her, I shall take your life. The Slayer laughed heartily, responding, To take my life? You must possess the capability to do so. Come and try. Broly unleashed his energy, which had become exceedingly formidable. He felt as though he was on the verge of losing control over his own power. Yet, he dismissed such thoughts. Vanquishing this adversary was his foremost priority. A piercing scream erupted from him as a green beam of light shot forth, ascending into the sky. Broly charged at the Slayer, delivering a powerful punch. In response, the Slayer retaliated with a punch of his own, and their fists collided, sending a shockwave that reverberated outward. Leia and the others on the ground felt the immense force of the clash. Broly's strike staggered the Slayer, who was taken aback by Broly's unexpected strength. Nonetheless, the Slayer was confident that Broly's current prowess was insufficient to defeat him. Broly then unleashed a shockwave directed at the Slayer, who scoffed. How laughable! You think a mere shockwave can destroy me? The Slayer conjured a black energy orb in his palm and hurled it toward Broly's attack. The two energy waves collided with a thunderous roar, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the area in smoke. Seizing the moment, Broly swiftly maneuvered behind the Slayer, delivering a sweeping kick to his midsection. The Slayer coughed violently as he was propelled backward. Broly capitalized on this opportunity, soaring above the Slayer and launching a downward strike. The Slayer attempted to block the blow with his arm, but Broly's strength was overwhelming, causing the Slayer to crash forcefully to the ground. Yet, Broly was even faster, arriving on the ground in the blink of an eye. I shall finish you with this technique, he declared, unleashing a devastating energy wave that engulfed the Slayer. The explosion echoed through the air. This relentless assault took a toll on Broly's stamina, and he stood panting, believing he had defeated his foe. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, taunting, that was somewhat impressive. Do you have an even stronger attack? My body can still endure. Such assaults cannot extinguish me. Broly's gaze remained fixed on the Slayer, his fist clenched tightly. Despite his dwindling energy, he refused to concede. Saiyans never yield easily. With a fierce determination, Broly prepared to unleash his full might, his aura surging once more. However, he risked losing control, his vision blurring as his pupils began to whiten. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Broly, enough. Do not elevate your energy any further. If you do, you will lose control, and the power will consume you. Hearing the comforting voice, Broly turned to see Gano. He immediately reined in his energy, returning to his normal state. In truth, he had surpassed his limits and was utterly exhausted. Gano's words brought him relief, and an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, causing his body to collapse backward. Gano swiftly rushed to support him as Broly lamented, "Brother Gano, I have failed. I allowed that scoundrel to harm Sister Leia. It is my fault for not protecting her." Gino remarked, "You have performed admirably. Now allow me to take over." Just as he was about to mention the consumption of the sins of being, Broly succumbed to unconsciousness. Bardock supported Broly. Leia inquired, "Is Broly all right?" "Rest assured, Broly possesses the legendary Saiyan bloodline. His constitution far surpasses yours, and he merely exhausted his stamina," replied Bardock. "Leia, you and the others should return to planet Vegeta. I shall handle this foe." Leia understood that Gino could not focus on the battle with them present. So she nodded and cautioned, "Be careful. This adversary's strength is unparalleled compared to our previous opponents." "Do not worry. I shall eliminate this foe," Gino assured her. Leia activated instant transmission, whisking Bardock and Broly away from the scene. The butcher, noticing Leia and her companions had vanished, turned to Gino and demanded, "Who are you to dare release my prey?" Gano remarked, "Me? How shall I put it? I am the one who seeks your life." Gano initiated the soul-devouring technique, employing it within the God-slaying tower. This technique proved to be immensely beneficial, allowing him to augment his own power through relentless combat with adversaries. By consuming the energy emanating from his foes during battle, he rapidly enhanced his foundational combat strength. He had reached a point where he could directly wield the soul-devouring technique in the heat of combat. Upon closer inspection, one would notice numerous small whirlpools swirling across Gano's body, a testament to the technique's infusion of strength within him. "You arrogant youth, watch as I obliterate you." Gano extended his hand, beckoning with his fingers, and said, "Come here." Chapter 89, Gino's Ancient Super Saiyan Level 2. The butcher, witnessing Gino's gesture, was filled with rage and exclaimed, "You insolent brat, it seems you are courting death." In an instant, the butcher unleashed his fury, swiftly appearing before Gino, his colossal fist hurtling toward Gino's face. Gino raised his arms to shield himself from the impending strike. As the punch descended, an overwhelming force emanated from the butcher's fist, numbing Gino's arms and sending his body flying backward. In that moment of flight, Gino executed a graceful flip, using his palms to absorb the impact. Landing deftly on the ground, Gino shook his arms and addressed the Slayer, saying, "Goodness, what a powerful attack. Such sharp punches have left my arms numb." The Slayer replied, "To withstand one of my blows indeed reflects some strength. However, that was merely 20% of my power. I have yet to unleash my full potential. Since you have not exerted your utmost, allow me to do so," Gino declared. "Behold, Athe." With a mighty roar, he began to channel his energy, and his aura surged dramatically. Suddenly, a reddish-brown beam of light shot from Gino's body into the sky. The forceful gust uprooting nearby trees and cracking the ground beneath his feet. His hair and eyebrows shifted to a reddish-brown hue, his pupils transformed into blue, and his hair stood erect as his ancient Super Saiyan transformation was completed. The Slayer, sensing the exponential increase in Gino's power, felt a twinge of danger from the transformation, though it was but a fleeting concern. "Come forth, Slayer. This is my strength. Let us engage in a grand battle. To be frank, you have gravely injured my most cherished companion, so today I shall claim your life." "Ah, what audacity. Do you think that your transformation has augmented your fighting prowess enough to vanquish me? I assure you, your current strength is insufficient to defeat me. However, your enhanced combat ability does spark a flicker of interest within me. The previous adversaries possessed such low fighting spirit that I found no motivation to engage. Yet you have piqued my desire to continue this duel." At that moment, the voice of the system echoed. "System, task assigned, eliminate the Slayer. Reward, the technique, Spirit Scythe." Upon hearing the system's task, Gino was instantly invigorated. The Spirit Scythe, a technique belonging to Black Goku, is immensely lethal and a rare skill indeed. Very well. With this in mind, this fiend must be dealt with decisively. Gino declared assertively, "Butcher, let us engage in battle." "Very well, I shall grant your request," replied the butcher. Once more, the butcher unleashed a surge of power, elevating his aura significantly. It was evident that he was wielding his true strength. "Come forth." Gino instantaneously launched his attack, teleporting behind the butcher. The butcher remained vigilant, ever aware of Gino's presence, yet Gino's teleportation was an extraordinary skill, far from a mere technique. The butcher was taken aback by Gino's swiftness, and in an instant, He pivoted to confront his opponent. Gano's sweeping leg strike struck the body of the Reaper with tremendous force, sending the latter hurtling through the air and crashing through several mountain peaks. Ultimately, the Reaper became embedded in the largest of these summits, taking advantage of his opponent's moment of vulnerability. Gano showed no mercy and unleashed a torrent of energy blasts directed at the Reaper. The sound of explosions reverberated through the air. As the mountainside was utterly obliterated by Gano's onslaught, Gano unleashed his ultimate move, the explosive strike. Radiance surged within his palms as two crimson-brown energy waves converged, hurtling directly towards the Slayer. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring the entire mountain, leaving only a shroud of mist lingering in the air. Refusing to dissipate, Gano was acutely aware that his attack could not vanquish the Slayer, for this adversary was indeed formidable. In a swift motion, a figure emerged from the haze, standing before Gano. The Slayer appeared somewhat disheveled, with crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, his breathing remained utterly composed. Wiping the blood from his lips, he addressed Gano, saying, "Kid, are you ready? You nearly fell into my trap with that last move. I presume your most potent attack was that final strike? Truth be told, I thought that energy wave might eliminate me. I certainly sensed the peril. Yet my strength is overwhelming. Your most formidable strike merely drew a bit of blood from me, and I have witnessed your techniques already. Now, it is my turn to retaliate." As he spoke, the Slayer instantaneously appeared before Gano. In a desperate attempt to evade the impending blow, Gano activated his time flash ability. However, the Slayer's speed was too great, rendering the technique ineffective. The Slayer's fist connected with Gano's abdomen, sending a violent upheaval through his core, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. His body was propelled backward with tremendous force, crashing against the mountainside, which crumbled under the impact of his fall, debris cascading over him. Amidst the rubble, Gano reflected, "How painful. This foe truly possesses remarkable strength. My current first-level ancient Super Saiyan form pales in comparison to him. Nevertheless, I sense an opportunity for breakthrough, a chance ignited by the deathly pressure the Slayer exudes." Gano tossed a magical bean into his mouth, and his body rejuvenated instantly. He burst forth, shattering the rocks that encased him. Without hesitation, he charged at the Butcher, who, taken aback, had not anticipated that Gano's strike would leave him unscathed. This fellow was indeed an anomaly. "Behold," Gano proclaimed as he approached the Butcher, delivering a powerful punch. The Butcher raised his palm to block, yet Gano feigned the attack, executing a graceful 360-degree spin and unleashing a whip kick that struck the Butcher's face, causing blood to spill from his mouth. Remarkably, the Butcher withstood the blow, merely turning his head slightly. "That was a decent attack," he remarked, "but insufficient to inflict serious harm upon me." The two commenced a fierce exchange, battling from the ground to the skies, white sonic shockwaves pulsating in the air. Suddenly, Gano was sent flying backwards, disregarding his internal injuries. He grasped several magical beans and placed them in his mouth, swallowing one before charging at the Butcher once more. The Butcher, perplexed, wondered how Gano could grow stronger with each encounter. He realized that as their battle progressed, Gano's power was on the rise while his own seemed to wane. In this moment, Gano was consumed by the thrill of battle, sensing that he was on the brink of transforming into an ancient Super Saiyan of the second tier. Driven by madness, he laughed maniacally. "Butcher, such attacks are far from sufficient. Come, let us continue this clash." The battle raged on, Gano growing ever more formidable, while the Butcher's strength diminished with each passing moment. With a mighty exhalation, Gano unleashed a powerful burst of energy, sending the Butcher hurtling backward. At last, the moment had arrived. The sky crackled with lightning as colossal beams of energy surged towards the heavens. Gano's visage turned more ferocious, his cheekbones rising, his gaze becoming more piercing, and arcs of lightning danced around him. Gano's transformation into the ancient Super Saiyan Grade 2 has been successfully achieved. Chapter 90, The Reward of the Energy Scythe. How is this possible? The Butcher gazed in astonishment at Gano, who stood not far from him. He was profoundly shocked to realize that Gano's energy had now far surpassed his own. Just moments ago, his fighting prowess was not nearly this formidable. How could such a rapid enhancement in strength occur? Could it be that this individual views me merely as a sharpening stone? Gano's transformation was complete. He gazed upon his ancient Super Saiyan Level 2 form, which bore little distinction from the conventional Super Saiyan Level 2 transformation, both adorned with crackling lightning and a remarkable surge in combat prowess. The combat strength of a Super Saiyan at Level 2 is typically 100-fold of their normal state, whereas Gano's ancient Super Saiyan Level 2 form boasts an astounding 500-fold increase, given that Gano's base power was already formidable. His current combat capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. In truth, Gano had been capable of adopting the ancient Super Saiyan Level 2 pseudo-state during his time in the God-slaying tower. He merely required the opportunity to spar with a powerful adversary, seeking external stimuli to facilitate a seamless transition into his Level 2 transformation. The threat posed by the Butcher to Gano's life ignited a fierce instinct for survival within him, allowing his latent potential to manifest, culminating in the successful transformation into ancient Super Saiyan Level 2. Gano clenched his fist, reveling in the sheer power coursing through him. The Butcher, witnessing Gano's relaxed demeanor, felt an intense fury boiling within him. He bellowed, "You little brat, do you take me for a mere sharpening stone?" Gano awakened from his stupor and addressed the Butcher, saying, "You are correct, yet no reward shall be granted. Thus, I have resolved to express my gratitude in a rather unconventional manner. My thanks shall be your descent into hell, for given your actions, I am certain that the King of Hell will take a special interest in you." The Butcher retorted, "Young one, do not presume that your transformation grants you the audacity to look down upon others. I assure you, when I once roamed the cosmos with impunity, you were still but a glimmer in the void. Has your newfound power led you to believe you can scorn all before you?" Gano remarked, No. I have not yet become infatuated to that extent. Although my strength has increased, I am but a mere minnow in the vast expanse of the universe, insignificant in comparison. However, before you, your current prowess is such that I could easily extinguish your life with but a flick of my fingers. Thus, cease your posturing before me. You ought to beg for the mercy of a complete demise. It is a jest, for the title of Butcher was not obtained through supplication, but forged through the might of my own fists. Allow me to demonstrate the terror that comes with being a butcher. In an instant, a colossal orb of destructive energy surged toward Gano. Observing the impending assault, Gano extended a single hand and effortlessly subdued the Butcher's formidable energy ball. Gradually, the orb diminished in size, ultimately vanishing within the confines of Gano's palm. "So, my death-destruction orb has been neutralized by you, truly?" Before he could finish his thought, the Butcher spat forth a mouthful of blood as Gano's fist collided with his abdomen. Is this not a case of retribution in kind? Gano, who held onto grudges fiercely, continued, "Do you feel my power now?" Blood gushed forth uncontrollably as the sheer force of Gano's punch penetrated the Butcher's body, shattering his internal organs. The Butcher's form was propelled backward, crashing violently into the ground. Gano gazed down imperiously at the Slayer sprawled on the ground and spoke to him. "When you inflicted harm upon Leia, your fate was already sealed. Now, meet your end. Rest assured, I shall shatter you into fragments and transform your body into cosmic ashes." Gano directed his palm toward the Butcher, uttering, "Divine technique, spatial severance." In an instant, the Butcher's form was disassembled into countless fragments by the force of space. Before he could utter a single word of mercy, he was utterly obliterated. A red-brown energy sphere materialized at Gano's fingertips, rapidly expanding in size. With a mere flick of his finger, the energy sphere hurtled towards the planet. "Slayer, may you be reduced to cosmic dust alongside this world." Thunderous roars echoed as the planet shattered, the formidable energy wave reducing the Slayer's form to mere ashes. Thus, this fierce battle drew to a close. Gano has exited the transformation into the ancient Super Saiyan Level 2, returning to a state of normalcy. At this moment, the voice of the system resonated. "Congratulations, host, on vanquishing the Butcher. Rewards have been dispensed, please accept them." In the depths of his heart, Gano silently recited a phrase, and the techniques of the Chi Scythe suddenly manifested within his mind. The aura emanated from Gano as he uttered the words, "Chi Scythe," in his grasp. He tightly held a scythe with a handle measuring 3 meters and a blade extending 1 meter, its hue a deep reddish-brown. This was the Chi Scythe. Let us then test the might of this formidable weapon. Gano brandished the energy scythe, sweeping it through the air, and instantly a gash appeared in the fabric of space. The formidable power of the scythe was evident, demonstrating its ability to harness the forces of space itself. As the torn space gradually began to mend, Gano felt a sense of satisfaction. He sheathed the energy scythe, reflecting, "Well, the task is accomplished, and it is time for me to return to planet Saya. The losses sustained by planet Saya have been quite severe. It seems that the combat strength of planet Saya is still inadequate. We must cultivate more formidable warriors to ensure the safety and security of our world." In an instant, Gano activated his teleportation, materializing above the Saiyan planet. Leia and the others anxiously awaited his return. It was Leia's keen eyes that first spotted Gano the moment he appeared. She exclaimed, "Brother Gano, you're back." With a swift movement, Leia darted to Gano's side and embraced him tightly. This display left Gano momentarily taken aback, yet he reciprocated her affection, wrapping his arms around her to soothe her anxious heart. His hands gently glided down her back as he reassured her, "It's all right, it's all right. Do not worry. See? I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for such concern. Leia clung to Gano for an extended moment until Tasha, standing below, cleared her throat and remarked, "All right, you too. Come down now. Do you wish for everyone on the Saiyan planet to witness this scene? We understand your bond, but it's time to descend." Leia was roused from her reverie by Tasha's gentle admonition and slowly released Gano, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she looked up at him and asked, "Brother Gano, are you truly unscathed?" "Rest assured. Look, I'm perfectly fine," he replied. Gano deliberately turned around in front of Leia. Upon noticing that Gano bore no injuries, her worries vanished completely. "I will go down first," Gano said, grasping Leia's hand firmly. "Why go down? From this day forth, you shall be my woman. So there is no need for you to remain so reserved." Gano held Leia's hand and addressed the people below. "From this day forth, Leia shall be my woman. And she shall also be your queen." The inhabitants of planet Saiyan knelt on one knee, bowing towards the sky where Gano and Leia stood, proclaiming, "Hail to our king. Hail to our queen." Gano was the first to speak, declaring, "Everyone rise." He then glanced at Leia, who, embodying the regal authority of a queen, proclaimed, "There is no need for such grand gestures. Please, all of you, stand." The inhabitants of planet Saya chorused, "Thank you, our king. Thank you, our queen." Chapter 91. The Dragon of Planet Saya. As they all rose to their feet, their gazes were fixed upon Gano and Leia, who floated gracefully in the air. Their king had finally returned, heralding the restoration of planet Saya to its former glory. Gano proclaimed, "Rest assured, everyone, the butcher has been eliminated, and his subordinates shall no longer appear. We can return to our former lives." Upon hearing such uplifting news, joy illuminated the faces of the crowd. This incident serves as a lesson. Only by cultivating our own strength can we avoid being at the mercy of others. Thus, we must diligently train. For the unknown adversaries of the future could obliterate our Saiyan planet in an instant. Bardock took the lead, asserting, "The king is right. Planet Saiyan is our home, and we cannot allow it to be destroyed. Therefore, we must intensify our training to become stronger, so that we may possess the power to confront the formidable foes that lie ahead." "Indeed," echoed the others, "Lord Bardock is correct. Our Saiyan planet cannot fall to destruction. We must strive harder in our training." Many Saiyans whispered among themselves, "Yes. If we continuously rely on the king for protection, what becomes of our pride as Saiyans? It is imperative that we become powerful and enhance our own abilities." Gano proclaimed into the air, "All right, although we have suffered significant casualties on planet Saya this time, do not despair. I shall summon the Dragon Balls to resurrect them." For both the inhabitants of Saya and Leia, it was the first time they had encountered the term Dragon Balls. Gano elucidated that there exist 7 Dragon Balls. Once all 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon to fulfill their wishes. Is it truly so remarkable? Such an extraordinary phenomenon is indeed unprecedented. Gano remarked, "There are still many things you have yet to witness. What is there to be astonished about?" The crowd internally murmured, "Is ignorance truly a sin? Should not the king show us a modicum of respect? After all, we too possess our dignity." The inhabitants of planet Saya could only whisper amongst themselves, for they dared not voice their thoughts in the presence of Gano. Gano produced a universal capsule and with a grand gesture, the Dragon Balls collected from Earth appeared before everyone. He stated, "These are the Dragon Balls. When all 7 are gathered, one can fulfill their deepest desires." Leia exclaimed, "Then let us hasten to summon the dragon and resurrect those who have perished." "Certainly," he replied, "but these 7 Dragon Balls are my own collection from Earth. As for the Dragon Balls, I possess the ability to create them myself." The crowd was utterly astonished by Gano's proclamation. How could it be that he possessed such magical prowess to fabricate Dragon Balls? Seeing their skepticism, Gano continued, "If you doubt me, I shall demonstrate before your very eyes how I conjure these Dragon Balls." Gano recalled that in the original work, Mr. Popo sculpted a dragon from clay, which was subsequently endowed with magic by a celestial being, thus bringing forth the dragon and transforming it into 7 Dragon Balls. It appears that crafting the dragon sculpture is merely the initial step. With resolute determination, Gano swiftly made his way to his royal castle, where he procured a unique blend of yellow clay, infused with divine fragments from the God-slaying tower. During his trials in the tower, Gano had conceived this plan. He vowed to collect some of the divine shards encountered along the way, for without them, how could he ever create his Dragon Balls? The process of fabricating the dragon sculpture initiated by Gano is noteworthy. Gano, a traveler from another realm, embodies the essence of the dragon, a revered symbol of Chinese heritage. As descendants of the dragon, we, the children of China, hold this noble creature in high esteem, representing dignity and grandeur. Gano closed his eyes, and with deliberate grace, began to mold the image of a dragon that resided within his mind. As his fingers danced, a majestic and formidable dragon model materialized in his hands. Having completed the first step, the second was to imbue the sculpture with the essence of life. The inhabitants of Namek possessed magical abilities. They were, after all, the descendants of the dragon god, Salamander, and thus capable of bestowing life upon their creations. Gano, having drawn upon the creative power bestowed by the Super Dragon Balls, crafted by the dragon god Salamander himself, found his creative prowess to be vastly superior to that of the celestial beings and the Namekians alike. With a grand gesture, Gano bestowed a force of creation upon the statue of the dragon. In an instant, the statue appeared to come alive. Gano uttered a phrase in Earth's language, which Leia and the others could not comprehend, meaning "Come forth, O dragon." A vibrant beam of multicolored light erupted from the statue, soaring skyward. The skies of the Saiyan planet dimmed, and golden lightning streaked down from above. Suddenly, a majestic and powerful dragon, resplendent in hues of reddish-brown, emerged from the somber heavens, speaking with human tongue. "Thank you, my master, for bringing me into existence and bestowing upon me the gift of life. From such a lofty position, I must apologize for looking down upon you." Gano stated, "It is of no concern. Having summoned you, you should comprehend my intentions." The dragon replied, "Master, I am aware. I shall resurrect those who perished in this battle." With a flicker of its eyes, the dragon began to restore the fallen warriors. And Schlag, who had also been resurrected, was returned by Leia and her companions, subsequently placed in the rejuvenation chamber. As Schlag opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he moved his finger, causing the door of the chamber to swing open, allowing him to emerge. Observing the environment, Schlag remarked, "Is this not planet Vegeta? Was I not slain by that butcher? How is it that I am alive, still on planet Vegeta?" His gaze shifted to the sky, where he beheld a red-brown dragon hovering above planet Vegeta, leading him to suspect an invasion. He swiftly flew towards the dragon, exclaiming, "Who are you? And what brings you to planet Vegeta? I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, you shall regret it." Schlag fixed his gaze intently on the dragon, poised to strike at the slightest movement, completely oblivious to Gano and the others nearby. The dragon then spoke. "First, assess the situation before resorting to violence. To be frank, if it comes to a confrontation, you would not stand a chance against me." Following the dragon's gaze, Schlag noticed Gano and the others on the ground. His expression brightened as he exclaimed, "Lord Gano, you have returned. I knew without a doubt that you would come back." Gano nodded and said, "I have returned. You have truly worked hard, Schlag. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to serving Lord Gano." Gano said, "Then I shall grant you a wish. What is it that you desire?" "Really? Lord Gano, can I wish for anything?" "Indeed, any wish you desire." "Then I wish to regain my youth." "Is that wish attainable?" Gainua gazed at the divine dragon, who responded, "This wish shall be granted." In an instant, a glimmer sparkled in its eyes, and Schlag began to rejuvenate. He could immediately feel the vitality of his cellular structure pulsating with renewed vigor. He had truly regained his youth. "Remarkable indeed, Lord Gainua. This dragon can indeed fulfill any wish." "Yes, this is the divine dragon of our Saiyan planet." Chapter 92, Broly's perfect control of energy. The emergence of the divine dragon instills awe in all directions. Gano gazed upon the divine dragon he had summoned, nodding in satisfaction. This magnificent creature truly embodied his essence, domineering, majestic, and adorned in the rich reddish-brown hue reminiscent of his transformation into an ancient Super Saiyan. The dragon spoke, "Master, your wish has been fulfilled. I shall now take my leave." "Very well, depart," Gano commanded. With a resounding thud, the dragon's form dissipated, and 7 reddish-brown Dragon Balls scattered across the vicinity of planet Saya. Quick as a flash, Gano waved his hand, and the 7 Dragon Balls returned to his grasp. Witnessing this display of prowess, Leia and the others were left in awe, their astonishment palpable. It was evident that Gano's strength had significantly advanced. In truth, Gano had harnessed the power of space, mastering it with newfound ease, allowing him to wield it freely during combat. Leia approached Gano, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, and inquired, "Brother Gano, have you greatly enhanced your abilities? I fear we may no longer stand a chance against you." Gano remarked, "You are not lacking either, are you? By now, you should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan level 2, right? Bardock and Broly can also achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. It appears you have not been remiss in your training these past few years. So, Leia, after Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan, are you and Bardock no longer his match?" At that moment, Schlag interjected, "Ever since Lord Broly attained the Super Saiyan form, neither Queen Leia nor Lord Bardock combined stand a chance against him." Leia turned and shot a glare at Shrag, saying, "You can speak freely here. But do you really have to tell the truth? Are you feeling a bit too cheeky?" Upon hearing Leia's words, Shrag instinctively shrank his neck and obediently stepped aside. Gano observed Shrag's expression and thought to himself, "It seems that during my absence over the past few years, Leia has established her own authority on the Saiyan planet. This is for the best, as it spares me the gradual task of having the people of the Saiyan planet recognize Leia's identity through my influence." Gano exclaimed, "So, Broly is remarkably powerful now." Broly suddenly appeared before Gano and replied, "Brother Gano, I'm right beside you." "Why the loud outburst? I can hear you just fine." Gano continued, "With your newfound strength, would you care to engage in a friendly competition with me? Brother Gano, perhaps we should reconsider? No matter how strong I may be, I cannot compare to your prowess. Engaging in a contest with you would only lead to my own humiliation. I am not so foolish. It is merely a sparring match. What is there to fear? Rest assured, I shall only utilize my first transformation." "Very well, since you wish to assess my combat abilities, I shall gladly spar with you." "Brother Gano." Gano soared into the air, heading directly towards the arena, with Broly closely trailing behind. In a short while, the perimeter of the arena was thronged with spectators, all eager to witness the extent of their king's power after 5 years of relentless training. Gano commenced his transformation directly, the energy within him surging wildly. A column of reddish-brown energy shooting towards the heavens. Broly too began to unleash his power, a green beam of light ascending into the sky. His hair transforming into a vibrant green, as his aura expanded uncontrollably. Those of lesser strength surrounding the training ground were swept off their feet by the turbulent waves of energy emanating from Broly, with only Leia, Bardock, Shrag, and others capable of transforming into Super Saiyans remaining upright. Boom remarked, "Broly's energy is swelling rapidly, and the aura he emits is exceedingly chaotic." Indeed, this is the drawback of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. If not properly controlled, Broly could succumb to the backlash and become a relentless killing machine, Leia responded. While the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is formidable, its downsides are particularly pronounced, Bardock added. Shrag interjected, "However, Master Gino's transformation is distinct from both Broly's and yours. His hair is reddish-brown, while yours turned golden post-transformation, and Broly's hair is green. Might it be that his bloodline is even more powerful?" Boom speculated, "It is possible. Just as Broly's parents were ordinary Saiyans, yet he possesses the legendary bloodline. Gino's lineage must also be extraordinarily potent." At that moment, Broly was engaged in combat, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, while Gino merely extended a palm to effortlessly block all of Broly's assaults. Gino exclaimed, "Is this truly the extent of your power, Broly? No, it cannot be. You are capable of greater strength. Show me your true potential." "Very well, then unleash it completely." As Broly's energy surged once more, his pupils flickered with uncertainty. Gino recognized that this instability stemmed from Broly's inability to control such immense power. He shouted, "Broly, remain true to yourself. Do not let this power dominate you. You must wield it. Bend it to your will." Broly repeated fervently, "Stay true to myself. Stay true to myself. I will not allow this power to control me. I shall control it." Closing his eyes, he focused, and his aura began to stabilize. Suddenly, with a crack, all the unleashed energy was drawn back into Broly's being. His transformation into a Super Saiyan became a permanent state, his strength magnifying and his aura solidifying. Observing the changes in his physique, Broly felt the formidable energy firmly under his command. He turned to Gano and declared, "Brother Gano, I have finally mastered this power." Gano nodded and said, "Come on, Broly, our battle is far from over." "All right, I'm coming," replied Broly. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear right before Gano. With a single punch, he struck, passing through Gano's form. Broly realized that it was merely Gano's illusion, but when had Gano evaded him? As confusion enveloped Broly, Gano materialized behind him and remarked, "Your speed is too slow." With a resounding smack, Broly was sent flying, crashing to the ground with tremendous force. The impact created a massive crater, and Broly's transformation was abruptly dispelled. It seemed that Gano's strike held considerable power. Gino's body descended slowly, coming before Broly. He addressed Broly, saying, "Your strength is excessively loose, and your speed is inadequate. It seems you still need to train diligently." Rising from the pit, Broly exclaimed, "Ouch, that hurt. Gano, your attack power is too formidable. You struck me back to my original form with a single blow. This serves as a wake-up call for you, however. Your strength has indeed increased significantly compared to before. Keep up the hard work." Broly replied, "All right, Gano, I intend to surpass you in the future." Gano responded, very well. Then strive diligently. I eagerly await the day that arrives. Chapter 93. Gano and Rya cohabitating. Witnessing such a powerful Broly being subdued by a single strike from Gano only solidified everyone's belief in Gano's growing strength. Before Gano's return, Broly was the mightiest warrior on planet Saiyan. Yet, it is truly terrifying that someone of such immense power could not withstand even one of Gano's blows. Gano observed the astonished expressions on the faces of the crowd and addressed them, saying, everyone should dedicate themselves to diligent cultivation. My own journey over these past 5 years has indeed been one of training, albeit of a rather unique nature, which I shall refrain from elaborating on. The competition has concluded, and it is time for you all to return. During your cultivation, pay particular attention to enhancing your mental prowess, as your mental strength increases. So too will your combat abilities. This, however, merely reflects Gano's perspective, for he intends to alter the Saiyan training approach. There exist 2 distinct paths of cultivation. 1. As depicted in the original narrative, is the divine method focused on the development of mental strength, an approach that Son Goku follows in the canon of Dragon Ball Super. The other, rooted in the GT universe, emphasizes the full utilization of the Saiyans' physical capabilities, pursuing an extreme form of physical cultivation. Gano's formidable physique allows him to cultivate the power of GT as well as develop his mental prowess through the divine path. This is essential. For Gano's mastery over time and space requires a significant mental strength. Thus, he aspires to advance in both aspects simultaneously. He believes that the divine path is particularly suited for the Saiyans at this juncture. Once they attain the transformation into Super Saiyan level 3, they may embark on the divine journey. For now, focusing on mental training is a prudent investment for their future. As for me, I will soon seek out the Galaxy King and assign you tasks. Yes, my lord, we stand ready for your orders. Very well, everyone may return. The onlookers dispersed to their homes, embarking on new training regimens, while a few remained, including Leia and others. Gano understood their curiosity regarding his whereabouts over the past 5 years. Observing their expressions, he spoke. Very well. I shall recount what I have been doing all this time. Thus, he began narrating the events of the past 5 years. An hour later, Gano concluded his tale. Leia remarked, so, you were trapped in some tower for 5 years because of that so-called Super Dragon Ball? Indeed. Within the God-slaying tower, I faced different adversaries daily, engaging in combat where a single misstep could prove fatal. Broly commented, it seems, dear brother Gano, that your past few years have been quite tumultuous. Compared to us, your experiences were far more perilous. Nevertheless, that is all behind us. Although I was imprisoned for 5 years, my strength has surged, my combat abilities have heightened, and my mental prowess has significantly improved. Is that not a positive outcome? Now, everyone should return home. After a long day, rest is essential. Tomorrow, we shall resume our training. As everyone departed, Leia lingered, for Gano had declared her to be his woman, and thus she ought to reside in his castle, sharing meals and quarters with him. Leia's cheeks flushed, and as Broly took his leave, he teasingly remarked, Sister Leia, do try not to get too carried away tonight. Otherwise, dear brother Gano may find it overwhelming. Leia's face turned crimson, her eyes narrowing at Broly. Are you looking for trouble, you little rascal? He chuckled. Oh, Sister Leia. You can no longer best me in a fight. Just because you cannot defeat me does not mean I cannot have my way with you. Leia promptly seized Broly's ear, and he winced in pain, pleading, Sister Leia, mercy, please. I promise I shall never do it again. Leia retorted, you think there will be a next time? No, no. There will be no next time. I will remain silent. Release me, for you are about to twist my ear off. Relenting, Leia finally let go, but Broly, with mischief rekindled, turned to Gano. Brother Gano, keep your woman in check. Otherwise, your life may become quite unbearable. Upon hearing this, Leia's temper flared, her voice seething. Broly. Sensing her ire, Broly swiftly retreated. Bardock and Shrag also departed, casting a glance at Leia that seemed to convey, the youth must learn to exercise restraint. Yu and Tasha followed suit, approaching Gano with advice. Little Gano, remember to be gentle. Leia is still inexperienced. Leia, exasperated, stomped her foot. Mom, Dad, why are you joining in the teasing? Tasha, having experienced the trials of youth, replied, what is the big deal? It's just the matter of boys and girls. However, since it is your first time, to be cautious. Mother, what are you even saying? I shall not engage with you further. Gano said, Father, Mother, neither Leia nor I are married. Such matters occur naturally. It is not merely the case that a man and a woman sharing a room will lead to such happenings. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, I am not that kind of person. After Leia and I are wed, these things will unfold naturally. So there is no need for you to worry about our affairs. How can I not be concerned? I am eagerly awaiting the day I can hold my grandchild. Is it not reasonable for me to feel anxious? Tasha replied. Very well, I shall heed my mother's wishes. Leia, let us retire to the chamber. Ah. Leia had not anticipated Gino's directness and stood momentarily bewildered as Gino lifted her and made his way towards his castle. Mom and Tasha observed Gino and Leia enter the fortress before departing themselves. Mom remarked, is this not true? This is what it means to be a man. One must exhibit strength when the moment calls for it. Gino embraced Leia as he entered the castle, gently placing her upon the bed. Leia's small hands fidgeted restlessly. And she turned to Gino, asking, Brother Gino, must we truly proceed so swiftly? Gino remarked, what are you thinking? Day after day. I lay you down on the bed so you can rest. You have been quite weary lately, so please, indulge in some much-needed slumber. Upon hearing Gino's words, Leia felt a twinge of disappointment, which struck her as peculiar. It is often the case that when a girl persistently resists something, the moment it is withdrawn, an unexpected anticipation arises within her. Yet, once the act is finally performed, she may perceive it as mere desire for her physique rather than genuine affection. Oh. Then I shall sleep first, Brother Gino. If you're tired, please feel free to join me, she said. Very well, you rest first. I will take a moment before I repose. With that, Leia closed her eyes and soon drifted into a serene slumber. Gino observed the slumbering Leia and approached the bed, gently tucking her in before retrieving a blanket for himself. He soon succumbed to the embrace of sleep. Chapter 94, The Earth Martial Arts Tournament. This slumber was profoundly restorative. It had been a considerable time since Gino had experienced such a serene sleep. His body, wholly relaxed, enjoyed a much-needed respite. The 5 years spent in the God-slaying tower were both tormenting and challenging for Gino, as he faced various adversaries daily. Consequently, he remained in a state of light slumber, awakening at the slightest hint of an opponent's presence to guard against any surprise attacks. In this relentless environment, Gino's mental fortitude was honed, for he understood the necessity of being perpetually prepared for battle, continually striving to enhance his mental acuity to maintain his vigilance. Gino stretched languidly, gazing at the crimson sun outside. He estimated the time and concluded it was likely around noon. At that moment, Leia approached Gino's bedside, carrying a tray of food. Noticing that Gino had awakened, she quickly inquired, Gino, dear brother, you slept so soundly last night. Look, it's already time for lunch. Gano remarked. During my years within the Tower of God-laying, I scarcely found a moment's rest. Each day was consumed by relentless battles. I am uncertain who ensnared me within those walls. Yet the outcome proved favorable as my strength has notably increased, and I have acquired what I sought. All right, I understand. Dear brother Gano, your toil has been arduous. Now, please partake in this meal I have prepared for you. To give it a taste. Gino was taken aback by Leia's words, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon her. Leia remarked, what kind of look is that? Over the past 5 years, I have not merely engaged with beings across the cosmos. In my leisure time, I have frequently traveled to Earth to master its culinary arts. While I may not claim to be a culinary virtuoso, my skills have certainly improved. If you doubt me, why not sample my creations? Gino remarked, have you ever cooked? Aren't you a foodie? How could you possibly learn to cook? To this, Layla retorted, who are you underestimating? I have been diligently learning to cook, and now I can prepare meals. However, in Layla's heart, she recalled her frequent visits to Dr. Brisford's home, where she often enjoyed their meals. Over time, the notion of cooking for herself began to take root. One day, Mrs. Brisford inquired, Layla, do you have feelings for Gino? Layla responded, is it that obvious? Dr. Brisford added, we can all see it. Mrs. Brisford advised, let me tell you something. Liking someone is not enough. You must know how to capture their attention. Layla asked, how do I do that? She recalled a saying on Earth, to win someone's heart, one must first win their stomach. Thus, one must learn to cook their favorite dishes to truly captivate them. Consequently, Layla embarked on her arduous culinary journey. Yet, as a Saiyan who was accustomed to combat, the task of cooking was somewhat daunting for her. Reluctantly, Layla persevered, but her initial attempts resulted in meals that were nearly inedible, causing even her to grimace at the aroma. As time passed, her cooking skills improved remarkably, and her dishes became increasingly delectable. The Brisford family even praised her as a genius, which brought immense satisfaction to Layla. Her efforts bore fruit, and she could now create any dish she desired. Layla eagerly urged, please, do try it. Gano picked up the chopsticks, deftly grasping a piece of meat and placing it into his mouth. With his eyes closed, he chewed thoughtfully. He had presumed that Leia's cooking would be unpalatable. However, at the moment his teeth met the meat, the succulent juices flowed directly down his throat, enveloping his taste buds in a wave of exquisite flavor. Gano opened his eyes and delicately placed a piece of meat into his mouth. This time, he savored it thoroughly. Indeed, the aroma was intoxicating, leaving a lingering sweetness on his lips and palate. Gano lifted the bowl directly to his lips, devouring its contents with fervor. "Is there more?" he inquired. "Of course," replied Leia, summoning, "Bring forth the dishes." At her command, the Zephyr people approached one by one, presenting a splendid array of delicacies before Gano. Gazing at the sumptuous spread, he turned to Leia and remarked, "Did you prepare all of this?" Before Leia could respond, one of the female Zephyr interjected. "The queen rose before dawn to prepare these meals. All of these dishes are crafted by her hand." Gano cast a glance at Leia, taken aback by her early rising to prepare a meal for him. In his world, such a woman would be regarded as a model of virtue and motherhood. However, in the realm of Dragon Ball, he had encountered similar women, leading him to conclude that he had indeed arrived in the right world. Gano addressed them, saying, "Put down your meals and step outside." "Certainly," the Zephyrians replied. Once all the Zephyrians had set their meals aside and exited, Gano swiftly approached Leia, lifting her into his arms. This took Leia by surprise. Her heart raced. What could this mean in the middle of the day, Brother Gano? She pondered, bewildered by her own thoughts. Gano placed Leia at the dining table, then picked up chopsticks, delicately selecting a morsel of food and bringing it to Leia's lips. He gently said, "Leia, let us dine together. This time, I shall feed you. You need only enjoy your meal." Leia felt her heart swell with happiness, and she obediently nodded. Their meal stretched on for several hours, filled with sweetness and affection. Once they finished, the dishes were cleared away. Gano remarked, "It has been quite some time since I visited Earth. Leia, would you accompany me on a stroll there? I wish to express my gratitude to Mrs. Briscoe." "All right. By the way, let us invite the Bardock couple, as well as Broly and Shrag. We can inquire if they wish to join. If they do, we shall go together. If not, then we shall proceed alone." "Certainly, Brother Gano. I shall go find them at once." After a while, Bardock and his wife, along with Broly and Shrag, arrived. Since Shrag had never been to Earth, they decided to take him along for a tour. Broly exclaimed, "Brother Gano, another trip to Earth? I have missed its delectable cuisine so much. Let us depart swiftly." Bardock and his wife added, "It has been ages since we last saw Kakarot. I wonder how he is faring now." Gano remarked, "Let us go and see for ourselves." "Very well. Now that everyone is gathered, let us depart." In an instant, Gano activated his teleportation and arrived on Earth. His first destination was the residence of Dr. Brisbane. Upon reaching Dr. Brisbane's home, he discovered that the family was not present. Inquiring with a passerby, Gano learned that the Brisbane family had gone to witness the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament. Gano remarked, "The world's foremost martial arts tournament. Let us go and witness it." Layla added, "Since we have nothing else to do, why not observe the combat taking place on this planet? What about you all? Will you join us?" They all nodded in agreement. The figures of Gano and his companions flickered as they arrived directly at the site of the foremost martial arts competition. In Chapter 95, The Misfortunes of Shinbaru, the atmosphere of the world's premier martial arts event was charged with intensity as Goku engaged in a fierce battle against Tien. According to the original narrative, Tien was destined to seize the ultimate championship. However, one wonders if Goku, under Gano's guidance, might now claim the title for himself. With a cacophony of strikes echoing, the sounds of combat reverberated. Bang, bang, bang. Clap, clap, clap. Bardock's gaze immediately fell upon Kakarot. No, he should be called Son Goku. Upon seeing her son, Chi-Chi could not hold back her tears. It appears our son is thriving on Earth. Look, Bardock. His fervor for battle resembles your own in days gone by. Gano remarked, Kakarot's desire for battle is more fervent than that of anyone else. Bardock's combat fervor pales in comparison to Kakarot's. He observed Kakarot engaging in combat with the three-eyed warrior, his entire being consumed by the fight. Broly commented, at this moment, Kakarot should easily triumph over the three-eyed being. I can sense that Kakarot's energy far exceeds that of his opponent, yet why does he not swiftly eliminate the foe? The answer lies in Kakarot's enjoyment of battle. Each confrontation is a source of pleasure and learning for him, which is why his fighting prowess escalates so rapidly. Look. Victory is imminent, Bardock noted as Tien Shinhan hovered in the air, his palms positioned to form a triangle as he prepared to unleash his Kikaho against Kakarot. Currently, Tien was not adept at utilizing his inner energy, thus he directed his palms towards Kakarot and began to gather power. Bardock exclaimed, "Why doesn't Kakarot seize this opportunity to attack? This is Kakarot's flaw. He waits for his adversary to unleash their most formidable technique before striking." Tien, having charged his energy, warned Kakarot, "Son Goku, my move is quite powerful. Do not perish." Son Goku replied, "Then bring it on. Let me witness the full might of your ultimate technique. Prepare to receive my Kikaho." With a resounding explosion, Tien's Kikaho created a deep crater in the arena, and Kakarot's figure vanished from sight. Tien's three eyes scanned the area in search of Son Goku. At that moment, Son Goku had positioned himself above Tien, his hands forming a blossom-like shape as he shouted, "Kamehameha." A wave of blue and white energy surged forth, striking Tien with tremendous force, sending him tumbling out of the arena. According to the rules of the competition, being ejected from the platform or losing one's fighting capability constituted defeat, so Tien had lost. The announcer proclaimed loudly, "Tien Shinhan has fallen from the platform." Thus, Son Goku is crowned the champion of this martial arts tournament. Congratulations to Son Goku. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. However, an unwelcome guest arrived at the tournament, Dabura, a minion of the Demon King Piccolo. With a pair of wings sprouting from his back, he exuded a sinister aura. He produced a stack of photographs and, upon examining one, spotted Krillin. "You shall be my next target. The others have already been eliminated." The announcer, oblivious to the impending danger, addressed Dabura, "My friend. This tournament has concluded. If you wish to compete, you must await the next World Martial Arts Tournament." Dabura replied, "I am not here to compete. I am here to kill." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished, reappearing before Krillin. "You are the little bald-headed Krillin, correct?" Krillin asked, "Who are you?" Dabura retorted, "My identity is irrelevant. What matters is that you will die today." As he spoke, Dabura's finger pierced Krillin's heart, causing him to collapse, blood spilling from his lips, swiftly succumbing to death. Witnessing his dear friend's murder, Goku erupted in fury and charged at Dabura, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, Dabura extended a hand, effortlessly blocking Goku's assault. "You wretched fiend, why did you kill Krillin? This is utterly unforgivable." The two combatants clashed, battling from the ground to the skies, evenly matched. Suddenly, Dabura delivered a sweeping kick to Goku's abdomen, sending him plummeting from the heavens. Having completed his task, Dabura flapped his wings and soared towards his next target, Kakarot. "You shall not escape," Goku yelled as he pursued Dabura. The audience, witnessing this alarming scene, was struck with terror. Chi-Chi, seeing her son recklessly chase after the enemy, attempted to follow, but Bardock intervened, stating, "Your actions will hinder our son's future growth." Gano nodded, acknowledging the truth that Kakarot's path could only be traversed by himself. "Let us follow him." Leia and the others concurred, and they promptly dashed out. Kakarot, despite his efforts, found himself unable to match the speed of Dambalin. Hunger gnawed at him, rendering him devoid of strength. He descended from the sky and landed on the ground. As soon as he touched the earth, he caught a whiff of a tantalizing fish aroma and followed it to a grill boasting a 3-meter-long, 1-meter-wide roasted fish. Without a second thought regarding its ownership, he pounced upon it, devouring the entire feast with remarkable speed, his satisfaction evident as he patted his now bulging belly. Suddenly, a disheveled figure emerged, hair tangled and a knife at his waist. Upon discovering his fish had vanished, he drew his weapon and exclaimed, "Which scoundrel has devoured my fish?" Spotting the contented son Wukong reclining nearby, he noticed the slight protrusion of Wukong's belly. Enraged, Akairo brandished his knife at Wukong, declaring, "You, glutton, you have feasted upon my fish, and now you shall pay." Instinctively, Wukong dodged Akairo's attack and replied, "I was unaware this fish belonged to you. I can replace it with a much larger one later, but I must pursue the enemy now." Just then, a creature resembling a dinosaur with a long beak and wings, one of the minions of Demon King Piccolo, named Sinbaru, arrived with the intent to obstruct Wukong. Infuriated, Wukong pondered how many more foes awaited him. He swiftly moved before Sinbaru and delivered a powerful punch, severely injuring him. Akairo then interjected, "Since you consumed my flying roasted fish, this one is mine now. He appears to be a fine meal." Sinbaru roared in anger, "You glutton! You dare treat me as food? I will show you my terror." He charged at Akairo, who, with a swift draw of his blade, cleaved Sinbaru in two. Wukong exclaimed in awe, "Impressive. But alas, I cannot spar with you. I must continue my pursuit. That fiend has slain my friend Krillin, and I shall not let him escape." With a determined heart, Wukong surged toward Dambalin. Chapter 96, Demon King Piccolo at this moment. Damblin had ascended to the flying ship of Demon King Piccolo, his mission accomplished. Piccolo represented the dark side of the celestial beings, self-proclaimed as the Demon King. In times past, he wreaked havoc upon Earth, shrouding it in chaos, until he was sealed away in a rice cooker by the martial arts masters, Master Roshi and Master Shin, using the Mafuba technique. Piccolo was inadvertently released by three foolish individuals known as the Pilaf Gang, who had long sought to dominate the Earth through the gathering of Dragon Balls. By a twist of fate, they freed Piccolo from his confinement. Initially intent on eliminating the Pilaf Gang, Piccolo's interest was piqued when they revealed the secret of the Dragon Balls, igniting a glimmer of hope in his aging heart. He sought the Dragon Balls to restore his lost youth. Damblin approached Piccolo, stating, "My lord, I have fulfilled your command and eliminated the martial artists on Earth. No one can seal you away again." "Well done, Damblin," Piccolo replied. "At last, I, Demon King Piccolo, can reign supreme over the Earth." Yet, the Dragon Balls remain unfound. What shall we do? Meanwhile, Gano and the others watched as Ryukong pursued the minions of Demon King Piccolo. Jine expressed her concern, "My king, is my son safe? Is he truly a match for Demon King Piccolo?" Gano remarked, "Rest assured, Jine. King Piccolo has now reached a state of utter exhaustion. While he may have once posed a threat, Goku's strength has far surpassed that of King Piccolo." "Is that so? Then I shall feel at ease," Jine replied. "By the way, I still possess the Dragon Balls from Earth. In order for King Piccolo to regain his youth, he must harness the power of the dragon. However, he is currently powerless. If he desires the Dragon Balls, he will have to obtain them from me. Come, let us witness the battle between Kakarot and King Piccolo." At that moment, Goku had caught up with Dumble. Spotting King Piccolo's spaceship, he shouted towards its interior, "Come out, whoever is inside. I have tracked your energy, and I demand you show yourself. I seek vengeance for my dear friend Krillin, you vile creature who dared to take his life." Hearing the commotion outside, King Piccolo turned to Dumble and inquired, "What is happening? Did I not send Sibar to assist you? Has something befallen him?" Just as he spoke, a sharp pain pierced King Piccolo's chest as he addressed Dumble. "Sibar is dead." "Impossible. I know Sinbar's fighting capability well. While he may not match my own, he is more than sufficient to handle the martial artist of Earth." King Piccolo asserted, "My instincts do not fail me. It seems Sinbar has been vanquished by that outsider. Lower the spaceship. I must see who dares to make such a ruckus." The spaceship descended slowly, and King Piccolo emerged, followed closely by Dumble. Goku instantly recognized Dumble, exclaiming, "You deranged fiend! You dare to slay my dear friend Krillin? Prepare to pay for his life." King Piccolo glanced at Goku and commanded Dumble, "Dispose of him quickly. Once this pest is dealt with, I must seek the Dragon Balls." "Understood, King Piccolo," Dumble replied. Dumble swiftly appeared before Goku, declaring, "Eliminating Sinbar indicates you possess some strength. But my combat prowess far exceeds that of Sinbar. Whoever this Sinbar or Kabara may be, I know not. However, those of your ilk deserve to perish," Goku retorted. Dumble scoffed, "Such bravado. Let us see just how strong you truly are." Goku replied, "Enough with the chatter." He instantly appeared before Dumble, his speed so rapid that Dumble barely registered it. Just as Dumble opened his mouth to speak, Goku's fist struck him in the abdomen, bending his body in an arc. Goku then executed a sidekick, sending Dumble hurtling away. With a resounding crash, Dumble was propelled backward, colliding with several large trees. Goku pursued him, arriving at the point where Dumble was destined to land. "Kamehameha wave, here it comes," Goku shouted, unleashing a blue and white energy wave that obliterated Dumble into fragments. Having dispatched Dumble, Goku approached King Piccolo and declared, "You must be their leader. Eliminating you should restore peace to Earth." King Piccolo responded, "Boy, I concede your strength is formidable, but you lack the power to defeat me, King Piccolo. Even the mightiest martial artist on Earth, Master Roshi, cannot vanquish me. You are simply not in the same league." Goku retorted, "Then let us see." He began to unleash his energy, his combat power escalating to match that of King Piccolo. Observing the aura emanating from Goku, a flicker of concern crossed King Piccolo's face. "So, you have been concealing your true power. It appears I must regard you as a worthy adversary." Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Gano and the others watched the battle unfold. Leia inquired, "Strag, is King Piccolo one of your demonic kin? Have you encountered him before?" Strag replied, "Our kind on Strag's planet is limited, but I have never seen this individual. His combat strength is far too low. Our demons do not possess such feeble abilities." Gano remarked, "This Majin Buu is an incarnation of the deity. To elaborate, he embodies the malevolent aspect of the divine. Thus, Bu is the deity, and the deity is also Bu. Furthermore, just like you, the deity and Slag are both combat-oriented Namekians from the planet Namek. You all belong to the same world of Namek. As Jinnu continued discussing the matters of Namek, Broly interjected, declaring that the time for resolution had arrived, and that the formidable King Piccolo was destined for defeat. Indeed, no sooner had Broly uttered these words than Goku delivered a decisive blow, piercing through King Piccolo's abdomen. In his final moments, King Piccolo expelled an egg towards the horizon, proclaiming that the demon race would never perish. Subsequently, his form dissipated into the ether. Goku emerged victorious, eager to take a moment's respite, when applause erupted from Jinnu, who exclaimed, "Excellent work." Startled, Goku swiftly pivoted, assuming a combat stance. The newcomer appeared somewhat familiar, prompting Goku to inquire, "Who are you? Your energy feels oddly recognizable." This left Jinnu momentarily speechless as he replied, "I trained you, remember? My name is Jinnu." As he spoke, Jinnu unleashed a powerful energy blast from his hand, obliterating a nearby mountain peak. Upon witnessing the devastation, Goku's memory was jogged, and he exclaimed, "You are Jinnu. I remember now. I never anticipated we would meet again." "Indeed," Jinnu responded. "I have come to Earth to deliver the Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish. Those who have perished may be resurrected simply by summoning the Eternal Dragon. Is that true? Please, bring me the Dragon Balls at once." Geno presented the Dragon Balls to Goku before taking flight, his voice echoing, "If you wish to grow stronger, seek out Karin Tower." Chapter 97, The Ascent of Karin Tower. Upon hearing Geno's words, Goku pondered where Karin Tower might be. Why couldn't he simply provide me with directions? He mused. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter was to resurrect those who had perished. Goku placed the Dragon Balls on the ground and exclaimed, "Come forth, Sharon, and grant my wish." The Dragon Balls radiated an intense light, and a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, darkening the sky as Shinron materialized before Goku. "Speak your wish, and I shall fulfill it," the dragon proclaimed. Goku declared, "I wish for all those slain by King Piccolo to be revived." "Your wish is granted." A flash of red light flickered in Shinron's eyes, and all those killed by King Piccolo returned to life, including Krillin. "Your wish has been fulfilled," Shinron announced before transforming into 7 Dragon Balls that scattered across the earth, now turned to stone, awaiting a year before they could be used again. "That will suffice." "I shall first check on Krillin's revival," Goku said, flying towards the martial arts tournament. The venue was nearly deserted, and Krillin's sudden appearance startled the few remaining spectators, who thought they had encountered a ghost. The unexpected arrival of a figure at the tournament was indeed astonishing. Goku swiftly reached the tournament grounds and was overjoyed to see Krillin revived. Krillin, still bewildered, questioned, "Wasn't I killed? How am I back?" Goku explained that he had used the Dragon Balls to bring him back, leaving Krillin in disbelief at the existence of such magic on Earth. "Let us return." "I wonder how Master Roshi is faring," Goku remarked. "By the way, Master Roshi is also a martial artist from Earth. He hasn't fallen, has he? We must hurry to check." Krillin, having learned the flying technique, soared towards Master Roshi's island. At that moment, on Master Roshi's island, Tien Shinhan was practicing the Mafuba technique learned from Master Matedo. Master Roshi appeared behind Tien, admonishing, "Do not rush in your training. Impatience will hinder your true potential." Tien replied, "But Master Roshi, King Piccolo has returned. If we do not act swiftly, Earth will plunge into darkness. Fear not. If death is to come, let it be upon us old folks. You young ones are the future of Earth." Just then, 2 powerful energies approached the island. Tien sensed the approaching presence and readied himself for battle. "Damn it. I didn't expect them to find this place," he said. Master Roshi interjected, "Calm down, Tien. They're our allies. Do you not recognize their familiar auras?" Before Tien could respond, 2 figures flew into view, Goku and Krillin. Tien exclaimed, "Krillin, are you a ghost? I saw you killed by King Piccolo's minions." Krillin replied, "Yes, but I was revived." Goku recounted the defeat of King Piccolo and how he had used the Dragon Balls to resurrect the fallen, including the arrival of Geno on Earth. "By the way, Master Roshi, Geno mentioned that to grow stronger, one should go to Karin Tower." "Where is it?" Master Roshi explained, "Karin Tower is the sacred training ground of Earth. It is said that those who ascend it may meet the divine Karin, who will impart wisdom in martial arts. It took me 3 arduous years to reach its summit. For Earthlings, it is akin to a hellish trial." Intrigued, Goku declared, "In that case, I shall climb Karin Tower to witness the legendary sage for myself." With that, he took flight towards the tower. Krillin, seeing Goku depart, turned to Master Roshi, saying, Master Rashi, I too wish to grow stronger. I will climb Karen Tower as well. After some contemplation, Tien resolved to join them. Master Rashi, sensing Tien's determination, encouraged, now that King Piccolo has been vanquished, your desire to learn the Mafuba is inconsequential. If you wish to grow stronger, then go. Tien, moved by Master Rashi's words, replied, Master Rashi, I apologize for any past grievances. I seek only to grow stronger. Very well, Master Rashi acquiesced. Tien donned the turtle school uniform and set off towards Karen Tower. Upon arrival, Goku looked up at the seemingly endless height of the tower, resolved to ascend it for strength. The rules were clear. One must climb Karen Tower to earn the sage's guidance. For individuals like Gano, such regulations seemed trivial. As Goku prepared to begin his ascent, Krillin and Tien arrived shortly thereafter. Upon witnessing Tien donned in turtle school attire, Goku and Krillin understood that Tien had joined their ranks. It appears we are united in purpose, striving for strength. Let us commence and see who reaches the summit first. Agreed. Let us compete. Krillin dashed towards Karen Tower, sprinting the initial few hundred meters. However, the tower tested one's willpower. Being first to launch did not guarantee being first to ascend. Soon, Goku caught up to Krillin, and Tien overtook them both, spurring Krillin's competitive spirit. Yet, Krillin's earthling physique could not compare to the hybrid Saiyan and three-eyed warrior. Goku ultimately reached the summit of Karen Tower after 3 days of relentless effort. There, he encountered a plump cat gazing at him. Excuse me, is there a sage here? I seek the Divine One, he inquired. The fat cat replied. The sage you seek is none other than I, Karen. Ah, so the sage is a cat. I expected a figure of grandeur. Goku exclaimed. What nonsense. I have lived over 800 years. It was I who taught that brat Rashi when he climbed Karen Tower 300 years ago. 800 years indeed. You truly are a sage. Can you teach me? Goku asked. I can, but I must wait for those two. I cannot show favoritism among you, Karen replied. Very well. I shall wait for them. 3 months later, Tien reached the summit, followed by Krillin 6 months thereafter. At last, the trio stood before Karen. The sage addressed them. If you can seize the bell from my grasp, you shall graduate. Goku interjected, then allow me to go first. Chapter 98, Metal Gula. Gano and his companions are currently relishing a delightful feast at the residence of Dr. Brisbane, while Goku and his group remain engrossed in their training. The others indulge in their meal, savoring every bite, while Kain appears distracted, absently nibbling on a chicken leg. Observing Kain's inattentiveness, Bardock reassures her, saying, Rest assured, Kakarot will undoubtedly succeed in his training. Moreover, the Masters of Earth are known to impart their wisdom generously to their disciples. At this moment, Gano remarked, Indeed, Kakarot can significantly enhance his power under the tutelage of the Kaishin, after which he will proceed to train with the God of Heaven in preparation for the challenge posed by the second generation of Majin 2 years hence. Majin 2? Who do you refer to? Are you speaking of Piccolo's offspring? Bardock inquired. Not exactly Piccolo's offspring, but rather Piccolo himself. Gano elaborated. How does one explain this? Did you witness the moment when Piccolo was pierced by Kakarot and expelled that singular egg? That egg encapsulates the future Piccolo. However, this creature's lifelong ambition is to defeat or eliminate Kakarot, though ultimately, his fate will be to be thoroughly subdued by Kakarot. Upon hearing Gano's words, Jain felt a profound sense of relief. Nearby, Dr. Brisfa questioned, Will this Piccolo Demon King be reborn in 2 years? It is not a rebirth, but a continuation. Nonetheless, this Piccolo is entirely different from the one vanquished by Goku. The Demon King who was slain was exceedingly malevolent, with the aim of enveloping the earth in wickedness. The new Piccolo, however, seeks only to augment his own strength to overcome Goku and harbors no interest in ruling the earth. Your explanation puts my mind at ease. Brisfa replied. Now, let us not dwell on this any longer, Dr. Brisfa. Our purpose for visiting Earth was solely to return the Dragon Balls. And now that they have been restored, we must take our leave. Must you depart so soon? You have only just arrived on Earth. Why not stay a few days longer? Brisfa suggested. No, I have many responsibilities awaiting me on my planet, so we shall not linger here. We will take our leave now, Gano stated. Very well. In that case, do come back to Earth whenever you find some free time. Indeed, I shall. Earth is indeed my second homeland. Upon uttering this statement, Leia and the others gazed at Gano, perplexed by the meaning behind his words. Gino hurriedly elucidated. What I mean is that Earth boasts a plethora of exquisite delicacies. Do we not frequently visit to indulge in its culinary delights? I am contemplating acquiring a residence on Earth, thus allowing me to reside here for a while. This way, Earth could indeed be considered my second homeland. Oh, is that so? Laya responded with evident delight. Brother Gano, your idea is quite feasible. Let us procure a house on Earth. This way, we need not impose upon Dr. Brisford each time we visit. Indeed, I concur, Gano added. Continuously relying on Dr. Brisford during our visits is not a sustainable solution. Owning a house would grant us the freedom to come to Earth at our leisure. Dr. Brisford interjected, I would actually welcome your presence in my home. How could it ever be a bother? Laya replied, Dr. Brisford, while your generosity is appreciated, residing at your place during our visits could draw unwarranted criticism. People might say, why do they keep mooching off Dr. Brisford? Do they not have their own abode? Such sentiments would hinder our ability to return to Earth, would they not? Ah. Well, if you put it that way, then acquiring a house on Earth seems reasonable, especially since you are not short on funds, Dr. Brisford conceded. Indeed, Dr. Brisford's universal capsule is remarkably convenient, providing utility to beings across the cosmos, which explains its immense popularity, Laya remarked. Haha. It seems my technology is quite esteemed throughout the universe. How utterly unexpected. Dr. Brisford mused. Let us conclude our discussion here. It is time for us to return. Farewell. Dr. Brisford. Very well. Do come again to Earth next time. He replied. Yes, indeed. We shall take our leave now. The figures of Gano and his companions vanished from the spot, returning to the Saiyan planet. At that moment, the Saiyan planet was under siege. Upon witnessing the assault on his homeland, Gano furrowed his brow, contemplating the audacity of these invaders. How dare they attack my planet? They must be seeking their own demise. Gano and his companions swiftly arrived on the Saiyan planet, where Boom and others were engaged in a fierce battle against the invaders. Approaching Boom, Gano snapped his fingers, causing the mechanical foe to disintegrate into mere fragments, a demonstration of his spatial power. Overjoyed at Gano's return, Boom exclaimed, The king has returned. Citizens of the Saiyan planet, let us unite to drive these invaders away. Observing the multitude of intruders, Gano remarked, These invaders seem strangely familiar. Leia interjected, Isn't that the Goldo I defeated? How has he transformed into this ghastly form, resembling a machine? No, this is not merely a machine, replied the metallic Goldo, halting his assault. Indeed, I am Goldo, and my power has significantly amplified. This planet shall serve as the first tribute to my resurrection. Is it truly Goldo? One mused. How has he become so arrogant as Metal Goldo? It is not arrogance, but confidence. My strength now far surpasses what it once was. Defeating you will be a trivial task. Is that so? Gano declared, utilizing his spatial binding power to immobilize Metal Goldo midair. With a firm grasp, he caused the suspended Goldo to explode into nothingness. The remaining Goldo proclaimed defiantly, I am indomitable. I am but a mere projection. As long as my core remains alive, I shall forever resurrect. Do you think I cannot find you? Leia urged her allies, you handle the other Goldo. I will seek out his core. Gano closed his eyes, harnessing his spatial abilities to scour the vicinity. At that moment, the core resided above the planet Bigao, where Goldo mused, This Gano is formidable. He was the one who vanquished my brother, Frieza. Though my combat prowess has increased, I remain no match for him. The intellect of planet Bigao interjected, Capture this Gano. I shall modify him, for he will be the key to my dominion over the universe. Have you lost your mind? To modify Gano is a fool's errand. He cannot be controlled. The intellect retorted, You will obey my commands. As Goldo clutched his head in agony, the intellect inflicted punishment upon him, causing his head to throb painfully, a tactic of control. Just then, Gano's voice resonated, You wish to capture and modify me? Very well. I am coming. Prepare to welcome me. Chapter 99. The submission of Goldo. Gano swiftly made his way into the interior of the Bigao star. Upon the sudden appearance of Gano, Gula instinctively took a step back. However, Gano did not pay attention to Gula. Instead, he was captivated by an enormous screen above him, which served as the brain of Bigao Star. Is this the advanced technological intellect that controls Bigao Star? It merely resembles a gigantic television. How could it possibly govern such a vast planet? The intellect of Bigao Star was equally astonished to see Gano in its control room, taken aback that this individual could locate its presence, given that it was several star systems away from the Saiyan planet. Yet, how could the intellect comprehend that Gano possessed the divine technique of instant transmission? The intellect exclaimed, How did you manage to find this place? My Bigao Star is several star systems distant from your Saiyan planet. How is it that you arrived so instantaneously? Is it not evident? Gano replied, I arrived in an instant. With your limited understanding of science, you cannot fathom the capabilities of a practitioner. Do not presume that mastery of technology grants you the power to control others at will. I, Gano, am not some mere trash you can dominate. You wish to transform me? Well, here I stand before you. Show me your methods. Before any transformation, the first step you must take is to subdue me. Come on. I await your move. The intellect of Begao Star, incensed by Gino's defiant demeanor, commanded Gula, seize him. I intend to transform him into the mightiest warrior. Gano cast a fleeting glance at Gula, addressing him with a tone laced with revelation. So it is you upon whom he relies. With that, Gano extended his hands, inviting Gula to take control. Upon meeting Gino's gaze, Gula felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively taking 2 steps back, his voice trembling as he stammered. I am not your adversary, and besides, I have no desire to meet a fate that leaves me unburied. Gano nodded and remarked, it seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness. The intelligent brain, observing Gula's inaction, bellowed, Gula, what are you doing? Why are you not taking action? Do you not wish to survive? The intelligent brain initiated its punishment upon Gula, who curled into a ball on the ground, clutching his head in despair. Witnessing Gula's plight, Gano addressed the intelligent brain, stating, it appears this is your method of controlling Gula. If that is the case, then I shall simply eliminate you. In Gano's palm, 2 spheres of energy materialized, which he hurled directly at the intelligence core. A resounding explosion echoed, accompanied by the shattering of the screen. As the intelligence core of the Begao Star met its demise at Gano's hands. With this, Gula liberated himself from its control. Witnessing the destruction of the intelligence core, Gula knelt on one knee before Gano, expressing his gratitude. Lord Gano, I am deeply thankful for your intervention that has rescued me from the clutches of the Begao Star. My life now belongs to you. You seek to pledge your loyalty to me, yet do not forget that my planet, Vegeta, was annihilated by your Ice Demon clan. And there exists an ancestral grudge between our Saiyan race and your kind, Gula asserted. This is the result of my brother Frieza's actions. And it has no bearing on you. Even if Frieza perished, your Ice Demon clan would show no compassion. Familial bonds are utterly non-existent among your kind. My allegiance to you is a matter of my own choosing, one that others have no say in. Have you made your decision? To swear loyalty to me means you shall serve as my subordinate. However, should you choose not to, I will undoubtedly eliminate you today. I cannot allow such a formidable adversary to remain. Upon the utterance of Gano's words, Gula found himself in a state of perplexity. Should I pledge my allegiance to you or refrain from doing so? Surely, living is preferable to death. Gula declared, from this day forth, you shall be my master. Should you command me to venture east, I shall not stray west. I shall be your most devoted subordinate. Observing Gula's unwavering loyalty, Gano replied, it is premature to speak of loyalty. Only time can serve as the true test. Indeed, my lord, let time determine the steadfastness of my allegiance to you. Very well, then remain by my side for the time being. I have already vanquished the intelligence of Gao Xing, yet the scientific advancements of this planet are unparalleled in the universe. We must not squander them. I shall take this planet with me. My lord Gano, with such a colossal planet, how can you possibly transport it? Is it even capable of flight? In that moment, Gano's figure flickered outside of the Begao Star, with Gula closely trailing beside him. Gano waved his hand towards Begao Star, and in an instant, a tremendous force enveloped the planet. He then began to propel Begao Star towards his own celestial body. As Gano commenced his movement, Begao Star followed suit, trailing behind him. Observing Gano's prowess, Gula was drenched in cold sweat. It was evident that pledging his allegiance was the wisest decision he could have made, for otherwise, he would have been reduced to cosmic dust. Gula was confident in his ability to annihilate a planet, yet moving one through space was beyond his capabilities, unless one possessed extraordinary strength. Naturally, Gula lacked the mastery of spatial forces, rendering him incapable of transporting Begao Star. Meanwhile, on the Saiyan planet, all the metallic Gulas stood motionless in the void, leaving Leia and the others in bewilderment. What is happening? Why are these metallic Gulas not moving? The reason was clear. Gano had obliterated Begao Star's intelligence core, leaving the metallic Gulas devoid of control. Broly remarked, let it be. Now that they have lost their mobility, this presents us with the perfect opportunity to annihilate them. The others rallied, ready to unleash their ultimate techniques to eradicate the metallic beings. Broly initiated the assault, unleashing a formidable shockwave that obliterated a significant number of Gulas. Leia, not one to lag behind, launched her devastating move, Starburst Annihilation, turning a multitude of metallic beings to ash with her energy wave. As all the Saiyans witnessed Leia and the others spring into action, they too unleashed their ultimate techniques. The air was filled with explosive sounds, and vibrant bursts illuminated the void, a testament to their collective efforts. After a relentless barrage, every last metallic Gula was utterly vanquished. At that moment, they noticed a planet approaching their Saiyan world. Leia and Broly swiftly positioned themselves in front of their comrades. As the planet drew near, they discerned that it was Gano returning with it. "Brother Gano, you're back," Layla exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, I have returned, and I bring with me something remarkable." The gaze of the crowd turned towards Gula, wondering if the remarkable thing Gano referred to as Gula herself. Noticing their curious stares, Gano clarified. "I am speaking of this planet. What were you all thinking? This planet possesses cutting-edge technology that will elevate the scientific advancements of our Saiyan world to new heights. Laika, step forward. I have brought you a technological marvel." Coming. Laika approached Gano. Chapter 100. The creation of metal beings. As Laika appeared before Gano, he inquired, "Laika, have you ever heard of the planet Bigao? Is the high-tech planet you mentioned, Lord Gano, indeed the one known as Bigao Star?" Laika inquired. "Certainly, I've heard of it. The scientific advancements of Bigao Star are incomparable to those of our Saya planet. They exist on entirely different planes. Bigao Star boasts the pinnacle of technology in the universe, unrivaled by any other celestial body," Gano replied. "I never imagined Bigao Star's technology was so formidable. Well then, let us harness Bigao Star's advancements for our Saya planet." Laika exclaimed. "What? Lord Gano, are you suggesting we adopt Bigao Star's technology for our Saya planet?" However, as far as I know, Bigao Star is controlled by an intelligent core, and it is home to many formidable cyborgs. This has led many in the universe to covet Bigao Star's technology, only to meet with failure. That pertains to them. Observe this. Gano waved his hand, revealing a colossal planet before Laika and the others. "This is Bigao Star," he declared. Laika's eyes widened in astonishment. "My lord, this is indeed Bigao Star." "Exactly. It is beyond mere imitation. No way. Bigao Star is protected by cyborgs. It is not easily subdued, and the strength of the metal beings created by its intelligent core cannot be underestimated. It is remarkable that you have managed to conquer Bigao Star so effortlessly. Indeed, the metal beings of Bigao Star are represented by him." Gano pointed to Gula. "He is now under my command, and I have eradicated Bigao Star's intelligent core. Is that truly the case? Such feats can only be accomplished by you, my lord. Others lack the capability to subdue Bigao Star. So now, Bigao Star is within our grasp." "What do you mean, Lord Gano?" "My intention is for you to study the entirety of Bigao Star's technology, and I require you to create a legion of metal warriors based on that technology," Gano stated. "Metal warriors? You mean soldiers akin to the metal Gula that recently invaded us?" Laika asked. "Yes, I want you to forge an army of such warriors, even more powerful than Gula. Since you have requested the creation of a metal warrior army, I shall spare no effort in accomplishing the task you have assigned, but I will need a specimen for my research." "Very well. Is this not a ready-made specimen?" Gano remarked. "Gula, you will assist Laika in his studies." Upon hearing Gano's demand, Gula paused momentarily. Gano shot him a sharp glance and said, "What? Do you have any objections?" Seeing Gano's expression darken, Gula quickly replied, "No. Lord Gano, I will certainly cooperate with Dr. Laika and contribute to his research." With Gula's compliance, Gano's demeanor softened slightly. He turned to Gula and said, "I do not wish for such matters to arise again. Do you understand?" Gula felt cold sweat trickle down his back as he trembled, responding, "There will absolutely not be a next time, Lord Gano, I assure you." "Good. I hope you keep your word. But rest assured, I am not like the intelligent core of Bigao Star. Here, you operate freely under my command. I will not control your actions or words. But the tasks I assign must take precedence." "Yes, Lord Gano, I will prioritize the tasks you assign." "Very well, Laika. I entrust you with managing the resources of Bigao Star. Investigate the metal materials required for Gula and commence the creation of the metal warriors." "Understood, Lord Gano. I will strive to produce satisfactory metal warriors in the shortest time possible." "Then, you may proceed." Laika mobilized all the Zypher people to classify the metal resources within Bigao Star and began his research on its technology. Gino observed that Laika had commenced her actions, and he nodded in satisfaction. Gino turned to gaze upon the battered Saiyan planet before him, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "The Saiyan planet is far too fragile. Such a minor skirmish has left it in shambles. It appears I must devise a means to fortify its resilience." Leia approached Gino and inquired, "Brother Leia, Do you have any ideas on how to restore the Saiyan planet to its former glory? Indeed, there is a solution, but it requires a period of waiting, he replied. Why must we wait? Leia pressed. Because we have just utilized the Dragon Balls. They will not be available for another 3 months. Once the time has elapsed, we can summon the Eternal Dragon and wish for the Saiyan planet to be restored to its original state. Upon hearing the term Dragon Balls, Gula's interest was piqued. Noticing Gula's expression, Gano understood his intentions. It seemed this fellow was aware of the existence of the Dragon Balls, Gano mused. Gula, Gano called out. Yes, Lord Gano. Gula responded promptly, rushing to Gano's side. What are your thoughts regarding the Dragon Balls of the Saiyan planet? Gula, of course, would not admit to having any intentions concerning the Dragon Balls. He quickly shook his head, saying, Lord Gano, I may be bold, but I wouldn't dare covet the Dragon Balls of the Saiyan planet. Gano remarked, do not dwell on unrealistic notions such as immortality or the possession of eternal life. Such aspirations are unattainable. Even the Dragon Balls lack the power to fulfill such wishes. No one can evade death. With sufficient strength, one can vanquish any adversary. This reflection brought to Gino's mind Zamasu's wish for immortality through the Super Dragon Balls, only to be ultimately eradicated by the Omni King, illustrating that no being is truly immortal. As for eternal life, continuous cultivation and enhancement of one's abilities naturally elevate the essence of life, rendering it prolonged. Yet merely prolonged, never eternal. If anyone were to possess eternal life, it would likely be the Creator, wouldn't it? Who is the Creator? Leia inquired. Gano replied. It is a legend from the western world of Earth, specifically the Earth of my previous existence. Well, that suffices for today. Let us return. Although our planet may not be visually appealing, it is nevertheless our home. Let us go home and rest. Gano led the group towards the Saiyan planet, embarking on a journey of reconstruction. 3 months later, utilizing the power of the Dragon Balls, they restored the Saiyan planet to its former glory. Furthermore, Gano requested the Eternal Dragon to enhance the planet's capacity to withstand attacks. Indeed, following the dragon's fortification, the Saiyan planet exhibited a remarkable resilience. Previously, a mere energy blast from Gano would create a substantial crater, yet now, his attacks merely left a small indentation on the surface. It was the first time Gula beheld the Eternal Dragon, and he gasped in astonishment. As Gula gazed at the dragon soaring in the sky, its eyes met his, sending a shiver down his spine and extinguishing any lingering desires he may have harbored. Chapter 101. Acquiring property on Earth with the Saiyan planet restored. Gano expressed his desire to acquire property on Earth to Leia and the others. Leia was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Bardock and Jine were also quite enthusiastic, as their son Kakarot resided on Earth. Broly had no objections either. However, Bu and Tasha preferred the more comfortable environment of the Saiyan planet and thus chose not to purchase property on Earth. Gano had no qualms about this, understanding it was his parents' decision, and he would eventually live separately from them. Thus, the decision to acquire property on Earth was made amicably. One day, Gano brought Bardock, Jine, and Broly to Earth to commence their property search. Their first stop was the residence of Dr. Brisfu, seeking his advice on suitable locations with a comfortable environment for their residence. Mrs. Brisfu mentioned, there is a villa on the outskirts of West City, near the sea, in a pleasant setting, perfect for your needs. Really? That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Mrs. Brisfu. We shall go and see the villa right away, Gano replied. No need for thanks. It is my pleasure. Do hurry and take a look. All right, we shall go at once. In an instant, Gano and the others vanished from sight. A phenomenon Dr. Brisfu and his wife had grown accustomed to, as Gano always arrived and departed from Earth without a trace. A spectacle that had long since acclimatized their hearts to the extraordinary. Gano and his companions arrived at the outskirts of West Dadu and beheld a magnificent villa perched upon a gentle hill. The villa's unique architecture immediately captivated Gano's attention. It boasted 3 stories, with 2 golden lions standing majestically at the entrance, and the grand door appeared as if adorned with gemstones, a true epitome of luxury. Leia gazed upon the villa and felt an instant affection for the place. She turned to Gano and exclaimed, Brother Gano, let us purchase this abode. I find this location utterly enchanting. Just look, it faces the sea and is situated on a hill, allowing us to witness the sunrise in the mornings and the sunset in the evenings, evoking a sense of being atop the world, with all mountains appearing diminutive in comparison. Indeed, I think this place is splendid as well. Let us acquire it. Bardock, Jine, have you decided where you wish to buy a home? Kakarot is still undergoing his training. Once he has completed it and triumphed over Piccolo Jr., your son will surely find a daughter-in-law for you. and he will eventually settle at Bowsy Mountain. Bowsy Mountain? Is that the place where we first encountered Kakarot? Jin inquired. Yes, that is indeed the spot. They will establish their residence there. Then let us procure a house near Bowsy Mountain. This way, we will remain close to Kakarot. After he marries, we can buy him a home. He cannot possibly reside in such a remote location forever, Jin suggested. Very well, let it be so. We shall purchase a house near Bowsy Mountain. Bardock agreed. Gano inquired of Broly. Broly, where do you intend to purchase a house? Broly responded, what about my situation? Gano, wherever you and Sister Leia are, that is where I wish to be. I have no desire to acquire a house. Leia, visibly distressed, exclaimed, how can this be? Broly, you will surely marry in the future. How can you continue living with us indefinitely? Broly replied, if I choose not to marry, then I can remain living with you, can I? Leia was left speechless, retorting, how could you possibly avoid marriage? Surely you will encounter a girl you adore. And then you both will wed. Broly insisted, but I am not contemplating such matters at present. My current goal is to enhance my combat skills and ultimately defeat Brother Gano. That is my foremost priority. Observing Broly's Navi demeanor, Leia was rendered utterly speechless in frustration. Gano approached Broly and said, Broly, how about this? You could purchase a residence near my villa, so that whenever you have matters to discuss, you can come directly to me. After pondering for a moment, Broly replied, very well. I shall acquire a dwelling in close proximity to your villa. With that, Broly began to select a house that appealed to him, while Bardock and Jin also set out to find their preferred homes. Gano, accompanied by Leia, swiftly arrived at the residence of Dr. Brisford, entrusting the intricate details of the property acquisition to Dr. Brisford's subordinate, unfamiliar with the nuances of real estate transactions. Gano deemed it prudent to delegate the task to someone knowledgeable in the matter. Within the span of an hour, Dr. Brisford's assistant had successfully completed the arrangements and presented the property contract to Gano. Upon reviewing the contents of the contract, Gano felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the handling of the affair. At that moment, Broly, Bardock, and others also made their appearance, and they too decided to entrust their matters to this capable individual. Without hesitation, the assistant accepted the new responsibilities, and within 2 hours, he had resolved all outstanding issues. With a casual wave of his hand, Gano conjured a stack of banknotes before him and remarked, your efficiency in handling matters is commendable. Thus, this sum serves as a token of my gratitude. The man hastily replied, I cannot accept this. Please take the money back. Such a trivial matter is hardly worthy of such expense. What may seem trivial to you is indeed significant for us. If we were to undertake these tasks ourselves, we would undoubtedly falter. Thus, you have rendered us a tremendous service. Indeed, please accept this money. Very well, thank you kindly. However, let us not forget the importance of a prosperous beginning. Today, I invite you all to my residence as guests. It marks the first day of my new home purchase. Let us celebrate at my villa. Mrs. Brisford responded, absolutely. We shall visit your new abode. Although I am aware of the villa's existence, I have yet to behold it with my own eyes, and I am eager to experience it firsthand. Gano ushered everyone into his magnificent villa. Upon seeing the opulent residence, Mrs. Brisford remarked, a unique person resides in a distinctive house. Truly remarkable. You flatter me, Mrs. Brisford. Come, let us explore. Gano replied, today, I am treating everyone to a delightful feast. The guests reveled in the villa late into the night, eventually returning home in the early hours. Gano, having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, found himself surprisingly inebriated for the esteemed king of planet Saya. After only a few drinks, his face flushed crimson. Ultimately, he succumbed to the effects of the alcohol, collapsing in a stupor. Observing their host inebriated, the guest recognized it was time to depart. As Mrs. Brisford was leaving, she turned to Leia and said, this is a golden opportunity. Do not let it slip away. Such chances are rare. If you seize the moment with your dear brother Gano today, none shall take him from you in the future. Leia understood Mrs. Brisford's insinuation, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she protested, but Gano is intoxicated. How could I possibly engage in such behavior? Is that so? Then I am at a loss. I can only assist you thus far. The decision rests with you, Mrs. Brisford concluded before taking her leave. Chapter 102. Embracing stillness. Leia gazed at the drunken Gano, contemplating Mrs. Brisford's words. She murmured, perhaps I should heed Mrs. Brisford's advice. After all, Gano is inebriated and would be none the wiser. But how utterly humiliating. How could I stoop so low? If I marry Gano in the future, it will be legitimate, so there is no need to rush. Having resolved her thoughts, Leia helped Gano into his room, gently wiping his face with a towel to hasten the dispersal of the alcohol. In that moment, she resembled a devoted wife tending to her husband. The stillness of the night enveloped them, with stars twinkling above. The beauty of Earth's night was truly enchanting. Oh, I should hurry to sleep. It has been ages since I've enjoyed such rest, she mused, settling beside Gano and gradually drifting into slumber. The following afternoon, Gano awakened with a throbbing headache. Oh, what pain. The effects of the alcohol linger, he lamented. Drinking leads to trouble. I must refrain from such excess in the future. Just then, Leia entered with a hangover remedy, and upon seeing him awake, she presented it to him, saying, Gano, you have finally roused. If you had not awakened soon, I would have had to employ special methods to rouse you. Gano remarked, there is no choice. My capacity for alcohol is limited. I shall not indulge in such excessive drinking again, as it truly disrupts one's affairs. What would happen if an enemy were to launch an attack? Brother Gano, are you perhaps being overly anxious? This is Earth. How could there possibly be any enemies approaching? The Earth holds little value, and even if it were to be conquered, who would desire this planet? Leia, you must not harbor such thoughts. In the future, the warriors of Earth will face increasingly formidable foes, and it won't be long before adversaries attempt to assail our planet. We have settled here, and Earth has become our home. Therefore, we must contribute to its defense. Very well, I shall follow Brother Gano's words. I understand. Now, hurry and drink this hangover remedy. You reek of alcohol. Gano wrinkled his nose, realizing that he indeed carried a strong scent of liquor. Gano directly lifted the bowl and drank the hangover soup, then hurried into the bathroom, eager to wash away the scent of alcohol. The rustling sounds echoed, while outside the bathroom, Leia's thoughts wandered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. What is wrong with me? Why have my thoughts become so unwholesome lately? She murmured to herself. I must not dwell on such matters. After marriage, these things occur naturally? Constantly thinking this way will surely hinder my cultivation. Leia continued her self-reflection. Gino's voice interrupted her reverie. Leia, could you please hand me a towel? There seems to be none in the bathroom. Oh, all right, Gano. Just a moment, I'll fetch it for you. Soon, Leia stood outside the bathroom, towel in hand. Calling out, Gano, I brought you the towel. As the bathroom door opened slightly, Gano reached out to take the towel, and Leia instinctively tilted her head. However, after receiving the towel, Gano promptly closed the door, leaving Leia with a tinge of disappointment. Why am I entertaining such thoughts again? She pondered, shaking her head to dispel the unwholesome notions from her mind. In a flurry, Leia made her way to the sofa and began to meditate for her cultivation. After finishing his shower and drying off, Gano emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Noticing Leia in her practice, he chose not to disturb her. Gano approached his wardrobe, selecting garments to wear. Wrapped in a towel, his physique was fully exposed, muscular and tall, enhancing his imposing presence. A narrow slit opened in Leia's eyes as she gazed at Gano's well-built form, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Who would have thought? Her brother Gano now possessed such an impressive physique. How had she not noticed this transformation during their childhood? Gano sensed the presence of someone observing him and immediately recognized it was Leia. Turning his back to her, he remarked, if you wish to look, then look openly. Why the stealth? This is not your usual demeanor, Leia. Realizing she had been caught, Leia retorted defiantly, who sneaking a glance. I certainly wasn't looking. Gano turned around, revealing his robust pectorals, chiseled abdominal muscles, and that undeniably handsome visage, which captivated Leia instantaneously. It is often said that Saiyans are not particularly attractive. Yet Gano stands as a striking exception, perhaps a testament to his unique soul. Unlike the typical Saiyan appearance, his features are rather delicate. While others of his kind often resemble brutish figures, Gano, however, possesses an alluring charm. Leia, what are you doing? He inquired, noting her unabashed gaze. She could no longer feign innocence and replied, so what if I'm looking? It's not as if I haven't seen before. Such audacious words from Leia left Gano momentarily speechless. Indeed, they had often bathed together as children, with her having seen him in his entirety. But that was in their youth. What thoughts could a mere child possess? Gano remarked, that was during our childhood. Things are different now. We have all matured. Our bodies have developed, and undoubtedly, we are not the same as before. How are we not different? Our height has increased, our figures have improved, and our appearances have become more handsome. Beyond that, nothing has changed. Very well. Gano was at a loss for words. Leia, you are right. Gano donned his attire and addressed Leia, calm. Leia, Let us indulge in some relaxation today. Continuous training is not advisable, after all. The balance of martial and literary pursuits requires both rigor and repose. Do not strain yourself excessively. A measure of relaxation can be beneficial for our cultivation. Is that truly the case? You mustn't deceive me. The disparity in our strengths is widening, and I am reluctant to fall too far behind you, she replied. Absolutely. Would I ever deceive you? Rest assured. Now, let us enjoy a sumptuous meal, delightful drinks, and merriment. Let us free our minds and immerse ourselves in the essence of the world around us. Gano and Leia arrived at a bustling street of delicacies, indulging in a lavish spree. After all, Gano was now a man of wealth, having transformed into a super-rich individual in the cosmos due to the immense success of the universal capsule. If one were to ponder who the wealthiest Saiyan was, it would undoubtedly be Gano. Gano and Leia were indulging in delightful delicacies and engaging with the captivating attractions of Earth, such as roller coasters. However, for them, these experiences were not particularly exhilarating. They merely sought to relish the joy in these activities. They were no longer Saiyans or practitioners, but rather ordinary individuals. Indeed, sometimes being an ordinary person has its own charm. In Chapter 103, they prepared to participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. After 2 years of complete relaxation on Earth, during which Gano guided Leia around the globe, they reveled in the beauty of the planet and embraced life's experiences. Throughout this period, Gano discovered that his mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. It appeared that relaxation could also be a form of cultivation. During these 2 years, Leia's mental prowess had also improved. She frequently sparred with Gano, enhancing her combat abilities. Leia had attained the capability to transform into a Super Saiyan of the 2nd level and could now maintain this form consistently. Though she had yet to reach her full potential in this state and still needed to elevate her strength further. One day, while leisurely wandering, Leia and Gano noticed a sudden rush of people heading towards a specific direction. Gano intercepted one individual and inquired, "My friend, where is everyone hurrying off to?" The person, in a fluster, replied, "Are you not aware? The registration for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence, and I must hurry to enroll." Gano observed the individual. Despite having practiced martial arts, he seemed rather mediocre in Gano's eyes. Is it truly possible for anyone like this to register for the tournament? It appeared that the caliber of martial artists on Earth could use some improvement. Where is the registration taking place? I am quite interested in this tournament, Gano asked. Oh, it's just at the registration booth ahead. You'll see it as you go forward, the individual responded. Gano glanced in the indicated direction and soon spotted the registration area. All right, I see it. Thank you, my friend. Do hurry along to register. I'll head there now. If you are interested, you may also consider signing up. I see you both are martial practitioners. I hope to spar with you at the event, the individual said. Very well. Should we encounter you there, I hope you will go easy on us, Gano replied. That's a fair request. I'm off now. Will you join me, or will you come later? Gano said, I shall wait a while before I proceed. You may go ahead, my friend. With that, the individual hurriedly rushed off to register. Gano approached Leia and proposed, let us enroll in the martial arts tournament for some amusement. Leia replied, what is there to enjoy? The combat prowess of the Earthlings is rather unimpressive. Enrolling would merely be an act of bullying them. I do not intend for you to engage in actual combat with them, Gano clarified, but rather to observe the differences between the battle techniques of these Earth martial artists and our Saiyan methods. Furthermore, we may acquire some unfamiliar techniques to enhance our own combat repertoire. Very well, Leia conceded. Since you have put it that way, let us sign up for some fun. Gano and Leia proceeded to the registration desk, where they inscribed their names and contact details. The registrar remarked, there remains a week until the tournament commences, affording you ample time for preparation. Do return ready for the competition. We shall notify you of the venue via phone. Understood, we shall participate in the tournament, Leia affirmed. However, we have been wandering outside for quite a while. Perhaps it is time we returned. Indeed, we have lingered on Earth for a considerable duration, yet it has not been without merit. Brother Gano, your mental fortitude has strengthened, and my combat abilities have also improved. Let us head back. Gano resided in Leia, and his figure abruptly vanished from the spot, startling the registrar who rubbed his eyes, convinced he was seeing things. Just moments ago, 2 individuals had stood in that very place. How could they have disappeared in the blink of an eye? Meanwhile, Gano and Leia had already returned to their grand villa. Upon arriving home, Leia reclined on the sofa and remarked, there truly is no place like home. With a week remaining, she suggested, let us inquire with Broly and Bardock about their participation in the upcoming martial arts tournament. Stretching languidly, Leia continued, Gainer, dear brother, please ask them for me. I am so weary and wish to take a nap. Very well, then. Rest for now. I shall speak with Broly and Bardock, Gainer replied before his figure vanished. Leaving Leia to drift into slumber, Gano arrived at Broly's residence, where Broly was currently in the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat. He relentlessly threw punches and kicked, his body swiftly tumbling to evade the onslaught of lasers within the chamber. Gano, possessing an intimate familiarity with the plot, was aware that a future Vegeta would install laser attacks within the gravity chamber. Consequently, he bypassed Dr. Brisby and directly designed a bespoke gravity chamber equipped with the laser attack technology. Upon noticing Gino's presence, Broly promptly deactivated the switch of the gravity chamber and emerged from within. Gano inquired, Broly, will you be attending the Earth's Grand Martial Arts Tournament? I have already registered. Would you care to join in the festivities? I have indeed registered. I was aware of this event since the day before, so I signed up without hesitation. To think you had already enrolled, I assumed you hadn't. Allow me to consult Bardock and see if he intends to participate in the tournament. Based on my understanding of Bardock, he will undoubtedly partake in the tournament. If he were to abstain, it simply would not be in his nature. You are correct. Yet I shall still inquire with Bardock. Very well. Go ahead and ask him. I have a strong feeling he will choose to participate. Gino's figure vanished and reappeared within Bardock's abode, yet Bardock was absent. Instead, his wife was present. Upon seeing Gino, Jine hurriedly bowed in greeting. Gino waved his hand dismissively and inquired, is Bardock not at home? I have matters to discuss with him. Jine replied, Bardock has gone out for some errands, but I am unaware of his whereabouts. Is there something specific you wish to discuss with him? In truth, it was nothing of great consequence. He merely wished to inquire about the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth, for Bardock had already registered at the sign-up office. This implies that Bardock will indeed participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, correct? Indeed, my lord, Bardock will be participating in the tournament. It appears that you are all well prepared. When the time comes, you may simply proceed. Yes, we shall attend the tournament, rest assured, my lord. Gino returned to his abode, where Layla was soundly asleep. He gently carried her into the room and placed her on the bed before stepping out of his quarters. He pondered the progress of Kakarot, who was likely preparing for the World Martial Arts Tournament, driven by the necessity to confront a formidable foe. Currently, only the diminutive Krillin remained at Korin Tower, silently awaiting the opportunity to discreetly seize the bell from Master Korin. After completing his training, Tien returned to his own domain, while Goku ascended to loftier heights for further cultivation. Chapter 104. The first encounter between father and son. A week swiftly passed, and while Gino was resting in his villa, he received a call regarding the tournament, inviting him to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, which was set to take place that very day. Upon receiving the notification, Gino and Layla instantly teleported to the tournament venue. Upon witnessing the throngs of spectators at the tournament, Layla exclaimed, I had no idea the martial arts tournament on Earth would be so bustling. So many people have gathered to witness the combat of Earth's warriors. Indeed, Gino replied, the martial arts tournament on Earth is an unparalleled grand event, drawing all fighters from across the planet to showcase their skills. Is that so? This tournament seems quite fascinating. Once we return to planet Saiyan, we should host our own martial arts tournament. Certainly, I am contemplating that very idea. Once we return to planet Saiyan, I shall begin making arrangements for the competition. As Layla and Gino continued their conversation, Broly and Bardock arrived at the tournament site. They spotted Gino and made their way toward him. Broly greeted him with enthusiasm. Gino, brother, I'm here. He approached Gino swiftly and added, I didn't expect you all to arrive so early. I received the notification and hurried over, thinking I would be the first, only to encounter Bardock along the way. And we decided to come together. Gino remarked, we only arrived after receiving the notification. However, as you know, we possess the ability of instantaneous movement. This distance is merely a blink away for us. Indeed, he continued, you and Sister Leia share this extraordinary ability. So it is only natural that you would arrive before us. The martial arts tournament is about to commence, isn't it? Let us prepare for the competition. No need to rush. There are still others who have yet to arrive, Gino replied. Who might that be? Gino, whom are you awaiting? Broly inquired. Gino pointed in a direction and said, do you see that over there? Bulma is there. Bulma? Where? I haven't seen her since I came to Earth this time. It turns out she is here, Leia remarked. Following Gino's, they spotted a youthful and radiant girl amidst the crowd, seemingly searching for someone. This young lady has grown so much. I wonder if she still recognizes us, Broly mused. Why not simply go over and ask her? Gino suggested, leading Leia and the others towards Bulma. Meanwhile, upon noticing Gino and the others approaching, Yamcha became instantly alert. He turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, a group of people is coming our way, and they seem to be looking for trouble. You should quickly hide behind me. Krillin also spotted Gino and his companions. But after spending time training on Karen Tower, he had little recollection of them. At the final moment, he had finally obtained the bell from Master Karen and successfully graduated from the tower. Eager to return and participate in the martial arts tournament, he hurried back, fortunate that there was ample time to register. Gino approached, and although he did not exude his aura, Klin could still sense the formidable strength of Gino and his companions. Klin turned to Yamcha and cautioned, these individuals are quite powerful. You must exercise caution. Bulma peered out to examine the approaching Gino and remarked, I feel as though I have encountered these individuals before, yet I cannot recall where. Gino and his companions have arrived before Bulma. Observing the demeanor of Krillin and the others, Gino realizes that this little bald man no longer holds any memory of him. Gino addressed Bulma directly, saying, Bulma, do you not remember me? I am Gino. I used to hold you when you were a child. How is it that you've grown up and no longer recognize your brother? Krillin and Yamcha simultaneously remarked, Brother? Krillin's gaze shifted back and forth between Gino and Bulma as he inquired, Are you two truly siblings? You don't resemble each other at all. Yamcha nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Gino is equally perplexed. What kind of reasoning is this? When I speak of brother, do I necessarily mean a biological sibling? Gino disregarded the little bald boy and continued to introduce Bulma, saying, Do you remember her? When you were young, she held you in her arms, and you would always chase after her, calling her Sister Leia. Sister one moment, brother the next. Your relationship is rather perplexing to me. Gano's forehead darkened instantaneously as he turned to Klin and exclaimed, Silence, you little baldy. Why do you have so much to say? Klin, sensing Gano's irritation, promptly sealed his lips. Gino, Leia, and Bulma repeatedly uttered these two names. Suddenly, she recalled and said to Gino, You are brother Gino, and you are sister Leia. Pointing at Bardock, Bulma continued, If my memory serves me right, his name is Bardock, and he is Broly, correct? It seems you've remembered, little girl. It hasn't been long. Yet you forgot us, Gino remarked. Oh, how could that be? Brother Gino, I just momentarily couldn't recall. Your face seemed familiar, but my mind failed to connect the dots. Now that I remember, I'm relieved. Bulma approached Leia directly and said, Sister Leia, you won't hold it against me for not remembering, will you? It's all right. I'm not as petty as your brother Gino, Leia responded. Exactly. Brother Gino is indeed quite petty. Just look at how understanding Sister Leia is. Brother Gino, you should learn from her. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, yet you two have quickly united against me. It seems the fault lies with me. Leia and Bulma exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Forget it. I won't stoop to your level. I must go now. The competition is about to begin. Upon hearing that the competition was commencing, Bulma exclaimed, What is going on? Is Goku still not here? If he doesn't hurry, he'll miss this martial arts tournament. Just as Bulma spoke, a cloaked figure approached them. Gino remarked, Isn't he coming now? Goku walked up to Bulma and the others, removed his hat, and greeted everyone. Hey, everyone, I'm back. The moment Krillin saw Goku, he was overjoyed and dashed to him, looking up at Goku, who towered over him. Goku, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, you wouldn't have been able to participate in this martial arts tournament. How could I ever pass up the chance to spar with other experts? It's not too late for me to arrive. Now, I'll go register first. We can chat afterward. Goku approached Gino and said, Hey, Gino, I remember you mentioned wanting to spar with me. This tournament is the perfect opportunity. I hope to have a match with you. Sure. I look forward to it, Gino replied. Upon hearing this, Bardock felt a sudden chill as his son was challenging them. Once Goku had walked away, Bardock quickly apologized to Gino. Boss, he doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart. Rest assured. We're merely going to have a friendly spar. There is no need for alarm, Gino responded. Yes, boss, indeed, Bardock affirmed. Chapter 105, Krillin vs. Bardock. Bardock nearly let slip his words in a moment of panic. Gino had mentioned that during the tournament, he should address him as boss instead of king. Bardock almost revealed Gino's identity due to his concern for his son. Bardock feared Gano might be angered and swiftly eliminate Kakarot, as he was unaware of the terrifying strength Gano possessed. Don't worry, what do you take me for? I'm not so petty, and besides, Goku has made significant progress. I'm quite eager to spar with him. Then, boss, please teach this arrogant kid a lesson. He doesn't seem to grasp his limitations. Daring to spar with the boss, Bardock said. Hearing Bardock speak of Goku, Krillin interjected, Mister, I don't know who you are, but Goku is quite strong now. Why do you keep belittling him? If you think he is so weak, why not step up and challenge him yourself? Krillin's words left Bardock momentarily stunned, revealing the deep bond between Krillin and Goku. Bardock felt a sense of happiness for his son, having such a good friend, yet he thought, this little bald guy. It's only natural for me to discipline my son. Given your genuine concern for Kakarot, I'll let you off this time. This little bald guy, or rather, this young man, I'm not belittling Goku. It's just that while he may seem strong to you, he might struggle against true experts. Krillin grew furious at this comment, ready to confront Bardock until Yamcha held him back, saying, Calm down, Krillin. Don't let your anger get the best of you. If you strike, you'll be disqualified from the tournament. Yamcha's words helped Krillin regain his composure. He glared at Bardock and warned, If I encounter you in the tournament, I won't let you off the hook. You'll see the consequences of underestimating us. Krillin then strode into the crowd, leaving Bardock feeling a bit awkward. To mask his discomfort, Bardock remarked, It seems Goku has a good friend. Bulma chimed in, Goku saved Krillin's life, and they share a master, which deepens their bond. Please don't take offense. By the way, why do you keep referring to Goku as a kid? You seem quite close. Oh, and now that I think of it, Goku resembles you quite a bit. Could it be that you are related? Bardock glanced at Gano, who nodded in agreement. Gano believed it was time for Goku and Bardock to recognize each other. Although Goku's strength was not yet formidable, it was developing, and there was no longer a need to conceal his identity. Seeing Gano's approval, gratitude shone in Bardock's eyes as he addressed Bulma and the others. Goku is indeed my son. What? You mean to say Goku is your son? I've never heard him mention anything about his parents. I only know he has a grandfather named Son Gohan, which is why he is named Son Goku. Have you not noticed that Goku looks different from Earthlings? He has a tail, and only we Saiyans possess tails in the universe. Bardock gestured to the tail at his waist. Yes, Goku did have a tail when he was younger, but it seems he no longer has one, since he left to train after the last martial arts tournament. Then, does this mean Goku is one of you, a being from the universe? Bulma inquired. Indeed, Goku is a Saiyan, and we are Saiyans. By the way, I remember touching Sister Leia's tail when I was little. You still remember that, little girl? I never expected that a little brat would grow into such a graceful young lady, who will be fortunate enough to marry you. At that moment, Yamcha cleared his throat. His intentions clear. That would be me. Who else could it be? I'm her boyfriend now. By the way, I haven't introduced you yet. This is my boyfriend. Yamcha. Leia looked at Yamcha and shook her head, saying, Too weak. Bulma's future boyfriend must be a powerful one. From what I see, he isn't strong yet. Upon hearing Leia's words, Yamcha protested, I'm strong enough, all right? In terms of Earth standards, I'm considered an expert. Expert? You're not quite there yet. Enough of this debate. Let us prepare for the competition. It's about to start. Gano remarked as their group made their way toward the arena. Not far from them, a figure observed their approach, none other than the second incarnation of the Demon King Piccolo. Upon meeting Gino's gaze, the second Piccolo felt a chill run down his spine, muttering, What a terrifying stare. It seems this martial arts tournament will not be too lonely. Besides that fellow Son Goku, there are many formidable fighters here. As the matches commenced, the very first bout featured Bardock against Krillin. During their contest, Bardock merely evaded attacks, while Krillin's strikes failed to even graze the hem of Bardock's clothing. Goku, watching from below the arena, exclaimed to Gano and the others, This guy is incredibly strong. Krillin hasn't landed a single hit. I can't wait to spar with him. The onlookers shook their heads at Goku's naive enthusiasm, realizing he was completely unaware that his father was currently battling on the stage above. Yamcha had intended to enlighten Goku, but was silenced by Gino's penetrating gaze. It was best for Bardock to explain it to Goku himself. As Krillin's energy began to wane, he gasped for breath atop the stage. Bardock taunted, So, what's the matter, little bald guy? Can you still attack? If not, you might as well step down. Krillin retorted, If you have the ability, then stop dodging and fight me. What's the point of constantly avoiding my attacks? Very well. Prepare yourself, for I shall strike. Krillin assumed a defensive stance. No sooner had Bardock spoken than he appeared behind Krillin, sending him flying off the stage. Goku gasped in astonishment. What speed? I didn't even see how he got behind Krillin. It was a rapid movement. Such velocity requires a significant level of power to sustain. You are not yet capable of achieving such speed, Gano explained. Is that so? Oh, how long to compete against him? It feels uncomfortable not to match wits with such a master. Rest assured, there will be ample opportunity to challenge him in the future. Really? Well then, I must train diligently to ensure I can face him. As Krillin fell, he remained bewildered, questioning how he had been so easily defeated. Goku approached him, saying, Krillin, are you alright? It's fine. Losing is part of the game. We'll win next time. Encouraged by Goku's comforting words, Krillin nodded vigorously. With Krillin's fall from the stage, Bardock was declared the victor. Bardock himself was slightly baffled. How could this little bald guy be so weak? I barely exerted myself. And he was already sent flying. Alas, I must learn to control my strength better. The tournament host addressed the audience. We thank both competitors for their thrilling display. As Krillin has fallen from the stage, according to tournament rules, Bardock emerges victorious. The next match featured Tien Shinhan against Gano. Tien Shinhan should be a familiar name. He was the runner-up in the last World Martial Arts Tournament, and his strength is not to be underestimated. Now, let us welcome both competitors to the arena. As the host's words concluded, Tien gracefully landed on the stage, prompting a chorus of shrieks from the enamored spectators below. Tien Shinhan, you're so handsome. I want to have your children. Hearing this, Tien nearly stumbled, a black line appearing across his forehead. Such enthusiasm from the audience was overwhelming. Gano, witnessing this from below, turned to Laya and the others, saying, should I make a grand entrance as well? Laya shot him a sharp glare, prompting Gano to quickly clarify. How could I possibly do that? I have no interest in such matters. I shall simply walk onto the stage. Gano hastily ascended the arena, and the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the comical expression on his face. Only Leia had the power to bring him to his knees. Bulma remarked, so it seems even my brother Gano is not fearless after all. Leia is indeed the one he fears the most. She subtly shifted her body towards Leia and whispered, Sister Leia, have you and brother Gano already begun cohabitating, and perhaps even indulged in the intimacies of marriage? To her surprise, Bulma's audacious inquiry caused Leia's cheeks to redden to the very tips of her ears. She retorted softly, akin to a whisper, what nonsense are you spouting? Although I live with brother Gano, we have not engaged in such activities, if you must know. In that moment, Leia's voice was barely more than a whisper. Who would have thought that Leia, so demure, would be caught off guard? But truly, given their childhood bond, it is but a matter of time before they wed. Such things are bound to transpire, so why the bashfulness? Leia gazed at Bulma, astonished by how this young girl had blossomed into such a bold and spirited individual. Truly a fiery pepper. With a playful tone, Leia teased, it seems our little Bulma is yearning for a man, isn't she? Would you like me to introduce you to someone far superior to your current beau? Huh. Yamcha is merely my apprentice boyfriend. We haven't reached that level yet. Bulma shot back. But you, dear Leia, ought to seize the moment. Otherwise, brother Gano might be snatched away, and you would surely regret it. Snatched away? Who would dare take my man from me? Leia retorted. Goodness, you're already defending him, and you're not even married yet. Bulma laughed. You've changed, Sister Leia. You're no longer my charming sister, but someone else's little wife now. Just look at how you carry yourself. Beware, young lady, lest I teach you a lesson. Leia warned with a playful glint in her eye. Bulma, recognizing Leia's jest, responded in kind. All right, I shall refrain from teasing you, sister-in-law. She emphasized the last two words with a playful weight. With that, Bulma declared, everyone, let us focus on the match. I shall fetch some water. One cannot endure this sweltering heat without refreshments. And with that, she dashed off, leaving Leia with a desire to scold her, but Bulma had already vanished from sight. In the arena, the battle had commenced. Tien Shinhan launched an attack towards Gano, employing every ounce of his skill. Yet all his strikes were effortlessly blocked by Gano with a single hand. Take this punch, he declared as he aimed another blow at Gano. Gano merely sidestepped the incoming fist with a slight shift of his body, evading the attack. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated retaliating but ultimately refrained, as he sensed a certain elevated perspective in this contest. Gano evaded the assault and addressed Tenshinhan, saying, attack is not merely about uttering insults. It is about unleashing the most formidable power in the shortest span of time to strike at the enemy's vital points. Your martial arts possess commendable strength, yet your speed of attack is woefully inadequate. Should you encounter an adversary, they would surely defeat you in the very moment following your strike. With that, Gano pointed a finger towards Tenshinhan's waist, causing him to plummet directly from midair. Gano had restrained his power. Otherwise, a mere touch could have claimed Tenshinhan's life. Unsteadily, Tenshinhan rose to his feet, determined to continue the battle. Gano, witnessing the indomitable spirit of the martial artist, understood that as long as he remained standing, his opponent would not prevail. Tenshinhan proclaimed, "You are truly formidable, yet I still wish to ascertain the extent of the gap between us." Gano declared, "No more. You have already triumphed in this contest, while I have succumbed. I have glimpsed the future of Earth's warriors through you." The referee, upon hearing Gano's concession, promptly announced, "As the competitor Gano has forfeited, the victory of this match is awarded to Tianjin Fan." At that moment, Tianjin Fan pondered the meaning behind Gano's words regarding the future of Earth's warriors. Just as he was about to lift his gaze to inquire further, Gano had already descended from the ring. "Hey, you," Tianjin Fan called out, observing Gano's exit. "Why do you leave the ring? Departing signifies your defeat." Gano proclaimed, "I concede. You have emerged victorious. I wish you success in this tournament." This left Tianjin Fan somewhat bewildered. The referee then announced, "Tianjin Fan, please exit the arena and take some time to rest. You have another match ahead." Upon hearing the referee's words, Tianjin Fan replied, "Oh, very well. I shall prepare for the next competition." As he descended from the stage, his mind lingered on Gano's statement regarding the future of Earth warriors. At that moment, Tianjin Fan may not fully grasp the meaning behind those words, yet in due time, he would come to appreciate the profound significance they held. Gano approached Leia and the others, to which Leia remarked, "Why have you surrendered? It is quite evident that you have won." To which Gano responded, "I merely wish to ascertain one matter. Now that everything is settled, the outcome of victory holds little significance." Broly interjected, "Such a contest indeed lacks purpose, perhaps for them. There is some merit in this exhibition." Goku turned his head and exclaimed, "But this is the World Martial Arts Tournament. How can it lack meaning? I find it thoroughly entertaining to spar with so many individuals. It is a splendid opportunity to learn their combat techniques." Next, Broly was set to take the stage. "All right. It is my turn now. I shall also partake in this enjoyment." Chapter 107, Piccolo vs. Broly. Broly's imposing figure materialized upon the arena, his Saiyan lineage having endowed him with remarkable stature over the years, nearly rivaling Gano's height. As he landed on the stage, a palpable tremor coursed through the platform, intensified by Broly's formidable presence, evoking an unspoken sense of dominance among the spectators below. Piccolo descended onto the arena as well, and upon seeing his opponent, Broly recalled the name of Slug from planet Vegeta. Broly inquired, "Hey there, are you not known as the Demon King, Piccolo? How do you know my name?" "I did not use this moniker when I entered the tournament," Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. "It matters not. I encountered your predecessor when he obliterated Earth. Albeit you were far too weak back then. Yet, after all these years, has your strength truly not increased? How dare you mock the might of the Demon King, Piccolo? I have trained relentlessly to avenge Son Goku, honing my skills day and night. Now, my power surpasses that of Son Goku, and with his demise, I shall become the strongest being on this planet. Ah, it seems your horizons remain quite limited. As a Namekian, your combat prowess is commendable on this planet. Yet in comparison to our Namekians, you are merely a novice. Our Namekians are far superior to you. Curse you and your Namekians. I shall show you the wrath of the Demon King." Without further ado, Piccolo launched an attack, his fingertips glowing as he unleashed a beam of energy towards Broly. In an instant, Broly evaded the assault, swiftly appearing behind Piccolo. With a resounding thud, the beam created a small crater in the arena, while Broly, now behind Piccolo, remarked, "You seem rather eager to engage. Why not converse a bit first?" Upon hearing Broly's voice from behind, Piccolo's reflexes kicked in, prompting him to swiftly distance himself from his initial position. A sheen of sweat formed on Piccolo's brow as he thought, "This opponent is indeed formidable. His speed is astonishing. I could scarcely comprehend how he maneuvered behind me. How perilous. Had he struck just now, I would likely be incapacitated on the arena floor." Below, Goku remarked, "So Broly is this powerful? It appears there are many skilled fighters among you. Once the tournament concludes, I must spar with you all." "Certainly, but you must first defeat your opponent to earn that privilege. Can you accomplish that?" Gano replied, "I believe I can manage that. Aside from you few, only that Piccolo Jr. should be able to match me. The others stand little chance," Goku asserted confidently. "Ah, such confidence. I wish you success in claiming the ultimate championship." Back in the arena, Piccolo initiated another round of attacks, all of which Broly deftly evaded. Broly, like Gano, was merely there to savor the unique experience of the martial arts tournament. Frustrated that none of his attacks landed, Piccolo challenged Broly, "If you possess skill, why not strike? Constantly dodging is hardly commendable. And what of it? Evasion is a skill in itself. If you possess the ability, why not land a hit on me?" Broly's retort left Piccolo momentarily speechless. "Very well. Can you withstand my ultimate technique? It was originally intended for Son Goku. But it seems I shall employ it against you instead." "Oh, you have an ultimate technique? Why not mention it sooner? You've rendered this encounter rather tedious. Hurry and demonstrate it. I would like to witness its power." "All right. Just allow me to gather my energy. This technique requires a period of accumulation to unleash its full might." "Very well. I shall await your preparation. I am eager to experience the true extent of your ultimate move." Piccolo extended 2 fingers, positioning them against his forehead as he began to channel his energy. Gano was acutely aware of the technique that Piccolo intended to employ, his particularly time-consuming ultimate move, the special beam cannon. This formidable technique, while impressive, was currently Piccolo's most powerful offensive maneuver. Observing from the edge of the arena, Sun Wukong remarked, "This move appears quite formidable, though the charging time is excessively prolonged." Gano remarked, "Indeed, the drawback of this technique lies in its lengthy charging time. Should one encounter an adversary, they will not afford you the luxury of preparation. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from employing such a move." The others concurred, and Leia added, "The attack seems to channel all of one's capabilities into a singular point, continually refining until it is ultimately unleashed. Therefore, the potency of this technique is indeed formidable. Look, Piccolo is about to launch his attack. His charge is complete." He declared to Broly, "You shall regret your overconfidence. Are you prepared to endure my mightiest blow? Enough of this drawn-out charging. I am weary. Let me witness the true strength of your technique." "Very well. If you are so confident, then prepare to perish." Demon Flash Cannon. A spiraling golden energy wave surged toward Broly with remarkable speed. Upon seeing Piccolo's Demon Flash Cannon hurtling towards him, Broly extended his palm, enveloped in a green protective aura, and thrust it forward. The clash between his green palm and Piccolo's attack erupted in a cloud of smoke and a cacophony of explosions, obscuring all visibility within the arena. Piccolo, witnessing Broly withstand his ultimate technique, erupted into gleeful laughter. "Ha ha ha. Look at you now. No longer so arrogant, are you? My Demon Flash Cannon will surely vanquish him." As the smoke dispersed, Piccolo's laughter abruptly ceased, for Broly stood unscathed amidst the chaos, merely dusting off his attire. "Not bad.